Hey everyone, welcome to the Ultimate Photos with Disturbing Backstories Iceberg. There are approximately around or over 1,000 photos in this video, and the majority of the photos are final photos or last photos taken seconds or minutes before something tragic takes place. But other than these, we also have normal-looking photos with disturbing backstories. And then some of these are also haunted objects, as well as places with really disturbing backstories. Places like abandoned parks, hospitals, and homes where murders took place. And finally, there's just one more category left, and that is paintings, with real-life disturbing backstories. These are from centuries ago when camera wasn't invented, and people just painted these moments instead of capturing them like we do nowadays. So without further ado, let's start the video. Enjoy. Cabin 28, California, USA. In 1981, a brutal quadruple murder occurred in this remote cabin. A mother, her son, and 2 teenagers were bound, beaten, and stabbed. The crime was never solved, and the cabin was later demolished. Glenna Susan Sharp, known as Sue, and her husband John Sharp lived in Connecticut with their children. In July 1979, Sue left home with her 5 kids, John, Sheila, Tina, Rick, and Greg, because her husband had treated her badly. They first moved to Quincy, California, where they stayed in a trailer that had once been occupied by Sue's brother, Don. Later that fall, Sue and the children moved into cabin number 28 at the Keddie Resort, a small community in rural Keddie, California. By April 1981, the children had grown older. Sue was 36, John 15, Sheila 14, Tina 12, Rick 10, and Greg 5. On April 11th, Sue, Sheila, and Greg drove from a nearby family's home to pick up Rick, who was trying out for baseball at Gansner Field in Quincy. On the way, they also picked up John and a 17-year-old named Dana Hall Wingate, who were hitchhiking. They all continued toward Keddie. Later that afternoon, John and Dana hitchhiked back to Quincy. That evening, Sue planned to stay at the cabin with Rick, Greg, and a young friend named Justin Smart. Tina was visiting neighbors in a nearby cabin, and Sheila had plans to spend the night with them as well. Around 9:30 p.m., Tina returned home. At the Sharp residence in cabin 28, Sue, Rick, Greg, Tina, and Justin were present, while Sheila was at the neighboring house. John and Dana had been seen in Quincy and were believed to have gotten a ride home between 10 and 11 p.m. At 7 a.m. on April 12th, Sheila returned from the neighboring house to get ready for church. When she entered the Sharp home, she discovered the bodies of Sue, John, and Dana lying in the living room. Terrified, Sheila ran back to the other house. Soon after, a neighbor named Jamie Siebold went to the Sharp residence and helped pull Rick, Greg, and Justin out of a bedroom window. The boys were unharmed. Jamie later said that he had briefly entered the house through the back door to check if anyone was still alive. When the police arrived around 8 a.m., they found that Tina was missing from the cabin. The bodies of Sue, John, and Dana had been murdered. Sue had been stabbed in the throat and chest, and her head was beaten with a piece of a pellet rifle. John's throat had been slashed and his head hit with a hammer, and Dana had been strangled and also hit on the head with a hammer. Their bodies were tied up with electrical cords and tape. There was blood spatter in the living room, but no sign of forced entry. The telephone cord was cut, the phone was off the hook, and the drapes were closed. The only things missing were a toolbox and Tina's jacket and shoes. During the investigation, police learned that Rick and Greg said they slept through the attack. Justin initially claimed he had dreamt about the murders, but later he insisted that he had seen everything while under hypnosis. According to his account, he woke up after hearing a noise in the living room and saw Sue with 2 strange men. John and Dana entered the house and argued with these men. In the ensuing fight, the attackers killed Sue, John, and Dana, and one of the men took Tina out through the back door. Neighbors later remembered odd details. The Siebold family, who lived next door, said they saw a green van parked outside around 9 p.m. Another couple heard muffled screams around 1:15 a.m., but they did not call anyone. Meanwhile, Martin Smart, who lived in cabin 26 with his wife Maryland and was Justin's father, mentioned that a claw hammer was missing from his home. The police became especially suspicious of Martin Smart, as he had given them many details that seemed designed to shift attention away from himself. Marilyn believed that Martin and his friend Beau, who had been living in the area for only a short time, were involved in the murders. Marilyn said that on the night of April 11th, she had left them at a local bar and later saw them burning something in a wood stove. Tina's case was even more mysterious. After the murders, a search for her began, but her remains were not found until over 3 years later, on April 22, 1984. They were discovered near Feather Falls, about 100 miles from Keddie, along with a few personal items. Later, on March 26, 2016, a hammer matching the description of the one Martin Smart had mentioned missing was found in a local pond. In 2018, police reported that DNA recovered from the tape used to bind the victims matched that of a living suspect. Many questions remain about this case. The investigation was messy and poorly organized. Evidence was mishandled. Some was stored in a turned-off freezer, other items were never officially logged, and some evidence was contaminated. Martin Smart, who had a history as a drug dealer, left Keddie soon after the murders and moved to Nevada. He even sent a letter to Maryland in which he wrote, in a twisted manner, that he had bought her love with the lives of 4 people. Later, during a counseling session, Martin confessed that he had killed Sue and Tina, but claimed he was not involved with the deaths of the boys. The counselor, however, shared this confession with the police, who dismissed it as hearsay. Over the years, many aspects of the case have puzzled both investigators and the community. Some believe that Sue might have been trying to push Marilyn Smart to leave Martin, sparking a violent reaction from him. Others point out that the planning of the crime, the strange behavior of the neighbors, and the careful hiding of some evidence suggest that the killers were not random strangers, but people known to the victims. Despite all the evidence and the many theories, the murders in the Keddie case remain unsolved. Camp Scott, Oklahoma, USA, Girl Scout murders. In 1977, Camp Scott, a 400-acre overgrown Girl Scout campground near Locust Grove, Oklahoma, became the setting for one of the state's most chilling unsolved crimes. For nearly 50 years, the camp, organized into Native American-themed units with sturdy, canvas tents, had been a magical escape for many children. But that summer, it turned into a nightmare. On June 12, 1977, a group of young Girl Scouts, including 10-year-old Denise Milner, who had been anxious about the trip, and her companions Lori Farmer, 8, and Michelle Goose, 9, gathered in Tent 8. Their tent, located on the edge of the camp and partially hidden from counselors, sheltered them as a thunderstorm rolled in. Earlier, Michelle Hoffman, a hopeful camp counselor, had noticed Doris's reluctance and helped her join the group, easing her fears with camaraderie and camp songs. For months before the trip, unsettling signs had plagued Camp Scott. Unexplained noises deep in the woods, vandalized tents, missing belongings, and sightings of a strangely polite man. A particularly chilling moment occurred during a cadet training weekend when an older camper found all the food stolen from her tent and a note, pages ripped from a notebook with "kill" scrawled repeatedly, and a message predicting the murder of 3 girls in Tent 1. Though dismissed as a prank by camp director Richard Day, the warning foreshadowed horrors to come. During the night of June 12th and 13, eerie sounds and fleeting shadows unsettled everyone. Counselors, including Carla Wilhite, were awakened by mysterious groans, the growling of the camp dog Sally, and glimpses of a man with a flashlight roaming the area. As the night wore on, a scream near Tent 8 briefly pierced the dark, only to be dismissed as a nightmare. At 6 a.m., Carla discovered the unthinkable. Denise's body, brutally beaten and bloodied, lay outside a tent. A frantic search revealed that Tent 8 was empty, and the other 2 girls had been found along a nearby trail, hidden in their sleeping bags after suffering severe beatings and sexual assault. Forensic evidence at the scene included a size 9.5 men's bloody footprint, a red flashlight with a smudged fingerprint, pieces of newspaper used to silence battery rattles, and other items like rope, duct tape, and a pair of women's glasses. In a nearby cave evidenced by scattered newspapers and a mocking message, "The killer was here. Bye-bye, fools," it appeared the murderer had used the hideout to plan his crime. As authorities scrambled for leads, a series of misfortunes struck. Tracking dogs brought from Pennsylvania, nicknamed the Wonder Dogs, met tragic ends, one dying from heat exhaustion and the other from a fatal road accident. Amid mounting pressure, suspicion quickly fell on Jean Leroy Hart, a 33-year-old prison escapee with a history of kidnapping and rape. Circumstantial evidence, including photographs linking him to a prison photo lab and his proximity to the camp, made him the prime suspect, despite warnings of racial profiling due to his Cherokee heritage. A massive volunteer search ensued near Camp Scott, but Jean eluded capture until April 6, 1978, when agents raided a broken-down shack in the Cookson Hills. Arrested while wearing distinctive women's eyeglasses, the same type reportedly handled during earlier assaults, Jean was soon thrust into a sensational trial in 1979. Despite physical evidence like a bloody shoe print and traces of hair and semen, the evidence was largely circumstantial. His defense argued mismatches in shoe size and questioned the reliability of the forensic samples, suggesting another perpetrator, like convicted rapist William Stevens, might be responsible. Ultimately, on March 20th, a jury unanimously acquitted Jean, leaving the families shattered and many locals convinced of his guilt. Jean, already serving time on other charges, returned to prison and soon died of a heart attack while jogging. In 1989, DNA tests on semen samples provided mixed results. Further testing in 2008 failed due to degradation. Renewed efforts by Sheriff Mike Reed and a cold case board assembled by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children led to new fundraising in 2017 for advanced DNA testing. By 2022, investigators claimed the evidence strongly suggested Jean's involvement, although officially, he remains unnamed. Hinterkaifeck Farm, Germany. In 1922, the quiet farming community of rural Germany was rocked by a brutal crime at a small homestead known as Hinterkaifeck. What began as a seemingly ordinary family farm quickly transformed into the center of a chilling mystery when 6 people were savagely murdered. Despite decades passing since that fateful event, investigators have never determined who was behind the massacre. Hinterkaifeck had been home to a peculiar family since 1886. The patriarch, Andreas Gruber, once served as a laborer before marrying the widow Cecilia Gruber, who later assumed the dual role of mother and co-owner of the property. Their union brought a daughter, Victoria, into the household in 1887. Victoria, who would later marry Carl Gabriel, is mostly remembered by her maiden name. After her husband's death in World War I, she was left to care for a newborn daughter, Cecilia Gabriel. The family's roster also included Josef Gruber, a child whose paternity was shrouded in controversy due to conflicting claims involving Victoria's neighbor, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, and a servant, Crescens Rieger. Neighbors described the family as hardworking yet reclusive, their only regular contact being with people from the small nearby town of Grobern. The farm itself was divided into distinct areas for living, livestock, and equipment, with an additional shed built later for housing a small engine used for tasks such as cutting hay. In the weeks preceding the murders, the atmosphere at Hinterkaifeck grew increasingly ominous. On the early morning of March 30th, Andreas discovered fresh footprints in the snow leading toward the small engine shed, though none could be traced back into the forest. Upon closer inspection, he found the shed's door had been torn open, and it appeared that an intruder had rummaged through the space without taking anything, disappearing without leaving any new tracks. Not long after, the family came across an inexplicable delivery, a magazine from Munich that none of them had subscribed to or purchased. Andreas initially suspected the mailman, but after questioning, it became clear that no one in the area expected such a delivery. Adding to the mystery, a neighbor later claimed to have seen Victoria engaged in a heated argument with an unknown man at a local cemetery, even alleging that she struck him, a detail that remains unverified. During this tense period, both Victoria and the family's maid reported unsettling noises coming from the attic at night. Although Andreas's inspection of the space turned up nothing unusual, the maid, who had recently given birth at the farm, was so unnerved by what she believed might be supernatural or intruder activity that she ultimately resigned from her position. Her chilling testimony recounted how, around midnight each night, her locked chamber door would mysteriously swing open without explanation. Following her departure, a new maid, Maria Baumgartner, began working at Hinterkaifeck on March 31st. This was the last time anyone outside the family saw Maria or the Grubers alive. Her sister, who had accompanied her, later remarked on the eerie solitude that pervaded the farm. The precise sequence of events during the night of March 31st and the following morning remains largely unknown. However, what is clear is that by April 1st, the disappearance of 7-year-old Cecilia Gabriel from school raised initial suspicions. Although her chronic absenteeism had been noted before, neighbors started to notice an abnormal silence at the farm. Michael Pell, one of the few locals familiar with the family, remarked on the unusual quiet around the house. Even the family dog was uncharacteristically silent. A turning point came when Albert Hoffner, a repairman previously commissioned to fix the farm's engine shed, decided to check on the property. He recalled being unable to enter through the garden door due to it being locked, and after circling to the rear, he peered through a kitchen window without spotting anyone. The persistent mooing of the cows, however, was his only indication that something was amiss. After waiting in vain for an hour, Hoffner proceeded to repair the engine shed, later reporting that no family member had emerged throughout his lengthy work session. News of the deserted farm soon spread, prompting Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the same neighbor with controversial ties to the family, to lead a search party with a few locals. Their investigation led them through locked doors and into the barn, where a horrifying discovery was made. Michael Pell recalled pulling a human foot from a pile of hay, later identifying it as belonging to Andreas Gruber. As the search continued, the bodies of Andreas, Victoria, both children named Cecilia, and even Joseph Gruber were found in various states of concealment. In one particularly disturbing account, a neighbor described finding a child in a stroller with a crushed head. Maria Baumgartner, the new maid, was also discovered lifeless, hidden under a blanket in her room. Authorities soon arrived from nearby towns, and forensic examinations revealed that most victims had suffered multiple heavy blows to the head with a blunt instrument, most likely a farm tool. One victim, Cecilia, exhibited a peculiar combination of injuries, including a deep cut to her throat, along with evidence that she had attempted to cover her wound. This led investigators to estimate that she was the last victim, dying a few hours after the initial attacks. Early on, a pickaxe found propped against a stable wall was considered the murder weapon, but it did not match the injuries observed. It wasn't until about a year later that a gardening hoe discovered in the attic was identified as the likely instrument responsible for the devastating head wounds. Investigators theorized that the attackers might have entered through the machine shed and then lured family members into the barn, one by one. A notion supported by the cramped design of the passage between the barn and stable, which could only allow single-file entry. Their careful removal of the bodies suggested that the culprits had lingered at the scene long after committing the crime, even attempting to hide the evidence by rearranging the victims' positions. In the nearly century-old case, speculation has swirled around numerous potential suspects, although much of the evidence is based on hearsay and unreliable eyewitness accounts. One far-fetched theory suggested that Carl Gabriel, Victoria's deceased husband, who had supposedly died in World War I, might have somehow survived and returned to enact revenge after discovering his wife's infidelity. However, official investigations confirmed his death, dismissing the notion as pure fantasy. More compelling suspicions have centered on Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the neighbor with a dubious connection to the family, especially regarding the uncertain paternity of Josef Gruber. Schlittenbauer was the first to report the grisly discovery, and his conduct at the scene further raised doubts. Notably, he managed to unlock the front door using a key, an odd detail given that Andreas had lost his own key prior to the murders. Moreover, Schlittenbauer's decision to disturb the crime scene by moving the bodies led some to suspect that he possessed too much insider knowledge. Another figure in the investigation was Anton Bichler, a local factory worker who had once proposed to the family's servant, Crescence Rieger. According to her account, Bichler's persistent advances and subsequent angry outbursts including a declaration that the entire family should be killed, cast him as a potential culprit. Along with another man, Georg Siegel, Bickler was mentioned as a suspect due to his familiarity with the farm and the fact that even the family dog never reacted aggressively to him. Although Bickler was briefly detained in 1922, no charges were ever filed. Luby's Cafeteria, Texas, USA, mass shooting site. In 1991, George Henrard carried out the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. at the time when he drove his Ford Ranger through Luby's Cafeteria in Killeen, Texas, killing 23 and injuring 27 before taking his own life. The restaurant was eventually demolished. Born on October 15, 1956, in Ayer, Pennsylvania, George grew up under the strict discipline of his Swiss immigrant father, whose harsh punishments, like unevenly chopped hair, left him introverted. In high school, he found escape in rock and roll and marijuana before enlisting in the Navy, serving on vessels such as the USS Mississippi and USS Dixie. His seafaring career continued with the Military Sealift Command and the U.S. Merchant Marine, although in 1982 he assaulted a black crew member and later, after smoking marijuana on duty, had his mariner's license permanently revoked. George's behavior grew increasingly erratic. While working out of San Pedro, he earned a reputation for racist views and isolation. He saved enough to buy a customized 1987 Ford Ranger and even a Cadillac for his mother. Yet his travels, motivated by a disturbing fixation on non-white prostitutes, revealed his deep-seated prejudices. After losing his maritime career, George's life unraveled further. In February 1991, following the final denial of his appeal to reinstate his license, he began frequenting a local gun house in Henderson, Nevada, where he purchased a Glock 17 and later a Ruger P89. His increasingly erratic conduct included setting up a drum kit in remote canyons near Lake Mead, drinking heavily, and firing at empty cans. A traffic stop revealed his loaded firearms, and during questioning, he muttered that females were out to get him, a reference to his bizarre belief in a nationwide conspiracy by white women sabotaging his life. George repeatedly tried to file a civil rights complaint with the FBI, insisting that a secret group of white women had ruined his dating life by spreading rumors, following him, and sabotaging his employment. Lacking any evidence or names, his claims were dismissed. In an odd twist, he sent a rambling 5-page letter filled with personal boasts, threats, and his conspiracy theories to a wrong address near a Belton mansion. The letter, misaddressed due to his jumbled recollection of names, caused confusion among the recipients, including Jane Bugg and her daughters, leading to police involvement when George later called to set the mix-up right. On National Bosses Day, October 16, 1991, shortly after sending a letter to his sister with personal financial details and bitter musings about local injustices, George unleashed his fury. At 12:39 p.m., he smashed through the dining room window of Luby's Cafeteria. Amid shattered glass and overturned furniture, he fired his pistols, targeting customers indiscriminately, though witnesses noted a disturbing focus on women. Despite patrons barricading themselves and desperate attempts to escape, the chaos claimed the lives of 23 people, including victims like Tom Simmons, Patricia Carney, and John Romero Jr., and left 27 injured. In the ensuing shootout, police quickly surrounded the building. After several exchanges of gunfire and when his Glock was nearly empty, George defiantly declared he'd kill more before turning the weapon on himself. His final act, committed the day after his 35th birthday and a day before the second anniversary of his license revocation, ended his violent spree. Investigators pieced together a portrait of a deeply disturbed man. Personal notes and recordings revealed his long-standing misogyny, isolation, and belief in a conspiracy by white women to ruin his life. The town of Texarkana, Texas, Arkansas, USA. In 1946, a serial killer terrorized the town, brutally murdering couples parked in secluded areas. Some of the abandoned crime scenes still exist. In 1946, in the small town of Texarkana, straddling the border of Texas and Arkansas, a young couple was enjoying an evening together after a movie. They drove to a nearby lover's lane, a place not too far from houses where they hoped to share a quiet, intimate moment. Jimmy Hollis was driving, and his girlfriend Mary Jean sat beside him. Although the lane was dimly lit and only about 91 meters from the nearest homes, Jimmy began to feel uneasy as the night deepened. At approximately 11:45 p.m., there was a sudden knock on Jimmy's driver's side window. A man, holding a flashlight, stood outside, obscured by a makeshift mask that looked like a pillowcase with holes cut for his eyes. At first, Jimmy assumed it was a prank, a case of mistaken identity, and told the stranger he had the wrong car. However, the situation quickly turned dangerous. The masked man warned Jimmy that he would kill him if he did not obey his orders. Under threat, both Jimmy and Mary Jean were forced to exit the vehicle. The attacker first ordered Jimmy to remove his pants. When he complied, the man brandished a gun and fired 2 shots into Jimmy's head. The sound was so violent that Mary Jean, who believed Jimmy had been shot, later realized that what she had heard was the sickening sound of his skull fracturing. As Jimmy collapsed, Mary Jean desperately tried to prevent further harm by opening his wallet to show there was no money, hoping this might appease the assailant. But instead, the man struck her down too. Then he ordered her to get up and start running. Confused and terrified, Mary Jean tried to escape by running toward a nearby ditch. The attacker, however, shouted for her to run down the road instead. Desperate, she turned and sprinted along the road until she spotted a parked car. Believing it might offer shelter or help, she raced toward it, only to find it empty. This delay allowed the man to catch up with her. When she explained that she was obeying his command, he accused her of lying and tackled her, then brutally assaulted her with the barrel of his gun. In the ensuing chaos, Mary Jean managed to get back on her feet and run again. She found herself far from the safety of the houses, about 800 meters away, but she kept running, fueled by fear and desperation. Finally, she reached a house and pounded on its door, pleading with the occupants to call the police. By the time local law enforcement arrived, about 30 minutes later, the mysterious man in the pillowcase had vanished into the night. Jimmy and Mary Jean were taken to the hospital, where they gave their accounts. Their descriptions, however, conflicted. Mary Jean recalled that during her assault, she had seen the attacker as a light-skinned African American, while Jimmy insisted the man had been a tanned white male in his 30s. This contradiction left the police uncertain about his true identity. Just a month later, on March 24, 1946, another tragedy struck. The bodies of Richard L. Griffith, aged 29, and his 17-year-old girlfriend, Polly Ann Moore, who had been together for only 6 weeks, were discovered inside Richard's car on Lover's Lane. A passing motorist had initially thought they were merely sleeping, but soon realized something was horribly wrong. Both had been shot in the back of the head, and bloodstains outside the vehicle suggested they had been killed before being arranged to appear as if they were asleep. Rumors of a sexual assault circulated briefly, but later investigations ruled those out. The violence escalated further on April 14th, when the bodies of 17-year-old Paul Martin and 15-year-old Betty Jo Bucher were found. Paul was discovered early in the morning, and it took several hours before Betty Jo's body was located hidden under a tree far from the car. Both victims had been shot with the same caliber weapon used in the previous attack. Their injuries told a grim story. Paul had multiple wounds, including shots to his nose, back, ribs, and neck, while Betty Jo had been shot in the face and chest. Strangely, Paul's body was found over a mile from his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered even further away. On May 3rd, the final attack occurred on a farm roughly 10 miles from Texarkana. Unlike the earlier assaults that took place in cars at lovers' lanes, this attack happened inside a home. Virgil Starks was sitting by a window reading a newspaper when he was shot twice in the back of the head through the glass. The sound of shattering glass alerted his wife, Katie Starks, who rushed to see what had happened. She witnessed Virgil attempt to rise, only to collapse again as he died. Desperate, Katie tried to call the police, but as she reached for the phone, she was shot in the face. Bleeding and disoriented, she stumbled toward another room, searching for a firearm, but before she could arm herself, she heard footsteps outside. In a final bid for survival, Katie ran across the street to a neighbor's house and managed to say, "Virgil's dead," before collapsing. Her neighbor, alarmed by the unfolding tragedy, grabbed his rifle and fired warning shots into the air to alert others. Soon, another neighbor joined him, and together they helped get Keddie to the hospital. The string of violent attacks plunged Texarkana into widespread panic. Shops quickly ran out of guns and ammunition, and residents became fearful of venturing out after dark. Teenagers, too, began setting up traps in an attempt to lure or catch the mysterious attacker, dubbed the Phantom Killer. Police, desperate for leads, sometimes worked with these vigilant locals, asking them to park their cars and wait to see if the killer would approach, or even setting up decoys. However, these efforts only added to the chaos. In one instance, vigilante teenagers nearly shot an Arkansas state trooper who had stopped to inquire about their suspicious behavior. On another occasion, police were forced to shoot the tires off a car trailing a bus, only to discover that a high school student was inside. Despite the frantic search and mounting fear, the identity of the Phantom Killer remained elusive. At one point, investigators suspected a local car thief named U.L. Swinney. He was arrested in July of that year, and during a lengthy interrogation, his wife, U.L., provided a detailed account implicating him. However, her story kept changing, and eventually she retracted her confession entirely. Although some of her details, like the location where some victims' personal belongings had been discarded, were verified, the evidence against Swinney was largely circumstantial. Charged with other crimes such as car theft and counterfeiting, he was never formally tried for the murders. Many in the community still believe that he may have been the Phantom Killer, or perhaps that he was part of a broader conspiracy. But the truth has never been confirmed. The LaLaurie Mansion, New Orleans, USA, torture and murder site. Madame LaLaurie was a sadistic socialite who tortured and murdered her slaves in horrific ways. After her secret was exposed in 1834, she fled, and her mansion was abandoned multiple times due to paranormal activity. Madame LaLaurie, born Marie Delphine McAfee on March 19, 1787, into a prominent Creole family of New Orleans, became a central figure in the social elite before her dark legacy emerged. Though little is known of her early childhood, her family's status assured her a life of comfort. At the tender age of 13, she married Don Ramon, a high-ranking Spanish royal officer, and in 1804, she traveled to Spain with him. However, that first marriage soon fell apart. By June 1808, she remarried a prominent banker, merchant, and lawyer named John Blanc, who even purchased a home at 409 Royal Street for her. This grand residence, later known as Villa Blanca, became the stage for a seemingly comfortable life in which she bore 4 children and attended exclusive cocktail parties, private balls, and lavish gatherings that defined New Orleans high society. But behind the glittering facade, LaLaurie was constructing something far more sinister. In 1831, she acquired a property at 1140 Wall Street and took charge of it in her own name. On that land, she built a 2-story mansion and an annex specifically designed for slaves. Over time, LaLaurie earned a terrible reputation for the way she treated her slaves. Rumors began to circulate that many had died at her hands in a secret, ominous room atop the mansion. Accounts from the time tell of slaves who were mutilated, butchered, and even subjected to cruel experiments. British social theorist Harriet Martineau described LaLaurie's slaves as haggard and wretched, though some records also claim that she was, at times, solicitous about their health. In fact, court records even indicate that she once freed 2 slaves. Yet other, more disturbing stories emerged. One infamous account tells of a 12-year-old slave girl named Leah, who was brushing LaLaurie's hair when the mistress became so enraged that she grabbed a whip and chased the terrified girl to the roof of the mansion. The girl, in her desperation, either leaped or was pushed off. Her body was later rumored to have been dumped in the well on the property. This incident led to an investigation, forcing LaLaurie to forfeit 9 slaves as punishment. Instead of learning from this, however, she later chained the cook to the kitchen stove. At one point, even her own daughters tried to intervene and free the slaves, but when they did, LaLaurie severely beat them. The true horror of LaLaurie's cruelty was revealed during a fire on April 10, 1834, which engulfed much of her mansion. Fire marshals discovered that the blaze had forced an evacuation, and in the chaos they found the cook, a 70-year-old woman still tied to the stove. miraculously surviving the inferno. The cook later claimed that she had started the fire in a desperate bid to end her own suffering, fearful of further punishment at LaLaurie's hands. When bystanders attempted to enter the slave quarters to rescue those held captive, they found the doors locked. In desperation, they forced their way in, only to be confronted by a scene of unspeakable brutality. 7 slaves, horribly mutilated, were discovered. Some were suspended by the neck, their limbs stretched and torn. Others, including slave women in iron collars and an elderly woman with a grievous head wound, were left in conditions that reeked of death. There were even lurid accounts, later dismissed as exaggerations, of male slaves who had had their eyes gouged out, fingernails ripped from their fingers, their skin removed, and their flesh carved with deep gouges. Although these extreme descriptions come from sources such as Jean Delavin's Ghost Stories of Old New Orleans, which drew on old newspaper interviews and local lore, they remain controversial and largely unsourced by contemporary records. Adding another layer of mystery is the suggestion that LaLaurie's own cruelty may have been partly fueled by her family background. Some historians speculate that her male relatives, including her father, were known to have mistresses and secret liaisons with black women, a fact that might have twisted her views on race and power. When news of LaLaurie's atrocities finally broke, the public reacted with shock and horror. A mob rushed to her mansion and nearly razed it to the ground, but instead of being captured by the furious citizens, LaLaurie managed to escape. According to some accounts, she fled with her husband to Paris, where she purportedly lived the rest of her days free from punishment. Other legends suggest that she was killed during a hunting trip when a wild boar attacked her, or that she returned to New Orleans incognito, abandoning her former life of opulence. A solemn plaque discovered in the late 1930s in a New Orleans cemetery, however, states that Madame LaLaurie died in Paris on December 7, 1842. The Bloody Bender's Cabin, Kansas, USA, serial killer family. The Bender family ran an inn in the 1870s, where they murdered at least a dozen travelers by smashing their heads with hammers and dumping the bodies in a nearby field. When authorities got close, the Benders vanished, and their house was left to rot. In the 1870s, Osage Township in Kansas was a quiet settlement along the Great Otage Trail, a well-traveled Native American route through the Midwest. Travelers passing through could stop at the Wayside Inn, a modest establishment run by the Bender family. Yet guests soon discovered that the inn held dark secrets far beyond a simple lodging. Like much of the 19th century Midwest, Osage Township's history was deeply shaped by the relocation of Native American peoples. After the American Civil War ended in 1865, government removed Native Americans from Lebec County, Kansas, relocating them to a new reservation in Oklahoma. The vacated land was then offered to homesteaders. By 1870, much of the area that would become Osage Township was acquired by 5 families of spiritualists, inspired by the religious fervor of America's Third Great Awakening. One of these families was led by John Bender Sr., who arrived in the township with his son John Jr. and his alleged wife Aloe Vera, along with her daughter Kate. John Bender Sr. was about 60 years old, while Aloe Vera was in her early 40s. However, local residents speculated that Aloe Vera might have actually been his sister. John Jr. was 25 and Kate was 23. The family, commonly believed to have come from Germany or the Low Countries, presented an air of mystery. John Bender Sr. struggled with English, while Aloe Vera, who preferred to be known as Mar, claimed difficulty communicating, despite clearly understanding more than she let on. In contrast, John Jr. and Kate were fluent, often speaking on behalf of their parents. Determined to build a new life, the Benders set about making their home in Osage Township as comfortable as possible. By the end of 1871, they had constructed a cabin and a barn, established a large vegetable garden, and planted trees to form an orchard on a fenced piece of land. The small cabin was divided in half. One side served as their modest dwelling, while the other was converted into a general store and an inn, the Wayside Inn. Although the accommodations were bare and the inn offered only poor lodging for 1 or 2 travelers sharing a room, it was dry and provided much-needed shelter for those passing along the Great Otage Trail. Among the locals, the Bender family quickly acquired a reputation for being odd. John Jr. was known for his bouts of aimless laughter, while Kate claimed to be a healer who could communicate with the dead, regularly conducting seances and giving lectures on spiritualism. As word spread that she advocated free love, her notoriety grew. Consequently, the Wayside Inn became a well-known stop for men seeking rest during their travels. Travelers, however, were not the only ones who suffered at the inn. In early summer 1871, the body of a gentleman named Mr. Jones was discovered in Drum Creek, not far from the inn. There was no clear indication of who had committed the crime, although suspicion briefly fell on the owner of Drum Creek due to his proximity to the scene. A few months later, 2 more bodies were found on the prairie near Osage Township. These victims had their throats slit and had been struck with a blunt object, the same fate that Mr. Jones had met. As the reputation of Drum Creek grew as a place where travelers might encounter horse thieves or other villains, reports of missing people became so widespread that many began to avoid the area entirely. Vigilance committees formed. However, instead of maintaining peace, these groups often arrested innocent men, only to have them later released by the authorities. Investigators eventually discovered that both of the later victims had stayed at the Wayside Inn. It appeared that the murders were carried out in a systematic fashion. Kate, the self-proclaimed healer, was an outgoing and attractive woman who charmed male guests into sitting in a small room adjacent to a canvas wall that separated the inn from the rest of the property. While these visitors were distracted, either John Bender Sr. or his son would emerge from behind the canvas and attack the unsuspecting guest with a heavy blunt instrument, probably a sledgehammer. Then, either Kate or her mother, who sometimes assisted, would follow up to ensure that the victim was dead. Wealthier travelers, especially those who arrived with horses or were known to be carrying money, were particularly targeted. After the brutal murders, the victims' bodies were thrown through a trapdoor into a cellar for temporary storage before being disposed of. Some bodies were later found scattered across the prairie or along Drum Creek. Throughout 1872 and 1873, the Benders began to bury their victims in their orchard. Several further murders occurred during this period. For instance, a man named Ben Brown from Howard County, Kansas, who was carrying a large sum of money, was killed and buried in the orchard. In December 1872, a gentleman named George Launcher visited the inn with his infant daughter. Launcher was relocating from Independence, Kansas, with plans to settle in Iowa, and he was carrying approximately $1,900 in cash. However, neither he nor his daughter ever made it to Iowa. They were both buried in the Benders' orchard, and shockingly, it was later discovered that the infant daughter had been buried alive. Around the same time, a man named Johnny Boyle was killed, likely over a dispute involving his horse and saddle, and his body was discarded down a bend. The murders continued into 1873, and by that time, at least a dozen travelers had been killed. In the spring of 1873, Dr. William Henry York, a friend of George Launcher, who had been murdered along with his daughter in December 1872, decided to search for his missing friend by following the same trail the Launchers had taken. Dr. York passed through Osage Township in mid-March 1873, but was never seen again. His disappearance spurred a full-scale search across the region, led by his prominent brothers, including Colonel Alexander York, a Civil War veteran, lawyer, and member of the Kansas State Senate. Colonel York arrived at the Wayside Inn on March 28, 1873, where the Benders admitted that Dr. York had stayed with them for a few nights, but left the very next day. They speculated that he might have been attacked on the trail, a possibility that Colonel York considered seriously. As suspicions about the Bender family grew, local residents began to report strange encounters. Colonel York returned to the Bender establishment and confronted the family with the accusations. The Benders denied everything, and in a heated exchange, Olivera Bender became so enraged that she called the accuser a witch and ordered Colonel York and his men to leave her house. In doing so, she inadvertently revealed that she spoke much better English than she had previously let on. Although Colonel York's men were convinced of the family's guilt and wanted to arrest them and search their property, the colonel insisted that concrete evidence was needed before any action could be taken. Before departing, Kate requested that the colonel return alone the following Friday night, claiming that her clairvoyant abilities would help locate his missing brother. In the meantime, neighboring communities began to hold Osage Township responsible for the increasing number of disappearances. To restore order, Colonel York convened a public meeting at the local schoolhouse, which was attended by 75 residents, including John Bender Jr. At the meeting, it was agreed that a search warrant would be obtained to inspect every homestead between Big Hill Creek and Dumb Creek, covering all of Osage Township. 3 days later, a local farmer named Billy Tall, while driving his cattle past the property, noticed that the inn was abandoned and that the farm animals had not been fed. He reported this to the town trustee, who then called for volunteers to help search the Bender property. Due to inclement weather, the search did not commence immediately. When the search party, led by Colonel York, eventually reached the property, they found that the Benders had fled in a hurry. However, a thorough inspection of the cabin revealed blood residue in the cellar and freshly dug holes in the orchard. Colonel York ordered his men to dig further, and they soon uncovered what appeared to be a graveyard of the Benders' previous guests. Among the findings were the body of Colonel York's brother, several hammers including a sledgehammer, and additional evidence that would later upend the family's story. It turned out that the Benders were not who they claimed to be. A prayer book and other documents revealed that John Bender was actually named John Flickinger. His son's real name was John Gebhardt, and Olivera Bender's true name was Almira McGriffiths. Their daughter Kate was actually named Eliza. Despite these revelations, the family had managed to escape a few days later. Their wagon was found outside Thayer, about 12 miles from the Wayside Inn. Subsequent investigations showed that the younger members of the family had headed southwest by train and other transport methods to Texas and possibly New Mexico, while John Bender Sr. and Almira appeared to have taken a different route, heading toward Missouri. Within weeks, Colonel York and the governor of Kansas offered cash rewards of $1,000 and $2,000 respectively for their capture, but eventually the trail went cold. In Kansas, many people still wonder what became of the infamous family. Occasionally, vigilante possess formed based on rumored sightings, but these groups often returned with only innocent victims, either mistaken for the Benders or, in some instances, killed under the false belief that they were part of the missing family. One member of the family, known as John Gebhardt, or John Bender Jr., disappeared into outlaw territory in West Texas and was never officially seen again. It remains unclear whether Eliza, Kate, was with him or if she later reunited with her mother in Michigan, where Mary Bender is said to have fled. Rumors about their background persisted for many years. In 1889, a mother and daughter arrested for larceny in Michigan were accused of being Almira Bender and Kate Bender. Although some locals who remembered the early 1870s believed the pair were indeed Almira and Kate, the evidence was too vague to positively identify them, and the judge discharged both. In effect, the Bloody Benders escaped justice for the numerous murders committed in Osage Township, during which more than a dozen victims were killed. A cursed mansion where a father allegedly tied his daughter to a chair in the sun, leading to her death. Multiple mysterious deaths have occurred here, and visitors report an overwhelming sense of dread near the house. The house is located in an area built over Native American burial sites and former slave burial grounds. Savannah's historic foundations have long been associated with local legends and accounts of curses, which some say contribute to the unusual events reported in the city. In 1868, a Civil War veteran named Benjamin Wilson purchased property in the Calhoun Square area of Savannah on Abercorn Street and built an elaborate house. Shortly after moving in, his wife died from yellow fever. Following her death, Benjamin Wilson entered a period of deep grief. He became an abusive and strict father to his daughters. In one episode, disapproving of his daughter's frequent play with children from a nearby public school, the Massey Common School, which was the first public school in Georgia, he punished her severely. Wilson placed his daughter in a chair that was positioned in a bedroom window overlooking the school. He tied her wrists and ankles to the chair and forced her to sit there for several days in the intense heat. The punishment ultimately led to her death. Overcome with grief and guilt later, Benjamin Wilson returned to the room where his daughter had been confined. He sat in the same chair and shortly afterward shot himself in the head. In the 1960s, a new family acquired the house. While they lived there, they also rented out rooms. At Christmas that year, this family invited friends who brought their 2 children. After the guests left, the owners later discovered that someone had broken into the house during that period. 3 of the children had been killed, and their bodies were arranged in a triangular formation. The 4th child was found hidden in a closet. The surviving child eventually grew up to become the owner of the house. Local legends also report that a student from the Savannah College of Art and Design disappeared from the property. Some accounts suggest that he may have fallen through a portal in one of the house's walls. Today, the house remains privately owned and is known solely by its street address. Although it is not open to the public, it is frequently mentioned on ghost tours in Savannah. Skeleton Cave, Arizona, USA. A tragic site where Apache women and children were slaughtered by Spanish soldiers in the 1800s. This cave is hidden among the rocks above the Salt River, between Canyon Lake and Apache Lake. In Arizona's past, there were many dark and terrible moments, and this massacre stands out as one of the worst. In December 1872, Lieutenant Colonel George Crook of the U.S. 5th Cavalry was leading a campaign in the area. He believed that an Apache chief, known for opposing the reservation, was hiding in Skeleton Cave with his warriors. Acting on this mistaken information, Crook sent Captain James Burns to the cave after learning its location from someone named Humuthia. On a cold morning, December 28, 1872, a company of 130 soldiers, led by Captain William H. Brown and guided by an Apache scout named Nanajay, marched toward the cave. As they approached, the soldiers fired at a small group of Native Americans gathered around a fire outside the cave, killing at least 6 people. Soon after, the warriors inside the cave began to shout and throw arrows at the soldiers, who stayed safe behind the rocks. According to Captain John Bork, the Native Americans, called the Yavapai, reacted with both anger and defiance. Captain Brown ordered his men to fire rapidly, aiming at the roof of the cave, so that the bullets would bounce down on the people hiding there. This plan worked very well. The ricocheting bullets hit many of the people inside. During the chaos, a 4-year-old boy ran to the cave's mouth, standing there in shock with his thumb in his mouth. Captain Bork later said that bullets flew past his head, knocking him down, but an Apache scout named Nantajay quickly pulled him to safety. The soldiers even paused for a moment, cheering, before they resumed their intense firing. The attack finally ended when a group of soldiers from Troop G of the 5th Cavalry appeared on a ledge above the cave. They began throwing rocks and shooting at the Native Americans hiding below. The survivors' screams slowly faded to silence. When the soldiers entered the cave, they found that all the men had been killed, while the surviving women and children were captured and taken to Fort Grant. After the battle, the soldiers put away their weapons and left the dead where they lay. The fighting had lasted for about 4 hours. For more than 50 years, the skeletons inside the cave were left unburied, giving the cave its name, Skeleton Cave, and the place was known for the smell and sight of decaying bones. Many years later, a visitor testified that even after 61 years, the bleached bones of the dead could still be seen inside and around the cave. One young survivor, an infant who had almost drowned under his deceased mother, later grew up to become a well-known doctor and a leader of the Yavapai people. He was raised by a wealthy man from the East who paid for his schooling after he was adopted by a Maricopa woman. This man, who was Captain Burns's cousin, became known as Dr. Carlos Montezuma, a name he later used in public. The exact number of Native Americans killed or captured at Skeleton Cave is still disputed today. In an application for the National Register of Historic Places, figures were given that counted 54 dead and 20 captured during Crook's winter campaign of 1872 to 1873. the Weerth 11 Forest Massacre, Belgium. The U.S. Army's 333rd Field Artillery Group arrived in Belgium in October 1944 after fighting in Normandy and Brittany. They were assigned to a quiet sector of the front near the village of Schönberg, close to St. Vith, in an area of low mountains and forests known as the Ardennes. Their primary mission was to provide fire support for the U.S. 106th Infantry Division, which was tasked with guarding the frontier with Germany. At that time, the 333rd was a racially segregated unit. Its commanding officer and battery commanders were white, while the junior officers, NCOs, and enlisted men were African American. Although the U.S. Army remained legally segregated until 1948, and in practice until 1953, the contributions of these soldiers have often been written out of history. Originally activated as a so-called colored unit in August 1942 and reorganized in March 1943 as the 333rd Field Artillery Group, this unit would soon face one of the most racially charged challenges of the war. The African American soldiers of the 333rd found themselves pitted against Germany's most racially obsessed military force, the Waffen-SS. Their artillerymen became the victims of Germany's last major offensive in the West, the Ardennes Offensive. Adolf Hitler had planned to unleash his panzer and infantry forces through the dense forests of Belgium and Luxembourg, racing to seize the Meuse River and capture the Allied supply port at Antwerp. His objective was clear. Recapturing Antwerp would completely disrupt supplies on the Western Front and isolate the U.S. and British armies from one another, potentially forcing a negotiated peace in the West, while allowing him to concentrate on the massive Soviet threat in the East. Although the German High Command considered the plan overly ambitious due to severe shortages of manpower and fuel, as well as a loss of air superiority in the West, the failed assassination attempt on Hitler in July 1944 left few generals willing to oppose his orders. The entire plan depended on foul weather to conceal the movement of German columns from Allied air power and on rapid armored thrusts to reach the Meuse River before the Allies could mount an effective counterattack. On the morning of December 16, 1944, the German attack finally broke out. The positions held by the 333rd were located roughly 11 miles behind the U.S. front line, a line that was quickly pierced in several places as German infantry stormed across rivers to assault widely scattered U.S. forward outposts. German artillery pounded the Schönberg area, and in the ensuing chaos, the surprised American forces soon found themselves facing powerful German tank columns that bypassed the remaining surrounded infantry units at the front, advancing west with Volksgrenadiers close behind. That same afternoon, the 333rd was ordered to withdraw westward to avoid a direct assault. By the morning of December 17th, German panzers and infantry had captured nearby Schönberg and the bridge connecting the village to St. Vith. Those who survived were captured and marched down the German column. Yet not all of the 333rd artillerymen were willing to surrender. A small group consisting of 11 men managed to escape into the woods during the confusion of a U.S. air attack. Determined, they fought their way across the countryside, hoping to reach friendly U.S. lines. By the afternoon, the exhausted, cold, wet, and hungry American soldiers found themselves approaching the hamlet of Weerth, a small community of just 9 houses. This turned out to be a grave miscalculation. Like many border communities along the Belgian-German frontier, Weerth had once been part of Germany, and many of its inhabitants were of German ancestry. Some villagers in Weerth had even welcomed the German army in 1940 and had sons serving in the Wehrmacht in 1944. The 11 American soldiers took a chance and banged on the door of the first. The owner, Matthias Langer, a man of German descent who was also a Belgian patriot, welcomed the weary, desperate soldiers into his home. The unofficial leader of the group, Technical Sergeant James Aubrey Stewart, spoke with Mr. Langer, requesting assistance to warm up, dry off, and eat before they attempted to rejoin U.S. lines. Although the young GIs offered any French and Belgian francs they had on hand, Mr. Langer, eager to help, provided them shelter without demanding payment. However, not all of Langer's neighbors shared his patriotic spirit. The 11 soldiers, in their desperation, inadvertently found themselves in the path of the main German spearheads, which were rapidly advancing toward the Meuse River. Technical Sergeant Stewart and his men had briefly enjoyed Mr. Langer's hospitality. Yet unknown to them, or to Mr. Langer, a neighbor from Wereth, a loyal German with a son serving in the German army, made contact with elements of Kampfgruppe Hansen shortly thereafter. A Schwimmwagen jeep soon approached the Langer residence, carrying 4 heavily armed SS Panzer Grenadiers. Realizing that further resistance was futile, Technical Sergeant Stewart and his 11 men surrendered. They had only 2 rifles and a few bullets between them, and they were determined not to endanger the Langer family, which included several young children. Stewart and his men were forced to sit in the road under guard until sunset while the SS interrogated the Langer family. Around 7 p.m. on December 17, the Langers last saw the American soldiers being herded off along a dark road. Evidence discovered in February 1945 revealed that Stewart and the 10 other soldiers were forced into a field approximately 900 yards from Wereth. Examination of the remains showed that these 11 African-American soldiers had been brutally murdered, unlike the 85 American soldiers who had been gunned down at Malmedy on the same day. The soldiers at Wereth had suffered not only fatal gunshot wounds, but also extreme torture. They were severely beaten with rifle butts, sustained multiple broken bones, were run over by a jeep, and were bayoneted in the eyes. Some were also shot. Their bodies were left in the field and eventually covered by falling snow. Unlike the Malmedy massacre, which U.S. authorities later used to galvanize their troops, the Wereth massacre was declared top secret, and its full truth was buried even after it became known in February 1945. It was not until 2004 that a memorial to the Wereth 11 was dedicated on the Langer property, finally bringing this dark chapter into public consciousness. Brian Kohberger's selfie. On November 13, 2022, a horrific crime shocked Moscow, Idaho. 4 University of Idaho students, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were brutally murdered in an off-campus house. The attacker, armed with a knife, entered the home between 3 and 5 a.m. while the victims slept. 2 surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, were unharmed despite being present during the attack. The 3-story house on King Road was known as a student gathering spot. Madison and Kaylee occupied the 3rd floor, Xana and Ethan the 2nd, and Dylan and Bethany the 1st. After a night out, the victims returned home by 2 a.m. Around 4 a.m., a food delivery arrived for Xana. Shortly after, Dylan heard noises, including crying and a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'll help you." She later glimpsed a masked figure in black leaving the house. Dylan described the intruder as a man about 5'10" with an athletic build and bushy eyebrows, wearing a black balaclava mask that covered his entire face except his eyes. The bodies were discovered hours later at noon. Brian Kohberger, 28, a criminology PhD student at nearby Washington State University, was arrested weeks later. Originally from Pennsylvania, he earned degrees in psychology and criminal justice, studying under experts in serial killers. Colleagues described him as intelligent but socially awkward, with a history of condescension toward women. His research focused on criminal behavior, including surveys asking offenders about their emotions during crimes. Prosecutors later revealed a chilling 12-page essay Kohberger wrote during his time at DeSales University titled "Crime Scene Scenario Final." The paper, described as a how-to for handling a crime scene, detailed forensic strategies for a hypothetical stabbing, including photographing defensive wounds, analyzing hesitation marks, and avoiding evidence contamination. Prosecutors argue this essay demonstrates his obsession with murder and knowledge of police procedures. Investigators found Kohberger had stalked the King Road house at least 12 times prior to the murders, often late at night. He drove a white Hyundai Elantra, lacking a front license plate as registered in Pennsylvania. 10 months before the murders, he purchased a black balaclava mask from a Dick's Sporting Goods in Pittsburgh, a mask prosecutors say was identical to the one described by Dylan. On the night of the crime, his phone was turned off during the attack but tracked traveling between Pullman, Washington and Moscow, Idaho. Security footage captured his car near the house during the murders. Kohberger allegedly entered through a sliding door, attacking the victims with a knife. A leather sheath, later found on Maddie's bed, contained DNA matching Kohberger's. The next morning, he returned to the area, possibly monitoring police activity. He resumed classes but grew withdrawn. A selfie taken 6 hours after the murders, showing Kohberger's distinctively bushy eyebrows, was cited by prosecutors as corroborating Dylan's eyewitness account. Police identified the Hyundai Elantra via surveillance. Washington State University linked the car to Kohberger. DNA from the sheath was matched to trash at his Pennsylvania home. On December 30th, FBI agents arrested him there. He was found sealing trash in plastic bags, possibly to hide evidence. Items seized included black clothing, a gun, and a knife. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary. His trial, initially set for June 2023, is now scheduled for August 2025 after delays. Prosecutors cite cell data, DNA, and eyewitness accounts, including Dylan's sketch of the balaclava mask and her description of the intruder's eyebrows. They argue Kohberger's academic background encouraged him to try to commit the perfect crime, pointing to his criminology essay and mask purchase as evidence of premeditation. Motive remains unclear, though speculation includes obsession with one victim or a desire to test his knowledge of criminal investigations. The King Road house was donated to the university and demolished. Kohberger, a vegan, remains jailed in Idaho, closely following case updates. His defense claims innocence, but evidence against him is substantial. Key mysteries include why the survivors were spared and how Kohberger selected his victims. Despite his criminology expertise, critical errors, leaving the sheath, using his car, and failing to obscure his eyebrows, led to his capture. This photo captures what appears to be an ordinary summer day in America, showing a man casually enjoying time with neighborhood children. However, there's a chilling twist. The man pictured is Ted Bundy, one of history's most notorious serial killers. Behind this normal-looking photo lies the dark reality of a criminal responsible for the deaths of over 30 victims. Ali Naderi went missing on August 23, 2020, in British Columbia, Canada. On that day, Naderi was hiking Eagle Mountain, a favorite destination thanks to its easily accessible location near the Vancouver suburbs. The area offers a variety of trails for hiking, mountain biking, and even horseback riding. Although it remains wild, Eagle Mountain is relatively less isolated compared to deeper wilderness spots. The 52-year-old Naderi had frequented Eagle Mountain so often that reports suggested he might have hiked there almost daily, meaning he knew the area and its terrain well. However, on August 23, 2020, something went terribly wrong when Naderi ventured into the woods and never returned to his vehicle. His car, parked at the trailhead near some homes, caught the attention of a neighbor on the night he vanished, leading to a quick missing persons report, a critical early development in the case. The search received another boost on the second day when investigators recovered a photo taken on the day he disappeared. Captured by a motion-activated trail camera, the image showed Naderi hiking along the familiar trail, much like he had done countless times before. It remains unclear who owned the camera or why it was installed along the trail, but the photograph was pivotal to the investigation. It placed Naderi at a precise location at a specific time, allowing authorities to narrow down the search area. Yet rather than serving as the breakthrough that would reunite his family with him, the photo eventually morphed into a disturbing snapshot of what was likely his final day. The search lasted a full week, with hundreds of volunteers deploying drones, dogs, helicopters, and other resources. They reportedly scoured approximately 48,000 square meters of trail, and the search was eventually suspended. A man hiking a familiar, well-trafficked area, with photographic evidence confirming his presence at a known time during a mild summer, yet he simply vanished. Foul play was not seriously suspected, and no clear theories have emerged about what happened after that fateful photo was taken. Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès was born on January 9, 1961, in Versailles, France, into an aristocratic family with roots stretching back to the pre-revolutionary era. His father, Bernard de Ligonnès, was an engineer educated at the prestigious École Centrale Paris, while his mother, Geneviève, was a devout Catholic whose rigid religious practices dominated Xavier's upbringing. The family's lineage included military officers, a viceroy, bishops, and knights of the Legion of Honor, a heritage that instilled in Xavier a deep sense of entitlement and social status. Despite their wealth, his childhood was austere and regimented. He attended daily mass at 6 a.m., memorized Latin prayers, and participated in catechism classes, though he later confessed these rituals felt hollow, fostering resentment rather than faith. A defining trauma occurred when Xavier was 10 years old. His father, Bernard, a charismatic but unreliable figure described as a playboy, abandoned the family and moved to Africa, leaving only sporadic letters as contact. This abandonment destabilized Xavier, exacerbating his emotional detachment and fueling a lifelong struggle with identity. Despite this upheaval, he completed his education, earning a bachelor's degree in industrial technology and sustainable development at 20. However, his professional life floundered. He worked as a salesman and launched a series of vague, unsuccessful businesses, including Cellule, a company targeting traveling salespeople and restaurant clients. Financial instability plagued him, and by his 40s, he was drowning in over 150,000 euros of debt. In the 1980s, Xavier met Agnès Hervieux, a single mother raising a son, Arthur, from a previous relationship. The couple married in 1991, and Xavier adopted Arthur, an unusual choice in their conservative Catholic circles. They later had 3 biological children, Thomas, Anne, and Benoit. To outsiders, the family appeared idyllic, a middle-class household in Nantes with 2 Labrador dogs. Privately, however, the marriage strained under Xavier's controlling behavior. In 2004, Agnès anonymously confided on a French forum about her fear of her husband's authoritarianism, writing, "The father is the head. He gives an order. We execute it without questioning." The family's financial collapse accelerated in early 2011 after Bernard's death. Xavier, hoping to inherit wealth to resolve his debts, discovered there was no money left. Desperate and humiliated, he began planning a horrific escape. In March 2011, he inherited his father's .22 caliber rifle, practiced shooting at a range, and purchased a silencer, cement, lime, and digging tools. On the night of April 4, he drugged Agnès, 21, Benoit, 18, Arthur, and the family dogs with sleeping pills, then shot each twice in the head. He buried their bodies under the terrace in the backyard, covering them with lime to hasten decomposition, and placing religious icons on their shrouds. The next day, Xavier lured Thomas, 25, their eldest, home by fabricating a story about Agnes being injured in a cycling accident. That evening, the pair dined at La Table de la Bergerie, an upscale restaurant in Nantes, where witnesses noted Thomas appeared ill, and the meal was eerily silent. After returning home, Xavier murdered Thomas and buried him with the others. To conceal the crime, Xavier spun elaborate lies. He told friends the family had entered the U.S. Witness Protection Program due to his work as a DEA informant, and informed schools they had moved to Australia. On April 11th, neighbors grew suspicious after finding a note on the door instructing, "Return all mail to sender," and reported the family's absence. Police discovered the bodies on April 21st, but Xavier had already vanished. In his final days, he methodically erased traces of his life. He closed bank accounts, settled bills, and visited nostalgic locations. On April 12th, he checked into a luxury hotel in southern France, dined alone on expensive wine, and withdrew cash in Lassay-sur-Quan, a town tied to his past. The last confirmed sighting was on April 15, 2011, when he left a budget hotel in Roquebrune-sur-Argens carrying a large bag, likely containing the murder weapon. The final known images of Xavier were captured during these fleeting moments, snapshots of a man who had just brutally murdered his entire family. An international arrest warrant was swiftly issued, and Xavier's photograph flooded media outlets worldwide, turning him into one of Europe's most recognizable fugitives. Despite one of France's largest manhunts, involving hundreds of officers, search dogs, and Interpol alerts, Xavier disappeared without a trace. Over the years, false leads emerged. A 2015 letter claiming "I am still alive," sent to a journalist, a 2018 raid on a monastery after a Xavier look-alike monk was reported, and a 2019 false arrest of a man in Scotland. None yielded breakthroughs. Some theorize Xavier committed suicide in southern France's remote wilderness, citing emails he sent in 2010 referencing collective suicide and self-immolation. Others believe his meticulous planning, destroying documents, withdrawing cash, hints at a new identity abroad. A fringe theory, fueled by Xavier's own lies, suggests he entered witness protection, though the DEA denies any involvement. As of 2024, Xavier remains on France's most wanted list. At first glance, the image of Araki eating donuts seems completely harmless. A simple photo of the famous manga artist Hoichi Araki, best known for creating JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, enjoying 2 large donuts. Yet some people find the picture strangely unsettling. A rumor began that just looking at the image could infect your computer with a virus that might randomly trigger a jump scare later in the day. Because jump scares can be very startling, many people chose to avoid the photo altogether. But where did this odd story come from? And why was this picture linked to such a bizarre idea? A team of online researchers decided to investigate the history of both the picture and the rumor. They discovered that the Araki donut photo had been shared online for quite some time, with posts going back to around 2014. However, the photo itself actually comes from an even older source. On October 5, 2012, Hoichi Araki released a special magazine called JoJo Manun to celebrate the 25th anniversary of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The magazine featured exclusive artwork, interviews, and articles. One article described a visit Araki made to a flea market in Brooklyn during his trip to New York City. Among several pictures of the market was a memorable image of Araki eating 2 large donuts, likely bought from a nearby stand. The picture was taken with a high-quality magazine camera, making it very clear and detailed for its time. When the image was scanned and uploaded online, its file size often reached 3 to 4 megabytes in PNG format. While the picture looks ordinary, its unusual clarity and the fact that it shows something as mundane as eating donuts made some people suspicious. They wondered why anyone would take such a high-resolution photo of a simple act like eating donuts. This suspicion mixed with real online security worries at that time. In the early 2010s, image-based malware was a serious concern. Hackers could hide harmful code inside images using tricks like steganography or the magic PNG thumbnail exploit. If an image was opened in a web browser, it could secretly download malware or viruses. Because of these fears, some users, especially those not well versed in computer security, became paranoid that the clear donut photo might be one of these traps. Moreover, the visible pixelation artifacts from the magazine print made the image look a bit like the kind of pixelated images sometimes used to set up jump scares. As with many online urban legends, people began to exaggerate the original story. Some even called the picture the Donut Man and compared it to other strange image legends. This mix of computer fears and online horror stories created what some researchers call the creepypasta effect, an urban legend that grows and changes over time, becoming more dramatic and disconnected from its original idea. Vishnu Viswanath and Meenakshi Murthy were a young married couple originally from India. By 2018, they had relocated to the United States for work, travel, and to capture the country's breathtaking landscapes. Naturally, that meant visiting numerous national parks and taking a lot of photos. In March 2018, they visited the Grand Canyon in Arizona and shared a photo on Instagram. Part of the caption read, "A lot of us, including yours truly, are fans of daredevil stunts like standing at the edge of cliffs and skyscrapers. But did you know that wind gusts can be fatal? Is our life worth one photo?" That Instagram post didn't raise many eyebrows at first, but it would later prove tragically ironic. In October 2018, the couple headed to Yosemite National Park in California and made a short trek to a popular spot known as Taft Point. Taft Point features a ledge where hikers can get perilously close, with no railing at all, and countless online photos showcase its sheer drop. Although these images are undeniably scenic, they also highlight a dangerously risky spot. When Viswanath and Murthy arrived at Taft Point, they weren't alone. The area was bustling with around a dozen other hikers. One young couple at the overlook distinctly remembered Morthy, both for her striking bright pink hair and because she was dangerously close to the cliff's edge. Sean Madison recalled, "She gave me the willies, there weren't any railings, and I wasn't about to get that close to the edge." After snapping a few selfies, Madison and his girlfriend left for their car while Viswanath and Morthy stayed behind. Eventually, the couple set up a camera on a tripod in an attempt to capture a photo from the cliff's edge. The following morning, hikers found a chilling scene at Taft Point, a tripod and camera left near the edge with no one in sight. Authorities were notified, and it wasn't long before the bodies of Viswanath and Morthy were recovered at the bottom of the cliff. It appears they had fallen off while trying to take that photo, a tragic end coming just a few months after their Grand Canyon Instagram warning. Further investigation revealed that both Viswanath and Morthy had alcohol in their systems at the time of their deaths. Although the precise level of intoxication was never determined, and there were no reports of them acting belligerently on the trail, it seems they had only had a small amount to drink. Nonetheless, mixing cliff selfies with even a little alcohol proved fatal. There's one more disturbingly eerie twist. After learning about the couple's fate, Sean Madison and his girlfriend reviewed the photos they'd taken that day at Taft Point. In a chilling coincidence, they found that they had inadvertently captured images with Morthy in the background, her vivid pink hair unmistakable. Those photos turned out to be her last. This photo depicts a 1910 prison baseball team with an eerie twist. The incarcerated players weren't just competing for sport, they were fighting to stay alive. The men's executions were postponed indefinitely, but only as long as they kept winning games. The Nessie wormhole film is one of the most enigmatic pieces of footage in the realm of cryptozoology. Captured by John Eric Beckord, a polarizing figure in both cryptozoology and paranormal studies, the film purportedly shows a shape-shifting creature at Loch Ness, hinting that the famed monster might be capable of moving through wormholes. Although Beckord made these extraordinary claims, the original film has been missing for decades, with only a handful of still images surfacing over time. Beckord reportedly presented this footage at the 1987 International Society of Cryptozoology Conference in Edinburgh, where it sparked debate. Observers noted that the film depicted a white, amorphous shape that did not resemble any typical reptilian creature. However, some notable cryptozoologists at the conference, including Dr. Carl Schuker and Professor Henry Bauer, claimed they never saw the film. Efforts to trace the film led Beckord through a series of dead ends. He attempted to contact a woman named Christine, or Chris Pitts, allegedly his fiancée, but no records linked anyone by that name to his narrative. The breakthrough came when he reached out to his sister, Pamela Beckord Forbes, who then connected him with Dr. Molly Squire, a longtime collaborator in his research. Dr. Squire confirmed that the film still exists and is stored along with Beckord's other materials at the Willow Creek China Flat Museum in California. Although it hasn't been digitized for public viewing yet, there are plans to do so. Dr. Squire clarified some common misconceptions about the footage. She described it as a grainy, long shot taken from a distance, showing an elongated form moving through water, while some critics suspected that the image might be nothing more than a boat's wake. She insisted that the object was moving independently, with no boats in its vicinity. Furthermore, she corrected the supposed date of the recording, suggesting that Beckord was more likely filming at Loch Ness between 1986 and 1988, rather than in 1983 as sometimes claimed. Even though the complete film has not been released, a few still images remain. These photos depict a long, white figure moving across the water. While some researchers believe it resembles a plesiosaur, others argue it could be explained as driftwood or simply the play of light on water. Without a definitive conclusion, debate continues over what these images truly represent. These photos show the last moments of Dr. Toni Henthorn's life. Literally just minutes after these pictures were taken, she would fall to her death, 130 feet off a cliff. And as if that wasn't disturbing enough, her fall was no accident. In September of 2012, Toni Henthorn and her husband Harold took a trip to Rocky Mountain National Park to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. On September 29th, they decided to go for a short hike up Deer Mountain, a trail reportedly chosen by Harold himself. There were reports that Toni had bad knees and likely didn't have the physical strength for a tough hike, but regardless, that's what they did. By all accounts, the hike began normally. They walked along the trail and took some photos together, smiling, looking happy and wholesome. But this wasn't going to be a normal hike. Harold Henthorn was not a normal husband, and you'll see why. That same afternoon, Toni's brother received a chilling text from Harold. "Very urgent, Toni is injured in Estes Park, fall from rock." A disturbing message, no doubt, but the follow-up was even worse. "She's gone." Now that's obviously a heartbreaking message, and it marked the beginning of a story filled with suspicion and tragedy. Toni had fallen off a cliff, and Harold called 911. In the call, he said, "My name is Harold Henthorn. I'm in Rocky Mountain National Park. I need an alpine rescue team immediately." He gave his location, Deer Mountain, about a mile south of the visitor center, and described his wife's condition. He said she was in critical condition, had a head injury, and was barely breathing. He also told the dispatcher he'd pay whatever it took to get a helicopter there as quickly as possible. On the surface, Harold sounded like a desperate, caring husband, but when police analyzed the call, they noticed something strange. His tone didn't match the urgency of the situation. It sounded rehearsed. Even more damning was that while Harold was supposedly performing CPR on Toni, he was also sending those text messages, which raised serious questions about whether he was actually trying to save her life. Then investigators searched Harold's car. Inside, they found a map of the Deer Mountain area. Not just any map, this one had the Deer Mountain Trail highlighted in pink. Again, it's not that strange. But what was strange was that the exact rock outcropping where Toni fell was marked with an X. That map was left in the car before the hike, meaning the spot where she fell had been marked in advance. And there was more. In reviewing photos from the hike, they found one of Toni using binoculars. Presumably, those would have been found at the scene of her death, but investigators never recovered them. They were simply gone. Still, all this was suspicious, but not proof. Until investigators dug deeper into Harold's past. That's when everything escalated. Toni wasn't Harold's first wife. In 1995, his first wife, Sandra Lynn Henthorn, died in a bizarre accident. They were driving on a remote road in Colorado when they got a flat tire. While Sandra was retrieving a lug nut from under their Jeep, the vehicle fell off the jack and crushed her. The case was briefly investigated, but ruled an accident. Harold collected $300,000 in life insurance. Fast forward to Toni. Harold had taken out multiple life insurance policies on her, worth $4.5 million. He'd also lied about his employment, fabricated companies, and hadn't held a real job in years. Investigators began catching him in lie after lie. Between what he told them and what he told Toni's brother, Harold gave at least 4 different versions of how the fall happened. And it didn't stop there. In 2011, about a year before her death, Toni was seriously injured when a piece of plywood that she and Harold were moving accidentally fell on her. That incident is now believed to have been his first attempt to kill her. Harold had no good explanation for why he marked the spot of her fall on the map ahead of time. Ultimately, in 2015, he was convicted of murdering Toni Henthorn and sentenced to life in prison. The photos they took just before her death remain a haunting reminder. Just because a couple looks happy in a photo doesn't mean everything is as it seems. Something in the water. At the close of October 2014, a small circle of friends gathered near the Minsk Sea for a laid-back barbecue outdoors. Although the day was meant for relaxation, the weather was unseasonably cold, almost reminiscent of winter, which meant everyone bundled up and even pitched a tent to shield themselves from the biting wind. They settled into a wooden gazebo along the shore, soaking in the tranquil atmosphere while chatting and laughing. During their time there, they snapped nearly 300 photographs of the everyday scenery, candid shots of themselves, the shoreline, and a striking sunset over the chilly water. Later, while sorting through their photos back home, one image stood out unexpectedly. In it, A vague shape resembling a head appeared just above the water's surface, as if it were confidently making its way through the waves. This was particularly puzzling since the cold conditions would hardly encourage anyone to swim casually, and none of the friends had observed anyone in the water that day. Intrigued, they carefully examined more of their shots. Although many pictures captured the reservoir's still surface, not another image revealed any trace of a swimmer. Eager to learn more, the photographer forwarded the photo to UFO.com for a closer analysis. The experts who reviewed the image noted that the people visible on a bench in the background were merely random passersby, having stopped briefly for a warm drink, and bore no relation to the mysterious figure. Initially, some speculated that the shape might have been a winter swimmer, a practice common in some cold regions, but local residents clarified that such swimmers typically do not venture so far into the reservoir. Additionally, none of the witnesses had seen anyone swimming in the frigid conditions that day. Observers pointed out that the head-like shape appeared unusually large and lacked identifiable arms, or the typical water disturbances that would suggest the presence of a swimming person. 3 independent experts scrutinized the photo for signs of digital manipulation, but found no evidence of editing. Furthermore, the metadata verified that the photo was indeed captured on October 20th, 2014, at exactly 3:37 p.m. One specialist did mention that the portion of the image containing the mysterious figure was a bit blurry when zoomed in, yet this did not necessarily indicate any form of trickery. Most experts concurred that the dark shape bore a strong resemblance to a person's head swimming. Some theorized that it might have been a floating boy, but the outline did not match that of any known boy. The idea that the image could be a reflection was also explored. However, given that the photo was taken near a wooden gazebo, not a reflective surface like glass, this theory did not hold up. The possibility of a long exposure creating a ghostly trail was dismissed as well, since the camera used had a short exposure time that made such an effect highly unlikely. The friends then revisited other photographs taken around the same time. One particularly clear shot taken about 15 minutes earlier showed only the calm, unbroken water, and several subsequent photos revealed nothing unusual apart from a partially submerged pipe that did not resemble the mysterious figure. In one image, a boat carrying 2 people on the opposite shore raised a new question. Could the swimmer have leaped from the vessel? Yet another photo, captured only 3 minutes before the enigmatic figure appeared, still showed both individuals aboard the boat, making it improbable that someone had jumped off and swum away in such a brief window. In the end, no conclusive explanation has ever been found to account for the unidentified swimmer. The most plausible theory remains that the figure was a real, living person who somehow ended up in the water for just a moment. But why it appeared in only one photograph and then vanished from all others continues to baffle investigators. Whether this was the result of an exceptionally skilled swimmer, an optical illusion, or something entirely different remains an open question. Vance family. In the summer of 2023, a family hiking in Colorado's Gunnison National Forest made a grim discovery that would shock the nation. What began as a peaceful day in the mountains ended with a mystery that revealed a heartbreaking tale of fear, isolation, and a family's desperate attempt to escape the world. The story begins with a father and his family returning from a hike near Gold Creek Campground, a remote area in the Rocky Mountains. As they walked back to their car, the father noticed something odd in the woods. A blue tent surrounded by trash and a foul smell. When he got closer, he saw human waste piled near the tent entrance. Overcome by dread, he spotted something even more disturbing, the mummified body of a young boy lying on the ground. He fled immediately and called the police. The next day, investigators arrived and unzipped the tent. Inside, they found the remains of 2 women, Rebecca Becky Vance and her sister, Christine. Nearby was the body of Becky's 14-year-old son, Talon. Their campsite told a story of suffering, rotting food, torn clothes, and a journal filled with a child's heartbreaking words. Becky and Christine grew up in a broken home. Their parents divorced when they were young, and their mother remarried, giving them a stepsister named Treva. While Christine bonded with Treva, Becky remained quiet and withdrawn, clinging to her mother. When their mother died of cancer in 2007, Becky's grief turned into isolation. She rarely left the house and cut herself off from friends. Years later, Becky had a son, Talon, with a man named Eric. Though they weren't in a relationship, Eric's mother, Marilyn, grew close to Talon during visits. For a time, life seemed stable, until the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Becky, already fearful of the world, fell into online conspiracy theories. She became convinced society was collapsing and that the government couldn't be trusted. By 2021, Becky's fears spiraled out of control. She quit her job, pulled Talon out of school, and stopped letting him see friends. Christine, who lived with Becky and Talon, struggled with depression and loneliness. Over time, Becky convinced her sister to join a radical plan. They would disappear into the wilderness to live off the grid. Treva begged them to reconsider. She even offered them land she owned, where they could stay in a camper. But Becky refused. She wanted total isolation, no neighbors, no roads, no chance of being found. In July 2022, the sisters packed their car with cheap camping gear, a flimsy tent, summer sleeping bags, and water filters that could fail if frozen. Talon, confused but obedient, practiced survival skills like tying knots and identifying plants. In his journal, he wrote goodbye notes to his online friends and his cat, Oreo. The family drove deep into the Rockies, settling at Gold Creek Campground, a remote spot 10,000 feet above sea level. For the first few months, they survived on canned food and occasional trips to the nearby town of Gunnison for supplies. Talon's journal entries during this time mixed childlike innocence with growing despair. During one trip to town, Christine took Talon to Arby's, where he wrote, "I had a mini breakdown because nothing feels the same anymore." At a grocery store, he picked candy for his mother, but felt too numb to choose anything for himself. By October, winter loomed. Becky made a desperate call to her estranged father, asking for $500 to buy a camping stove and matches. It was their last contact with the outside world. Winter arrived early in the mountains. Temperatures dropped to -29 degrees Celsius, and snow buried the trails. The family's summer gear offered no protection. Their water filters froze, leaving them to drink contaminated water. Talon, weak and malnourished, likely died first. Investigators found his body curled in the fetal position outside the tent. Becky died next, her body partially covered by a sleeping bag. Christine, the last survivor, zipped herself fully inside her bag, as if hiding from the inevitable. For months, the campsite sat untouched. Trash piled up, and human waste rotted in the open. Inside the tent, investigators found Christine's driver's license and a faded family photo in Becky's hand. When hikers stumbled upon the scene in July 2023, the truth finally came out. Autopsies revealed the family died of starvation and hypothermia. Their bodies, preserved by the dry mountain air, showed no signs of injury, just the slow, cruel toll of the wilderness. Some believe Becky's fear of society outweighed her survival instinct. Others think the family was too weak or confused to hike out after their car was towed. The wilderness demands respect, and no one should face it without proper gear, skills, or a backup plan. Talon's final journal entry, written days before his death, simply reads, "I hope someday we can go home. I miss Oreo." Our next story takes us into the heart of one of Earth's most unforgiving landscapes, Death Valley National Park. Its name alone evokes danger, and for good reason. This sun-scorched expanse holds the record for the hottest temperature ever recorded on the planet, a blistering 56.7 degrees Celsius in July 1913. Fast forward to July 2010, when three unsuspecting tourists, Donna Cooper, her 19-year-old daughter Gina, and their friend Jenny Lung, set out on what was meant to be a leisurely day trip. Little did they know, their adventure would spiral into a fight for survival against one of nature's cruelest arenas. The day began innocently enough. The trio explored Scotty's Castle, a quirky desert landmark, where Donna bought a souvenir t-shirt. By early afternoon, they climbed back into their Hyundai SUV, eager to return home to Nevada. But as they drove through the park's vast emptiness, a roadside sign caught their eye. The racetrack. This mysterious attraction, known for its sailing stones that glide across a dried lake bed, sparked their curiosity. On impulse, they swerved onto a dusty side road, chasing the promise of a unique sightseeing stop. Here's where technology betrayed them. In 2010, smartphones weren't yet the navigation lifelines they are today. Travelers like Donna relied on dedicated GPS units, clunky devices notorious for malfunctioning in remote areas. Death Valley's labyrinth of unmarked trails and dead-end roads became a death trap for those blindly trusting their gadgets. So common were these tragedies that locals coined the term death by GPS to describe lives lost to faulty directions. Donna, however, had unwavering faith in her GPS. As the Hyundai rattled deeper into the wilderness, the group grew uneasy. The racetrack never materialized. Instead, they found themselves driving in endless circles, surrounded by a monotonous sea of sand and scrub. By dusk, they'd aimlessly covered over 100 miles, their gas gauge hovering near empty and their water bottles nearly drained. At 10 p.m., the car sputtered to a stop. With no cell service and the temperature still a suffocating 38 degrees Celsius, the women faced a grim reality. They'd spend the night trapped in their sweltering metal box. As dawn broke, the mercury skyrocketed to 49 degrees Celsius. Desperation set in. They scoured the barren landscape, finding only a handful of stale crackers and warm soda in the car. Then Gina had an idea. Try starting the car again. Miraculously, the engine roared back to life, briefly. With their last drops of fuel, they limped toward a cluster of trees shimmering in the distance, a sign of possible water. But the car died for good just short of their target. Exhausted and dehydrated, the trio trudged onward on foot, leaving a message scrawled in the dust on their car's rear window. Help. Please call police, with an arrow pointing toward their path. The trees hid an unexpected salvation, abandoned trailers. Inside, they discovered expired canned goods and, crucially, a rusty hose trickling hot, muddy water. It wasn't much, but it was enough to buy time. Meanwhile, Donna's eldest daughter, Sky, sensing something wrong from her home in Florida, combed through bank records and traced her mother's last purchase to Scotty's castle. She alerted authorities, sparking a massive search. For days, rescue helicopters crisscrossed the park. Pilots Tyler Johns and Scott Steele, convinced they were on a body recovery mission, nearly called off the search as their own fuel dwindled, but a gut feeling made them take one final pass over Saline Valley. There, they spotted the abandoned Hyundai, and miles away, Gina frantically waving a yellow blanket. Against all odds, the women were alive, sunburned, dehydrated, but breathing. Donna, Gina, and Jenny survived 3 days in conditions that kill most within hours. Reliance on GPS, lack of extra water, and underestimating the desert's scale nearly cost them their lives. On January 6, 2023, experienced hiker Crystal Gonzalez filmed herself ascending Southern California's Mount Baldy. The footage shows treacherous, icy slopes collapsing around her. "This stuff is dangerous," she warns in her post, opting to turn back safely. A 56-year-old mother of 4 and seasoned adventurer, Crystal had summited Baldy many times and was prepared with proper gear. 2 days later, on January 8th, she tried again. Before sunrise, she recorded a final video, smiling and listening to music. Moments later, an SOS alert pinged from the mountain. A hiker had fallen. Witnesses reported Crystal sliding 500 to 700 feet down the steep Baldy Bowl. A rescue helicopter rushed to the scene, but she succumbed to her injuries during evacuation. Though Crystal was experienced and cautious, the accident proved even skilled hikers aren't immune to disaster. Her story is just another reminder that tragedy can strike in seconds, no matter how prepared you are. This chilling photo captures a group praying for a murdered teammate, unaware the killer was among them during the moment. This image shows a group of judo fighters posing after a competition, seemingly celebrating an ordinary victory. Yet lurking within this moment is a harrowing truth. The man on the right, identified as Osama bin Laden, would later become the mastermind behind extremist groups and orchestrate horrific acts of terrorism targeting the United States. A teacher seen rushing had selflessly saved hundreds of lives during the Columbine High School massacre, only to tragically lose his own. Mount Ontake. On September 27, 2014, a few hundred people in Japan set out to climb Mount Ontake. and tragically, over 50 of them never returned home. Just before noon local time, the mountain erupted violently. One of the climbers at the summit was Isumi Noguchi, who managed to snap a photo of himself mere moments before the eruption, a photo that would turn out to be his final one. Despite his camera being battered, the memory card remained intact, preserving his final moments for the world to see. There were other climbers on the summit that day, and at least one more had his final photo captured. A photo of Hideyomi Takahashi, taken just 4 minutes before the eruption, shows him posing, smiling, as if he didn't sense anything terrible was about to occur. The Mount Ontake eruption remains the deadliest in Japan since 1902. Mei Noguchi, Takahashi, and all the other climbers who lost their lives that day rest in peace. June and Jennifer Gibbons, often referred to as the Silent Twins, were inseparable sisters who withdrew from the world, refusing to speak to anyone outside their bond. They shared a chilling pact. If one sister died, the other vowed to break her silence and live a normal life. After years of isolation and a period in a psychiatric hospital, the twins were eventually released. Tragically, Jennifer died suddenly under unexplained circumstances shortly after their discharge. In a haunting twist, June began speaking the very next day, ending her 2-decade silence, as if fulfilling their eerie agreement. Despite its notorious reputation, Los Angeles local Steve Curry became fixated on the idea of trekking through Death Valley in the summer of 2023. His wife recalled that he had been talking about visiting Death Valley for over a week, even though she repeatedly warned him about the dangerous heat. Unable to change his mind, on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, the 71-year-old ventured into the desert under the blazing sun. Steve was far from a novice when it came to outdoor adventures. He had years of hiking experience under his belt. Yet even the most seasoned hiker is not immune to the perils of 100+ degree temperatures, a fact that Steve was about to experience in a tragic way. His plan was straightforward: start at the Golden Canyon trailhead, make his way to Zabriskie Point, and then return to his car. He set off early in the morning, but as the day wore on, the temperatures soared rapidly. By the time he reached the midpoint of his hike, it was clear that the heat was taking its toll. At Zabriskie Point, Steve sought shelter beneath a metal sign, the only hint of shade available. At that very moment, a Los Angeles Times reporter happened to be at the site, capturing photos and even speaking with him. When asked why he was out hiking in such unbearable conditions, his simple reply was, "Why not?" Despite offers of assistance from bystanders, he stubbornly declined, determined to finish the journey on his own. This resolve, as admirable as it might seem, would soon prove to be his undoing. Shortly after those photos were taken, tragedy struck. Those photographs ended up being the last known images of Steve Curry. Although he eventually left the small patch of shade to continue his trek, the evidence of his physical struggle was unmistakable. After his arduous journey through the desert, Steve managed to return to his car at the trailhead. However, upon arrival, he collapsed outside a restaurant around 3:40 in the afternoon, when the temperature had reached 121 degrees Fahrenheit. A witness immediately called 911, and park rangers arrived within 7 minutes. They performed CPR and even employed an automated external defibrillator, but unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. The heat was so extreme that it even prevented the use of a medical helicopter. The thin air rendered it unsafe for takeoff. This photo, taken in 1991, is the last known image of 12-year-old Jared Negretti. Nearly 33 years later, he is still missing. On July 19, 1991, a Boy Scout troop from Southern California embarked on an overnight backpacking trip in the area surrounding San Gorgonio Mountain. Among the troop was 12-year-old Jared Negretti, an 8th grader from El Monte, California. This was reportedly his first time spending the night in the backcountry. Along with Jared, there were 5 other scouts and 1 adult troop leader overseeing the group. As they climbed the mountain, the group was almost at the summit by around 6 p.m. Jared had fallen behind during the ascent, which initially didn't raise any serious alarms. However, a separate group of hikers took notice. They saw Jared cutting switchbacks on his way up the mountain. something that's frowned upon as bad trail etiquette, and they advised him not to do it. These hikers then informed the troop leader about Jared lagging behind. The troop leader decided not to go back for him, thinking Jared couldn't be far and that they would link up with him on the way back down. This decision would soon become one he deeply regretted. When the troop began their descent, they quickly realized Jared was gone. Jared was known to be a slower hiker, and he should have been positioned at the front or middle of the group. Putting him in the back is exactly how people get left behind. Once they understood the gravity of the situation, the troop hiked out of the mountain in the dark to get help. Authorities launched a search immediately. They knew Jared had taken some limited camping gear with him, along with a few snacks and a 2-liter water bottle. Fortunately, the weather conditions were mild, and there was ample water in the area, which gave rescuers hope that Jared might survive long enough to be found. Early in the search, investigators discovered some promising clues. They found footprints that matched Jared's shoes. They also came across some snack wrappers and, most notably, Jared's film camera. They rushed to develop the film in hopes of learning more. The roll contained 12 photos. 11 were scenic shots, ordinary images likely taken before he went missing. But the 12th and final photo was unsettling. It was a close-up selfie of Jared's face, seemingly taken in the dark. The flash had gone off, indicating it was very dim wherever he was. This eerie image is believed to be the last ever taken of him. Unfortunately, it didn't provide any information about his location or condition. Investigators suspect that Jared may have slid down the mountain, possibly trying to reach a river below. During this descent, it's believed he either dropped the camera and snack wrappers or left them behind unintentionally. Searchers focused intensely on the area where these items were found. Thousands of volunteers participated, along with helicopters and mounted search teams. Despite this massive effort, no sign of Jared was ever found again, and that's where this case stands today. On an October day in 2010, experienced hiker and volunteer rescuer Pam Bales set out to climb Mount Washington in New Hampshire. She expected nothing more than a routine solo hike, something she had done countless times before, even on this very mountain. But as the skies darkened and temperatures dropped, the mountain transformed into a deadly battleground of snow, wind, and freezing cold. Despite the brutal conditions, it wasn't the storm that would become Pam's greatest concern. As she trudged through near whiteout weather, something unexpected caught her eye: footprints in the snow. These tracks veered her off her planned route and into a mystery she couldn't ignore. Pam wasn't alone on the mountain. Someone else had wandered into the storm, and when she eventually found them, they were barely clinging to life. The man Pam discovered was in dire straits, on the brink of death. He refused to tell her his name, barely spoke, and wouldn't even meet her gaze. The storm raged around them, and every choice Pam made in that moment became a matter of life or death. She risked everything to save a complete stranger who didn't want to be found. Eventually, she brought him down the mountain and reached the safety of her car. But even then, the story was far from over. Pam was left haunted by what had just happened. Who was this man? Why was he so unprepared for such harsh conditions? And why had he refused to speak or give his name? These questions followed her for days until she received an anonymous letter in the mail. Its contents revealed a chilling truth, one that would completely change her understanding of what happened on Mount Washington that day. Mount Washington doesn't often come to mind when people think of dangerous mountains. Maybe if you're from the Northeast, you know about its reputation. But generally, names like Everest or K2 dominate those lists. Still, despite being only a little over 6,000 feet tall, Mount Washington has a deadly legacy. Over 160 people have lost their lives there, making it the most dangerous mountain on the East Coast and among the deadliest in the country. Its unpredictability and brutal weather are infamous, especially in the winter and shoulder seasons. The mountain's proximity to major cities like Boston and New York draws in plenty of hikers, many of them in the summer. But when October rolls in and the temperatures drop, only the most experienced continue to challenge it. Pam Bales was one of those people. A nurse and a seasoned hiker, Pam had volunteered for the Pemigewasset Valley Search and Rescue Team for over 5 years. She knew Mount Washington inside and out and had all the necessary gear for her solo loop hike. She left detailed plans in her car in case of emergency and checked the forecast, which predicted 0-degree wind chills and winds up to 80 miles per hour. As she ascended the mountain via the Jewel Trail, Pam took a series of selfies. Layer by layer, she added clothing to fight the worsening conditions, eventually donning snow goggles as the wind whipped snow into blinding swirls. Just a few miles in, she began to reconsider her summit attempt. The final stretch was less than 1,000 vertical feet, but the risk was growing. Then she noticed the footprints, strange ones. Not the kind left by winter hiking boots, but the flat, smooth prints of sneakers. Alarmed, Pam realized someone had gone into the storm wearing just tennis shoes. Whoever it was had no business being out in such conditions. But rather than turn back and leave this person to their fate, Pam pressed forward. She followed the prints as they veered sharply off the trail and into the Great Gulf, one of Mount Washington's most unforgiving areas. She knew that whoever was out there likely wouldn't survive without help. And she also knew the danger she was putting herself in. Still, she couldn't ignore the situation. Shouting and blowing her whistle, she moved deeper into the storm. Eventually, she found him. The man was sitting motionless against an icy boulder, barely conscious and slowly freezing to death. Just as the footprints suggested, he was wearing sneakers. His clothes were grossly inadequate, a light jacket, shorts, and thin gloves. Yet somehow, he was still alive. Pam approached him, greeted him, and noticed a flicker of awareness in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Undeterred, she wrapped him in warm layers, gave him hot chocolate from her thermos, and applied hand warmers to his body. She tried to talk to him, asked for his name, but he didn't respond. She still didn't give up. She decided to call him John, and worked to stabilize him enough to move. Eventually, he began to speak, offering a vague, confusing explanation for how he'd gotten there. It didn't make much sense. He remained unwilling to share his name. But Pam kept him moving, kept him alive. Although Pam found John's behavior strange, his distant, evasive mannerisms, the way he seemed detached from his own survival, there was no time to question it. That would have to come later. For now, she understood one critical thing. If this man didn't start moving soon, he wouldn't survive. With that sense of urgency in her chest, Pam pulled John to his feet and began guiding him down the mountain. The weather had worsened since she'd found him. The storm was now so severe that she could barely make out the trail she'd carved just an hour before. Snow swirled around them in thick sheets, and the world was reduced to a blur of white and cold. But still, they pressed on slowly and carefully into the blizzard. Then suddenly, John collapsed. They had barely made it half a mile when he fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. It was more than just exhaustion. He had given up. For the first time, he spoke clearly to Pam. He told her he was too tired to continue, that she should leave him and go on without him, that he didn't care anymore. Pam wasn't having it. With a fire in her voice, she refused to let him quit. She coaxed, pushed, and ultimately pulled him back to his feet. There was no way she was leaving him behind, not in that storm, not like that. Their descent was painfully slow and dangerous. Pam, already exhausted, now carried the weight of two people, physically and emotionally. She worried constantly that John would collapse again, that this time he wouldn't get up. His behavior confused her. She'd worked with hypothermic patients before, but this felt different. It wasn't just the cold that had hollowed him out. There was something else going on, something much deeper. Still, she kept him moving. She talked to him, encouraged him, even sang to him at one point. Anything to break the crushing silence and lift the weight of whatever it was that he was carrying. Hours passed. Darkness fell, and the only light guiding their way was Pam's headlamp. Finally, 6 brutal hours after she'd gotten John to his feet, they reached the trailhead. Their cars, safety. Somehow, against all odds, both of them had made it down the mountain alive. But even now, John wouldn't give Pam his name. He had no dry clothes in his vehicle, so Pam turned on her car, warmed up his soaked garments for him, and tried once more to make sense of what had happened. Why had he gone up the mountain so unprepared? And most hauntingly, what would have happened if she hadn't been there? John said nothing. He thanked her, took his clothes, started his car, and drove off into the night, refusing to share even the most basic details about himself. Pam stood there, watching his taillights disappear, flooded with questions that had no answers. In all her years of rescue work, nothing had prepared her for this. The gratitude John showed was real, but everything else, his silence, his strange behavior, it lingered with her like a shadow. She returned home shaken, and in the days that followed, she shared the story with her team at Pemigewasset Valley Search and Rescue. They were just as baffled. Who was this man? What had he been doing up there? Why had he refused to identify himself? And then, 1 week later, a letter arrived. It was addressed to the president of their organization. Alongside it was a small donation. The letter would go on to become the most profound and powerful piece of correspondence the organization had ever received. In it, John, finally, told the truth. I went up my favorite trail, Jewel Trail, on Sunday, October 17th, to end my life. He had chosen that day, that trail, that storm, believing he'd be alone. Dressed in light clothing, he intended to die quickly. But then, out of nowhere, Pam appeared. She talked to him, warmed him, fed him, called him John, and he let her. He even considered running away so she wouldn't have to deal with him, but didn't. Because deep down, something about her presence told him he mattered. That he wasn't invisible. With all that has been going wrong in my life, he wrote, I didn't matter to me, but I did to Pam. She never judged him, never berated him for his condition, though in his words she did chew him out in a kind way. That mattered. Her care, her compassion, her refusal to give up on him, that mattered. Maybe I wasn't meant to die yet, he wrote. I somehow still mattered in life. In the days after the rescue, he had found help, mental health care, temporary housing, even job support, and he credited it all to Pam and her refusal to walk away. If she is an example of your organization's professionalism, you must be the best group around. Pam had believed she was saving a lost hiker, but in truth, she had saved a man from something far worse than a winter storm. In the darkest moment of his life, she was a light, a reminder that even in despair, there is hope. Even when we feel invisible, someone still sees us. John has never come forward publicly. He never contacted Pam again. But maybe that's how it was meant to be. What matters is not whether they reconnected, but that both of them made it off that mountain, alive. Pam's incredible act of courage and compassion inspired the 2022 film Infinite Storm, with Naomi Watts portraying Pam and Billy Howell as John. The movie brought well-deserved recognition to Pam, though she stayed largely out of the spotlight since then. Just as humble and selfless as she was that day on the mountain. She didn't do it for praise. She didn't do it for a movie deal. She did it because someone needed help. The Lizzie Borden House, Massachusetts, USA. Born into a comfortable family just before the Civil War, Lizzie was expected to marry and have children. Instead, her life took a dark turn when her father and stepmother were brutally killed with an axe in 1892, and Lizzie became the main suspect, even though she was eventually found not guilty. Lizzie Borden was born on July 19, 1860, to Andrew and Sarah Borden. Her childhood was marked by loss, as her middle sister, Alice, died young, and her mother passed away soon after. Her father later married Abby Durfee Gray to help take care of the family. Lizzie became active in her community, teaching Sunday school, participating in church events, and supporting causes like women's rights and social reform. Andrew Borden, who built up considerable wealth from humble beginnings, was known for being extremely frugal. Rumors claimed he preferred old-fashioned methods, like kerosene lamps and chamber pots, instead of modern conveniences. Some believed Andrew's stinginess deprived Lizzie of a more luxurious life, forcing her to make her own dresses from cheap fabrics. However, Lizzie and her sister Emma did receive a regular allowance from their father. Growing up without her biological mother, Lizzie grew close to her stepmother Abby, often calling her Mother. In contrast, Emma referred to her as Mrs. Borden. Conflict arose when Andrew gave valuable property to Abby's family to secure their living situation, which angered both Emma and Lizzie. The sisters briefly became landowners of their late mother's family home, but soon sold it back to their father for $5,000. On the morning of August 3, 1892, the entire Borden family gathered at home. On that day, Abby sought help from a nearby doctor worried that someone might be trying to poison the family. While the doctor was called, Lizzie went upstairs, and Andrew refused the doctor's visit to avoid extra expense. Later, Lizzie attempted to buy prussic acid, saying it was for cleaning a sealskin cape belonging to her uncle, John Morse, who was expected for a business meeting. In the evening, Lizzie visited her neighbor, Alice Russell, with whom she often shared her personal thoughts and concerns about her father's business. After returning home around 9 p.m., Lizzie went straight to her room. Meanwhile, Abby was cleaning a guest room on the second floor. Between 9 and 10 p.m., Abby was attacked by someone wielding a hatchet. The first blow hit above her right ear, and she was struck with 19 more blows to the back of her head. The many strikes suggested a personal motive rather than a simple act of murder. The next morning at 10:30 a.m., Andrew returned from his walk, only to find himself locked out of the house. He had to rely on Bridget Sullivan, the Irish live-in maid, to open the door. While Bridget was working inside, she heard Lizzie laughing from the top of the stairs. Strangely, Lizzie seemed calm, even though Abby's body was nearby. Andrew, who had been ill recently and was unaware of the whole incident, laid down for a nap on the sofa. Around 11 a.m., Lizzie called out frantically for Bridget, declaring that, "Father's dead, somebody came in and killed him." When Bridget entered the parlor, she found Andrew on the couch, bleeding from 10 or 11 hatchet blows. His left eyeball was missing, which suggested that he might have been asleep during the attack. Bridget was sent to fetch a doctor but couldn't find Dr. Bowen. When she returned to inform Lizzie, Lizzie asked her to call Alice Russell, as she did not want to be alone. Soon, another neighbor, Mrs. Adelaide Churchill, arrived after noticing Bridget's distress. Within a short time, word of the murders spread, and the Fall River police, along with an anxious crowd, swarmed the Borden house. Dr. Bowen eventually joined the group, and together with Bridget, Mrs. Churchill, Alice Russell, and Lizzie, they started examining the house. Andrew's body was covered with a sheet, and Bridget commented on Lizzie's unusual behavior. Lizzie gave conflicting explanations when questioned. Initially, she claimed she had been in the barn looking for iron to fix the screen door, but then she said she'd been searching for lead sinkers for a fishing trip. At one moment, she mentioned hearing strange noises in the house, only to later deny it. Bridget's testimony added to the confusion when she said she helped Andrew change from his boots into slippers, yet photographs showed him still in his boots. Lizzie's story about her stepmother's actions also changed, which increased suspicion. When Bridget and Mrs. Churchill went upstairs to look for Abby, they discovered her body in the guest room, horribly beaten. The investigation revealed several hatchets in the cellar. One hatchet had a broken handle, with dirt and ash around it, suggesting someone had tried to hide its connection to the crime. A note reportedly sent to Abby was never found. Lizzie claimed she burned it in the kitchen. In the days following the murders, Andrew and Abby's bodies were examined and tested for poison, but the results were negative. The gruesome details in Lizzie's inconsistent behavior led many to suspect her, even though other family members, like her uncle John Morse and her sister Emma, were also questioned. Emma, who was visiting in Fairhaven, only learned of the events when a telegraph urgently called her back. The police were criticized for not thoroughly searching the house or examining everyone on the morning of the murders. Their limited investigation meant that many details remained unclear. For example, the only clear descriptions of Lizzie that morning came from Alice Russell and Bridget Sullivan. Later on, questions arose about a blue dress that Lizzie burned shortly after the investigation began, a dress that many believed was new and expensive to replace. This act, occurring just after Mayor John W. Coughlin had informed her that the investigation was advancing, only added to the suspicions. During the inquest on August 8th, Lizzie's testimony was erratic and contradictory, partly because she was under the influence of morphine. Although she was eventually charged with the murders, the trial quickly became a national sensation. In June 1893, after a brief deliberation by the grand jury, Lizzie was acquitted. As she left the courthouse, she said she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Her release only deepened the public debate over her possible guilt. Many theories emerged over the years. Some suggested a secret affair between Lizzie and Bridget Sullivan, while others believed that Lizzie might have experienced a dissociative state during the killings. There were even darker theories, including possible sexual abuse within the family, fueled by small details such as Lizzie nailing her bedroom door shut. Meanwhile, her uncle John Morse offered an alibi that he was on a streetcar with 7 priests, a claim later confirmed by the conductor. After the trial, Lizzie changed her name to Elizabeth and moved to a new house with her sister Emma. Although she lived a life of wealth and privilege, she never escaped public suspicion. In Fall River and beyond, many people continued to believe that she had gotten away with murder. Later in life, Lizzie faced further scandal, including a shoplifting charge in Providence, Rhode Island, from which she was acquitted. Lizzie spent her remaining years in relative seclusion. A falling out with her sister in 1905 led them to never speak again. Lizzie died of pneumonia on June 1, 1927, at age 66, and Emma passed away just 9 days later in a New Hampshire nursing home. They were buried side by side at Oak Grove Cemetery. Kreischer Mansion is a historic property located at 4500 Arthur Kill Road in Staten Island, New York. Built around 1885 by German brick manufacturer Balthasar Kreischer, the mansion was constructed as one of 2 homes for his sons, Charles and Edward. The property's troubled past began early. In 1894, Edward Kreischer died by suicide near the family brickworks, an event that helped fuel local legends about the house. In later years, the mansion became associated with organized crime. In April 2005, Joseph Joe Black Young, then employed as the mansion's caretaker and a hitman for the Bonanno crime family, was involved in the murder of Robert McKelvey, a Bonanno associate. According to official reports, McKelvey was lured to the mansion, stabbed, and after a failed attempt to escape, was eventually drowned in a garden pool. Young and 3 accomplices subsequently dismembered McKelvey's body and disposed of the remains in the building's furnace. Joseph Young was later convicted and sentenced to life in prison, while Gino Galestro, who ordered the hit, received a 20-year sentence. The Sand Creek Massacre Site, Colorado, USA. The Sand Creek Massacre is one of the darkest events in American history. In 1864, U.S. soldiers brutally attacked a peaceful camp of Cheyenne and Arapaho people, killing hundreds, many of whom were women and children. In the mid-1800s, American expansion brought both hope and conflict. While many stories from this era celebrate courage and sacrifice, from the fight for independence to the efforts during the Civil War, there was also terrible violence against Native Americans. In 1851, the Treaty of Fort Laramie promised Native American tribes, including the Cheyenne and Arapaho, protection over their lands between the North Platte and Arkansas rivers and the Rocky Mountains to western Kansas. However, this promise quickly faltered with the arrival of settlers during the 1858 Pikes Peak Gold Rush. As more prospectors and settlers flooded into the area, the Cheyenne and Arapaho saw their lands and way of life increasingly threatened. Under pressure from the new wave of settlers, U.S. officials pushed for a new agreement. In February 1861, the Treaty of Fort Wise was signed by some Cheyenne and Arapaho leaders. This new treaty reduced their land by about 1/3, confining them to an area in present-day eastern Colorado. Many Native Americans, including a fierce warrior group called the Dog Soldiers, felt betrayed by this deal and protested by harassing wagon trains and settlers. The growing conflict alarmed the U.S. government. Governor John Evans of the Colorado Territory, eager to protect settlers, called for more talks with Native American chiefs. When these talks failed, violence became inevitable. In early 1864, alliances formed among various Plains tribes, including the Sioux, Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, to push back against the increasing encroachment by white settlers. During a buffalo hunt in May 1864, a Cheyenne peace chief named Lean Bear, wearing a peace medal and carrying a letter from President Lincoln, approached soldiers to seek peace. Instead of receiving protection, he was shot and killed by a Colorado regiment led by Colonel John M. Chivington, a former minister known for his harsh treatment of Native Americans, despite his anti-slavery views. As the summer progressed, Western settlements became more vulnerable. Governor Evans, under pressure to secure the territory, formed his own force of short-term volunteers, the 3rd Colorado Cavalry Regiment. Led by Chivington, this force was determined to quell the Native American resistance. By November 1864, tensions had reached a breaking point. The U.S. military had been preparing for conflict for months, and Native American leaders, including Black Kettle and Chief White Antelope, were forced to choose a safe place. Black Kettle moved his band to Big Sandy Creek, a location agreed upon during previous peace talks. Unfortunately, the camp was left vulnerable when many of its strongest warriors were away. Late on November 29, 1864, Chivington and a force of over 675 soldiers, including volunteers from the 3rd Colorado Cavalry, soldiers from the 1st Colorado Cavalry, and New Mexico infantry volunteers, attacked the camp. Even though Black Kettle had raised both an American flag and a white flag as signals of peace, the soldiers ignored these signs. The assault quickly turned into a massacre. Soldiers killed nearly everyone, including women, children, and the elderly. Survivors later described horrifying scenes of brutality, with bodies mutilated and parts taken as trophies. Eyewitnesses provided chilling accounts. One witness recalled seeing bodies cut to pieces, while another described a soldier boasting about nearly running over a small child. Although the U.S. Army reported only a few casualties on their side, estimates of Native American deaths range from 70 to as many as 230. Later historians suggested that many of Chivington's men were intoxicated, which may have led to even more excessive violence. In the immediate aftermath, the massacre was kept secret, and its true nature was hidden from the public until many years later. Over time, the U.S. government made gestures, such as treaties promising reparations and land, to address some of the injustices, but these efforts largely fell short. In recent decades, efforts have been made to remember and honor the victims. In 2007, a National Historic Site placard was installed at the massacre location. Château de Brissac is a grand castle in the Loire Valley of France, long owned by the Cossé-Brissac family. One of its most enduring legends is that of the Green Lady, La Dame Verte. According to historical tradition, in the 15th century, Jacques de Brézé discovered that his wife, Charlotte de Valois, daughter of King Charles VII and Agnès Sorel, was unfaithful with his friend Pierre de Lavergne. In a fit of jealousy on the night of May 31st, 1477, he murdered both Charlotte and her lover. Since that tragic event, local lore holds that Charlotte's spirit has remained in the castle, known as the Green Lady because she is said to appear wearing a green dress. Her ghost is reportedly seen wandering the halls. Descriptions of her apparition include a disfigured face with a large gap where her eyes and nose should be, and witnesses often report hearing her mournful moans in the corridors. The My Lai massacre site, Vietnam. The site of one of the most horrific war crimes of the Vietnam War, where hundreds of unarmed Vietnamese civilians, including children, were massacred by American soldiers in 1968. The village was abandoned after the massacre. The U.S. military has its dark chapters. Vietnam, however, stands out as a particularly grim example of these practices, with consequences that remain explosive to this day. Vietnam proved to be one of the most vicious conflicts the United States ever engaged in. Chemical weapons like Agent Orange were deployed with little hesitation, and unlike in past wars, where enemy combatants were clearly separated from civilians, Viet Cong fighters often blended into the local population. To put things in perspective, while only about 20% of American soldiers fired their weapons during World War II, that figure soared to nearly 80% in Vietnam. With these extreme conditions, it's perhaps not surprising that one of the most disgraceful episodes in U.S. military history occurred near a quiet village known as My Lai, a name that has become synonymous with the horror of that conflict. After World War II, Ho Chi Minh emerged as a key figure by leading Vietnamese forces against foreign occupiers. He established an independent state in Hanoi after fighting the French, a struggle fueled by Vietnam's determination to shed its colonial chains. However, not everyone supported his communist vision. When a rival government emerged in Saigon, Backed by staunch anti-communists and supported by the United States, Vietnam was split into two camps. The ensuing conflict wasn't like the clear-cut battles of the past. Instead, it devolved into a murky guerrilla war where front lines were non-existent and the enemy was often indistinguishable from the local population. In early 1968, following the intense Tet Offensive, U.S. military forces ramped up their efforts in areas suspected of harboring Viet Cong fighters. One such operation was launched in a province where intelligence mistakenly marked a village as My Lai. Two key American units, Company C from the 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry, and Company B from the 4th Battalion, 3rd Infantry, were assembled under an ad hoc formation called Task Force Barker. Despite months without direct combat, these units were soon thrust into a brutal search-and-destroy mission that was to spiral out of control. On March 16, 1968, after an initial barrage of artillery and air support that targeted hidden Viet Cong positions, soldiers from Company C entered a village. What followed was a horrifying scene. In a span of about 3 hours, American troops indiscriminately shot people in rice paddies, along roadside ditches, and even in open fields. Men, women, children, and the elderly were all caught in the massacre. Accounts tell of unspeakable brutality, individuals being bayoneted, pushed into wells, or executed en masse with machine guns and grenade launchers. In some cases, the violence even escalated to sexual assault. Remarkably, the slaughter only ended when a ceasefire was finally ordered at 11 a.m. Amidst the chaos, one helicopter pilot, Warrant Officer Hugh Thompson Jr., witnessed the atrocity from above. Disturbed by what he saw, Thompson repeatedly radioed headquarters for help. Finally, he took matters into his own hands, landing his chopper to evacuate stranded civilians, and even ordering his crew to engage American soldiers if they threatened the non-combatants. Thompson's brave actions, rescuing women, children, and even a wounded 4-year-old girl, earned him accolades, though at the time he was branded a traitor by some within the military establishment. Initially, the official reports on the My Lai operation painted it as a tactical success, citing relatively low enemy casualties and minimal American losses. Yet whispers of routine brutality and a massive cover-up quickly spread. By November 1969, investigative journalism brought the full scale of the massacre to light, igniting public outrage. In response, military leadership launched internal reviews and a court-martial followed. Although 14 officers were charged with suppressing evidence and 26 individuals faced charges related to the massacre, only one soldier, Captain Ernest Medina, whose orders had sparked the carnage, faced significant scrutiny. Convictions were minimal. For example, Lieutenant William L. Kelly was sentenced to life for killing at least 20 civilians, but served only 3 years before release. Ultimately, no one was held fully accountable for the bloodshed. Leap Castle in Ireland is known for its violent history and paranormal activity. Built in the 13th or 15th century by the O'Bannon clan, it later became the stronghold of the O'Carrolls, a notoriously brutal family. One of the most infamous murders occurred in the castle's chapel, now called the Bloody Chapel, where a priest was reportedly stabbed to death by his own brother during a power struggle. Another gruesome discovery was made in the early 1900s when workers found an oubliette, a hidden dungeon, beneath the chapel, filled with skeletons impaled on wooden spikes, indicating prisoners were thrown in and left to die. The castle is said to be haunted by multiple spirits, including the murdered priest and an entity known as the Elemental, described as a dark shadow with a foul odor. Lavrenti Beria's house. Lavrenti Beria was the powerful head of the Soviet secret police under Joseph Stalin. On the outside, his home looked like any other high-ranking official's house, but behind its walls, he carried out horrific crimes. Beria was infamous for kidnapping women and subjecting them to rape, torture, and murder. He was executed while on his hands and knees. Beria was born on March 29, 1899, in Georgia to a landowner and a noblewoman. His early life hinted at the ruthless path he would later follow. As an engineering student during the 1917 February Revolution, he joined the Bolshevik Party. Soon after, he worked with the Cheka, the Bolshevik secret police, quickly rising through the ranks by exposing counter-revolutionary plots during the Red Terror. In Georgia, when the Soviet Union declared it a socialist republic in 1921, Beria led harsh crackdowns on nationalist dissent. His brutal methods, arresting and executing opponents, helped him gain power and earned him the position of deputy chairman of Georgia's secret police. By the early 1930s, Beria had become the party leader for the Transcaucasian region. He built a close relationship with Stalin, sharing Georgian roots and similar upbringings. Beria flattered Stalin and even built a holiday residence near the dictator's own. Beria eagerly began to remove Soviet leaders in his region who might threaten Stalin's rule. His ruthless efficiency eventually led him to replace Nikolai Yezhov as the head of the NKVD. During the purge of the Red Army in 1937, Beria played a key role in the mass arrests and executions. As deputy of the NKVD, he oversaw the decline of the Great Purge, which saw hundreds of thousands of people executed or sent to the brutal labor camps known as gulags. Despite surviving several near misses himself, Beria continued to compile lists of dissidents, ensuring that anyone he deemed a threat was swiftly eliminated. Beria's cruelty extended far beyond political purges. He was notorious for his sexual crimes. Often driving around Moscow in his limousine, he would have his men detain young women and bring them to his home, where he would subject them to brutal sexual assaults in a soundproof office. After an evening of lavish meals and wine, these crimes were disguised as consensual affairs. If a victim rejected his advances, she would be arrested. Records from his bodyguard later revealed the names of over 100 such women, and a mass grave near his Moscow mansion confirmed the suffering he caused. Beria also played a central role during World War II. He helped run the Soviet war industry and even commanded parts of the nuclear program, using gulag labor to mine uranium and produce critical materials. During the Soviet invasion of Poland, he oversaw massacres that resulted in tens of thousands of executions, all meant to suppress any resistance to Soviet occupation. As the 1950s approached, Beria's influence began to wane. After Stalin's death in March 1953, Beria tried to secure his own power by proposing reforms that would weaken other parts of the government and release some political prisoners. However, his rapid moves to consolidate power raised suspicions among other Soviet leaders. On June 26, 1953, members of the Politburo, led by figures such as Khrushchev and with Marshal Zhukov's backing, arrested Beria. He was charged with a range of crimes including treason and abusing his power. During his private trial in December, Beria collapsed and pleaded for his life, but his fate was sealed. His body was eventually cremated, and all records of him were removed from Soviet archives in an effort to erase his legacy. The Overtown Bridge, Scotland, a place infamous for both suicides and a brutal murder. The bridge is known for its bizarre phenomenon of dogs jumping off to their deaths for no apparent reason. In 1994, a man threw his infant son off the bridge, claiming the child was the Antichrist. The Setagaya Murders House, Japan. In 2000, an entire family was brutally murdered in their Tokyo home. The killer stayed inside for hours, eating food and using their computer, yet was never caught. The house remains abandoned. The perpetrator remains unidentified, and the investigation continues to this day. In his dimly lit office, Chief Inspector Takeshi Tsuchida pored over crime scene photographs spread out across his desk. The images of the unspeakable violence, the massacre discovered by an elderly woman over a week earlier, had left him with a deep sense of frustration. As head of the Seijo police station's high-profile case team, Tsuchida was under immense pressure to resolve the case swiftly. Although numerous personal items and forensic traces should have provided a clear path to the killer's identity, early investigations hit a dead end when DNA evidence from the scene did not match any profiles in the national database. With surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts proving scant and inconclusive, Tsuchida found himself staring at a blank planning sheet, determined to bring the murderer to justice regardless of the obstacles. A detailed timeline of the victim's final hours eventually began to take shape. On December 30th, the Miyazawa family, comprised of 44-year-old Michio, his wife Yasuko, their 8-year-old daughter Nina, and young son Rei, had experienced an ordinary day. Michio had been busy checking work emails, while Yasko entertained the children after a family outing that included shopping and preparations for New Year's celebrations. After a quiet dinner and some television before bed, the family's routine was shattered around 11:30 p.m. A shadowy figure emerged from the nearby park, silently approaching the house. The intruder scaled a tree in the garden, removed a protective screen from the bathroom window, and slipped inside. Once within the home, the killer's violence was swift and terrifying. In the first bedroom, he strangled little Ray with his bare hands. The commotion soon alerted Michio, who rushed upstairs only to face a ferocious struggle with the assailant. A fight that ended when the intruder, armed with a traditional Japanese kitchen knife, repeatedly stabbed him in the head. Even though Michio managed to inflict minor wounds on the attacker, his efforts proved futile, and he fell lifelessly down the stairs. The killer then descended to the first-floor landing, where he continued his rampage, hacking at the body with the broken blade. Not stopping there, he returned to the second floor to viciously attack Yasko and her daughter with a similar knife before finally ending their lives. After the heinous act, the murderer made an eerie choice. Instead of fleeing immediately, he unplugged the phone line and remained inside the residence for several hours. In a bizarre display of normalcy amid chaos, he gathered the family's first aid kit and tended to his own minor injuries, leaving the blood and used bandages conspicuously behind. He then moved to the kitchen, where he prepared a pot of barley tea, helped himself to melon slices, and even ate 4 ice creams from the freezer. After taking a nap on a living room sofa and briefly using Michio's computer, he used the restroom, neglecting to flush, and finally exited the house in the early hours of New Year's Eve. The investigation took an unexpected turn when authorities discovered that the broken murder weapon, stained with both the killer's and victim's blood, was abandoned on site. A small bag left at the scene, containing highlighter pens and a modest amount of sand. These items, along with clothing fibers, were meticulously analyzed, revealing that the killer's DNA and fingerprints did not match any records in Japan's national databases. Investigators deduced that the culprit was a right-handed male of mixed heritage, possibly with one parent from southern Europe or the Mediterranean, of slim build, around 170 centimeters tall, with blood type A. The nature of the wounds suggested an age range between 15 and 35 years. Moreover, traces of string beans and sesame seeds found in his fecal matter hinted at his recent meal, while his kitchen knife and clothing were traced to purchases made in Kanagawa Prefecture, more than an hour away from the crime scene. An intriguing clue emerged when scientists linked the sand in the bag to the Nevada desert near Edwards Air Force Base. Multiple theories have since emerged about the motive and identity of the killer. One hypothesis posits that the family was targeted by a stalker or sexual predator, given the disproportionate violence inflicted on the female members. Others suggest the murders were a crime of passion, perhaps committed by an individual obsessed with Yasuko Miyazawa, or even an associate harboring a long-standing grudge. Alternative theories point to a random act of violence by a transient drifter, potentially traveling on Japan's extensive rail network, reminiscent of the infamous man-from-the-train cases. There is also speculation that one of the 50,000 U.S. military personnel stationed in Japan at the time could be responsible, a notion bolstered by the mixed DNA profile and a history of similar high-profile incidents involving American servicemen and contractors. Despite the myriad clues, the investigation has yielded more questions than answers. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police have dedicated a task force of 35 officers to the case and receiving more than 15,000 tips from the public. After 8 arduous years, Chief Tsuchida was forced into retirement, but continues to pursue leads independently. After 2 decades of annual memorial services at the scene, authorities have announced that the Miyazawa family home will be demolished due to irreparable structural damage. However, detailed evidence preserved from within the building offers hope that someday the man responsible for these appalling crimes will be brought to justice. The catacombs of Paris, France. Beneath Paris lie over 6 million skeletons. The catacombs of Paris were created in the late 18th century to address the city's overcrowded cemeteries. Authorities relocated the remains of over 6 million people into these underground tunnels, originally limestone quarries. Stretching for miles beneath Paris, only a small portion is open to the public, while the rest remains off-limits. Over the years, explorers and urban adventurers have reported eerie experiences, including strange whispers, disembodied voices, and feelings of being watched. Some have even become lost in the labyrinthine tunnels, with at least one known case of a man whose body was found years later. The Snowtown Bank. This is the story of Australia's most gruesome serial killings, centered in the small town of Snowtown, home to about 500 people, roughly 93 miles north of Adelaide. In the 1990s, John Bunting and his gang carried out a series of brutal murders, hiding many of the victims' bodies in barrels of acid inside an abandoned bank vault. John Bunting, born in 1966 in Inala, Queensland, grew up in a working-class family. Although his parents tried to give him a normal life, a childhood illness robbed him of his sense of smell, a detail that would later be chillingly significant. As a young man, John developed an interest in photography, digging, firearms, and even the dark history of World War II. He also adopted extreme views, particularly favoring Nazi and fascist ideologies, and developed a deep-seated hatred for homosexuals. John once worked at a crematorium in Queensland, where he became very familiar with handling dead bodies, a skill that foreshadowed his future crimes. Later, he moved to Adelaide's rougher suburbs and found a job at the South Australia Meat Corporation, a position that seemed almost symbolic of the gruesome acts he would later commit. In 1989, John formed a close bond with Mark Ray Hayden, a man who would eventually follow his lead. In 1991, he moved to Salisbury North, where he married Veronica, though their marriage was unhappy. Around this time, he also befriended Robert Wagner, a troubled neighbor with a complicated past. John's own painful experiences, including an incident of sexual abuse in his childhood, festered inside him. This personal trauma fueled a growing anger and led him to target people he despised. Along with Mark Hayden and Robert Wagner, John formed a small group. He revived an old habit of digging holes and stored barrels in his shed, barrels that would later be used to hide the remains of his victims. In August 1992, a man named Clinton Trees Ice disappeared. He was the first on John's rock spider wall list, a wall of photos showing his chosen targets. John used the term rock spiders as a crude label for homosexuals and predators, and he saw these killings as a way to cleanse the community. Over the next few years, his reign of terror escalated. In 1994, he began an affair with Elizabeth Harvey and soon met her 14-year-old son, James Vassis, whom he later groomed to be like a surrogate son and eventually another target. John's list of victims kept growing. In 1995, Ray Davies vanished after allegations surfaced that he had sexually abused a young child. John later told James in graphic detail how Ray was tortured to death. The group even profited from their crimes by selling Ray's caravan and collecting his Social Security benefits, justifying these actions as a twisted form of community cleansing. Other victims soon followed. Suzanne Allen, Ray's ex-partner, who was eliminated after her disappearance. Michael Gardner, a relative of Robert Wagner's girlfriend who vanished after a board game incident. Barry Vanessa Lane, a person whose past troubled John, who disappeared in October 1997. Later, Barry's boyfriend, Thomas Travelin, found Barry hanging from a tree under suspicious circumstances. Gavin Porter, a friend of James Vassis and a drug user whom John despised, disappeared in April 1998. John's methods were systematic. He and his gang often withdrew money from their victims' accounts, reaping financial benefits even as lives were lost. In August 1998, Troy Yude, connected to James Vassis's painful past, disappeared and was later brutally tortured before being killed. Robert Wagner and Mark Hayden witnessed the violence, which took place to the eerie sounds of the album Throwing Copper that John claimed to love. John maintained a disturbing habit of storing barrels in his shed. Some of these barrels held human remains, others contained bodies dissolving in acid. With no sense of smell to warn him of decay, John seemed almost indifferent to the horror. Eventually, concerned by complaints about a foul odor, John moved some barrels into his Land Cruiser and parked it at a family friend's house. When the Freemans, those friends, decided to relocate to Snowtown, this sparked a new phase in John's plan. John and Mark Hayden then leased Snowtown's only bank, which had been closed since 1990, and in April 1999, they moved the barrels into its vault. Here, John devised an even more twisted scheme: to remove the bodies from the barrels, cut them into smaller pieces, mix them with cement at the bottom of the barrels, and then dispose of the barrels around the town. However, before they could finish this gruesome process, another victim emerged. In May 1999, David Johnson, a 24-year-old who was James Vassis's stepbrother and did not fit the usual profile, was lured to the bank. There, he was tortured to death while the group played a disturbing recording called Voices of Death, made up of sounds from previous victims' torture. In a final act of depravity, after David was dismembered and placed into a barrel, Robert Wagner even removed a piece of his flesh, cooked it, and shared it with John. As police began connecting the dots between missing persons and John's gang, suspicion grew. On May 16, 1999, a police patrol in Snowtown noticed a Land Cruiser parked at the Freeman's driveway. A routine check showed the car belonged to John Bunting, a missing person in several cases. The officers searched the bank and discovered cardboard boxes with computer parts, a receipt for items like disposable gloves, rubbish bags, and air fresheners. But the most shocking find was in the bank vault: 6 plastic containers packed with human remains. 2 more victims were later found on John Bunting's property. On May 21st, John Bunting, Mark Hayden, and Robert Wagner were arrested. The case quickly became known as Australia's worst serial killing spree, with at least 12 victims identified. In court, overwhelming evidence linked John Bunting and Robert Wagner to the murders. During the trial, Robert Wagner pleaded guilty to the murders of Barry Lane, Fred Brooks, and David Johnson, while John Bunting refused to plead guilty. Crucial testimony from James Vassis helped secure convictions. After a grueling trial that lasted nearly a year, both Bunting and Wagner were sentenced to consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole for each victim. Wagner received 10 life sentences, and Bunting's sentence was even harsher. Mark Hayden, implicated in assisting with the crimes, was sentenced to 25 years with an 18-year non-parole period. He later applied for parole in 2017, but his request was denied, and James Vassis was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 26 years before parole could be considered. Poveglia Island is located in the Venetian Lagoon. During the bubonic plague outbreaks, it was used as a quarantine station where thousands of infected individuals were sent to die. Mass graves on the island are said to contain the remains of these victims. In the 20th century, Poveglia housed a psychiatric hospital. Legends claim that a doctor there conducted inhumane experiments on patients before allegedly taking his own life by jumping from the bell tower. The hospital closed in 1968, and the island has remained abandoned since. The 1959 Clutter family home, Kansas, USA, the site of the Clutter family murders, which inspired Truman Capote's In Cold Blood. 2 drifters broke into the house, tied up the family, and executed them one by one with a shotgun. The randomness of the crime and the brutality of the murders made it one of the most shocking killings of its time. The house is still there. The Clutter family appeared to be a typical household in Holcomb, Kansas. Herbert Clutter, the patriarch, was a prominent local farmer and a significant employer in the community. He was married to Bonnie Clutter, who, due to severe chronic back pain, was confined to bed for long periods. Together they raised 4 children, with Nancy Clutter emerging as the star pupil and even serving as class president. The youngest, Kenyon, at 15 years old, was notably reserved, while Beverly and Ivana had already left home. Life seemed promising for the Clutters until that fateful night on November 15, 1959. After everyone had retired for the evening, the Clutter residence was breached by 2 armed intruders. These assailants barged into the home, interrogating Herbert under the mistaken belief that he concealed vast riches. However, when the intruders scoured the house, they found nothing more than a transistor radio and a pair of binoculars. Frustrated by the absence of any treasure, the robbers turned violent, first attacking Herbert, suspecting he was hiding the loot, and then, upon discovering nothing, brutally executing every person in the house. When the police arrived on the scene, they discovered Herbert Clutter sprawled dead on his mattress. His throat had been slashed, his body marred by multiple stab wounds, and a shotgun blast had ended his life by striking his head. His hands were bound together and his mouth was taped shut. In the next room, Kenyon Clutter was found similarly bound and gagged, with a bullet wound marking his demise. In an upstairs room, both Bonnie and Nancy were discovered, gagged, tied up, and each bearing a fatal bullet wound. The first responders were led by Garden City Police Department's Chief Michael Geisler. Alongside him was Assistant Chief Rich Roller, whose expert photography captured crucial evidence from the scene, including tire tracks and footprints that would later be linked to the perpetrators. Another vital clue came in the form of a missing pair of binoculars and a transistor radio. The breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly when a prisoner named Floyd Wells provided information to the Kansas Bureau of Investigations, KBI, naming two suspects, Richard Eugene Hitchcock and Perry Edward Smith. Wells disclosed that the pair had hatched a plot to steal the so-called mythical Clutter family treasure, a plan that ultimately unraveled due to their troubled criminal histories. With their identities now known, the hunt for Richard and Perry began. The duo had fled, first pawning off their binoculars in Mexico, then hitchhiking to Omaha, Nebraska. After a brief stay there, they moved on to Iowa, where they stole a car. Their journey continued through Kansas City, ultimately leading them to Florida and finally culminating in Nevada. It was there, on December 31st, 1959, that the KBI finally apprehended the pair, not for the murders, but initially for operating a stolen vehicle. Only later did the authorities realize they were in possession of two highly wanted criminals. The KBI rounded up Richard and Perry, and soon the case was brought before Finney County District Court. While the pair were held in Nevada, KBI investigators secured a confession from them. The confession was straightforward, and the verdict was swift. Both men were found guilty and sentenced to death for the murders of Herbert Clutter, Bonnie Clutter, Kenyon Clutter, and Nancy Clutter. On the day of their execution, as they awaited their final moments, the condemned were asked for any last words. Perry Edward Smith expressed, "I think it's a hell of a thing that a life has to be taken in this manner. I say this especially because there's a great deal I could have offered society. I certainly think that capital punishment is legally and morally wrong. Any apology I would have done would have been meaningless at this time. I think that is all." In contrast, Richard Eugene Hitchcock offered little more, simply shaking KBI agent Roy Church's hand as a final farewell. Both men were subsequently executed on April 14, 1965. Waverly Hills Sanatorium, located in Kentucky, was a tuberculosis hospital that operated from 1910 to 1961. During its peak, thousands of patients died due to the lack of effective treatment. Experimental procedures, including lung surgeries and exposure to fresh air regardless of weather conditions, were performed in an attempt to combat the disease. The facility is infamous for its body chute, a tunnel used to discreetly transport deceased patients to waiting hearses. The Lake Bottom Campsite. In the summer of 1960, the peaceful shores of Lake Bodom, a 3 by 1 kilometer lake just north of Espoo, Finland, became the scene of one of the country's most notorious and puzzling crimes. On June 4th, as midsummer neared, 4 teenagers went camping on a secluded peninsula near the lake. They were 18-year-old best friends, Nils Gustafsson and Seppo Bowen, along with their girlfriends, Irina Borland and Tuuli Maki. They planned a weekend of fishing, swimming, and enjoying the long twilight hours of the white night nights, when the sun barely sets at midnight. After setting up their cramped A-frame tent and settling in for the night, the friends soon fell asleep. However, the following morning brought a nightmare. Nils awoke with a throbbing jaw and hazy memories of the previous night, vivid flashes of screams and the sight of a mysterious man in black with blood-red eyes. In a hospital, Nils learned that between 4 and 6 a.m., an unknown assailant had forcefully torn through their tent, slashing the canvas and bludgeoning its occupants with a heavy object. Nils discovered that his 3 friends had been savagely murdered while they slept. Investigators painted a grim picture of that fateful night. When a local man found the collapsed tent at 11 a.m., the scene revealed horrifying details: human remains, scattered hair, teeth, and defensive wounds on every body. Seppo's body was trapped under the fallen fabric, bearing multiple puncture wounds to the throat and chest. Thule suffered fatal head injuries and numerous post-mortem stab wounds, and Nils's face was marred by severe trauma with a broken temple and jaw. Among the debris, a crumpled diary with cryptic notes and a muddy pillowcase were found, while several personal items, including wallets and a leather jacket, were missing. Strangely, Nils's shoes were later discovered 500 meters from the campsite, hidden beneath a rock and stained with blood. Eyewitness accounts added to the mystery. 2 birdwatchers described seeing a man in his 20s or 30s with light brown, slicked-back hair hurrying through the forest around 6 a.m. A local fisherman also spotted this mysterious figure, which led investigators to create a composite sketch. The sketch depicted a man with flowing blonde hair, large eyes, and distinctive features. Several suspects emerged over time. One was Kaldar Gilstrom, a 51-year-old kiosk owner known for his hostility toward campers, who even admitted to causing minor vandalism on nearby sites. His presence close to the scene made him a person of interest, though he maintained that he was at home. Another suspect was Hans Asman, a German immigrant living 3 miles away, who was hospitalized the day after the incident with suspicious red stains and muddy clothing. His sudden hair shave and murky past, including claims of working for the German army and hints at connections with the KGB, made him a compelling figure in the investigation. Other theories even suggested that a jilted lover or a jealous boyfriend might have followed Thule to the lake, though these ideas lacked solid evidence. Decades later, advances in DNA testing led authorities to re-examine key pieces of evidence. In March 2004, tests revealed that the blood inside Nils's shoes did not match his, while the blood on the outside did match traces found near the tent's entrance. New witness testimonies emerged, including one from a woman who claimed she had seen Nils arguing with Seppo by the lake. Some even suggested that Nils, enraged by personal betrayal after having his advances rejected by Thule, might have attacked his friends. The defense argued that the chaotic crime scene and Nils's memory loss due to head trauma pointed away from his guilt. After months of legal battles and a high-profile trial, the jury ultimately found that the evidence was inconclusive. Nils Gustafsson, the sole survivor, was acquitted of all charges. In recognition of his ordeal, he was awarded €45,000 in compensation by the state. Later DNA tests further exonerated him, confirming that none of the critical evidence matched his genetic profile. Despite the acquittal, public opinion in Finland remains deeply divided, with about half of Finns still suspecting his involvement. Lake Shawnee Amusement Park, built in the 1920s in West Virginia, sits on land where a violent massacre of settlers and Native Americans occurred in the 18th century. The park operated for decades, but closed after multiple tragic accidents. At least 6 amusement patrons were killed while the park was in operation. A little girl on the circling swing set was hit after a truck backed into the path of the swing, and a boy drowned in the amusement park's swimming pond. The park's structures and rides are still standing, abandoned and in disrepair. The Murder Castle, Chicago, USA. Serial killer H.H. Holmes built a hotel designed for murder, with trapdoors, soundproof rooms, and a basement for disposing of bodies. By the turn of the 21st century, the legend of H.H. Holmes had woven itself into American folklore. Known as the man who constructed a murder castle filled with hidden torture chambers, he is infamous for luring hundreds of unsuspecting victims, many of whom arrived in town for the World's Fair, into a deadly trap. Although his 1890s reign of terror earned him the title of America's first serial killer, countless modern retellings have blurred fact with fiction. Herman W. Mudgett was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, to Levi Mudgett and Theodate Mudgett, descendants of the region's earliest English settlers. By all accounts, young Herman's upbringing was ordinary and unassuming. His parents were devout, regular churchgoers, and neighbors recalled them as paragons of respectability. In his youth, Herman was known as a quiet and diligent student with refined tastes. He eschewed the rough-and-tumble games of his peers in favor of solitary walks and introspection. Despite this outward appearance of innocence, subtle warning signs emerged. A local cobbler, who once worked alongside him, remarked that although Herman was a hard worker, there was an unsettling aspect to his behavior, particularly his intense preoccupation with money. Incidents from his youth, such as pilfering 43 cents from a cobbler's vest pocket and attempting to claim double pay for the same job, hinted at a budding greed that would haunt him for years. By age 16, after graduating from Phillips Exeter Academy, Herman had begun working various odd jobs and even taught in Gilmanton and nearby Alton. It was during this time that he met Clara Lovering, and despite conflicting accounts of their courtship, they were married on July 4, 1878. Although Clara's family disapproved of the rapid pace of their relationship, they eventually secured him a position at her uncle's grocery store in East Concord. The couple's son, Robert Lovering Mudgett, was born on February 3, 1880. Yet, Herman's ambitions stretched far beyond clerical work. He yearned to study medicine, and his own autobiography later recounted a childhood incident that profoundly affected him, when two boys dragged him into a doctor's office and forced him to confront a real skeleton. Terrified yet mesmerized by the encounter, this moment ignited a lifelong fascination with human anatomy. Following a brief stint at the University of Vermont in Burlington at age 18, which he soon abandoned, Herman enrolled in the University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery. He graduated in June 1884, though his path to this milestone was nearly derailed by a scandal. A widowed hairdresser accused him of breaking a promise of marriage, an allegation he eventually admitted was true only after graduation. During his university years, Herman and his friends even concocted the idea of faking a death to defraud an insurance company, a scheme that would linger in his mind for years to come. After graduating, Herman found himself increasingly isolated. Clara, with their child, eventually moved away, and though their marriage never officially ended due to the absence of divorce papers, the union was marred by abuse. In 1885, Herman left his native New England for Chicago and adopted the name H. Holmes. His arrival in Chicago marked the beginning of a dark new chapter. He soon found employment at a pharmacy owned by Dr. Halton and his wife. Contrary to popular myth, neither Halton was elderly, nor were they victims of Holmes's murderous ambition to seize their business. In fact, when Holmes later acquired the store, the Haltons were in the prime of life, both in their 20s. Shortly afterward, Holmes purchased a vacant lot on the northwest corner of South Wallace Avenue and West 63rd Street in Inglewood. Here, he began erecting a building that would later be dubbed the Murder Castle, or Murder Hotel. Initially designed with 2 floors, one for retail and one for residential apartments, with Holmes taking up residence with his second wife, Myrta Belknap. The structure was expanded 5 years later to include a 3rd floor intended to serve as a hotel in time for the World's Fair. Although many of the sensational details about hidden rooms and secret passages have been debunked over time, there is no doubt that the building featured oddities like a concealed compartment between floors and a trapdoor accessed staircase, which some suggest were used to store stolen goods. While operating his castle, Holmes engaged in a dizzying array of fraudulent schemes and illicit affairs. He was notorious for buying goods on credit, selling them, and then absconding without settling the bills. More disturbingly, Holmes began a pattern of using people for his gain, and then eliminating them when they outlived their usefulness or threatened to expose him. His first murders remain shrouded in rumor. Some accounts even hint at earlier killings during his youth or early years in Chicago, though concrete evidence is lacking. What is clear, however, is that his later crimes were methodical. Murders were typically committed against those who knew too much about his schemes or who obstructed his path. As his new marriage initially appeared to be going smoothly, the birth of a daughter in 1889 marked a turning point. Holmes soon began an extramarital affair, hiring a man named Silas K. Ned Connor to work in his building. With him came his wife Julia and their young daughter, Pearl. Julia's subsequent involvement in various schemes, frauds, and even murders quickly intertwined her fate with Holmes. One day, Julia and Pearl vanished without a trace. Holmes claimed they had gone to visit relatives, but they were never seen again. In 1892, a similar fate befell a young secretary, Emmeline Sigrand, who had been seduced by Holmes. When autumn came, she too disappeared. Not long after, Holmes charmed another vulnerable young woman, a wealthy orphan named Minnie Williams. Adopting the persona of Howard Gordon, he made Minnie his personal stenographer and soon introduced her as his wife, though no legal ceremony ever took place. Minnie's trust led her to sign over several real estate holdings, including a property in Wilmette where Holmes planned to build a new house for murder, intended for his real wife and daughter, Lucy. By July 1893, both Minnie and her younger sister Anna had mysteriously vanished. In January 1894, Holmes departed Chicago and met his fourth and final wife, Georgiana Yoke, in Denver, all while he continued to operate under the guise of Mr. H.M. Howard. A man named Benjamin P. Tezel, who had long been Holmes' partner in various scams, became embroiled in an elaborate insurance fraud plot. Benjamin, well aware of Holmes's myriad deceptions, was coaxed into a scheme designed to claim a $10,000 insurance payout by faking his own death. The plan was straightforward. Benjamin would pose as an inventor who would perish in a staged explosion, and Holmes would then procure a body that could be incinerated beyond recognition. However, as the plan unfolded in August 1894 in Philadelphia, Holmes first ensured that Benjamin was heavily intoxicated. Then, he administered a lethal dose of chloroform and set Benjamin's body on fire. Although Holmes made a feeble effort to stage the death as an accident, the Pennsylvania coroner was deceived, and the insurance company, Fidelity Mutual Insurance, issued a check for $7,200 on Benjamin's behalf. Holmes wasn't done yet. Concerned that Benjamin's family knew too much, and that they still believed he was alive in London, Holmes began to feed false information to Carrie, Benjamin's wife. Eventually, he even persuaded her to entrust 3 of her 5 children to his care. In a horrifying turn, Holmes later admitted that he had locked 2 of these children in a specially modified trunk with a drilled hole, connected it to a gas line, and asphyxiated them. He then disposed of their bodies in the basement of a rented property in Toronto. Holmes also poisoned the 3rd child, dismembered the remains, and burned them. Many believe that given the opportunity, he might have eliminated the entire Tezel family. Holmes' killing spree finally came to an abrupt halt when he was arrested on November 17, 1894 in Boston. Initially charged with horse theft, a far cry from the grisly crimes he'd committed, investigators soon escalated the charges to include insurance fraud. Under mounting pressure, Holmes eventually confessed to the murder of Benjamin Tezel. Subsequent searches of his castle uncovered the grisly remains of Alice and Nellie, as well as parts of Howard Tezel's dismembered body. Interest in Holmes soared almost overnight. Throngs of people flocked to visit his so-called murder castle, and sensational headlines abounded, describing torture rooms, secret passageways, and quicklime pits. In reality, most of these lurid details were fabrications. Despite extensive searches, authorities never found sufficient evidence to indict Holmes on all the crimes attributed to him. Ultimately, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Tezel and, following a conviction, was sentenced to death in 1895. While awaiting his execution, Holmes claimed responsibility for 27 murders, a confession whose accuracy remains highly disputed, with some reports suggesting he was paid $750 for his confession, and that several of the victims he named were still alive. A notorious swindler and liar for most of his life, Holmes's final days were marked by contradictory statements. Initially, he declared his innocence. Later, he insisted that he had been possessed by the devil. Just over a week before his scheduled execution, on his 35th birthday, Holmes was hanged at Philadelphia's Moymansing prison on May 7, 1896. In a gruesome execution that lasted over 20 minutes, his neck failed to snap as expected. Instead, he was slowly strangled in accordance with his last wishes. His coffin was encased in concrete and buried 10 feet deep to deter grave robbers, marking the end of his murderous career. Port Arthur Penal Colony, established in the 19th century in Tasmania, was one of Australia's harshest prisons. Convicts endured grueling labor and psychological punishment, with solitary confinement and sensory deprivation used as disciplinary measures. The prison was abandoned in the late 1800s, but stories of ghostly encounters have persisted. The site gained further notoriety in 1996 when it became the scene of Australia's deadliest mass shooting, where 35 people were killed. The gunman, Martin Bryant, was later sentenced to 35 life terms. It was the country's worst mass murder, and it led to stricter gun controls. The Robertson family. Life can change in an instant, whether it's due to a strange allergy, a lightning strike, or a simple fall. This is the Robertson family, and they experienced this firsthand on what began as a fun sailing adventure that turned into a fight for survival. Back in the fall of 1968, the Robertsons, Dougal, Lynn, their children Anne, 16, Douglas, 17, and the 9-year-old twins Neil and Sandy, lived a hard life running a small dairy farm in Staffordshire, England. One night, while Dougal was sharing stories about his time in the British Merchant Navy, young Neil asked if the family could sail around the world. With the farm close to bankruptcy and the chance to show his kids the world, Dougal jumped at the idea. They sold their farm, bought a 50-year-old schooner named the Lucette, and set sail from Falmouth on January 21, 1971. And except for Dougal, no one had much experience with sailing. Their first test came just 6 days later in the Bay of Biscay off the coast of France, when a fierce storm with huge waves and strong winds nearly overwhelmed them. Miraculously, they survived and continued their journey. For the next 17 months, they sailed through the Caribbean, visiting places like Antigua and Barbados. During this time, Anne fell in love with a young man in the Bahamas and decided to stay there. The family then continued on, even picking up a 22-year-old Welsh hitchhiker named Robin, who quickly became like a member of the family. Everything changed on the morning of June 15, 1972, when the Lucette was about 200 miles west of the Galapagos Islands. 2 days into a 40-day trip to the Marquesas Islands, a sudden, powerful blow struck the boat. 3 orcas had rammed the Lucette, causing the hull to crack and the vessel to begin sinking. In a rush, the family abandoned ship. Lynn was still in her nightgown, launching an emergency inflatable raft and a small dinghy named the Edna Mare. Within minutes, the Lucette was gone. Floating debris and their waterlogged dinghy remained with them, but both were in poor shape. They quickly gathered what supplies they could: some sewing items from Lynn's basket, a few survival tools, and a mix of food that included onions, biscuits, oranges, lemons, candy, and some sailing gear. Their supplies were limited, and they soon realized they were drifting far from land. More than 1,000 miles from South America, and over 2,000 miles from their planned destination. With little chance of immediate rescue, Dougal and Douglas decided to head north about 400 miles to a region known as the Doldrums. Here, the gentle winds and occasional rain could provide fresh water. The idea was to restock and then possibly sail into busy shipping lanes near America, which might increase their chance of being found. The following days were extremely hard. The family worked together to bail water from both the dinghy and the damaged raft, repacked their supplies into the dinghy, and set up a watch schedule. They dealt with constant seasickness and the discomfort of their small, unstable vessel. Lynn comforted everyone by reciting prayers and singing hymns, and even led simple stretching exercises to keep their muscles active. In a desperate move, they wrote goodbye letters while still clear-headed, including messages from Lynn, the twins, and even Robin, which they kept safe in waterproof wrapping. They tried to catch fish to supplement their scarce food, drinking turtle blood, and even eating fish eyes when nothing else was available. Sadly, these fishing efforts also attracted large sharks, adding to the danger. As the days passed, the raft's leak grew worse, and the family's water supply dwindled. They patched and bailed as best they could, but soon they lost their stored water tanks when a sea turtle's attack severed their rope. Left with only rainwater collected in small cups and a plastic bag, their situation grew desperate. On their 38th day adrift, just as dusk settled, they spotted a Japanese fishing trawler, the Tokumaru II. Dougal quickly signaled the ship using a flare, even though it burned his hand in the process. Despite the language barrier, simple hand signs helped the two groups understand each other. The fishermen agreed to save the battered dinghy when it was clear that the Edna Mare could not last much longer. The castaways were rescued and taken to Panama, where the British Embassy provided them with a hotel and medical care. They slowly recovered from their ordeal. 10 days after their rescue, Robin returned to England, and the Robertson family eventually made their way home on a larger ship. The experience left deep marks on them. Dougal and Lynn's marriage fell apart after the stressful journey, and both Dougal and his son Douglas later wrote books sharing the harrowing story of their survival. Hikari City mother and child murder case. This seems like a normal photo of a young student, but behind that face is a truly disturbing story. In 1999, this 18-year-old with a dark mind devised a terrible plan. He dressed up as a handyman and went door to door, targeting houses where women were alone. By pretending he was there for work, he managed to enter one house. Inside, he attacked a woman and killed her. The horror did not stop there. Her 11-month-old baby was also in the house. Rather than sparing the child, he ended the child's life too. When questioned later, he showed almost no emotion. He shockingly explained that he wasn't trying to kill the baby. Instead, he claimed he tied a bow around its neck to stop it from crying. After murdering the woman, he sexually assaulted her. He later said he did this because he had read in a novel that it was part of a resurrection ritual. The police soon caught him. Initially, he was sentenced to life in prison, but his sentence was later changed to the death penalty. This change sparked a major debate in Japan, because at the time, people under 20 were legally considered minors. Despite being only 18 when he committed these brutal crimes, many argued that his actions were so extreme he should face the ultimate punishment. At first glance, the security camera shows an ordinary scene: a man carrying a little girl past an elevator. The child glances up while her bare feet swing from the man's arm, and nothing seems amiss. Yet beneath this seemingly innocent image lies a far more disturbing truth. This is the story of Shania Davis, sometimes known by the nickname Angel. She was born on June 14, 2004, and from the very start, the world seemed to welcome her. Shania was described as a very friendly child. Her father explained that she was naturally reserved at first, but once she warmed up to someone, she showered them with so much attention that it could eventually become overwhelming. Even at a young age, she demonstrated a strong work ethic, always busy and eager to help with chores around the house. Like many little girls, she loved playing dress-up, fixing her hair, and spending time with her Barbie dolls. Shania was born to Bradley Lockhart and Antoinette Davis. By 2009, when Shania turned 5, she was attending Morganson Road Elementary School, where her warm nature won the hearts of both teachers and classmates. While her life at home with her father was loving and secure, her mother had been mostly absent. However, by 2009, it appeared that Antoinette was trying to change her life. Bradley, hoping for a positive transformation, allowed Shania to spend time with her mother as well. For a period, Shania split her time between her father's home and her mother's. During visits to her father's house, which had a new wife, there were even concerns. His wife testified that Shania sometimes had marks on her skin, cigarette burns, that suggested possible abuse. Despite these worrying signs, the visits to her mother's house continued. Then, on November 10, 2009, everything changed. Early that morning at 6:52 a.m., Antoinette called 911 in a state of panic. She reported that she had woken up and discovered her daughter was missing. In the emergency call, she described Shania's appearance, including her clothing, a blue shirt with designs, and noted details like her white underwear with a distinctive pattern. The caller mentioned that all doors were secure, yet somehow Shania had vanished. The disappearance set off an immediate and intensive search. An Amber Alert was issued, and soon a breakthrough came when a hotel employee reported that, the day before, she had seen a younger woman accompanied by a man. The employee recalled that the man, who appeared to be on a long drive, had rented a hotel room with the woman, claiming he needed a rest stop on his way to drop her off. Surveillance footage from the hotel confirmed that a man had been seen carrying a child who matched Shania's description. Authorities quickly identified the man as Mario McNeil, a name not unfamiliar to the family, as he had previously dated Antoinette's sister. When police brought him in for questioning, Mario insisted he was innocent. He admitted that he had taken Shania to the hotel and even claimed he had dropped her off, but he did not know where she was afterward. With mounting pressure, police turned their attention to Antoinette. During questioning, she broke down and revealed disturbing details. Although she had a stable job and maintained a household, she was still struggling with drug use and had accumulated significant debt. Her debt was owed to Mario McNeil. One day, when Mario visited looking to collect what he was owed, he became aggressive. Unable to pay him back, Mario demanded that Antoinette either settle her debt with money or provide something in exchange. In a horrifying decision, instead of risking herself, Antoinette handed over her 5-year-old daughter to him, allowing Mario to take Shania to a hotel. After this revelation, both Antoinette and Mario were taken into custody. Mario continued to claim that he was not directly responsible for Shania's disappearance, repeating that he had dropped her off without knowing where she went next. Meanwhile, authorities were given a location by Mario, albeit an uncertain one. Acting on this tip, search teams scoured the area along Shania Road and near Highway 87 on the Lee-Harnett County line. It wasn't long before they located Shania's body. An autopsy confirmed that she had been assaulted and smothered. For Bradley Lockhart, Shania's father, the loss was a devastating echo of past tragedy. 11 years earlier, his ex-wife, Vicki Sue Lockhart, had been murdered during a violent home invasion. Back then, intruders had entered the home, bound and gagged 5 adults, and after robbing the house, they shot them multiple times, taking the lives of Vicki Sue, her sister Chanel Coleman, and another man named David Lee Epps. Shania had once brought a ray of hope and healing into his life, and now, with her disappearance and death, that beacon of light was gone. As the investigation progressed, more details emerged. Mario McNeil's legal team attempted to portray his disclosures as acts of transparency, claiming that he only revealed the location of Shania's body to help the investigation. However, evidence and confessions painted a far darker picture. In court, the full gravity of the situation became clear. Antoinette's role in the tragedy, despite her troubled past, and Mario's actions in exploiting her debt and vulnerability led to severe legal consequences. Antoinette was sentenced to at least 17 years in prison, a sentence set to end with her release in May 2027, while Mario McNeil was handed a death sentence. Although Mario later tried to overturn his sentence, his appeal was rejected by the Supreme Court, and his death sentence was upheld. Some argued that if authorities had followed proper protocol, such as involving child protection services during a drug raid on Antoinette's home, a case could have been opened to remove Shania from an unsafe environment. Perhaps then, Shania might still have been alive. Satomi Mitarai. This is no ordinary class picture. The girl on the right is actually seen here with her 11-year-old killer, the girl on the left wearing a Nevada shirt. Now, we all know children are often seen as innocent, easily moved to tears, and unaware of the darker sides of life, but sometimes the unthinkable happens, and a child becomes the perpetrator of a crime so shocking it leaves an entire nation in disbelief. Today we turn our attention to Japan and the tragic case of Satomi Mitarai, more commonly known as the Nevada Tan murder. On June 1, 2004, during a regular lunch break at Okubo Elementary School, a teacher noticed that 2 of her students were missing. Initially, she assumed they might have gone to the restroom together or were eating elsewhere, and dismissed the concern. However, her worries escalated when one of the missing students, Natsumi Tsuji, returned to class carrying a box of blood-stained cut-up clothing. Concerned for Natsumi's safety, the teacher checked her for injuries and asked if she was hurt. To everyone's shock, Natsumi admitted the blood wasn't hers. She had done something terrible. Alarmed, the staff began searching for the other missing student, Satomi Mitarai. Their worst fears were confirmed when they found Satomi's lifeless body in a pool of blood near the entrance of an empty classroom on the third floor. Chaos erupted as the school staff called the police and notified the students' parents. When emergency services arrived, Satomi's father, Kyoji Mitarai, struggled to comprehend the brutal reality of his daughter's death. He recalled that Satomi had never had conflicts with her classmates and had always seemed to get along with everyone. Katsuyoshi Tominaga from the Sasebo Central Fire Department reported that Satomi had suffered multiple deep slashes on her wrists and neck, with one gash on her throat measuring nearly 4 inches long. She had died from massive blood loss. The police then escorted a remorseful Natsumi to the station. She cried and apologized, appearing as any distressed child might. But the question remained, why had she done it? Natsumi soon revealed the motive behind her horrifying act. She and Satomi had been friends, sharing interests in basketball and browsing the internet. But on May 27, 2004, Natsumi discovered that Satomi had been talking badly about her to their other classmates, calling her names like fatty. At first, Natsumi tried to ignore the insults, but Satomi continued mocking her. Over the next few days, Natsumi considered harming Satomi. She debated different methods, using an ice pick, a box cutter, or even strangulation. But each time she saw Satomi at school, she hesitated. However, on the night of May 28th, Satomi once again insulted her. This time, Natsumi saw the offensive message online before it was deleted. Furious, she responded with a chilling threat she would kill her. Satomi, seemingly unfazed, did not take the warning seriously. But for Natsumi, this was the final straw. On June 1st, during their lunch break, Natsumi lured Satomi into an empty classroom. According to her confession to the school counselor, she closed the curtains to darken the room. She attempted to cover Satomi's eyes, but failed. Without hesitation, she took out a box cutter and slashed Satomi's throat. Then she watched for 15 minutes as Satomi bled to death. When Natsumi was arrested, her identity was initially protected under Japanese law, referred to only as Girl A. However, the case became widely known as the Nevada-tan murder after a class photo surfaced online, showing Natsumi wearing a sweater with the word Nevada on it. Internet users attached the affectionate suffix "tan" to her name, turning her into an unsettling online figure. Investigators delved into Natsumi's background to understand what had driven her to commit such a gruesome act. They discovered that she had a deep interest in horror movies, books, and dark internet forums. She was a fan of the controversial novel and movie Battle Royale, and often consumed related fan fiction. Reports even suggested that she had visited the infamous Red Room website, an urban legend about a cursed webpage linked to violent deaths. Further investigation revealed that Natsumi's anger wasn't just directed at Satomi, but at her entire class, whom she believed had been bullying her. On her personal website, she expressed contempt for her classmates, even writing an internal dialogue where she debated whether taking a life was justifiable. A forensic psychologist evaluated Natsumi and found no signs of severe psychological distress. While the public speculated she was a hikikomori, a socially withdrawn individual, there was no evidence to support this. Some sources suggested that she was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, a condition affecting social interactions and communication. However, there was no official confirmation. The head of the Sasebo Children's Counseling Center noted how normal Natsumi appeared. She had not suffered abuse at home and did not seem like a troubled child. This made it all the more unsettling. How could an ordinary girl commit such a crime? Her defense team argued that she was heavily influenced by the violent media she consumed, warning parents to be mindful of their children's exposure to such content. However, this did not absolve her of responsibility. On September 15, 2004, the Japanese family court sentenced Natsumi to 2 years of involuntary commitment, later extended by another 2 years in 2006. She was sent to a juvenile reformatory in Tochigi Prefecture. Her case had a profound impact on Japan, reigniting debates about the country's juvenile justice system. Some argued that the age of criminal responsibility, which had been previously lowered to 14 due to another child murder case, should be further reduced. For Satomi's father, the tragedy was unbearable. During the trial, he published a heartbreaking letter to his daughter in a national newspaper, wondering if she was happy if she had met her late mother, and why she was taken from him so soon. Satomi had been his source of strength after his wife's passing, and now he was left to grieve alone. During the Okubo Elementary School graduation ceremony on March 18, 2005, the school left blank pages in the yearbook where Satomi and Natsumi's photos would have been. Satomi was posthumously awarded a graduation certificate, which her father accepted. Natsumi also received one as the school believed it would aid her reintegration into society. Meanwhile, the internet took a disturbing turn. Online communities, particularly 2channel and Futaba Channel, became obsessed with Natsumi, glorifying her as Nevada Tan. They created memes, fan art, and even cosplayed as her. In June 2005, a mass cosplay event featured people dressed as Nevada Tan, and the Nevada University hoodie became a top-selling item. The murder was treated like an internet horror story, similar to a creepypasta. Even when authorities tried to remove the content, it kept resurfacing. An eerie song titled Cutie Nevada was even released, adding to the unsettling online phenomenon. As of today, Natsumi Tsuji has been released and granted a new identity, allowing her to live in anonymity. Her family moved to an undisclosed location in Japan. While some believe Satomi's bullying played a role in her fate, nothing justifies such a violent end. Juvenile crime rates in the Asia-Pacific region have risen over the years, with offenses ranging from drug-related activities to severe bullying. Factors like socioeconomic status, media influence, and parental upbringing all play a role. One question remains: do some children feel protected by their age when committing crimes? Juvenile facilities prioritize rehabilitation over punishment, which might feel more like a school detention than a prison sentence. At first glance, this CCTV clip looks ordinary. A mother holding hands with her 3-year-old son while her boyfriend walks ahead with his hands in his pockets during a shopping trip. But this video soon turned out to be a crucial piece of evidence in a case that shocked everyone. This is the story of Alfie. Alfie Lamb was born on May 13, 2014 in Gillingham, Kent, England, to his mother Adrian and his father Richard Lamb. From the start, Alfie was a joyful and active child. His mother affectionately nicknamed him My Little Tarzan and Little Noodle. He adored playing with toy minions and cars, and his favorite television program was Mr. Tumble. Alfie also loved outings to the park, especially when his grandmother brought her dog along. Adrian, Alfie's mother, had left home at a very young age due to the troubles caused by her addict parents and her father's violent tendencies. She left when she was only 15 and lived in a hostel for a while before returning to live with her own mother at 17. While living with her mother in 2013 at the age of 20, Adrian became pregnant after a one-night stand. Initially uncertain about who Alfie's father was, she eventually approached the man she thought it might be, only to be rejected because he was not interested in being involved with a child. This man would go on to see Alfie only twice in his life. Around the time Adrian was about 6 weeks pregnant, she met Richard Lamb, a man 15 years her senior. They soon started dating, moved in together, and Richard was there when Alfie was born, later raising him as his own and giving him his surname. Unfortunately, Adrian later described Richard as being much like her own parents, battling with drug and alcohol problems and frequently becoming violent toward her. In 2015, the couple separated. Richard moved out of their shared home, only to later return and deliberately set the property on fire. He was eventually imprisoned for 3 years for that act, though neither Adrian nor Alfie was inside at the time of the fire. Following this incident, Adrian moved to Blackpool for a fresh start and lived with her mother, Janice. However, it wasn't long before Janice noticed that Adrian was beginning to neglect Alfie. Janice recalled how both she and Alfie would often be left sitting in pajamas until late in the afternoon. The toddler was frequently confined to a bouncer and left in front of the television. Adrian, meanwhile, was constantly preoccupied with her social media, checking Facebook instead of tending to her son's needs. In the past, when Alfie was an infant, Adrian had been extremely protective and would never leave him unattended. But as he grew older and more active, her attention dwindled. She even started feeding him mostly junk food. In 2016, Adrian began a new relationship with a man named Stephen Watton, who was the adopted son of former tour minister Nigel Watton. Stephen worked in a nightclub and was known for being arrogant, selfish, and jealous. By early 2018, Alfie, his mother, and Stephen were living together in a flat, along with another person named Sen. On February 1st, 2018, a shopping trip took place in South London. The group, consisting of Alfie, Adrian, Stephen, 19-year-old Emily Williams, 22-year-old Marcus Lamb, Alfie's cousin, and another young child, traveled in Stephen's Audi. Despite having car seats available, Stephen had removed them, opting instead to have the children sit on the vehicle floor. Since his Audi Sport Coupe only had 4 seats and there were 6 people, he decided that placing the children on the floor near his passenger area was the only option. During the trip, young Alfie ran around trying to keep up with the group. Naturally, after such an energetic chase, his little legs grew tired and he became irritable. When they returned to the car, Alfie and the other child were forced to sit on the floor near where his mother was seated. After Stephen adjusted his electric seat backward to make room for himself, Alfie, who was sitting by Adrian's feet, began to show discomfort. The tight space pressed against him, and he started crying out for his mother. Adrian responded by telling Stephen to move his seat forward, which he did momentarily, but Alfie's distress continued. The crying, instead of eliciting help, annoyed Stephen. He yelled at the toddler, causing Alfie to jump and cry even louder. Stephen then claimed he wouldn't be ordered around by a 3-year-old, and he pushed his seat back again. This time, Alfie cried even more intensely and even made choking noises, yet Adrian told him to shut up. After Alfie finally quieted, Stephen readjusted his seat once more. Adrian initially thought that Alfie might have fallen asleep, but upon returning home, she realized that he was completely limp. At first, they assumed he might have been playing around, as Alfie had previously gone floppy when he didn't get his way. However, he was also unusually pale. Adrian's desperate attempts to rouse him failed, and emergency services were called. When paramedics arrived, they immediately began checking for signs of breathing. Despite efforts to revive him, it was clear that little Alfie was unresponsive. He was rushed to St. Thomas's Hospital, where a machine kept him alive temporarily, but his injuries were too severe. 3 days later, on February 4th, Alfie was taken off life support and pronounced dead. An initial post-mortem examination did not yield clear answers, but a later determination by a pathologist revealed that Alfie died from crush injuries. Specifically, the maximum space in the back seat where he had been sitting was initially 11.8 inches wide, which was reduced to just 3.7 inches at the time the medics arrived on February 1st. At the time of the incident, Adrian was on the phone with Stephen, who had fled the scene. In an attempt to get their story straight, police were called shortly after the medics arrived. Suspicion quickly arose regarding the true cause of Alfie's death. Adrian, trying to protect herself and her boyfriend, told the police that she had taken a taxi when the incident occurred, but she was unable to provide the taxi company's name or a precise account of what had happened to Alfie. While she was at the hospital with her son, Adrian also texted Stephen, claiming that "we know we're lying," and Stephen later texted her promising to take all the blame when speaking with the police, a promise that proved to be far from the truth. During Adrian's first police interview on February 3rd, while Alfie was still fighting for his life in intensive care, she insisted she did not know a man named Stephen Watton. Instead, she claimed she was dating a man called Stephen Marchant from Maidstone. When police eventually located Stephen, he gave them a false name and fabricated his version of events. Investigators also discovered that he had recently sold his Audi for a very low price, only £800. As the investigation deepened, both Stephen and Adrian began threatening the other adults who had been in the car with them, Emily and Marcus, to ensure that everyone stuck to the story Stephen had invented. They warned that if these adults did not remain silent, they would be made to disappear. On February 18th, further revelations emerged that Stephen and Adrian had physically and verbally assaulted both Marcus and Emily. In one incident, Stephen attacked Marcus in Crystal Palace Park, recording the assault on his phone. He was seen placing his foot on Marcus's head as he lay on the ground, demanding to know what he had told the police and insulting him repeatedly. Similarly, Emily, who was pregnant at the time, was warned by Stephen that if she did not stick to the agreed story, her unborn child would grow up without a mother. At one point, Adrian even slapped Emily so hard that it left a visible handprint on her cheek for nearly half an hour. Because of these threats, Emily eventually provided a false account to the police. However, Adrian's half-sister, Ashley Jeffrey, later managed to extract the truth from Adrian. Ashley invited Adrian to her home, activated a voice recorder on her phone, and asked for a detailed account of what had occurred with Alfie on February 1st. In that recorded conversation, Adrian admitted to lying multiple times to the police in order to protect Stephen. Ashley then passed the recording along to the police. On February 28th, following these revelations, Adrian, Stephen, and Emily were all arrested. Adrian faced charges including manslaughter, child cruelty, conspiring to pervert the course of justice by making false statements, and common assault against Emily Williams. She pleaded not guilty. Stephen was charged with manslaughter, witness intimidation, and conspiring to pervert the course of justice. He also pleaded not guilty. Emily was charged with conspiring to pervert the course of justice, and likewise pleaded not guilty. While being questioned, Stephen mentioned his father's name, Nigel Wotton, implying that his family's influence might render him untouchable. Stephen also claimed that he had only moved his car seat back an inch, and that when asked to move it forward, he complied immediately. Meanwhile, Adrian maintained that she had never believed Alfie was ever in danger. When Stephen moved the seat back, she was under the impression that there was still enough room for him. However, Marcus, who was driving that day, told police that Adrian had treated Alfie very harshly during the shopping trip, grabbing his arm, yanking him up if he tripped, and screaming at him. Both Alfie and Adrian had previously been on a social services watch list, though in 2016, when Adrian moved in with Stephen, social services decided she was managing better and removed her from the list. Notably, Adrian often lied to social workers, and the authorities never investigated Stephen's background thoroughly. Had they done so, they would have discovered that Stephen had 3 prior assault convictions dating back to 2014. These convictions included incidents involving his ex-girlfriends, his sister's husband, and in 2012 to 2013, allegations from teenage girls who claimed he threatened them and sent abusive messages. In addition, another woman came forward in 2012 accusing Stephen of violence, although no charges were filed. 8 months before Alfie's death, Stephen had even threatened the lives of both himself and Adrian. About a year into their relationship, when Adrian became pregnant again, she uncovered that Stephen was involved with 2 other women. Confronting him only resulted in Stephen's anger. Somehow, he convinced Adrian to get into the car with Alfie, sped off, and even threatened, "I'll kill myself, you and that baby." Fortunately, Adrian managed to get him to stop and called the police, although she later returned to the scene. Stephen was also notorious for controlling Adrian. He never gave her a key to the flat they shared, claiming that after their recent move, only 1 key was provided by the landlord. Additionally, he sold Adrian's phone, forcing her to use his instead, which gave him access to her Facebook account and her government benefits. Funds that then went directly into his bank account. This further isolated Adrian from friends and family, as Stephen disapproved of her social interactions. He even controlled other people living in the flat by denying them keys. On the day of the car incident, Stephen insisted on going shopping and forced the others to accompany him, ensuring no one was left behind in his flat. Stephen's half-sister, Samantha Dawson, who had spent time with both Stephen and Adrian, along with Alfie, recalled that both of them were consistently rough with the toddler. She had witnessed them yelling at and even physically striking Alfie. Samantha observed that while Alfie was taken care of in terms of being dressed, fed, and kept clean, he was never truly loved. She also remembered that on the day of the incident, when Alfie was sitting on the floor near his mother's feet, Stephen pushed the seat back, just as he had done on February 1st, resulting in Alfie crying out that he couldn't move and calling for his mother. Adrian coldly responded that she would give you something to cry about. Samantha then shouted at Stephen to move his seat forward, insisting that no child should be treated that way. When Samantha later heard that Alfie had died in the same manner, she wondered if perhaps she could have intervened more firmly, though she doubted it would have changed the outcome. In her eyes, Stephen was nothing short of a monster. By February 2019, both Adrian and Stephen went to trial. The prosecution argued that both played a role in Alfie's death, with Adrian having fundamentally failed her son by putting him in an unsafe situation in the car. The prosecutor stated that all she needed to do was pick him up properly, and because she did not, he died. Adrian's defense insisted that Alfie had always been a happy child, and that there had never been any significant concerns of abuse or neglect. They maintained that Adrian was deeply remorseful for what had, or rather, had not, been done on that day. In her own testimony, Adrian admitted that she knew she wasn't a perfect mother, but she pointed out that social services had never questioned her overall fitness as a parent, only her choice of partners. She also criticized Stephen's unpredictable temper, noting that he could erupt over the smallest matters. Text messages and overheard conversations presented in court revealed that both Adrian and Stephen frequently used harsh language about the toddler, referring to him with cruel nicknames such as Little Fatty. The prosecution argued that both played a role in Alfie's death. Before the trial, Adrian had even written letters to Stephen, in which she expressed love for him and for their little boy, referring to him as our little munchkin, who would always be proud of him and protect him. In one part of a letter, she wrote that she did not want to lose him, declaring that the bond they shared was amazing, even when Alfie was in intensive care. Yet, it became increasingly clear that Adrian's priority was being with Stephen, rather than safeguarding her own child's life. Meanwhile, Stephen was busy texting multiple women, 4 in all, with plans to meet some of them later that evening. Despite his insistence that he was in a state of panic and genuinely concerned for Alfie, he continued to deny having deliberately moved his seat back after becoming frustrated. Stephen's defense maintained that his adjustment of the seat was minimal, no more than an inch, and that when requested to move it forward, he complied immediately. They argued that any injuries sustained by Alfie were actually due to Adrian's handling of him, even claiming that on that day she had slapped him several times when he pinched her. The prosecution, however, argued forcefully that it was not the car seat's design that killed Alfie, but rather the reckless actions and indifference shown by both adults. In one exchange, the prosecutor told Stephen, "On your account, Mr. Watton, it could not have been the car seat that killed Alfie. You have been framed horribly," to which he agreed. In the end, Scotland Yard's Detective Chief Inspector Simon Harding, who led the investigation, described Alfie's death as the result of a selfish and cruel act. He remarked on how unimaginable it was for a 3.5-year-old child to suffer such intense pressure with no one coming to his aid. Harding summed up his assessment by stating that Stephen Watton had come across as a selfish, abhorrent individual who had never taken responsibility for his actions on that terrible day. After days of deliberation, the jury eventually cleared Adrian of manslaughter, but found her guilty of child cruelty and common assault for smacking Emily on the cheek. Both she and Stephen had previously admitted to conspiring to pervert the course of justice by lying to the police. Adrian was sentenced to 2 years for cruelty, 8 months for perverting the course of justice, and 1 month for assault. These sentences were to run consecutively. Stephen Watton was found guilty of witness intimidation, though the jury could not reach a verdict on the manslaughter charge, leading to a retrial. Later, Stephen pleaded guilty to manslaughter just before his retrial began. He was then sentenced to 5 years and 6 months for manslaughter, along with 2 years for witness intimidation and 18 months for perverting the course of justice, with all these sentences to be served concurrently. When Emily was sentenced, the judge took into account her vulnerability and the threats made against her at the time of the trial. She was heavily pregnant and received a suspended 5-month jail sentence, along with 100 hours of community service, to be completed after her baby's birth. Adrian was released after 5 months, but she violated the conditions of her release, and was taken back into custody in May 2020. She was finally released for good in July 2021. Stephen, on the other hand, was released from prison in January 2022 under probation supervision. However, Alfie's family was not informed of Stephen's release, not even his half-sister Samantha Dawson, who had testified against him. Fearing for her own safety and that of her children, Samantha was relieved when, in May 2023, Stephen was returned to prison for violating the terms of his release. He is now expected to remain incarcerated until at least 2026. Janice Templeton, Adrian's mother, expressed her deep-seated anger and sorrow, stating that she could never forgive her daughter for what had happened. She believed Adrian should spend the rest of her life in prison. Janice mentioned that she spoke with Adrian every other day while she was in jail, yet her daughter never showed genuine remorse for her actions. In fact, Janice was not even invited to Alfie's funeral. The only time she learned of his death was when Adrian posted selfies on social media. Janice still longs to see Alfie. She imagines setting out his favorite tea and wishing he were there to greet her, crying out for him with a desperate need to say goodbye. Alfie's aunt recalled that every time she saw the toddler, he was always happy and eager to play, full of imagination and sporting the brightest smile. While some argued that Stephen might not have intended to kill the little boy, it was clear he showed a blatant disregard for the pain he caused. Many feel that the sentence handed to him was too lenient for his actions, especially after the additional threats and assaults on others that followed. There is lingering anger and disbelief that anyone could leave a child in such a dangerous situation and then help cover up the truth too. John Lawson House Mannequins. For many years, both travelers and locals were drawn to a strange sight in the small village of New Hamburg, New York, a house with a porch filled with mannequins. Unlike ordinary mannequins seen in shop windows, these figures were arranged in eerie poses, dressed in old-fashioned clothes with wigs and scarves. Early photographs from the 2000s showed them sitting as if in quiet conversation or standing motionless while staring out onto the street. What made the pictures even creepier was that the mannequins seemed to change their positions day by day, even though no one ever saw them move. In some photos, they were even holding small objects like books, flowers, or teacups. Some images showed the mannequins always facing the nearby railroad tracks, which led people to wonder if they were connected to an 1871 train accident that killed 22 people. In other photos, they seemed to be watching the road, with their positions shifting slightly over time and their outfits changing from one picture to the next. Although many passers-by snapped these photos, no one ever captured the moment when the mannequins were moved. Even the people who lived in the house never seemed to notice the strange figures on their porch. Then, in 2016, the mannequins vanished. The last images only showed an empty porch without the shifting figures or vintage dresses fluttering in the breeze. Just an old house with its greatest mystery suddenly gone. Tsukuyamayuri Care Facility. This is the Tsukuyamayuri Care Facility in Sagamihara, Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. Situated on a 30,000 square meter area of woodland near the bank of the Sagami River, this residential care center, established by the local government and managed by the social welfare organization Kanagawa Kyoto-kai, housed residents aged between 19 and 75, all with intellectual disabilities, and many with physical disabilities as well. But what took place in this normal-looking care facility on July 26, 2016, is marked as one of the worst mass killings in Japan's recent history. The way society treats people with disabilities, whether physical or mental, reflects its values and ethics. Everyone deserves the same respect and dignity, regardless of ability. However, attitudes toward disabled individuals vary widely across cultures, and unfortunately, some perceptions are not only dismissive, but outright cruel. Today we will examine a horrifying case where such negative views led to a terrible tragedy, the Sagamihara stabbings, committed by Satoshi Uematsu. Despite legal reforms aimed at increasing accessibility and reducing discrimination, many disabled individuals still report facing prejudice. A 2023 survey published by the Japan Times found that around 90% of disabled people in Japan experience discrimination. Traditional societal views sometimes affect family dynamics as well. A notable example is the Japanese singer Miki Sakai, whose in-laws were ashamed of her daughter's Down syndrome. Her father-in-law even went so far as to hide her existence, only acknowledging her when he himself became incapacitated. Many disabled individuals end up in care homes because their families cannot support them. However, some maintain strong connections with their families. It was within one such care home that the horrifying events of the Sagamihara stabbings took place. Tsukuyamayurien, a residential care center in Kanagawa Prefecture, was run by the Kanagawa Kyudokai Social Welfare Organization. This large facility housed over 120 residents who were cared for by staff and volunteers. Located near the banks of the Sagami River, the facility had a peaceful, home-like atmosphere. However, after a brutal mass killing, the once thriving care home was demolished, leaving only the gymnasium and administration building standing. In July 2016, the facility became the site of one of Japan's deadliest mass murders. In a single night, a former caretaker, 26-year-old Satoshi Uematsu, murdered 19 disabled residents and injured 26 others. Just 2 hours after the attack, he turned himself in to the police, grinning as he handed over a bag of blood-stained knives. His eerie smile and apparent lack of remorse left officers deeply disturbed. He was not just a killer, he was proud of what he had done. Satoshi Uematsu was born in January 1990 near Tokyo to an artistic family. His mother was a cartoonist, and his father was an elementary school art teacher. The family moved to Sagamihara when Satoshi was 1 year old and settled there permanently. During his early school years, he was popular among his peers, known for his humor and charm. However, Satoshi changed dramatically during high school. Once seen as well-mannered, he began engaging in reckless behavior, including theft and property damage. He also started drinking at a young age, which worsened his erratic actions. Despite these issues, he was accepted into university, where he developed an interest in tattoos, something still heavily stigmatized in Japan due to its association with the Yakuza. Unbothered by societal norms, he covered his chest and arms in tattoos, dreaming of becoming a tattoo artist. However, that ambition never came to fruition. In 2012, Satoshi took a part-time job as a caregiver at Tsukuyamayurien. Surprisingly, he initially performed well, despite a past incident in 2007 where he allegedly shoved a wheelchair-bound resident. It's unclear if this event was ever formally documented or if he faced any consequences. Despite this history, Satoshi was promoted to a full-time position in April 2013. His colleagues saw him as a clever and dedicated worker, and he even described the disabled residents as cute. However, this perception would not last. By 2014 and 2015, he was seen physically striking residents, leading to multiple investigations and warnings from his supervisors. His behavior grew increasingly volatile. In February 2016, after yet another incident of resident abuse, he resigned. Unemployed and resentful, his hatred toward disabled individuals intensified. Soon after leaving his job, Satoshi developed what he believed was a revolutionary idea. Reflecting on his time at the care facility, he saw the struggles of the residents, their families, and the staff. Instead of viewing it as a call for more support and compassion, he came to a chilling conclusion. He thought society would be better off if disabled people were eliminated entirely. Believing his idea was so important that it needed to be heard, he decided to take action. That same month, he visited the home of Tadamori Oshima, the Speaker of Japan's House of Representatives, to personally deliver a letter. In it, he proposed legalizing euthanasia for people with disabilities, arguing that it would relieve families of their burden and prevent World War III. Even more disturbingly, he detailed his willingness to carry out the killings himself. He claimed he could erase 200 to 400 disabled individuals without harming staff members. The letter included his full name, address, and other personal details, clearly indicating he was serious. At first, when authorities read the letter, they thought it was either a sick joke or a sign of mental instability. But recognizing the potential danger, they detained Satoshi for questioning. However, instead of being charged, he was sent to a psychiatric ward for evaluation. Shockingly, just 2 weeks later, in early March, he was released. The The doctor in charge determined that he was not a threat, a grave miscalculation that would soon prove catastrophic. On July 25, 2016, Satoshi retrieved his car from his family home, gathered several knives, and purchased a hammer and zip ties from a hardware store. He then drove to Shinjuku, where he rented a hotel room and dyed his hair blonde. At around 1:37 a.m., on July 26th, security cameras captured his black Honda pulling up to Tsukui Yamayurien. Using his knowledge of the facility, he entered through a back window, breaking it open with a hammer. He immediately overpowered an on-duty staff member, binding and gagging them before stealing the master key. With unrestricted access, Satoshi moved through the facility methodically, stabbing sleeping residents in the neck, one by one. By the time he was finished, 19 people, aged 18 to 70, were dead, and 26 others were wounded, 13 of them critically. After his rampage, Satoshi posted on Twitter about world peace before calmly driving away. It wasn't long before police arrived, responding to the horrifying scene. At least 29 ambulances were dispatched, and devastated neighbors watched as victims were carried away to 6 different hospitals. Families of the victims were left in utter shock and grief. Following his arrest, Satoshi underwent psychiatric evaluations to determine if he was legally responsible for his actions. While he was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, causing him to see himself as superior and a savior, he was found mentally competent. In February 2019, he was formally charged with 19 counts of murder, 24 counts of attempted murder, and multiple other offenses. During his trial, his defense team argued that marijuana use had impaired his judgment, but Satoshi himself showed no remorse. He refused to apologize and continued expressing his belief that disabled people served no purpose in life. At one point, he even attempted to bite off his own finger as a supposed apology to the victims' families, an act that only deepened their pain. On March 16, 2020, the Yokohama District Court sentenced him to death. The judge ruled that Satoshi's crimes were not the result of a mental illness, but rather a reflection of his deeply held beliefs. Satoshi did not appeal his sentence. In April 2022, he requested a retrial but was denied in April 2023. He remains on death row at the Tokyo Detention Center. In 1975, a young Robert Cheeseman participated in a Halloween costume contest at his elementary school. On that day, someone snapped a photograph capturing the children in their costumes. Robert himself dressed as Frankenstein. For years, the image remained a faded memory until nearly 10 years later, when Robert revisited it and noticed something peculiar. As he studied the photo, he found an unusual figure lurking behind the child dressed as Johnny Appleseed. Using a magnifying glass, Robert observed unsettling details. The figure had discernible eyes, a visible hand, and even a streak of light seemingly directed toward Johnny Appleseed's neck. Disturbingly, the figure lacked legs entirely. He also noticed that a curtain in the background was perfectly undisturbed, evidence that no one was physically present in that area at the time the picture was taken. There was no recollection of any additional person being near that spot, nor any obvious explanation for why such an anomaly appeared in the photo. Robert never reached a definitive conclusion. He simply reported his observations. This is a family photo showing a happy moment with 13-year-old Tomohiro Sato, his little sister Aika, and their mother May. But the happy image hides a heartbreaking story that changed their lives forever. This is the story of Tomohiro Sato. It all started on January 15, 2012, in Asahikawa City, Hokkaido. It was a freezing, snowy night, but the city was still bustling. Most people were indoors, staying warm with their families. But inside the Sato household, things were far from peaceful. Neighbors later reported hearing loud shouting from the house, a boy and a woman arguing. Their voices grew louder until there was a sudden bang, followed by the sound of something breaking. The next day, local police received a report that 13-year-old Tomu Sato was missing. Tomu was a bright and well-liked boy in his community. His parents had divorced when he was just 2 years old, and he was raised by his mother, Mai, along with his younger sister, Aika. Little is known about his father or why his parents separated. Tomu was popular and admired by his friends. He once told people he wanted to become a doctor so he could take care of his mother. His academic achievements were impressive. He had passed the entrance exam for a highly competitive junior high school connected to Hokkaido University of Education. The events leading to Tomu's disappearance began on January 14, 2012, the day before he went missing. While their mother was out, Tomu and his sister got into an argument over what to watch on TV. Tomu wanted to watch Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, while Aika wanted to watch a drama called Perfect Son. What started as a small disagreement quickly escalated into yelling. In a fit of frustration, Tomu did something shocking. He threw his Nintendo DS against the wall, shattering it. This was significant because he had bought the DS with money he earned from helping his mother with chores. Breaking something so valuable suggested he was dealing with deeper emotions. Still angry, he punched the wall, leaving a hole in it before storming off to his room. The next day, their mother, Mai, returned home and saw the damage. She asked Tomu to clean up and apologize to his sister. While he was cleaning, she noticed the broken DS and asked him what happened. Tomu, still upset, snapped, "I bought it with my own money. I can do whatever I want with it." He ignored his mother and locked himself in his room. Mai assumed he just needed time to cool off and left him alone. But around 9:15 p.m., she heard the front door slam shut. She thought he had gone out to clear his head and would be back soon. But as time passed, she grew worried. It was freezing outside, and he had left wearing only a t-shirt and thin pants. She searched the house, hoping he had come back without her noticing, but he was nowhere to be found. She did find that his jacket and wallet were missing, but his wallet only contained 1,000 yen, about $10, and a few bus tickets. His phone was still in his room, meaning she had no way to contact him. Panicked, Mai rushed outside into the heavy snowfall to search for her son. That night, temperatures dropped to -5 degrees Celsius, and she feared the worst. The next day, Mai reported Tomu missing, and police launched a large-scale search. Given how cold it was and how lightly he was dressed, they believed he couldn't have gone far. They checked surveillance footage and interviewed taxi drivers, but found no trace of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. As the snow melted, the search intensified. Helicopters scanned rivers, and search teams combed through forests and fields. Still, there was no sign of Tomu. Some people feared he had died in the cold and was buried under the snow, but no evidence supported this theory. Posters with Tomu's face were put up across the city and shared online. His mother and sister even appeared on TV, pleading for information. Aika created a Twitter account to spread awareness, though her last post was in 2015. During a TV appearance, Aika expressed deep guilt, blaming herself for their argument, which may have driven her brother to leave. Years later, Mai received 2 eerie messages, one on August 15, 2016, and another on August 14, 2019. Both contained the exact same words, "Help Tomu," written in katakana. The messages came from a public phone, making it impossible to trace the sender. Was it really Tomu, or was someone playing a cruel prank? Despite reporting the messages to police, no new leads emerged. The family also received strange phone calls from unknown numbers. When they answered, the caller remained silent before hanging up. Over the years, there have been multiple alleged sightings of Tomu. In 2015, someone claimed to have seen him working as a host in Kabukicho, Tokyo's nightlife district. Hosts entertain female clients in clubs, and this particular host reportedly had a birthmark between his eyebrows, just like Tomu. He also said he had run away from home in Asahikawa, matching Tomu's background. However, some believe this was just a coincidence. In host clubs, it's common for hosts to invent tragic backstories to gain sympathy and money. Other reports placed Tomu in Shinjuku's LGBTQ+ district, where someone resembling him was allegedly working in a host club that catered to male customers. Another sighting placed him in Ikebukuro, near a department store. Several theories have emerged over the years. Some believe Tomu left home intentionally. Though his mother claimed he had little money, he could have hidden extra cash or hitchhiked to avoid detection. Another theory is that he went to his father. Some find it odd that Tomu's father never spoke publicly about his disappearance. However, police would have investigated this early on, and no evidence linked him to the case. Some believe Tomu may have been abducted, possibly for human trafficking. His good looks could have made him a target. One theory suggests he died that night. Others think Tomu may have frozen to death, fallen into a river, or even taken his own life. His sudden outburst, destroying his DS, could have been a sign of deep emotional distress. And the final theory is that his mother was involved. Some suspect Mai might have been involved in Tomu's disappearance. Could she have harmed him in a moment of anger and hidden his body in the snow? Her appearance on a 2019 TV show sparked controversy. Many viewers criticized her for wearing heavy makeup and eyelash extensions, feeling it was inappropriate for a grieving mother. However, others defended her, noting she had a heart condition and may have worn makeup to hide her pale appearance. J.M.W. Turner's The Slave Ship is a painting that, beneath its breathtakingly turbulent skies and fiery sea, hides one of the most horrifying truths in maritime history. Created in 1840, it was inspired by the true story of the Zong Massacre, an atrocity committed in 1781 when a British slave ship, the Zong, threw over 130 enslaved Africans into the ocean to drown. This act was not out of cruelty alone, but rather a calculated financial decision. If the slaves died at sea, the ship's owners could claim insurance compensation for their lost cargo. If they had died from sickness or starvation on board, there would be no such payment. Turner, an artist known for his emotional intensity and deep engagement with social issues, transformed this gruesome event into a violent, almost apocalyptic scene of nature's fury and human barbarism. The painting itself is a chaotic swirl of color and movement. The sky is ablaze with blood-red clouds that merge into a stormy sea, giving the impression of both a fiery sunset and an all-consuming hellscape. A ship, small and dark against the inferno-like backdrop, struggles in the distance. But the most disturbing details are in the foreground, where twisted, shackled limbs emerge from the churning waters. The bodies of the enslaved people, still bound in chains, are barely distinguishable from the fish and scavenging sea creatures that now consume them. The ocean, usually a symbol of vastness and freedom, becomes instead a watery grave for those cast away for profit. Turner exhibited The Slave Ship in 1840 at the Royal Academy in London, coinciding with an anti-slavery convention. By this time, the British Empire had abolished slavery, but the artist's painting served as both a condemnation of past horrors and a warning of humanity's capacity for greed and cruelty. His use of light and color, while often described as beautiful, only heightens the horror, as if the entire world is burning under the weight of its own sins. It reminds us that beneath the romanticized notions of seafaring adventure and empire building lies a history of violence and exploitation. Karl Brylov's The Last Day of Pompeii is a stunning yet terrifying painting of the famous eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. This massive disaster buried the Roman city of Pompeii under layers of ash and rock, freezing its final moments in time. While traveling in Italy, Brylov was deeply moved by the ruins of Pompeii, and he brought the chaos and fear of that tragic day to life on a giant canvas. His painting is full of movement, panic, and a sky that seems to be on fire. In the center of the painting, people are running in fear, their faces showing shock, sorrow, and terror. Some reach for their loved ones, while others collapse, unable to escape. A woman in yellow lies still in the foreground, her body standing out against the fiery background. In the distance, statues fall, buildings crumble, and a figure on a chariot races away from the disaster. Brylov's painting is not just a historical scene, but a dramatic work of art that uses light, movement, and deep emotion to pull the viewer into the disaster. Influenced by the Romantic style, he adds a sense of grandeur and tragedy to every part of the painting. His use of light and shadow makes the scene feel even more intense, while the broken buildings remind us of Pompeii's past greatness and its sudden destruction. The Last Day of Pompeii is a powerful reminder of how fragile human life is when faced with nature's unstoppable force. It also reflects the 19th century fascination with ancient ruins and lost civilizations, showing how even the most powerful cities can disappear in an instant. David Wojnarowicz's Untitled, Falling Buffaloes, is a harrowing image that encapsulates both personal and collective suffering. At first glance, the photograph presents a seemingly natural scene of buffalo plunging off a cliff, their bodies frozen mid-fall. However, this is not a real-life moment captured in the wild. Rather, Wojnarowicz photographed a museum diorama, transforming an artificial display into a metaphor for mass death and societal indifference. The stark black and white tones heighten the sense of finality, making the descent of these creatures feel both inevitable and irreversible. Created in the late 1980s, this work is often interpreted as a response to the AIDS crisis, which was devastating Wojnarowicz's community. The artist himself had been diagnosed as HIV positive, and the despair and rage of those affected by the epidemic permeate the image. The buffalo, once symbols of strength and endurance, are shown in a moment of complete helplessness, mirroring the way AIDS ravaged countless lives while the U.S. government largely ignored the crisis. Their fall is sudden, unstoppable, and tragic, much like the fate of so many who were left to die without proper medical support or acknowledgement. Beyond the AIDS crisis, the image also alludes to the near extermination of the American buffalo in the 19th century. During the westward expansion of the United States, European settlers slaughtered millions of buffalo to near extinction, an act of ecological and cultural devastation that particularly affected indigenous communities. Wojnarowicz draws a parallel between that historical atrocity and the political neglect of the AIDS epidemic, suggesting that history repeats itself when those in power decide which lives are expendable. The piece is not just about loss, but about the cruelty of indifference, the way society watches as entire groups of people are pushed off the metaphorical cliff with no attempt to save them. Edvard Munch's self-portrait after Spanish influenza is a depiction of survival and frailty, created in the wake of his personal battle with the deadly 1918 to 1919 pandemic. Unlike many of his contemporaries who succumbed to the virus, Munch survived, but the experience left a profound mark on both his body and his art. This self-portrait captures him in a state of convalescence, seated weakly in a chair, draped in blankets, his face pallid and weary. The background is sparse, and the brushstrokes appear feverish and unsettled, mirroring both his physical weakness and the emotional toll of the illness. Munch had long been preoccupied with themes of sickness and mortality, as seen in earlier works like The Sick Child, which was inspired by the death of his sister from tuberculosis. However, Self-Portrait After Spanish Influenza feels more immediate, more personal. His own brushwork conveys the psychological weight of disease, making the viewer feel his exhaustion. The colors are pale and sickly, dominated by muted yellows and greens that evoke jaundice and decay. His gaunt features, sunken eyes, and ghostly complexion suggest that he has just barely escaped death, his body weakened but still clinging to life. His decision to document himself in such a vulnerable state is an act of defiance, a way of asserting his existence even as death loomed around him. Munch does not portray himself as triumphant or victorious over the virus. Rather, he captures the unsettling reality of survival, where even those who live must carry the memory of sickness with them. John de Baen's The Corpses of the De Witt Brothers is a harrowing depiction of one of the darkest episodes in Dutch history. Painted in 1675, just a few years after the brutal event it portrays, the artwork captures the mutilated bodies of Johan and Cornelis de Witt, two of the most influential political figures of the Dutch Republic in the 17th century. The painting's realistic detail and somber lighting emphasize the gruesome fate of the brothers, whose downfall was a result of intense political conflict. Johan de Witt had served as the Grand Pensionary of Holland, effectively leading the Dutch Republic during a period known as the Dutch Golden Age. His policies, which favored a republican form of government and sought to limit the power of the House of Orange, made him powerful enemies among the Orangists, supporters of William III of Orange. In 1672, often called the Rampjaar, disaster year, the Netherlands was invaded by France, England, and German states, leading to widespread unrest. Many blamed the De Witts for the Republic's inability to defend itself, seeing their leadership as weak and ineffective. Cornelis de Witt, Johan's brother, was arrested on false charges of plotting to assassinate William III. Despite being tortured, he refused to confess to any crime. Johan, after resigning from his position, went to visit Cornelis in prison, but as the brothers were leaving, they were met by an angry mob in The Hague. The crowd, incited by Orangist agitators, attacked them viciously, dragging them into the street, beating them to death, and then horrifically mutilating their corpses. Their bodies were hung upside down, disemboweled, and subjected to further desecration, with accounts stating that pieces of their flesh were even eaten by the frenzied mob. Debane's painting captures the sheer brutality of this event. The two corpses, hanging upside down from a wooden structure, are pale and lifeless, their wounds clearly visible. A horrified onlooker in the foreground watches the scene. The dim lighting, with torches casting an eerie glow, adds to the unsettling realism of the work. The background, a darkened forest, suggests secrecy, perhaps emphasizing the sinister nature of political betrayal. John Edward Robinson, often referred to by the moniker the Slave Master, was convicted of multiple murders and became widely known for luring his victims through online forums in the early days of internet chat rooms. His crimes were especially disturbing due to the way he manipulated and dominated his victims, leading to the chilling nickname that followed him through his trial and subsequent imprisonment. Sentenced to death, Robinson occupied death row in Kansas, where he produced artwork during his incarceration. One of his most notable pieces is often referred to simply as "Never Forget," depicting Jesus Christ behind bars with the accompanying text, "I was a death row prisoner too," suggesting a parallel between his own capital sentence and Christ's crucifixion. This unsettling comparison, drawn by a man responsible for brutal crimes, adds a layer of grim irony to the artwork. The Kobe Cannibal and his controversial manga. Issei Sagawa, infamously known as the Kobe Cannibal, became globally notorious after murdering and cannibalizing a Dutch woman in Paris in 1981. Arrested by French authorities, he was declared legally insane, a decision that, combined with sealed case documents that were never transferred to Japan, resulted in his deportation rather than a conventional trial. Consequently, despite the horrific nature of his crime, Sagawa remained free. Over the years, his disturbing story gained further public attention through media appearances, including a controversial Vice documentary that revisited both his criminal past and his artistic pursuits. Sagawa had been drawing and painting since childhood, and long before his crime, he developed an interest in art. One of his most infamous works is a manga that graphically details the events of his crime. In this self-illustrated narrative, in his manga, Sagawa presents a chilling, self-mythologizing narrative that unfolds in distinct stages. Initially, the artwork portrays him as a seemingly ordinary individual, unremarkable and almost benign. However, as the panels progress, this calm facade steadily disintegrates. The narrative details in stark graphic imagery the planned events of the crime, capturing not only the moment of violence and cannibalism, but also the psychological unraveling that accompanied it. Sagawa's self-portrait transforms gradually, his features distorting into a more monstrous, almost inhuman visage. The manga's structure, starting with mundane realism before shifting into overtly grotesque imagery, invites the viewer to confront the unsettling duality of a man who appeared ordinary but was capable of extreme violence. Issei Sagawa died of pneumonia in 2022 without ever having served a conventional prison sentence for his crime. Harold Wayne Nichols is a convicted murderer who has spent decades on death row in Tennessee, having been found guilty of a brutal crime in 1988. From his prison cell, he produced a painting titled Starry Night, which depicts a quiet, dark sky dotted with stars and silhouettes of towering trees. Across the canvas, Nichols wrote the words, "It has been 26 years since I have seen the stars in the open sky." Nichols has spoken openly about how incarceration forced him to appreciate small wonders of life that he can no longer directly experience, such as a simple view of the stars. In his own words, "Prison has taught me many things, one of them being the importance of life's little joys, like the stars in the night sky. When was the last time you drove beyond the city lights just to see them?" Despite his crimes, he insists that art gives him a reason to keep living. The painting thus stands as an unsettling combination of longing and hope, a quiet plea for the humanity he once neglected, conveyed through a memory of a starry sky he can no longer see. Walter Sickert's painting, The Camden Town Murder, was directly inspired by the 1907 killing of Emily Dimmack, a young woman found with her throat cut in her rented room at 29 St. Paul's Road in Camden Town. At the time, Emily was living a precarious life and sometimes engaged in sex work, a fact that fed the sensational press coverage once news of her murder broke. On the morning of September 12th, her partner, a chef named Bertram Shaw, returned from his night shift to discover Emily's body, prompting an intense investigation that riveted the public. Robert Wood, an artist who had been seen in Emily's company at a nearby pub, was arrested and put on trial, but he was ultimately acquitted after a highly publicized legal battle at the Old Bailey. Despite Wood's release, the gruesome nature of Emily's death and the lurid reporting surrounding it made the crime notorious, and the press soon dubbed it the Camden Town Murder. Sickert, known for his fascination with London's underbelly, seized upon the sensationalism and horror of this real event, translating its disturbing elements into the dimly lit bedroom scene that became one of his most provocative works. The Death of General Wolfe by Benjamin West is a striking and theatrical depiction of the British general's final moments during the Battle of Quebec in 1759. Painted in 1770, this masterpiece transforms Wolfe into a Christ-like martyr, surrounded by grieving officers, soldiers, and an indigenous warrior, all emphasizing his heroic sacrifice. At the center of the painting, Wolfe lies mortally wounded, draped in a red military uniform that starkly contrasts with the smoke-filled battlefield behind him. His pale face and lifeless expression signify his imminent death, but his body posture resembles traditional depictions of religious martyrs, elevating his sacrifice to almost saintly proportions. The group surrounding him, composed of officers and allies, adds to the dramatic effect, each displaying sorrow, concern, or admiration. One of the most debated figures in the painting is the indigenous warrior, kneeling at the bottom left. His contemplative pose, with one hand on his chin, has been interpreted in various ways, either as a symbol of noble respect, a romanticized view of native involvement in the war, or a reflection of European perceptions of indigenous peoples at the time. Benjamin West's decision to portray this historical event in contemporary clothing was groundbreaking. At the time, history paintings typically depicted figures in classical dress, but West insisted on realism, making the scene more immediate and relatable to 18th century audiences. The painting was both controversial and immensely popular, helping to shape how the British viewed Wolfe as a national hero. The Sin by Heinrich Lossow. The plot of the painting The Sin by Heinrich Lossow is thematically linked to the infamous Banquet of Chestnuts. This event, allegedly hosted by the former Cardinal Cesare Borgia, son of Pope Alexander VI, on October 30th, 1501, at the Papal Palace, remains shrouded in controversy. The account of the banquet is preserved in the Latin diary of the Protonotarius the Apostle and the ceremonies of Master Johann Burchard, known as Liber Notarum, though its accuracy is disputed. According to Burchard, the banquet unfolded in Cesare's chambers within the Palazzo Apostolico. It featured 50 prostitutes or courtesans who entertained the guests, engaging in dances both clothed and unclothed. After dinner, candles were placed on the floor, surrounded by scattered chestnuts. Naked courtesans crawled on all fours between the candles, while Pope Alexander VI, Cesare, and his sister Lucretia observed. Prizes were awarded to those who could frequently perform these acts with the courtesans, including silk tunics, shoes, and other items. Nevertheless, modern scholars question the credibility of the chestnut banquet account, citing its internal inconsistencies and its sole mention in Burchard's memoirs. Arnold Buckland's Plague, 1898, is a haunting visualization of humanity's timeless dread of disease and destruction, reflecting the Swiss symbolist painter's fascination with morbid themes. Buckland, known for his allegorical and mythic works, created this piece during a period of personal grief and global anxiety. The painting depicts death as a skeletal figure draped in a tattered shroud, mounted on a grotesque winged creature that soars over a desolate medieval town. Below, panicked figures flee through arched streets, their forms blurred as if dissolving into the darkness. The scene is bathed in an eerie greenish hue, amplifying its nightmarish quality. While Buckland's imagery feels timeless, art historians note that the painting was partly inspired by real-world events, specifically reports of the bubonic plague resurging in Bombay. This outbreak, which killed tens of thousands, reignited European fears of pandemics, a subject deeply ingrained in cultural memory since the Black Death. However, Buckland avoided direct references to India or modernity, instead opting for universal symbolism. The medieval setting, ambiguous architecture, and mythic personification of death allowed the work to transcend specific time or place, evoking a primal, collective terror. Critics have linked Plague to Buckland's broader preoccupations with mortality, war, and existential despair, themes amplified by his advancing age and the political unrest of late 19th century Europe. The 3rd of May 1808 is an oil painting by Spanish artist Francisco Goya, completed in 1814. It commemorates a specific moment during the Peninsular War when citizens of Madrid rose up against the occupying French forces on May 2, 1808. In retaliation, French troops rounded up many suspected rebels the following day and executed them. Goya created this work several years later, after the war, as a powerful tribute to the victims and a stark depiction of the brutality inflicted by the French occupation. In the scene, a lone figure dressed in white dominates the center of the composition, his arms spread wide in a gesture that has often been likened to a crucifixion pose. This man's face is illuminated by a lantern on the ground, drawing the viewer's eye to his expression of both terror and defiance. Nearby, other prisoners await their fate, while to the right stands the firing squad, their rifles pointed at the condemned. Goya deliberately obscured the soldiers' faces, emphasizing the impersonal nature of the violence. The foreground is strewn with bloodied bodies, underscoring the reality of what took place. Through sharp contrasts of light and shadow, Goya amplifies the emotional intensity of the event and places the viewer directly in the path of the unfolding tragedy. This approach to portraying war's devastating impact on ordinary people set the painting apart from its contemporaries. Today, the artwork is housed in the Museo del Prado in Madrid, where it remains a testament to Goya's ability to capture both a significant historical moment and the universal themes of fear, despair, and courage in the face of oppression. Peter Bruegel the Elder's The Triumph of Death is a macabre masterpiece that offers one of the most haunting depictions of mortality in Western art. Painted around 1562, this apocalyptic vision presents a world overrun by death, where no one, regardless of status or wealth, is spared. It reflects the horrors of the Black Death and the constant presence of death in 16th century Europe, when war, famine, and disease ravaged the population. The scene is overwhelming in its chaos. An army of skeletons, armed and relentless, marches across the land, slaughtering or dragging humans to their doom. In the background, the sea is littered with shipwrecks, fires rage, and barren hills stretch into the distance. No life seems to remain. Trees are withered, water is poisoned, and the air itself feels thick with death. The skeletal soldiers conduct a gruesome purge, cutting down peasants, nobles, cardinals, and even a king. Bruegel, with his characteristic eye for detail, fills the painting with scenes of chilling irony. A skeleton dressed in armor rides a pale horse, leading the charge like the horsemen of the apocalypse. In one corner, a couple plays music, seemingly oblivious to the carnage around them, while a skeleton quietly reaches for them, about to cut their final moments short. Nearby, a nobleman clutches his gold, as if bribery could stop his fate, while a king is stripped of his wealth before being dragged into a coffin. Even religion provides no refuge, as a group of monks and cardinals are led helplessly into the abyss. Bruegel's vision is not just a commentary on the plague, but a broader meditation on the fragility of human life. The painting embodies the memento mori tradition, an artistic and philosophical reminder of death's inevitability. The painting remains strikingly relevant today. In an age still shaped by pandemics, war, and environmental destruction, Bruegel's apocalyptic nightmare reminds us that no civilization, no matter how advanced, is immune to collapse. Strasbourg's dancing plague of 1518. Although there is no single, widely recognized painting that directly depicts the Strasbourg dancing plague of 1518, the event itself remains one of the most unsettling mysteries in European history. According to surviving accounts, it began when a woman named Frau Troffa suddenly started dancing in the streets of Strasbourg and could not stop, continuing for days. As onlookers gathered, more people joined in, until eventually hundreds were caught in a frantic, uncontrollable dance. Some of those afflicted collapsed from exhaustion, and there are reports of people dying from heart attacks or strokes. Historians have since proposed various explanations, ranging from mass hysteria triggered by intense social or religious pressures to the possibility of ergot poisoning caused by a fungus found in rye bread. While artwork from the time occasionally depicts lively peasants and medieval festivals, none of these images can be definitively linked to the bizarre outbreak of 1518. The Death of Marat, painted by Jacques-Louis David in 1793, portrays the final moments of Jean-Paul Marat, a prominent figure of the French Revolution. He suffered from a chronic skin condition that required him to spend long hours in a medicinal bath, which became the setting of his assassination. On July 13, 1793, Charlotte Corday, who opposed Marat's radical views, gained access to his home and stabbed him while he was writing. David's painting captures the immediate aftermath of this act, presenting his lifeless body draped over the edge of the tub, still clutching a letter presumably written by Corday. The quiet, almost serene quality of the scene contrasts starkly with the brutality of his wound. In the composition, his pale skin and relaxed posture suggest both vulnerability and a kind of martyrdom. His head is wrapped in a white cloth, reflecting the care he required for his condition, while the wooden block nearby bears an inscription that has often been interpreted as David's homage to his friend and political ally. The sparse background focuses attention on Marat himself. David, a leading painter of the era and a strong supporter of the revolution, intended the work to memorialize Marat as a martyr for the revolutionary cause. The Death of Chatterton, painted by Henry Wallace in 1856, depicts the final moments of Thomas Chatterton, a gifted young poet who died by suicide at the age of 17. Chatterton, often hailed as a poetic prodigy, faced financial hardship, social stigma, and a profound sense of isolation that eventually led him to despair. Wallace portrays him in a cramped attic room, his lifeless body draped across a small bed. Light pours through the window. Papers scattered around the floor hint at the poet's prolific output, as well as the emotional turbulence that accompanied his creative pursuits. At the time, Chatterton's death became emblematic of the tortured artist, a narrative that the painting reinforces through its dramatic focus on his youth and untimely demise. While he had gained some recognition for his works, many of which he claimed were medieval texts he had discovered, he also faced accusations of forgery, intensifying his sense of alienation. Wallace's decision to cast the poet in a romanticized glow reflects a broader Victorian fascination with tragic genius. Charles Bronson, born Michael Gordon Peterson, has earned the reputation of being Britain's most violent prisoner due to a life defined by relentless aggression and hostage-taking behind bars. From a young age, he seemed drawn to trouble, landing in juvenile detention at 13 and cycling in and out of incarceration ever since. His unrelenting volatility became legendary as he racked up assaults against both guards and inmates. Outside of his prison antics, he also set records for physical strength, had a feature film made about his life, and managed to marry multiple times while still locked up. Despite, or perhaps because of, this chaos, Bronson eventually found a peculiar outlet for self-expression through art. His drawings and paintings are characterized by their crude and absurd humor, and frequent references to the violent and surreal elements of his life. In one piece, a hijacker laments having ever taken over a plane, suggesting that even Saddam Hussein pales in comparison to Bronson's ferocity. Then Bronson casually does squats with the Iraqi soldier, blending political caricature with outlandish scenarios reminiscent of over-the-top tabloid cartoons. His admiration for Salvador Dali led him to legally change his name to Charles Salvador, and he embraced surrealism in his own undeniably idiosyncratic style. Incredibly, he has received multiple art awards and sold some of his work for charity. Henry Lee Lucas was a convicted murderer who became infamous for claiming to have killed an incredibly high number of people, though many of his confessions were later proven false. However, he was still responsible for several brutal crimes that led to his life in prison. While behind bars, Lucas created artwork that ranged from ordinary to deeply disturbing. One of his paintings, Nosferatu, shows a pale, vampire-like figure with blood dripping from its fangs, inspired by the famous 1922 silent horror film of the same name. At first glance, it might seem like just a rough drawing of a classic monster, but knowing Lucas drew it and being aware of his violent past makes it far more unsettling. The vampire, a creature that preys on others, feels like a dark reflection of Lucas himself. Ken Curry is a Scottish painter recognized for his unflinching exploration of mortality, conflict, and the human condition, and Hiroshima Smile 1 exemplifies this approach. Created around 2015, the painting is rooted in the catastrophic events of August 6, 1945, when the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, instantly killing tens of thousands of people and leaving many more to suffer from radiation poisoning and grievous injuries. Curry's work draws upon the collective trauma of that day, reflecting on the physical and psychological scars borne by the survivors, often referred to as hibakusha, and the lasting imprint the bombing left on global consciousness. In creating Hiroshima Smile 1, Curry sought to capture the unsettling paradox of enduring such horror while continuing to exist in its aftermath. He was inspired by historical photographs and accounts of the bombing's victims, many of whom endured extensive burns, scars, and social stigma for years after the war. Rather than focusing on the spectacle of destruction, the painting zeroes in on a single human visage, making the viewer confront the lingering human cost of nuclear warfare. The title itself carries an unsettling irony, contrasting the normally positive connotations of a smile with the grim reality of a face seemingly stripped of any true expression. Guernica, painted by Pablo Picasso in 1937, stands as one of the most influential anti-war artworks of the 20th century. The piece was created in direct response to the bombing of the Basque town of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War, an attack carried out by German and Italian forces supporting the nationalists. Picasso's painting is monumental in scale, rendered in stark black, white, and gray tones that underscore the grim subject matter. The composition is a chaotic collage of fractured figures and shapes, including a dying horse, a bull, and anguished human forms, all of which symbolize the terror and suffering inflicted upon innocent civilians. By distorting the figures and exaggerating their expressions, Picasso conveys the raw horror of violence and the trauma it leaves behind. Although Guernica was initially displayed at the 1937 World's Fair in Paris to bring attention to the plight of the Spanish Republic, it soon gained worldwide recognition as a universal condemnation of war. Edwin Landseer, Man Proposes, God Disposes, 1864. Painted by the renowned animal artist Sir Edwin Landseer, Man Proposes, God Disposes is widely interpreted as a haunting allusion to the doomed 1845 Franklin expedition, in which Sir John Franklin and his crew vanished while seeking the Northwest Passage. In the painting, two polar bears tear through what appear to be the shattered remnants of a ship, symbolic of humanity's ambition and the merciless power of nature. Landseer's dramatic use of stark white against a dark backdrop underscores the ferocity and indifference of the Arctic environment. The title itself, a proverbial phrase, reinforces the painting's central theme. No matter how grand human plans may be, the forces of nature, or fate, ultimately decide the outcome. Over time, the work has also become shrouded in superstition. At Royal Holloway, University of London, where it hangs in the picture gallery, it is traditionally covered during exam periods because of a campus legend that it brings bad luck. Peter Paul Rubens' Massacre of the Innocents is one of the most harrowing depictions of violence in Baroque art, capturing the biblical massacre ordered by King Herod in an emotionally charged and intensely dynamic composition. According to the Gospel of Matthew, Herod, the Roman-appointed king of Judea, ordered the slaughter of all male infants in Bethlehem in an attempt to eliminate the prophesied Messiah. Fearing the rise of a new king of the Jews, Herod's paranoia led to one of the most infamous acts of mass infanticide in biblical history. Rubens translates this horrifying event into a vision of unrelenting brutality, where no divine intervention halts the carnage. Only raw human suffering fills the canvas. The painting is a frenzy of chaos and despair, dominated by muscular figures locked in brutal struggle. Soldiers, with expressions of ruthless determination, tear infants from their mothers' arms, while the mothers themselves wail in agony, clawing, pleading, and resisting with every ounce of strength. The sheer physicality of Rubens' figures, twisted limbs, contorted faces, and tensed muscles, creates an overwhelming sense of movement, as if the scene is frozen in the middle of a violent struggle that continues beyond the frame. This first version of Massacre of the Innocents is believed to have been influenced by Rubens's personal experiences during the religious wars in the Spanish Netherlands. Having witnessed the destruction and atrocities committed during the Calvinist sack of Antwerp, Rubens infused the painting with a raw, emotional intensity that extends beyond its biblical subject matter. The painting was thought lost until it was rediscovered in the late 20th century, misattributed to another artist. It is now housed in the Art Gallery of Ontario, where its haunting depiction of unchecked violence continues to evoke shock and sorrow in those who stand before it. Caravaggio's Judith beheading Holofernes, 1599, is a powerful Baroque painting that showcases his dramatic use of light and shadow. The painting captures the exact moment when Judith, a young Jewish widow, kills the Assyrian general Holofernes to save her people. She grips his hair with one hand while driving a sword into his neck with the other. Blood spurts as Holofernes' face twists in agony, his body tense with the realization of his fate. In contrast, Judith remains calm and focused. To her right, an elderly maid watches closely, holding a sack to take the severed head. Her wrinkled face and hunched posture highlight the contrast between age and youth, innocence and experience. The dark background isolates the figures, making the scene feel even more intense. Caravaggio's realistic style brings flesh, tension, and pain to life in a way that feels shockingly real. Unlike earlier, more symbolic versions of this story, he shows the raw brutality of the act. Judith appears both heroic and hesitant, her face showing a mix of determination and unease. This painting influenced many later artists, including Artemisia Gentileschi, who created her own dramatic versions of the scene. William Adolph Bouguereau's Dante and Virgil in Hell, 1850, is based on Inferno, the first part of Dante Alighieri's The Divine Comedy. In this epic poem, Dante, guided by the Roman poet Virgil, journeys through hell, witnessing the punishment of damned souls. Bouguereau chose to depict one of the most violent moments in Inferno, bringing the horrors of Dante's vision to life with stunning realism. The painting shows a brutal fight between two souls trapped in the eighth circle of hell, a realm reserved for fraudsters and deceivers. The muscular figure viciously biting the other is Capocchio, a heretic and alchemist condemned for spreading falsehoods. He is attacked by Gianni Schicchi, a man who once impersonated a dying nobleman to steal his inheritance. Schicchi, now a damned soul himself, is shown sinking his teeth into Capocchio's throat in a feral display of rage. In the background, monstrous demons watch with twisted pleasure, emphasizing the cruelty of this infernal world. Dante and Virgil stand to the side, observing the gruesome scene. Dante appears horrified, while Virgil remains composed, reflecting their contrasting perspectives as traveler and guide. The dark, oppressive setting, combined with Bouguereau's masterful anatomy and lighting, makes the suffering feel disturbingly real. When the painting was first displayed in 1850, critics were divided. Some praised Bouguereau's precise technique and incredible attention to detail, especially in the lifelike rendering of human bodies. Others, however, felt it lacked the deep emotional intensity of the Romantic movement, which favored raw passion over technical perfection. This clash between styles made Dante and Virgil in Hell a controversial but significant work, marking a moment when traditional academic art was beginning to lose ground to more expressive, dramatic forms. The painting is seen as a remarkable example of Bouguereau's skill and a haunting interpretation of one of literature's most famous depictions of hell. Hieronymus Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delights, 1490 to 1510, is one of the most enigmatic and visually striking works in art history. This triptych presents a surreal, symbolic vision of human existence, temptation, and ultimate damnation. Left panel, the Garden of Eden. The left panel depicts the biblical creation of humanity, with God introducing Eve to Adam. The landscape is lush and harmonious, teeming with exotic animals and fantastical plants. Despite its beauty, subtle signs of unnatural elements foreshadow humanity's fall. Odd creatures lurk in the water, and strange, oversized structures hint at the surreal world to come. Central panel, the Garden of Earthly Delights. This middle panel bursts with an overwhelming spectacle of nude figures, bizarre hybrid creatures, and whimsical architectural forms. People engage in hedonistic pleasures, frolicking, feasting, and indulging in sensual activities. The scene suggests the dangers of unchecked desire, with its dreamlike excess symbolizing a world lost in temptation. Some interpretations view it as a warning against sin, while others see it as a celebration of earthly pleasures before divine judgment. Right panel, Hell. The rightmost panel plunges into nightmarish chaos, showing Bosch's terrifying vision of damnation. A dark, fiery landscape is filled with tortured souls subjected to grotesque and surreal punishments. Strange demonic creatures torment sinners, while monstrous hybrid figures, a man with a musical instrument for a body, a nightmarish bird-headed ruler, enhance the surreal horror. Music, gambling, and other earthly distractions appear as tools of torment, emphasizing their perceived sinful nature. Bosch's masterpiece remains widely debated. Some see it as a moral warning against excess, while others interpret it as a satirical reflection of human folly. Francis Bacon's Screaming Pope series is one of the most haunting reinterpretations in art history, a visceral reimagining of Diego Velázquez's 1650 masterpiece Portrait of Pope Innocent X. Where Velázquez painted authority, dignity, and absolute power, Bacon distorted it into something raw, tormented, and nightmarish. The result is an image of a pope not as a serene figure of divine guidance, but as a man trapped in his own terror, screaming into the void. Bacon's obsession with this subject spanned nearly 2 decades, with his first known version, Head 6, dating back to 1949. However, his fascination with the theme can be traced even earlier, to his time in France in 1946, when he first encountered a reproduction of Velázquez's original. He never saw the painting in person, refusing to do so out of fear that it would not live up to the intensity of his own interpretations. Instead, he relied on black and white photographs, which helped him abstract the details further into ghostly smears of flesh and shadow. The eerie distortion of the Pope's figure was influenced by multiple sources beyond Velázquez. Many interpretations of the series suggest that Bacon's popes resemble figures being electrocuted, trapped in a cage of their own making, or tormented by some unseen force. The combination of blurred, grotesque facial expressions and the dark, cage-like surroundings creates an almost claustrophobic experience for the viewer. The golden hues, reminiscent of religious iconography, contrast against the overwhelming despair, turning the papal figure into something both revered and cursed. Many of Bacon's popes appear as though they are mid-execution, their open mouths frozen in an eternal, silent scream. Bacon never spoke in depth about the true meaning of the Screaming Pope series, but he often described his work as an attempt to capture the brutality of fact. Henry Fuseli's The Nightmare, 1781, is one of the most iconic and unsettling paintings of the Romantic era. At the center of the painting, a woman in a flowing white gown lies in a deep, seemingly unconscious state, her body dramatically draped over the edge of the bed. Her limp posture and open mouth suggest vulnerability, almost as if she has succumbed to an overpowering force. Perched on her chest is a grotesque, goblin-like creature, an incubus, staring directly at the viewer with an unsettling expression. Behind them, a shadowy horse with glowing white eyes emerges from the darkness. The painting has long been associated with sleep paralysis, a condition in which individuals experience temporary immobility upon waking, often accompanied by hallucinations of a malevolent presence pressing down on their chest. Fuseli may have drawn inspiration from folklore surrounding demons that prey on sleeping victims, particularly the Mara, a supernatural being in Germanic and Scandinavian myths believed to cause nightmares. Beyond its supernatural implications, the nightmare taps into themes of sexual repression and psychological distress. The positioning of the woman, her exposed neck, and the incubus's presence suggest an undertone of violated innocence or unconscious desire. Ideas that fascinated the Romantic movement, which sought to explore raw emotion and the unknown depths of the human psyche. The deep red drapery in the background enhances the intensity, resembling a stage curtain, as if revealing a disturbing scene from the unconscious mind. Edvard Munch's The Scream is one of the most haunting and recognizable paintings in art history, capturing a moment of pure existential dread. Created in 1893, the painting was inspired by a deeply personal experience that Munch described in his diary. He recounted walking along a fjord with friends as the sun set, when suddenly the sky turned blood red. Overcome with an unbearable sense of anxiety and despair, he felt what he described as an infinite scream passing through nature. This moment of sheer panic, where the world itself seemed to be screaming, became the foundation of his masterpiece. Munch was no stranger to suffering. His childhood was marked by tragedy. His mother and favorite sister died of tuberculosis, and his father's deep religious fanaticism instilled in him an intense fear of death and damnation. Throughout his life, Munch battled severe anxiety, depression, and hallucinations, which only fueled his artistic vision. The Scream can be seen as an expression of his fragile mental state, capturing the raw terror of existential crisis. The swirling sky and distorted figure add to the overwhelming sense of unease, making the painting feel almost like a fever dream. Some art historians believe that Munch was also influenced by the rise of modern anxieties during the late 19th century, a time when industrialization and societal change left many feeling lost and disconnected. The androgynous figure clutching its face in horror has since become a universal symbol of psychological distress. Joseph Wright of Derby's An Experiment on a Bird in the Air Pump is a striking depiction of both scientific progress and moral ambiguity. Painted in 1768, this dramatic scene captures a moment of tension and wonder as a natural philosopher demonstrates the power of a vacuum pump by depriving a bird of air. The white cockatoo, trapped inside a glass chamber, gasps for breath while the onlookers react in a range of emotions, from fascination to distress. The dim candlelit setting, reminiscent of Baroque paintings, intensifies the eerie atmosphere, making the viewer feel like a participant in the unsettling spectacle. This painting embodies the spirit of the Enlightenment, a period when science began to challenge religious dogma and the mysteries of nature were exposed through experimentation. However, Wright does not present scientific progress as an entirely noble pursuit. The various reactions of the audience reflect the ethical dilemmas surrounding such experiments. Two girls shrink away in horror, unable to bear the sight of the bird's suffering, while an older man gazes intently, lost in thought. A couple seems detached, observing more out of curiosity than concern, and a boy leans in eagerly, enthralled by the demonstration. At the center, the experimenter himself looks directly at the viewer, his expression unreadable. Does he revel in his power over life, or does he question the morality of his actions? During the 18th century, public demonstrations of scientific experiments were common, and animals were often subjected to cruel tests in the name of discovery. Wheatfield with Crows is one of Vincent van Gogh's most haunting and emotionally charged paintings, often considered his final masterpiece before his tragic death in 1890. The turbulent sky, the chaotic flight of black crows, and the winding path that seems to lead nowhere all create an overwhelming sense of isolation and despair. Van Gogh painted this work during his last days in Auvers-sur-Oise, a small French village where he sought peace, but instead found himself sinking deeper into mental turmoil. By this time, his psychological struggles had intensified, marked by bouts of severe depression, hallucinations, and self-destructive tendencies. The presence of the crows, traditionally symbols of death or foreboding, has led many to interpret this piece as a visual suicide note, foreshadowing his untimely end. Some believe that the winding path cutting through the wheat field, leading into the unknown, represents Van Gogh's own uncertainty about his future, perhaps even his resignation to his fate. Just days after completing Wheatfield with Crows, he allegedly shot himself in the very fields he so often painted. Danse Macabre by Bernd Notke is a hauntingly vivid representation of the medieval concept of the Dance of Death, a motif that emerged as a response to the Black Death and the ever-present specter of mortality in late medieval Europe. This mural serves as a chilling reminder that death spares no one, regardless of status, wealth, or power. The artwork features skeletal figures of death leading individuals from all social classes, ranging from the Pope and Emperor to nobles and commoners, in a grim procession. The skeletal forms, often depicted as animated and even playful, contrast starkly with the richly dressed living figures, reinforcing the inevitability of death. The text accompanying the painting likely serves as a dialogue between death and its victims, emphasizing the moral and spiritual lessons of the era. The detailed rendering of both the skeletal and living figures reflects the late Gothic artistic style, which often blended realism with symbolic meaning. This mural was not just an artistic expression, but also a societal commentary, reminding viewers of life's fleeting nature and the necessity of spiritual preparation. Such depictions were common in medieval churches, serving as a means to educate the public, particularly in a time when plagues and wars made death an omnipresent reality. Laughing Fool, attributed by some scholars to the Dutch Renaissance painter Jacob Cornelis. Van Oossanen captures the spirit of early 16th century art with its meticulous attention to detail and bold use of color. The central figure, a jester in a brightly colored hood, seems to revel in laughter while clutching what appears to be a musical instrument, embodying the dual nature of joy and folly. The fool's role in Renaissance society often went beyond mere entertainment, serving instead as a reminder of life's transience and the precarious boundary between happiness and sorrow. Interpreted through this lens, his boisterous laughter can be seen as both genuine amusement and a warning about the fleeting nature of worldly pleasures. Hans Baldung Green created Death and the Maiden in the early 16th century. In this unsettling scene, a skeletal figure of death grasps a young woman while draping his cloak over her, capturing her in a tense moment that speaks to the inevitability of mortality. As one of the most recognized Northern Renaissance artists, Baldung often explored themes of life's transience, using vivid detail and symbolic imagery to emphasize the precarious line between existence and oblivion. Death and the Maiden has since come to be regarded as one of his most influential works, revered for its striking portrayal of a universal truth. No matter how vibrant or pure, every living form eventually succumbs to the relentless force of death. Richard Tennant Cooper's The Angel of Death is a chilling piece that captures the ominous presence of death itself. Painted in the early 20th century, this artwork reflects the era's anxieties about disease, war, and the fragility of human life. The painting depicts a skeletal, winged figure cloaked in dark robes, its bony hand dripping a mysterious black substance and some humanoid beings into the river below. The setting, a darkened, medieval-looking town, adds to the unsettling atmosphere, suggesting that the water, a source of life, is being corrupted into an agent of death. Cooper was known for his illustrations of disease and mortality, often blending medical themes with allegory. This piece can be interpreted as a reflection of the way plagues and epidemics swept through European cities, poisoning water supplies and leading to mass death. The Angel of Death in this context is not merely a mythological figure, but a representation of the unseen forces, whether disease, war, or environmental destruction, that bring suffering to humanity. Given the time period in which it was painted, it is possible that Cooper was influenced by the Spanish flu pandemic or the general sense of doom brought by World War I. The skeletal face and outstretched arm evoke classic depictions of the Grim Reaper, reinforcing the inevitability of death. The dark color palette, heavy with blues, grays, and blacks, enhances the eerie quality, making it seem as though the entire town is drenched in decay. The small details, such as the illuminated window in the background, provide a faint contrast, perhaps a symbol of the few who remain untouched by death, at least for now. August Friedrich Albrecht Schenk's Anguish, 1878, is a powerful depiction of grief and loss. A mother sheep stands over her lifeless lamb in a cold, desolate landscape. Her open mouth and tense posture convey deep sorrow and defiance, while the bloodied lamb reflects the harsh realities of nature. Schenk, known for evoking human emotions through animals, contrasts the mother's white wool with the ominous crows, heightening the drama. More than a scene from nature, Anguish is a haunting symbol of mourning, helplessness, and the pain of loss. Salvador Dali's The Face of War is a haunting, surrealist vision of trauma and destruction, created in 1940 during the brief interlude between the Spanish Civil War and World War II. Dali, known for his deep psychological themes and dreamlike distortions, uses this piece to explore the cyclical nature of violence and death. At the center of the composition is a grotesque, decayed face, a skull-like visage frozen in a silent scream. Its hollow eyes and gaping mouth contain identical skulls within them, which in turn contain even smaller versions of themselves, stretching into infinity. This recursive imagery reinforces the idea that war perpetuates itself, an endless cycle of suffering where destruction only breeds more destruction. The surrounding landscape is barren and lifeless, an empty desert that mirrors the emotional void left in war's wake. Slithering serpents emerge from the head, adding an extra layer of menace, possibly symbolizing treachery, fear, and the ever-present specter of death. Dali painted The Face of War shortly after fleeing the Spanish Civil War, a conflict that had devastated his homeland and deeply impacted his psyche. While some interpret the painting as a premonition of World War II, which erupted months after its completion, it also serves as a broader meditation on the horrors of warfare across time. The repetition of the skulls within skulls also implies that the legacy of violence is infinite, that humanity remains trapped in a loop of destruction from which it cannot awaken. Love Bites, 2002, by Lori Lipton. Lori Lipton, renowned for her meticulous black and white drawings, created Love Bites as a jarring reinterpretation of the ancient mythological theme of Saturn devouring his child, most famously depicted in Francisco de Goya's haunting painting. In Lipton's version, a mother takes on the role of the devourer, biting into the head of an infant with a visceral intensity that subverts traditional notions of maternal care. Rendered in Lipton's signature hyper-detailed style, the mother's face is etched with almost feral aggression, her eyes confronting the viewer as if to dare them to acknowledge the taboo of parental violence. The stark contrast between the nurturing archetype of motherhood and the violent act on display creates a powerful tension, compelling the audience to question the darker undercurrents of love, power, and instinct. By borrowing Goya's disturbing imagery and reframing it in a modern context, Lipton challenges us to grapple with uncomfortable questions. Can maternal love contain elements of domination or destruction? Where do we draw the line between protection and harm? In Love Bites, the boundary between love and violence collapses, forcing us to confront the unsettling possibility that even the most sacred bonds can harbor a primal, unsettling edge. I want to end this video by showing you some of Suguru Tanaka's paintings. They don't have any backstories or message linked to them, but they are pretty disturbing and strangely soothing to look at. Thomas Busby's Chair. If you ever visit the little museum in Thirsk, you'll spot something weird. An old wooden chair hanging from the ceiling. It's not art. It's there because the person who owned it demanded it never be sat on again. For 30+ years, the museum's obeyed, even when people complained or threatened lawsuits. Back in the 1700s, a grumpy troublemaker named Thomas Busby loved hanging out at his local pub, always sitting in his favorite oak chair. But one summer his father-in-law Daniel Audie bought a farm nearby. Rumor says Daniel borrowed Busby's chair without asking. They fought. Daniel threatened to take Busby's wife, and that night Busby snapped and killed him. Busby got caught, sentenced to death, and before hanging he asked for one last drink in his chair. But as the alcohol burned his throat, he snarled a curse. "Death shall come swiftly to anyone who dares sit in my chair." Hours later, he swung from the gallows. The chair, however, lived on, and so did the curse. For centuries, the chair remained in the pub. Locals who ignored the warning met grisly fates. During World War II, airmen who sat in it never returned from missions. In 1967, 2 RAF pilots crashed their truck into a tree moments after testing the curse. A 1970s mason died the same day his butt hit the seat, plummeting into a construction pit. Even a roofer and a cleaning lady perished shortly after contact. Roof collapses, freak accidents, sudden sickness. The list goes on. The pub owner finally hid the chair in the basement, but the curse didn't stop. A delivery guy sat on it during a break and died in a car crash hours later. The owner panicked and gave the chair to the Thirsk Museum. Now it hangs high up, untouched. Staff won't go near it, like Busby's ghost still haunts it. Tutankhamun's tomb is one of archaeology's greatest discoveries. It was found in 1922 by Howard Carter in Egypt's Valley of the Kings. King Tutankhamun, often called King Tut, was a young pharaoh whose tomb was almost completely untouched by thieves, a rare find among Egyptian tombs. Many stories surround the tomb, especially about a curse known as the Curse of the Pharaohs. The legend says that anyone who disturbs the resting place of a pharaoh, whether they are visitors, thieves, or even archaeologists, will suffer bad luck or even death. After the tomb was opened, several people involved with the discovery died under strange circumstances. For example, Lord Carnarvon, a wealthy man who helped fund the expedition, died from an infected mosquito bite only 5 months after the tomb was opened. Other deaths from disease, murder, or suicide were also linked by some to the curse. Even Howard Carter, who discovered the tomb, is sometimes said to have been touched by the curse, although he lived for many more years after the discovery. It is important to know that many experts believe these deaths were just coincidences or had natural causes. The curse legend grew mostly because of the media attention at the time. The Hope Diamond. Our story starts in 1600s India, where a huge blue diamond, much bigger than the one we see today, was stolen. A French gem trader named Jean-Baptiste Tavernier got it in shady ways. Some say he stole it from a statue of a Hindu goddess. Others say it was already stolen by someone else. Either way, people believe the diamond was cursed because it was taken from a holy place. Tavernier sold it to King Louis XIV of France, who cut it into a smaller shape and wore it around his neck. But then, bad things started happening. Stories say Tavernier was killed by wild dogs later, but real records show he actually lived a long life and died old. King Louis XIV died from a bad infection, and his kids died young. A man named Nicolas Fouquet, who worked for the king, wore the diamond once and got thrown in jail for 15 years. Later, King Louis XVI and his wife Marie Antoinette were killed by guillotine during the French Revolution. Their friend, Princess de Lamballe, was beaten to death by a mob. The diamond disappeared but showed up again years later, linked to more deaths. A man murdered by his son, a king who lost all his money, and a rich family who died in a car crash off a cliff. Next, a banker named Henry Philip Hope bought the diamond, and it got his name. His family fought over it, and their lives fell apart with money problems. In 1910, a jeweler named Pierre Cartier bought the diamond, hoping its scary story would attract rich buyers. He sold it to Evelyn Walsh McLean, a wealthy woman who loved jewelry. Cartier told her the diamond's curse was a dark love story. He even mailed it to her to try to make her want it. She slept with it, became obsessed, and bought it for $5 million after a weird church blessing where lightning struck. Evelyn's life turned dark. Her son was hit by a car and died. Her husband went crazy, lost all their money, and they divorced. During the Great Depression, she sold the diamond for cash, but later got it back, hiding it in her dress. She said, "I'm safe from its curse," but she died of sickness at 60. The diamond went to a jeweler named Harry Winston, who gave it to the Smithsonian Museum in 1958. But the curse wasn't over. A delivery man who brought it to the museum had his wife die, his house burned down, and his dog choke, all in 1 year. A museum expert says most of the curse stories are fake. Tavernier wasn't killed by dogs. He died rich and old. Marie Antoinette never even wore the diamond. The curse was probably made up by Cartier to sell the diamond for more money. So why do people still believe it? Because scary stories stick around longer than facts. People still blame the diamond for bad luck, even though it's just a pretty rock. The Devil's Bible. Few ancient books have as creepy a reputation as the Codex Gigas, nicknamed the Devil's Bible. It gets its name from a massive 20-inch tall drawing of the devil taking up a whole page. Oddly, the devil faces a section about heaven, maybe hinting at the battle between good and evil. Made in the 1200s in what's now the Czech Republic, this book is famous for its huge size, over 3 feet tall and nearly a foot thick. It's wrapped in leather and metal and holds the entire Bible, plus creepy stuff like exorcism guides and magic spells. Some say it was meant to hold all human knowledge. The writing and art are so detailed, experts think it would take 25+ years to finish. If one person did it alone, it might have taken their whole life. But the wildest part, the dark legend of how it was made. A monk who broke his vows was sentenced to be sealed alive in a wall. To save himself, he promised to write a book of all knowledge in one night. When he couldn't finish, he sold his soul to the devil for help. The devil's picture, a thank you to Lucifer. There's also a mystery. 10 pages are missing. Stories say the book was sold by a poor monastery, ended up with a paranoid emperor, and later survived a fire. During the chaos, those pages fell out or were stolen. Some think they're hidden in a private collection. Today, the Devil's Bible sits in Sweden's National Library. Made of silver and weighing about 4 pounds, 2 kilograms, the Bassano vase seemed completely ordinary. If you saw it in an antique shop, you probably wouldn't even notice it. But despite its plain appearance, this vase is said to carry a deadly curse. What makes it so strange is that, while many sources list it as one of the most haunted objects in history, almost nothing is known about where it is now, or if it even still exists. But here's what we do know. The first mention of the vase dates back to the 15th century. According to legend, it was created in a small town in northern Italy, near Naples. It was meant to be a wedding gift for a young bride and was mysteriously delivered to her the night before her wedding. She thought it was a good luck charm, but the opposite turned out to be true. The next morning, she never showed up to her own wedding. Instead, she was found dead on the floor, holding the vase tightly in her hands. No one could explain what happened to her. That was just the beginning of a series of unexplained tragedies. After the bride's death, the vase passed to another family member, but they soon died under mysterious circumstances. The same thing happened to the next owner, and the next. Eventually, the family became convinced that the vase was cursed. To protect themselves, and anyone else who might come into contact with it, they decided to hide it away. And this is where things get even more mysterious. No one knows exactly how or where the vase was hidden. Some say a priest locked it away, while others believe the family simply buried it. Whatever the truth, the vase disappeared for centuries until it resurfaced in 1988, bringing death and mystery along with it. The details of its discovery vary, but it's said that a man unearthed the vase in his backyard. Inside, he found a chilling note that read, "Beware, this vase brings death." He ignored the warning and sold the artifact at an auction, making about $3,000 from the sale. The buyer was a pharmacist who thought he had made a great purchase, but within 3 months, he was dead from an unexplained illness. His family quickly sold the vase to a doctor, who met the same fate. The next owner, an archaeologist, also died just a few months after acquiring the vase. and this pattern continued. No matter who owned the vase, they would soon fall ill and die. Eventually, the curse caught up to one last buyer. But instead of selling it again, their family, now fully aware of the vase's reputation, wanted nothing more to do with it. Desperate to break the curse, they threw it out the window. So, was that the end of the curse? Not quite. The vase almost hit a police officer as it crashed to the ground. He picked it up, brought it back to the family, and fined them for littering. They paid the fine but refused to take the vase. The police tried to donate the artifact to a museum, but no institution wanted it. Despite its historical value, no one was willing to take the risk. So, once again, the vase vanished. Some say an officer buried it in a remote location, while others claim it was hidden in a cemetery. Either way, it hasn't been seen since. But while the Bassano vase left behind a trail of tragedy, it also left behind a lot of unanswered questions. The story is full of holes. There are no official records of its past owners, and there's only one blurry photo of it. Even its design doesn't quite match vases from the 15th century. And how did the curse even work? It didn't seem to affect those who just touched the vase, only those who owned it. But how would the curse know who its owner was? Some believe it was triggered when the vase was opened, but there's no proof of that either. This old cauldron might look like any ordinary cooking pot, but it has a very dark past. It belonged to Ed Gein, a man from Plainfield, Wisconsin, who committed terrible crimes that shocked the world. Ed Gein was not only a murderer, but also a body snatcher. He lived alone on a quiet farmhouse where he did things that are hard to imagine. When police searched his home, they found this cauldron and, much to everyone's horror, discovered human remains inside it. This discovery showed just how evil and cruel his actions were. Before Gein used it for his grisly deeds, the cauldron was just a simple kitchen item. However, because of what happened in that farmhouse, it became a symbol of fear and horror. The Annabelle doll. In 1970, a woman named Donna received a large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift from her mother. She was a nursing student living in an apartment with her friend Angie. At first, the doll seemed normal, but soon, strange things began happening. Donna and Angie noticed the doll would move on its own. It would sit in a different position than they left it, like cross-legged or lying down. Sometimes they'd come home to find it in another room. They even found small handwritten notes on parchment paper, but neither of them owned parchment paper. A friend named Lou, who didn't believe in ghosts, made fun of the stories. One night, he had a nightmare about the doll attacking him. When he woke up, the doll was on his chest, and he couldn't move. Later, he found deep scratches on his chest that vanished quickly. Scared, Donna and Angie asked a medium, someone who talks to spirits, for help. The medium claimed the doll was haunted by the spirit of a girl named Annabelle Higgins, who died at age 7 on the property where their apartment now stood. The women felt bad for the spirit and let the doll stay. But the activity got worse. Lou visited again and heard rustling in Donna's room. When he checked, no one was there, but the doll slid up his leg and grabbed his chest. Lou later said he felt intense pain and saw his shirt ripped open with claw marks. Donna contacted a priest who connected her with paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens studied the doll and believed it wasn't haunted by a child's ghost, but controlled by a dangerous demon pretending to be harmless. They warned the women to stop treating the doll like a toy. The Warrens took the doll away in 1971. They locked it in a special glass case in their occult museum, warning visitors never to touch it. Over the years, people claimed the doll moved, smiled, or caused bad luck if they mocked it. Today, Annabelle is still in the Warrens Museum, now run by their son-in-law. Security cameras film the case 24/7, and a priest blesses the museum twice a month. The doll inspired horror movies, but the real Annabelle looks like a normal Raggedy Ann doll, not the creepy porcelain doll shown in films. The Warrens always said Annabelle was one of the most dangerous objects they'd ever encountered. We've talked about a few cursed objects already, but this one's different. The evidence behind its curse is so strong, even skeptics might get goosebumps. Let's dive into the story of the Goddess of Death, also called the Woman of Lem statue. Carved from limestone around 3500 BC, this ancient statue was dug up in Lem, Cyprus in 1878. But its backstory is anything but ordinary. Nearly everyone who owned it met a grim fate. The first owner, Lord Elfont, brought the statue home in the early 1900s. Within 6 years, he and all 7 members of his family died mysteriously. Then the next owner, Ivor Minucci, and his entire family died within 4 years. A third family, the Thompson Knowles, suffered the same tragic end, all dying young. The final owner, Sir Alan Beaverbrook, lost his wife and 2 daughters shortly after getting the statue. Terrified, his sons moved out to save themselves. Sir Alan quickly donated the statue to the Royal Scottish Museum in Edinburgh. But the curse wasn't done. The museum curator who displayed it died soon after. The museum made a smart move. They locked the statue in a glass case. No one's touched it since, and no one's died. Coincidence? Maybe. But with 4 owners and nearly all their families wiped out, it's hard to ignore. Scientists have no explanation. Could there be a toxic substance in the stone, or is this a genuine ancient curse? The statue's original purpose was likely tied to fertility rituals, not death. But after centuries buried, who knows what energy it carries? Now let's talk about the cursed statue, which more recently has become known as the cursed crone of the Catskills. In the very beginning of 2016, a guy named Danny and his friend decided to go hiking in the Catskills. They ended up coming across a statue inside of a cave, way off the trail. This area already has a bad vibe to it. There are a lot of rumors of people going there to worship darker entities, and there are even rumors of animal sacrifices. They went in and found this statue near a small campsite where a campfire had once been. The statue itself was standing with some leaves, debris, dirt, and grime around it, and possibly some hair left on it as well. They checked out the statue, and it was really creepy. The statue was hand-carved, fairly small, but it had nails hammered into the eye sockets and a noose made out of some kind of cord tied around its neck. Danny was really creeped out by this, understandably so, and he said they needed to leave it alone. But his friend had the idea to take it with him because he didn't believe in any of this kind of stuff. To him, it was just a creepy statue, so he took it. A few days later, Danny got a phone call from his friend saying that he thought the statue was haunted. This was way out of character for his friend, since he wasn't into this kind of stuff. His friend explained that he had started hearing banging sounds and knocks in his house. Then, he started waking up in the middle of the night with a strong feeling that something was watching him. Shortly after, he noticed that the statue would not be where he left it the night before, and there was a strong smell of pond water in his place. At first, he thought maybe his dog was moving the statue around, but the dog was freaked out by it and started having accidents in the house, which it never had before. One night, he woke up to hearing knocks on his door around 3 in the morning. He got out of bed, checked outside, but there was nothing there. No one was on the street, no vehicles, and his motion sensor light didn't turn on. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret and fear, like he shouldn't have opened the door. He started to feel like there must be something going on with the statue. The next day, he went over to Danny's house for a movie night to try and forget about what was happening at home. After the movie night, he went home, and the house felt normal for a while. But then, he woke up to his dog freaking out. He went to investigate and noticed the strong smell of pond water again. He looked down and saw muddy, shoeless footprints on his carpet. He went to the living room and noticed the statue had moved. As he approached the statue, he started to hear breathing. The breathing sounded like his grandpa with a tracheotomy, very raspy and hoarse. He grabbed his dog and went over to Danny's house, saying he needed a guest room. Danny decided to go on Reddit and reach out to the paranormal community to see what people thought. Most people felt like the best thing to do would be to return the statue to where they found it and leave some type of offering along with an apology. Others warned against destroying it, saying not to burn it, bury it, or throw it in the river. One person recommended reaching out to Greg and Dana, a couple who have a traveling museum of the paranormal and haunted objects. Danny and his friend decided to return the statue to the cave. When they got to his apartment, it smelled strongly of pond water. and the muddy footprints were still there. The statue was not where it was left. It was found in the hallway, looking as if it had been thrown against the wall, leaving a crack. They approached the statue and started apologizing, explaining they planned to return it to the cave. As they were apologizing, the dog started freaking out. They went to investigate and both claimed to see an entity, an old naked woman dripping with water, crouched in the corner of the living room with dark, glowing eyes. They were terrified and ran outside. They decided they were too scared to go back to the cave and felt they should never return. In the daylight, they grabbed the statue, put it in a pillowcase, and sent it to Greg and Dana. Greg and Dana cataloged the statue, taking photographs and measurements. That night, they heard commotion in their office and found a small figure of Jesus had moved across the room. They set up a surveillance camera and caught footage of the statue moving on its own. A few weeks later, they smelled pond water and found wet footprints on the back of their sofa. Greg eventually had a conversation with the statue, explaining that it was safe with them, but needed to show respect. He warned that if it didn't, it would be locked in a box. As soon as he said this, Dana heard water rushing, and they found the statue had rolled off a coffee table. Greg went to grab it, and Dana caught the TV as it started to tip over. They heard 3 loud bangs, and the lights flickered. They decided to lock the statue in a box. The statue is now part of their traveling exhibit of haunted objects, kept in a locked box with a look but don't touch rule. Many people feel weird sensations when looking at it, most commonly a burning sensation in their eyes. Greg and Dana did a 24-hour live stream of the statue and caught some activity. The statue is still surrounded by questions. No one knows who made it, why it was created, or what it was used for. Some believe it's possessed by a Babylonian demon associated with water named Marduk. Maori warrior masks. In New Zealand, Maori warrior masks, also known as wakairo, are considered powerful and sacred. These intricately designed masks were traditionally used in battle and ceremonies, often representing ancestors or tribal guardians. However, many believe they carry a mysterious curse, but only for certain people. According to legend, men have no issues being near these masks, but women may experience serious misfortune. Some stories claim that women who come too close to these sacred objects may suffer from pregnancy complications, miscarriages, or bad luck. The Dybbuk Box. The Dybbuk Box is a haunted object that first caught public attention in 2004 after a newspaper article. But what exactly is it, and why has it brought so much misfortune to its owners? In Jewish stories, a Dybbuk is an evil spirit that can attach itself to a living person, often to punish or complete unfinished business. Traditionally, this spirit is said to attach to people, not objects. The box got its name from the first owner's granddaughter, who claimed her grandmother warned her never to open it. Even though it's called a Dybbuk box, many now believe it is haunted by a demon rather than a true Dybbuk. Kevin Mannis, who owned an antique store in Portland, Oregon, found the box in 2001 at an estate sale from a 103-year-old woman named Havilah. Among many items, he discovered a locked wooden cabinet. Havilah's granddaughter told him that the cabinet had belonged to her grandmother, a Holocaust survivor, and that it should never be opened. Kevin tried to return it to her, but she refused, so he brought it back to his shop. Soon after, strange events began to occur. A staff member called Kevin, reporting the sound of breaking glass and that she had been accidentally locked in the store. When Kevin checked, no one was there, yet all the light bulbs in his basement were shattered. With these odd events on his mind, Kevin finally opened the box. Inside, he found a collection of unusual items: 2 old pennies, 2 locks of hair, 1 dark and 1 light, a small stone with the Hebrew word for life carved on it, a candlestick, a gold wine goblet, and some dried rosebuds. After opening the box, strange smells began to fill the shop. In one area, the smell was strong like jasmine flowers, while in another, it resembled cat urine, even though no cats were around. Electronics started malfunctioning, and both Kevin and his family experienced unexplained health problems and nightmares. Kevin even gave the box to his mother as a birthday present. Shortly after receiving it, she suffered a stroke and lost her ability to speak for a time. Before the stroke, she had felt a sudden cold breeze and later spelled out the words, "Hate gift" on a board. Convinced that the box was cursed, Kevin took it back and tried giving it to other family members, but each time they returned it, complaining of strange smells or odd behavior from the box. Then, he began having a recurring dream where someone he trusted turned into an old, frightening witch who attacked him. Everyone who had been near the box reported the same disturbing dream, and when they finally got rid of it, the dream stopped. Unable to dispose of the box, Kevin listed it for sale on eBay in 2003, hoping someone with more knowledge of the paranormal might take it. A college student named Joseph bought the box, and in 2004, he passed it on to Jason Haxton from Missouri. Jason, who ran a museum at a university, was skeptical about the supernatural. However, soon after he acquired the box, he developed strange health issues such as hives, welts, and even began coughing up blood. Tests on the box for toxins and heavy metals came back negative, and doctors could not explain his symptoms. Determined to find an answer, Jason contacted Kevin, who then reached out to the woman he originally bought the box from. Through a long conversation, Kevin learned that Havila's cousin, Sophie, was still alive. Sophie revealed that she and Havila had held several seances in Poland before World War II. Using a pendulum and a spirit board drawn on cloth, they tried to speak with spirits. One spirit kept asking them to let it into the real world. Though they were scared, they agreed and attempted to trap the spirit in a box during a seance on November 10, 1938. Unfortunately, they could not hold the spirit, and soon after, Havila and her family were sent to a concentration camp where many died. The original box was lost. After Havila escaped to Spain, she and Sophie managed to bind the spirit to the box we now call the Dybbuk box. Sophie also mentioned that there are 2 other boxes linked to this event, one with Kevin and another whose location is unknown. Even though Havila's family kept the box for many years, her granddaughter was always very scared of it because of the warnings she had received. Jason Haxton eventually consulted rabbis and scientists about the box. They all advised him to put the box inside a wooden container lined with gold. Jason followed their advice and then sealed the box in a heavy, secure container. After doing this, his strange health problems stopped. Even furniture can be cursed if you anger the wrong people. This is the story of the conjured chest, a troubled piece of furniture from early 1800s Kentucky. A plantation owner named Jeremiah R., also known as Jacob Coley, was preparing for the birth of his first child. Since he wasn't skilled at making things himself, he had a chest of drawers built for him. One of his slaves, a talented carpenter known as Remus, or Hosea in some accounts, was given the task, spent many hours crafting a beautiful chest, and when he finished, he proudly presented it to Jeremiah. However, Jeremiah hated the chest so much that he became so angry he beat Remus to death. This terrible act shocked and saddened the other slaves on the plantation, and in revenge, they secretly cursed the chest by sprinkling dried owl's blood on it while reciting a secret chant. Despite his dislike for the chest, Jeremiah moved it to the nursery for his newborn child. Soon, a legend spread that anyone connected to the chest would suffer a tragic fate. Over the next 100 years, a total of 18 unfortunate incidents were linked to the chest. Jeremiah's firstborn child, for whom the chest was made, died under mysterious circumstances. His nephew, whose clothes were stored in the chest, was stabbed on his 21st birthday. A couple who inherited the chest both died, one from a severe illness and the other in an accident. In 1897, a young bride who kept her wedding dress in the chest died unexpectedly. In 1909, a boy whose mittens were placed in the chest fell from a train and died. Another woman who moved the chest into her room later took her life in 1915. And in 1946, a man who kept his hunting clothes in the chest was later found to have been shot. Interestingly, Jeremiah himself escaped any of these misfortunes. By the late 1940s, the curse had taken its toll. The latest owner decided that enough was enough and had her maid attempt to break the curse. The maid followed the instructions and, sadly, died shortly afterward, becoming the last victim of the conjured chest. Many believe that her sacrifice finally broke the curse, or at least ended its most dangerous effects. The Obsidian Mirror. John Dee was a man who advised Queen Elizabeth I of England. Between 1558 and the 1570s, he mixed science, math, astrology, and fortune-telling to try to understand the world. Over time, he became very interested in magic and the secrets of the unknown. He even tried to talk with angels. During his many travels, John Dee began to collect magical items such as crystals, old relics, and mirrors. One special item in his collection was the obsidian mirror. This mirror was made from a smooth, dark volcanic glass called obsidian. In many cultures, people believe that mirrors like these can help them speak with spirits. John Dee used the obsidian mirror in seances to try to see images of angels. He worked with a medium named Edward Kelly, who said he could see spirits and even change plain metals into gold. The two of them held many seances with the mirror, and they wrote down what happened. For a long time, no one knew where the mirror came from or how John Dee got it. Then in 2021, researchers used X-rays to study the mirror. They discovered that it came from Mexico and was very similar to two other known Aztec spirit mirrors. The Aztecs believed that obsidian had healing powers and was very special. They thought that mirrors made from obsidian could capture a person's soul. Many of these mirrors were brought to Europe by Spanish explorers. It seems that John Dee sought out the obsidian mirror because he had heard of its strong magical powers. Today, you can see his obsidian mirror on display at the British Museum in London. Robert the Doll is one of the most famous cursed dolls, even before others like Annabelle became known. His story begins in the early 1900s in Key West, Florida, with a young boy named Eugene Robert Otto. When Eugene was just 4 years old, he received the doll as a gift. Many stories say that the doll was given to him by a house servant who had a grudge against his family, and some believe she even made the doll herself as a sort of curse. Regardless of the true story, little Eugene loved his new friend and named him Robert, or Rob for short. Robert is a life-size cloth doll stuffed with wood wool, standing about 40 inches tall, roughly the size of a small child. Eugene and Robert became inseparable, spending every day together. After about 6 years of calm, strange events began to occur. One night, while Eugene was fast asleep, he awoke to find Robert sitting at the foot of his bed, staring right at him. Not long after, his mother was suddenly awakened by the sound of frightened cries and the noise of furniture moving around. When she rushed into his room, she found Eugene curled up in bed, clearly terrified, with Robert still on the bed, as if keeping watch. When asked what had happened, Eugene simply said, "Robert did it." In the years that followed, whenever anything unusual happened at home, the blame always fell on Robert. People even reported hearing Eugene talking to the doll, sometimes with a mysterious, giggling voice answering back. There were moments when family members and guests swore they saw Robert moving on his own. As Eugene grew up and started his own life, he returned to his family home with his wife. There, he discovered that Robert had been locked away in a chest because his wife did not like the doll. Even though he agreed to keep Robert hidden, strange happenings continued. Guests heard soft scurrying sounds from the attic, and children passing by the house claimed they saw Robert staring at them from a window. After many years, Eugene passed away in 1974. A new family later moved into the house, and their curious daughter found Robert. Excited at first by the old doll, she soon began waking up in terror, screaming for her parents because she saw Robert moving about the room. Worried by these events, her parents quickly put the doll into a box and gave it away. Today, Robert the doll is on display at the East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida. Visitors can see him for themselves, and many say that his mysterious presence still lingers, keeping alive the spooky stories and legends that have made him famous. So this next one is not so much of an object, but instead more of a location: the Devil's Bridge. Before the Gotthard Tunnel was built to connect northern and southern Switzerland, travelers had to cross the dangerous Schellenen Gorge using a narrow bridge known as the Devil's Bridge. The gorge is very steep and made of solid granite. In the 12th century, people used a risky footpath with steps carved into the rock to cross the gorge. Around 1230, a wooden bridge was built 100 feet above the fast-flowing river so horses could cross safely. In the early 1300s, another bridge was built using wooden beams stretched across the wide gorge. This bridge was very important for trade, especially for moving cheese and for connecting Switzerland with Italy. Because of its importance, the bridge was rebuilt many times over the centuries. There are many old stories about who built the first bridge. Some say it was built by local mountain people, others claim a nearby blacksmith was responsible, and the most famous legend says that the devil himself helped build it. According to the tale, the people of Uri were desperate to finish the bridge, so they called on the devil for help. In return, the devil demanded the first soul that crossed the finished bridge. To avoid losing a human life, the locals tricked him by throwing a piece of bread onto the bridge. A dog, attracted by the bread, ran across instead. Angry at the trick, the devil tore the dog to pieces. Not satisfied, the devil then tried to destroy the bridge with a huge boulder. But while he was about to do so, he encountered a holy man. The man spoke out against the devil, and the devil dropped the boulder, sparing the bridge. Over the years, the Devil's Bridge has been rebuilt several times. It was even the site of an important battle during the Napoleonic Wars, when the bridge was sabotaged to stop enemy armies from crossing. Later on, the bridge was featured in a famous painting by J.M.W. Turner. We still do not know who built the original Devil's Bridge. However, near the bridge stands a large boulder that locals call the Devil's Stone, the Golden Eagle. This 1964 Dodge is blamed for the deaths of at least 14 people. According to its owner, Wendy Allen, the car started out as a police car. 3 police officers who once drove it ended their lives in murder-suicides. Later, some church members vandalized the car, and all of them met terrible ends. There's even a story about a teenager who was dared to touch the car. After doing so, he supposedly ended up killing his family and setting his house on fire. At least, that's what Allen claims. We aren't sure how much of this story is true, but it's a chilling legend that has been passed down over the years. The Blarney Stone is a famous piece of limestone that has been kept for many years at Blarney Castle in County Cork, Ireland. According to legend, if you kiss the stone, you will be given the gift of the gab, which means you gain a special talent for charming and persuading people with your words. However, the story also warns against greed. If you try to take even a tiny piece of the stone, this next one is not so much of an object, you will be cursed with bad luck until you return it. A cursed car is not something you hear about every day. Yet there is one known as Little Bastard, a Porsche 550 Spider, that once belonged to the famous actor James Dean. After Dean died in a deadly crash while driving this car, the working parts were removed and used to fix other vehicles. Soon after, reports started coming in that cars fitted with these parts were involved in terrible and often deadly accidents. The curse seemed to work in strange ways. Even thieves who tried to steal pieces of the car ended up getting badly hurt. There's also an eerie part of the legend involving actor Alec Guinness. Yes, the same one who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars. It's said that just 7 days before his death, James Dean was warned by Guinness with a line from Rebel Without a Cause. If you get in that car, you will be found dead in it by this time next week. Sadly, as the story goes, that warning came true. This tale has grown over the years into a well-known piece of Hollywood lore. The Xavier idol was discovered over 100 years ago and is thought to have been made more than 12,000 years ago. This makes it the oldest known wooden sculpture in the world, more than twice as old as the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Some believe it might be the very first human-made image showing something evil. Gold miners found the idol in a Russian peat bog, buried about 4 meters deep. It was broken into 10 pieces, which were later put together to form a statue that was almost 3 meters tall. In 1914, another reconstruction suggested a different way of arranging the pieces, which would have made the idol about 5.3 meters tall. Later, in the middle of the 20th century, some pieces went missing and now only drawings of them remain. The idol was carved from a large tree that was 159 years old when it was cut down. The top of it shows a human head and face, and its body is decorated with simple geometric patterns along with 8 extra faces and several hands, giving it a look similar to a totem. People see different things in the main face's expression. Some say it looks like the face of someone singing, while others believe it seems to be screaming in anger or pain. Most experts agree that the face shows a being that is malicious or evil. Some historians think that the idol tells a hidden story about creation as believed by the person who carved it. Others suggest that the patterns on its surface might have worked like a map, or that the idol served as a warning to keep people away from a dangerous area. Devil's footprints. In the late 1700s, mysterious footprints were found in hardened volcanic rock on the slopes of the Rocca Monfina volcano in Italy. Heavy rain loosened the volcanic rock, and a landslide caused a powerful wave of water and ash that swept through the valley near the village of Torre El Picili, even destroying a local mill. The scene looked as if it were taken straight from a story in the Bible. Local people, shocked by the destruction, discovered a trail of footprints leading away from the volcano. They believed that only the devil could have made such marks. No one else would dare walk through fiery lava and leave clear imprints in solid rock. Along with these footprints, a few handprints were also seen. For a long time, many people thought these marks were the devil's own. That explanation remained popular until 2002, when archaeologists studied the prints. They found that the footprints were made by early humans who walked on two legs about 350,000 years ago, making them the oldest known footprints of this kind outside of Africa. The tracks were likely made by three individuals who were ancestors of the Neanderthals. They were a little over 5 feet tall and seemed to have been running away from the volcano during an eruption. The zigzag pattern of the prints shows that they took a switchback route down the steep slope, sometimes even using their hands for balance. Some experts even think that the makers of the footprints might have been children. A researcher from the University of Padua said that these tracks give us a unique look into the lives of some of the earliest Europeans and suggest that these people may have witnessed the volcanic eruption firsthand. We still do not know if they managed to escape the lava flow or why they were so close to the volcano. The Iceman's corpse. More than 5,300 years ago, a man was traveling through what is now northern Italy. During his journey, he was struck in the back by an arrow and died from the wound. Because the weather was very cold and the ground was covered in snow and ice, his body froze quickly and was preserved almost perfectly for thousands of years. In 1991, hikers discovered his well-preserved remains. He was given the name Ötzi after the nearby mountains where he was found. His body is one of the best preserved ever discovered, offering us a rare look into life over 5,000 years ago. Soon after Ötzi was found, a rumor began to spread about a curse. Several people connected to his discovery later died in strange or unfortunate ways. For example, the head of the forensic team who helped move Ötzi died in a car accident in 1992, and a mountaineer who assisted with the discovery was caught in an avalanche. A journalist who filmed the removal of his body later died from a brain tumor. In 2004, a tourist who had been involved with the discovery was found dead in the same spot, and the head of the mountain rescue team died of a heart attack. Even Dr. Tom Lai, who was finishing a book and had done DNA tests on Ötzi, died unexpectedly. Not everyone believes in this so-called curse. Archaeologist Conrad Spindler, for example, dismissed the idea as media hype. Many other researchers and visitors who have studied or even touched Ötzi are still alive today. In Nevada, the well-known Love Ranch, a brothel famous for its wild history, has long been the source of many legends and secrets. One story tells of a cursed mattress. It is said that in room 7, a man named Dennis Hoff died of a heart attack on October 16, 2018, with the mattress there when it happened. Even more, people claim that the same mattress was used by former NBA star Lamar Odom when he overdosed in October 2015. Over time, the staff at the brothel began to believe that the mattress had absorbed the sadness and bad luck of its past, giving it a dark power. Dr. Jack Kevorkian, commonly known as Dr. Death, was a pathologist who became infamous in the 1990s for championing physician-assisted suicide for terminally ill patients. He publicly stood by his belief that dying is not a crime, and he ultimately assisted in ending the lives of at least 130 patients who suffered from severe incurable diseases. For his controversial actions, Kevorkian was convicted of homicide in 1999. Throughout his life, Jack Kevorkian lived in a variety of places, including spending time living out of a van. It was in this very van that he carried out some of his most disturbing actions, helping patients end their lives. After Kevorkian's 2011 death, his notoriety only seemed to grow, with his legacy continuing to stir ethical and legal debates over euthanasia and assisted suicide. The 1968 Volkswagen van, rusty from years of neglect but unmistakably tied to a chilling chapter in history, became part of Zach's collection. Now displayed as a gruesome piece of macabre memorabilia, the van sits in his museum, where visitors can observe an object that once symbolized both Kevorkian's crusade for patient rights and the dark ways in which he carried out his controversial practices. Charles Manson, the infamous criminal who founded a cult known as the Manson family, operated in California during the late 1960s and early 1970s. His group, which numbered around 100 people, led a non-traditional lifestyle and often experimented with psychoactive drugs. Many of his followers viewed him as a messianic figure, almost equating him with Jesus Christ, and imitated his behavior. This devotion culminated in a series of murders, 9 deaths occurring at 4 different locations during July and August of 1969. In 1971, Manson was convicted on charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the deaths of 7 individuals, including the actress Sharon Tate. When Manson eventually died, his body was cremated. Notably, some of his adherents collected fragments of his ashes as keepsakes. These relics even inspired artistic creations, such as the Ryan Almighty blood paintings of Manson. In one particularly striking work, Manson's eyes are depicted using his own cremains, mixed with the artist Ryan's blood. While the technique and creativity behind the artwork are remarkable, the use of Manson's ashes adds a uniquely macabre twist. Today, this painting is part of a museum exhibit showcasing various pieces of Manson memorabilia. The Screaming Skull of Burton Agnes Hall. Burton Agnes Hall is a building from the Tudor era in England, and it is famous for its eerie legend. The story goes that the hall has been haunted by the ghost of Anne Griffith ever since it was built. Anne was one of the daughters of the man who built the house. According to the legend, she loved the hall so much that after she was violently mugged, her dying wish was to have a part of her body buried inside the house. They chose her skull. The skull is said to still be hidden somewhere within the walls of the hall, although no one knows exactly which room it is in. There are tales that people have tried to remove the skull in the past, but every time they did, Anne's ghost would create such a commotion that the skull had to be returned. At Denver International Airport, there's a very eerie statue that many people say is cursed. The statue, known as Blucifer, is a 32-foot-tall blue horse with glowing red eyes. Its scary look and history give it a bad reputation. The story behind the statue is tragic. The artist, Luis Jimenez, who created it, died in a terrible accident when a part of the horse fell on him. Because of this accident and its frightening appearance, some believe the statue brings bad luck. Over the years, there have been many calls for the statue to be taken down, but so far, public petitions have not been successful. The Destiny Ring. Rudolph Valentino was one of the most famous silent film stars, known for his many hit movies. Sadly, he died very young at the age of 31. A few years before his death, he bought a ring from a jeweler in California, even though he was warned that the ring was cursed. After he started wearing it, many of his later films failed, and he was seen with the ring on his deathbed. When Valentino passed away, his lover inherited the ring. Soon after, she became ill and ended up giving the ring to someone else. Over time, many people who owned the ring met with strange or untimely deaths. Because of all these dark events, the ring is now kept safe in a bank vault where no one can touch it. Most people take selfies for fun, but 24-year-old Amanda Taylor shocked everyone when she posted one after committing a brutal crime, with no hint of remorse. In April 2015 on the Blue Ridge Parkway, a white Jeep pulled off a lonely road. Amanda, armed with a gun, stepped out, found her partner Sean Ball, 33, barely awake in the car, and coldly admitted she'd used him to get what she wanted. Then she shot him in the face and dragged his body aside before driving off. Amanda's troubled life began long before that fateful day. Born on March 27, 1991, in Christiansburg, Virginia, she enjoyed a comfortable early childhood until she became a rebellious teen. At 12, she met her best friend Mariah and soon began a pattern of running away and misbehaving, once even causing a scene at school by vowing to hurt everyone, resulting in a police intervention. By 2011, she'd been charged with making illegal drugs, foreshadowing the darker path ahead. In her mid-teens, Amanda met Rex Taylor, 2 years her senior, and they quickly bonded over a fascination with all things macabre. They collected crime memorabilia, admired stories of serial killers, and even communicated with notorious prisoners. Rex's own life was marred by a pill addiction that began at age 12 when his father, Charles Taylor, supplied him with drugs, a habit that later led to dangerous car crashes with their young children aboard. Despite moments of tenderness, Rex's addiction, fueled in part by his father's continual supply, tore at their family. Amanda and Rex stayed together from their teenage years. Amanda met Rex when she was around 15 or 16, and he, 2 years her senior, eventually became her husband. By the time they were in their early 20s, their marriage was already under strain. In April 2014, after years of repeated breakups and reconciliations fueled by Rex's drug abuse, Amanda reached her breaking point. She told Rex, despite still loving him, that he needed to leave their home until he could quit using pills. Tragically, within that same month, Rex ended his own life. His suicide was confirmed when their nearly 7-year-old son, who had been eagerly awaiting his father's return, was left heartbroken as Rex never came home. This marked a devastating turning point in Amanda's life and set the stage for the further tragic events that followed. Although she might have followed him into oblivion, unfinished business, and mounting anger, especially toward Charles, whom she blamed for Rex's downfall, pushed her further down a dark path. After Rex's death, Amanda became obsessed with violence. Grieving, she convinced herself that Rex had taught her how to kill. She began watching and imitating violent videos, even one that showed teenagers carrying weapons to school, and started to act like the criminals she once admired. Adding to this disturbing change, a death row inmate named Paul, who had been Rex's friend, sent her $1,000, which only deepened her commitment to this dangerous path. Soon, she began working with Sean Ball, a man who had long admired her and lived in the basement of her friends Mariah and Johnny's house. On March 27, 2015, Amanda turned 24, the same birthday she used to share with Rex and celebrated with Mariah, Johnny, and Sean. The day was especially painful as it was the first birthday without Rex. In her distress, Amanda armed herself with a knife and insisted on visiting Rex's grave. Overwhelmed by depression and instability, she collapsed there and threatened to kill herself and take her children with her so they could all be reunited with Rex. Her friends managed to force her into a car and drove her to her mother's house around 2:30 a.m. However, once outside, Amanda broke free again, waving her knife and threatening to take her 2 young children, aged 7 and 2, if anyone tried to stop her. Fearing for everyone's safety, someone called the police. Amanda was arrested and taken to St. Albans Hospital in Christiansburg for mental health and drug treatment. This wasn't the first time she had faced such a crisis. She had been hospitalized twice before because of her uncontrollable anger. Even though her mother and Mariah pleaded for her to stay in the hospital longer, she was released within a week with medications she never took. Shortly after, social services removed her children, leaving her isolated and desperate. With few options left, she began plotting with Sean, who was still deeply in love with her, and even quit his job to help with her dangerous plans. Later, Mariah warned Amanda and Sean that their next move might lead to more tragedy. Despite this, the pair planned a short trip to Sean's parents' house on April 2, 2015. They stayed in a motel that night and returned the next day with some of Sean's belongings. Family members later noticed that Sean had taken 2 pistols from a gun safe, and he even replaced the knife that Mariah had taken from Amanda on her birthday. Then, on a spring day in April 2015 at precisely 3:27 p.m., a time chosen to echo the shared birthday of Amanda and Rex on March 27, Amanda and Sean drove to Charles Taylor's rundown house in Ironton, Virginia. Their initial plan was to use a knife to inflict emotional and physical pain on him. First, Sean struck Charles in the head with a crowbar. Once the 59-year-old man fell, Amanda took the new knife and stabbed him 31 times. The brutality was unmistakable. Blood splattered across walls, paintings, and a couch. Amanda snapped a selfie beside the corpse and posted it online with a chilling caption explaining that she had a good reason for killing him. He had ruined Rex with his opioid addiction. She warned the police not to search for her, claiming she only wanted to join Rex in peace, and even sent her bloody selfie to a crime blogger who promptly handed it over to the authorities. Having just tasted blood, Amanda and Sean fled the scene, heading toward Tennessee. They spent a restless night in a rundown hotel in Bristol, only to realize by morning that they were running out of money, food, and gas. In a moment of cold calculation, Amanda gave Sean an ultimatum: either embark on a murderous spree to steal what they needed, or surrender. During a break, they encountered 2 teenage girls visiting relatives. Amanda tried to lure them near the Jeep, expecting Sean to attack, but his refusal, citing his mother's feelings, incensed her. In that fury, Amanda recalled Sean's earlier boast of being a former Navy SEAL, a lie, as he was quiet and unassuming. Finding an empty bottle of pills on the car floor and reading a farewell letter Sean had written to his mother, she decided he was too weak to be her partner. Driving the Jeep back onto the empty Blue Ridge Parkway, Amanda pulled over and coldly told Sean that she had only used him for his car, money, and stolen weapons. Then she shot him in the face, dragged his body from the car, and snapped a final picture of his face, unaware that Sean would survive to later testify. Amanda continued sending incriminating photos to a crime blogger via disposable phone, even as surveillance videos from gas stations pieced together her route. Eventually, police deployed spike strips to halt her car. Highway patrol officers pulled her from the vehicle, handcuffed her, and noted with disdain that she complained about not being treated with respect. In the interrogation room, Amanda maintained a detached air. Sipping a soft drink and twirling her hair, she eventually admitted to killing both Charles and, by her account, Sean. When she learned Sean had survived, his bullet having only grazed his jaw, she appeared disappointed. Later, during her trial, Amanda recounted how, for the first time since Rex's death, she had felt truly happy as she stabbed screaming Charles. She likened the sensation to riding a roller coaster and expressed no remorse, even declaring that she wanted a death sentence for her work. The jury, taking just 30 minutes to deliberate, found her guilty. The judge condemned her as the embodiment of evil and sentenced her to life in prison. Sean eventually reached a plea deal, a 60-year sentence with 41 years suspended, and now serves time in Craigsville, Virginia. Meanwhile, Amanda's best friend Mariah manages her social media accounts and, together with Johnny, cares for Rex's children, now in the custody of social services. Rex's mother, Melissa, continues to grieve, insisting that despite his flaws, Rex was kind and would never have allowed such horrors to occur. It's The Christina's World by Andrew Wyeth. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful, almost dreamlike scene. A young woman in a pink dress lies in a vast field of golden grass, gazing toward a distant farmhouse and barn. The image feels nostalgic, evoking a sense of solitude and quiet contemplation. But the reality behind the painting is much darker. The woman in the field is Christina Olson, a real person who suffered from a severe neuromuscular disease that left her unable to walk. Instead of using a wheelchair, she dragged herself across the ground, and that's exactly what Wyeth captured in this haunting image. The painting was inspired by Wyeth's visits to the Olson family home in Cushing, Maine. Christina Olson lived there with her brother, and despite her physical limitations, she refused to rely on modern assistance like a wheelchair. Instead, she moved around the farm by crawling with her arms, pulling her body along the ground. Wyeth, who was fascinated by her resilience, watched her from a window one day as she struggled through the grass, and that moment became the basis for Christina's world. What makes this painting so unsettling is how subtly it reveals its deeper meaning. At first, it looks almost serene, but when you realize that Christina isn't just resting in the field, she's struggling to move, it completely changes the way you see the image. The vastness of the landscape emphasizes her isolation. The house in the distance, which seems so close at first, suddenly feels impossibly far away. The uneven textured grass adds to the sense of difficulty, making it clear that reaching the house would be an exhausting effort for her. Wyeth deliberately chose not to paint Christina's face in detail. Her head is turned away from the viewer, leaving only her dark hair and outstretched arms visible. This makes it impossible to see her expression. Instead, Wyeth focused on the details of her body, her thin arms, her slightly twisted posture, to hint at her condition without making it overly obvious. The choice of a pink dress, usually associated with softness and femininity, contrasts sharply with the harsh reality of her struggle. Many people who see Christina's world for the first time mistake it for a peaceful or even romantic image. It has been reproduced countless times as a symbol of rural American life, but those who learn the real story behind it often find it deeply unsettling. It's not a painting about freedom or relaxation. It's about perseverance, loneliness, and physical hardship. The Killer Clown's artwork. John Wayne Gacy was one of the most infamous serial killers in American history, responsible for the murders of at least 33 young men and boys between 1972 and 1978. By day, Gacy was an active community member, even performing as Pogo the Clown at children's parties. By night, he carried out his gruesome crimes, luring victims to his home, torturing them, and burying many of them in the crawlspace beneath his house. After his arrest and conviction, Gacy spent his years on death row painting eerie and unsettling artwork. Many of his paintings depicted clowns, including his alter ego, Pogo. The piece in question, often called Pogo the Clown with the Seven Dwarfs, is a haunting example. It shows a clown, Gacy himself, dressed in red and white stripes, surrounded by sorrowful dwarfs. The exaggerated frown and dark, hollow eyes make it an unsettling image, seemingly mocking innocence. Collectors and true crime enthusiasts have bought, sold, and even burned Gacy's paintings over the years. Few paintings in modern history have caused as much public outrage as Myra by Marcus Harvey. At first glance, it looks like a grainy black and white portrait of a woman with piercing eyes and a cold expression. But when you step closer, the unsettling truth becomes clear. The entire image is made up of thousands of children's handprints. The woman in the painting is Myra Hindley, one of Britain's most infamous serial killers, responsible for the Moors murders, a series of horrific crimes in the 1960s. Hindley, along with her partner Ian Brady, kidnapped, tortured, and murdered at least 5 children between 1963 and 1965. The crimes shocked the UK, not only because of their brutality, but because Hindley was a woman. Her mugshot with her pale face and bleached blonde hair became a symbol of pure evil in British culture. That infamous image is the one Harvey recreated in his painting, but with a disturbing twist. The choice to use children's handprints as the medium was no accident. Harvey deliberately made the painting out of the very thing Hindley and Brady had taken: innocent lives. When Myra was first displayed at the Royal Academy of Art's Sensation exhibition in 1997, the public reaction was explosive. People were horrified that an image of Hindley was being shown in an art gallery, especially in such a provocative way. Many saw it as deeply offensive, a glorification of a monster. The painting was vandalized multiple times by enraged viewers. One person threw ink at it, while others attacked it with eggs and even punched the canvas. The damage was so severe that it had to be temporarily removed for repairs before being put back on display. The controversy wasn't just about the painting itself. It also sparked a larger debate about what art should and shouldn't do. Some argued that Harvey was exploiting the pain of the victims' families for shock value. Others believed that Myra was a powerful statement about crime, media, and society's obsession with infamous figures. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's Beata Beatrix is a hauntingly ethereal tribute to his wife and muse, Elizabeth Siddall, whose tragic death cast a long shadow over his life and art. Elizabeth Siddal was the ultimate pre-Raphaelite muse. Her delicate features, long red hair, and melancholic beauty were immortalized in numerous paintings, most famously as Ophelia by John Everett Millais. However, her life was far from the romanticized ideal portrayed in art. She suffered from chronic illness, depression, and a growing dependence on laudanum, an opium-based painkiller. Rossetti, though deeply in love with her, was often neglectful, and their turbulent relationship was marred by his affairs and emotional distance. In 1862, just 2 years after they married, Elizabeth was found dead from an overdose of laudanum, possibly intentional, leaving Rossetti shattered by guilt and remorse. In Beata Beatrix, Rossetti transforms Elizabeth into Beatrice Portinari, the muse of Dante Alighieri, who died young and was later immortalized in La Vita Nuova and the Divine Comedy. Like Dante's Beatrice, Siddal is depicted in a trance-like state, caught between life and death. Her head tilts back, eyes closed, as if surrendering to fate. A red dove, symbolizing love but also death, delivers a poppy into her open hands, a clear reference to the opium that killed her. In the background, shadowy figures of Dante and an angel watch over the scene. Rossetti's grief was all-consuming. In a dramatic and impulsive act, he buried the only manuscript of his unpublished poems with Elizabeth's body, a gesture of ultimate devotion, or guilt. However, years later, haunted by financial troubles and literary ambition, he had her body exhumed to retrieve the poems. The act was scandalous and deeply unsettling, and Rossetti never fully recovered from the guilt of disturbing her rest. He spiraled into addiction and mental illness, becoming increasingly paranoid and tormented by visions of Elizabeth. The Hands Resist Him was painted by Bill Stoneham in 1972 and has since become one of the most infamous pieces of allegedly haunted artwork. The painting was originally created as part of a contract with a gallery owner in California, inspired by a childhood photograph of Stoneham and a poem written by his wife. The artwork depicts a young boy standing next to a life-sized doll with hollow eyes and jointed limbs, positioned in front of a glass-paneled door. Behind the glass, a series of disembodied hands press forward, as if desperate to break through. The painting first gained notoriety in 2000 when a California couple listed it on eBay, claiming it carried a disturbing presence. According to their description, the figures in the painting would move at night. The most unsettling claim suggested that the boy would actually exit the canvas, wandering the room as if trying to escape the doll. The listing, which included photographs allegedly showing evidence of this phenomenon, went viral, attracting widespread attention and turning the painting into an internet legend. Even before its online infamy, The Hands Resist Him had eerie associations. The first gallery owner to display the painting, Charles Feingarten, and the first art critic to review it, Henry Seldes of the Los Angeles Times, both died within a year of encountering the piece. While no direct connection can be proven, these deaths have fueled speculation that the painting is cursed. The painting was ultimately purchased on eBay by a gallery owner in Michigan, who has since refused to sell it despite numerous offers. Stoneham himself has acknowledged the painting's reputation, but maintains that it was never intended to be anything more than a surreal exploration of childhood. Theodore Géricault's The Raft of the Medusa is not just a masterpiece of romanticism. It is a harrowing depiction of human suffering, desperation, and survival at its most grotesque. The painting is based on the real-life tragedy of the French naval frigate Méduse, which ran aground off the coast of Senegal in 1816 due to the incompetence of its captain, an aristocrat appointed through political favoritism rather than skill. While the higher-ranking officers escaped on lifeboats, 147 men were abandoned on a makeshift raft and left to drift at sea. For 13 horrifying days, the survivors endured starvation, dehydration, insanity, and brutal violence. As their numbers dwindled, they resorted to cannibalism, feeding on the dead to stay alive. Only 15 of them were rescued when a passing ship finally spotted the raft. By then, they were little more than living corpses, ravaged by hunger and madness. News of the disaster caused a national scandal in France, exposing the corruption and incompetence within the government and military. Géricault became obsessed with the story, determined to immortalize its horrors on canvas. His research was disturbingly thorough. He interviewed survivors to capture their trauma firsthand, visited morgues to study decomposing bodies, and even smuggled severed limbs and heads into his studio. He painted with feverish intensity, pouring his own mental and physical anguish into the work. His methods took a severe toll on his health, both physically and psychologically. The painting itself is a masterpiece of despair. It depicts the moment when the survivors, barely clinging to life, spot a distant ship on the horizon. Some figures raise their arms in desperate hope, while others lie lifeless, consumed by exhaustion and death. The composition is chaotic yet precise, guiding the viewer's eye from the corpses at the bottom to the figures at the top, desperately waving for rescue. The contrast between hope and hopelessness makes the painting even more devastating. Help is within sight, but will it come in time? Géricault's obsession with death did not go unnoticed. Friends and family grew concerned as he descended further into darkness. His relentless work on the raft of the Medusa likely contributed to his early demise. He suffered from severe depression, possibly exacerbated by the infections he contracted from handling corpses. At just 32 years old, he died after a long, painful illness, leaving behind a legacy tainted by the very horrors he sought to depict. Ilya Repin's painting Ivan the Terrible and his son, Ivan, is one of the most haunting and controversial artworks in Russian history. The painting depicts the moment after Tsar Ivan IV, better known as Ivan the Terrible, struck his son and heir, Ivan Ivanovich, in a fit of rage, mortally wounding him. The raw emotion in the painting, from Ivan IV's wide, terror-stricken eyes to the lifeless gaze of his son, captures an event that not only defined a ruler's downfall, but also altered the course of Russian history. According to historical accounts, on November 16, 1581, an argument erupted between Ivan the Terrible and his son. The exact cause is debated, but one widely accepted version suggests that the conflict started when the Tsar physically assaulted his pregnant daughter-in-law, Yelena Sheremeteva, for wearing immodest clothing. His son, Ivan Ivanovich, intervened to defend her. In a fit of uncontrolled fury, Ivan IV struck his son on the head with his staff, often described as a scepter with a metal tip. The blow proved fatal, and the younger Ivan died a few days later. The Tsar, realizing what he had done, was consumed by grief. Witnesses described him as wailing in agony and attempting to save his son, but it was too late. His heir's death left Russia without a competent successor, paving the way for the disastrous Time of Troubles, a period of political chaos, famine, and foreign invasions that nearly destroyed the Russian state. Repin's painting captures the precise moment when Ivan IV, overwhelmed by horror and regret, cradles his dying son in his arms. The details are chilling. His wide, bloodshot eyes are filled with shock and remorse, as if he is unable to comprehend what he has done. His fingers grip his son's lifeless body in desperation. Ivan Ivanovich's face is eerily calm, his eyes already losing focus. Blood stains his temple. The dimly lit room and dark red tones add to the painting's somber, almost suffocating atmosphere. From the moment of its unveiling in 1885, Ivan the Terrible and his son, Ivan, stirred controversy. The painting was seen as an attack on Russian autocracy, indirectly criticizing the brutality of rulers. Tsar Alexander III despised it, banning it from public display for a time. In 1913, a disturbed viewer slashed the painting with a knife, damaging Ivan Ivanovich's face. Repin, despite being elderly, personally helped restore it. But the painting suffered another attack in 2018 when a man, believing it was historically inaccurate, smashed the protective glass and tore the canvas. Despite these attacks, the painting remains one of Russia's most powerful and unsettling works, not only for its gruesome depiction of a father's fatal rage, but for the tragic historical consequences that followed. The Crying Boy is one of the most infamous cursed paintings, linked to a series of unexplained disasters. In the 1950s, Italian artist Giovanni Bragolin, also known as Bruno Amadio, created a series of portraits featuring tearful children. The most famous among them is The Crying Boy, an image of a young child with sorrowful eyes and a single tear rolling down his cheek. These paintings were mass-produced and widely sold throughout Europe, particularly in the United Kingdom, where they became a common household decoration. The painting's reputation took a dark turn in 1985 when The Sun, a British tabloid, published a shocking article titled "Blazing Curse of the Crying Boy." The story detailed a disturbing pattern. Numerous house fires had occurred in homes where copies of the crying boy were displayed. Firefighters reported that while entire rooms were reduced to ashes, the paintings themselves were often found eerily intact, seemingly untouched by the flames. This led to widespread fear that the artwork was cursed, and many people rushed to dispose of their copies. Theories about the painting's alleged curse vary. Some believe Bragelin painted orphans whose tragic fates became embedded in the artwork. Others speculate that a grieving spirit is attached to the painting, bringing misfortune to anyone who owns it. More skeptical explanations suggest that the prints were coated with a fire-resistant varnish, which may have contributed to their survival in house fires. Despite its decline in popularity after the 1985 media frenzy, the crying boy remains a subject of fascination. Some still claim the curse lingers, affecting anyone who dares to keep it on their walls. One of the most intricate and haunting paintings ever created is The Fairy Feller's Masterstroke by Richard Dadd. At first glance, it looks like a mesmerizing fantasy scene, a dense, almost overwhelming collection of tiny, carefully detailed figures frozen in an otherworldly moment. But the story behind it is far darker than its magical appearance suggests. Richard Dadd was a brilliant artist known for his obsessive attention to detail and fantastical style. However, he struggled deeply with mental illness, something that would ultimately define both his life and his work. In 1842, Dadd embarked on a grand tour across Europe and the Middle East. But during his travels, his behavior became increasingly erratic. He began experiencing severe delusions and paranoia, believing that he was being controlled by supernatural forces. His condition worsened after returning to England, and soon he became convinced that his own father was possessed by the devil. In a tragic turn, these delusions drove him to take his father's life in 1843. He was quickly arrested and declared insane, leading to his confinement in Bethlehem Royal Hospital, an institution infamous for housing the mentally ill and commonly referred to as Bedlam. Rather than abandoning art, however, Dadd continued to paint while institutionalized, creating some of his most detailed and fascinating works. Among them was The Fairy Feller's Masterstroke, a painting he worked on for years, commissioned by a hospital official. The artwork is an explosion of fine detail, depicting a strange and mystical world filled with tiny figures, all gathered to witness the central moment, a fairy woodsman about to split a hazelnut with his axe. However, the painting was never completed. Before he could finish it, Dadd was transferred to Broadmoor Asylum, where he would spend the rest of his life. Looking closely at the painting, unsettling details emerge. The fairy feller, the axe-wielding figure at the center, bears a striking resemblance to Dadd himself. Some believe this was intentional, a subconscious reflection of his own violent past, hidden within his fantastical world. Hungarian painter Tivadar Sántváry Kostka is often called a mad genius of the art world. His 1902 work, The Old Fisherman, looks simple at first, a weathered man staring solemnly at the sea, but hidden in its brushstrokes is a secret. Sántváry, who began painting in his 40s after claiming divine visions, believed he was destined to rival masters like Michelangelo. But his obsession with spiritual symbolism and worsening mental health led to eerie, unsettling works. The Old Fisherman is famous for its double image. When split down the middle and mirrored, the left half transforms into a gaunt demonic figure, while the right half resembles a serene, saintly face. Critics debate whether this duality was intentional, a commentary on humanity's good-evil nature, or a subconscious reflection of Sántváry's fractured mind. The artist grew increasingly paranoid, convinced enemies were sabotaging his career, and died in poverty, dismissed as a madman. This unsettling artwork is part of a series by Polish painter Zdzisław Beksański, whose entire career revolved around capturing the kind of haunting, surreal imagery that feels ripped straight from a nightmare. No title, no explanation, just a bleak, almost alien landscape that leaves viewers feeling deeply uneasy. People who've stood in front of it often describe a heavy, oppressive energy, as if the painting itself is radiating something off. But here's where it gets chilling. Beksinski's obsession with death seemed to follow him into real life. In 1998, his wife Zofia died after a battle with cancer. A year later, his son Tomasz, who'd struggled with depression, died by suicide. Beksinski's son Tomasz left a suicide note that read, "Life is not for me." The artist kept it in his wallet until his own death. Then, in 2005, Beksinski's own life ended in violence. A 19-year-old acquaintance, enraged after Beksinski refused to lend him money, stabbed the artist 17 times in his Warsaw apartment. The painting's reputation only grew darker after his death. Museum staff and visitors swear it feels alive in the creepiest way possible. Some even say that staring at it too long invites bad luck or death itself, though that might just be its grim backstory messing with people's heads. What many don't know is that Beksinski's dark vision was shaped by survival. He grew up in Nazi-occupied Poland during World War II, an experience that left him with a lifelong fascination with decay and chaos. Yet he hated when critics tried to decode his work. "I paint as if I were photographing dreams," he'd say, shrugging off deeper meanings. And while his paintings feel apocalyptic, they're also weirdly beautiful, hyper-detailed, almost like a dark Renaissance masterpiece. Every wrinkle, shadow, and twisted form is rendered with obsessive precision. Even in his final years, Beksinski refused to leave Warsaw despite threats from the teenager who'd later kill him. It's as if he'd accepted the darkness that stalked his life and art. The Anguished Man is one of the most mysterious and allegedly haunted paintings in existence. Little is known about its history before 1985, when a woman from northern England acquired it. She believed the painting carried an evil presence and kept it stored away. After her passing, the unsettling artwork was inherited by her grandson, Sean Robinson, who began to piece together its dark history through his grandmother's warnings and his own chilling experiences. According to the stories surrounding the painting, the unknown artist who created the Anguished Man mixed his own blood into the paint before completing the disturbing image, a grotesque, screaming face engulfed in red and orange tones. It is said that the artist took his own life immediately after finishing the piece, leaving behind no record of his identity or the painting's purpose. Not long after Robinson brought the artwork into his home, his family began experiencing unexplainable phenomena. They reported hearing faint cries and agonized moans emanating from the painting at night. A dark, shadowy figure was seen in their house on multiple occasions, often appearing in their peripheral vision before vanishing. These unsettling events escalated, with objects moving on their own and a sense of unease pervading the home. Seeking to document the strange activity, Robinson recorded several videos in which the painting appeared to shift position on its own, further fueling speculation that the Anguished Man is haunted. Many believe that the tormented spirit of its creator lingers within the canvas, forever trapped in the image he painted in his final moments. Despite the fear it instills, Robinson has refused to destroy or sell the painting, keeping it locked away, but still in his possession. At first glance, Unequal Marriage by Vasily Pukirev seems like just another 19th century wedding scene, but a closer look reveals a deeply unsettling reality. This painting isn't a celebration of love, it's an indictment of an unjust tradition. Pukirev, a man from humble beginnings, used his art to expose the uncomfortable truths about wealth, power, and forced unions. But why did he make it so infuriating? Because this time, it was personal. The scene unfolds in a dimly lit church where a young bride stands under a soft glow of light, her delicate frame draped in white, adorned with flowers and fine jewelry. Yet there's no joy in her expression, only sorrow. Her red-rimmed eyes and slumped posture betray the overwhelming grief she's struggling to suppress. Her grip on the ceremonial candle is so weak that one might wonder if she's moments away from dropping it, letting the flames consume everything around her. Beside her stands the groom, if you can call him that. He is stiff, lifeless, almost corpse-like. His body is as rigid as the candle he holds, his face void of love or warmth. He doesn't look at his bride with admiration or tenderness, only with cold detachment. The medals on his chest signal his status, his wealth, his power. But in this moment, they only serve to highlight the brutal transaction taking place. This isn't a wedding, it's a business deal. The young girl is the asset exchanged for wealth and security, her future decided by others. And then in the background there's a familiar figure, a man standing with his arms crossed, glaring at the groom with pure contempt. This is Vasily Pugachev himself. He didn't just paint this scene, he lived it. The woman in the painting, she was the love of his life, forced to marry an older, wealthier man because Pugachev, a struggling artist, wasn't considered a suitable match. Years later, records show that the real-life bride, Praskovia Matveyevna Vorontsova, ended up alone, living in poverty, proof that this so-called better match led only to misery. But the eerie details don't stop there. Behind the groom's shoulder, two ghostly women linger. They wear white, their faces filled with a knowing dread. Are they past brides, forever trapped in the cycle of these loveless unions, or are they a dark omen of the bride's fate? To make things even stranger, early sketches of the painting depict a different man in Pugachev's place. Some believe this was a friend of the artist who suffered a similar heartbreak, watching a woman he loved choose wealth over love. When this piece was unveiled, it shook society. It resonated so deeply that, according to legend, wealthy older men began canceling their marriages to young brides, afraid of being seen as the villain in Pugachev's masterpiece. There are plenty of unsettling paintings throughout history, but one painting stands out from the rest. Francisco Goya's Saturn devouring his son. At first glance, it's pure nightmare fuel, a grotesque, wild-eyed figure frozen mid-act as he tears apart a lifeless body. But the story behind it makes it even more disturbing. The painting depicts the Greek titan Cronus, or Saturn, in Roman mythology, who, after overthrowing his father, received a chilling prophecy. One of his own children would do the same to him. Desperate to prevent this, Cronus swallowed each of his offspring whole as soon as they were born. But his wife, Rhea, managed to save their youngest, Zeus, who would later rise up and fulfill the prophecy, overthrowing his father and ending the reign of the Titans. But Goya's version of the myth takes a darker turn. Unlike the traditional story, where Cronus simply swallows his children alive, Goya paints an image of sheer brutality. His Saturn doesn't just consume, he butchers. Inspired in part by Peter Paul Rubens's earlier depiction of the same myth, Goya strips away any elegance or restraint. The Baroque richness of Rubens' painting is gone. Instead, we see a monstrous, maddened figure in a chaotic, desperate frenzy. His mouth is already stained red, and the figure in his grasp is lifeless. Saturn's hands clutch tightly, his fingers pressing into the body as if he's lost all control, driven by a terrifying, primal instinct. And if you look closely, you'll notice something even more chilling. This isn't the body of an infant. Goya's Saturn is devouring an adult. The prophecy has already come true. The child had time to grow, to resist, to understand what was happening. And yet, it wasn't enough. But the disturbing backstory doesn't stop with the image itself. It's more about where it was found. This wasn't painted on a canvas for public viewing. It was one of the black paintings, a series of 14 nightmarish murals Goya painted directly onto the walls of his home. And this one, it was in the dining room. Goya never spoke of them, never titled them, never intended for anyone to see them. He painted them in total isolation in his final years, his mind and body deteriorating. Once a celebrated court painter, he had become deaf, disillusioned, and haunted by the horrors of war and the collapse of Spain's progress. The once promising future had been devoured, just like Saturn's son. So what was this painting to Goya? A reflection of his own madness, a vision of a country eating itself alive, or simply a raw, unfiltered expression of fear, power, and destruction? We'll never know, because Goya didn't care how we interpret it. He didn't paint it for us. And maybe that's what makes it so terrifying. The Lovers 2, René Magritte. At first glance, René Magritte's The Lovers 2 appears to depict a romantic scene, a couple locked in an intimate kiss. But the unsettling detail is impossible to ignore. Their faces are completely covered by white cloth, creating a sense of disconnection. While he never confirmed a personal meaning behind the recurring imagery of shrouded faces in his work, Many believe it stems from a deeply traumatic event in his childhood. When he was just 14, his mother tragically drowned after struggling with severe mental distress for years. It wasn't her first attempt, and in the past, her husband had even resorted to locking her in a room to prevent her from harming herself. When her body was recovered, her nightgown had drifted over her face, obscuring it from view, a haunting image that his younger self likely never forgot. Throughout his career, he repeatedly painted figures with concealed faces, possibly reflecting themes of grief, detachment, or the unknowability of others. He deliberately left his works open to interpretation, famously stating that his paintings evoke mystery rather than provide clear meaning. Some suggest The Lovers 2 represents the idea that love is blind, while others see it as a portrayal of emotional barriers and hidden sorrow. Self-portrait with bandaged ear, Vincent van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh is one of the most celebrated painters in history, but his artistic brilliance was accompanied by severe mental struggles. His self-portrait with bandaged ear is not just a depiction of himself. It represents one of the most infamous and disturbing episodes of his life. In late 1888, he was living in Arles, France, hoping to create an artist's retreat with fellow painter Paul Gauguin. However, their friendship was volatile, marked by constant arguments and his increasingly erratic behavior. One night, after a heated confrontation, he suffered a severe mental breakdown. In a fit of distress, he reportedly threatened Gauguin with a razor before turning it on himself, slicing off a portion of his own left ear. He then wrapped the severed piece and presented it to a woman working at a local brothel. The gruesome gift reportedly caused her to faint, while he disappeared into the night before returning home, dazed and covered in blood. The next morning, he was found in his room, unresponsive, with no memory of the event. While he painted many self-portraits, this particular one stands out because of the visible bandage covering his ear, serving as both a physical and symbolic reminder of his struggles. Notably, the wound appears on his right ear in the painting, but this is due to him using a mirror while painting. Some art historians interpret the piece as a reflection of his psychological torment, isolation, and the toll of his deteriorating mental health. Others see it as his attempt to reclaim control over his identity and suffering by immortalizing it in art. Despite his personal hardships, he continued to paint until his untimely death in 1890. His work, once dismissed during his lifetime, is now considered some of the most influential in art history. The Black Triptychs. Francis Bacon was known for his raw, unsettling paintings, often resisting the idea of attaching specific narratives to his works. He believed that images should speak for themselves, evoking emotions without needing explanations. However, his Black Triptychs are a rare exception. These pieces are deeply personal, born from grief and tragedy. At the heart of these triptychs is George Dyer, Bacon's longtime lover and artistic muse. Dyer had a troubled past, growing up in a rough environment and turning to crime before crossing paths with Bacon in the early 1960s. Though unsophisticated in the art world, Dyer was devoted to Bacon, attending all of his exhibitions and frequently accompanying him on travels to Paris. Their relationship, however, was tumultuous, strained by Dyer's struggles with alcoholism and feelings of inadequacy. In October 1971, just 2 days before the opening of Bacon's major retrospective at the Grand Palais in Paris, Dyer took his own life in their hotel suite. While Bacon was busy celebrating one of the highest points of his career, his lover was dying in the adjacent room. The event haunted Bacon, and he processed his grief through the Black Triptychs. These paintings depict different angles of Dyer's final moments, one from Dyer's perspective in his hotel room, one from Bacon's side, and one showing the aftermath. The dark, distorted imagery captures the weight of loss, guilt, and inevitability, making these triptychs some of Bacon's most emotionally charged works. He later admitted they served as a form of catharsis, a way to cope with the tragedy that had shaken him so profoundly. Though Bacon created many paintings exploring violence, anguish, and mortality, the Black Triptychs stand out as his most deeply personal works, both a tribute to his lost lover and an expression of the pain that followed. Two Tahitian Women. Paul Gauguin is often celebrated for his colorful and exotic paintings of Tahiti, portraying a vision of untouched paradise. His work, Two Tahitian Women, is a prime example, featuring two native women with calm expressions, holding fruit in a lush tropical setting. However, behind these serene depictions lies a much more unsettling reality. Gauguin traveled to Tahiti in the 1890s, seeking inspiration away from European society. He envisioned the island as a primitive paradise, a common colonial-era fantasy. However, Tahiti was already heavily influenced by French rule, and Gauguin's portrayal of the local people often reflected his own idealized notions rather than reality. The women in his paintings were not just artistic subjects, they were often individuals he formed relationships with, some of whom were much younger than him. Gauguin's time in Tahiti was marked by controversy. He built a home he called the House of Pleasure, where he lived an indulgent lifestyle. His personal writings and letters suggest a view of Tahiti that was shaped more by his own desires than by an understanding of its culture. Additionally, he suffered from health issues that, according to historical accounts, may have impacted the local population. When viewing Two Tahitian Women today, the painting may seem like a peaceful tropical scene, but its context raises important ethical questions. The romanticized imagery of Tahitian life in Gauguin's work is inseparable from the more troubling aspects of his personal history. This has led to ongoing debates about how we interpret and discuss art that is both visually stunning and morally complex. The Charnel House. Pablo Picasso is widely recognized for Guernica, his haunting 1937 masterpiece depicting the aftermath of a bombing during the Spanish Civil War. The chaotic composition, filled with distorted figures and fragmented perspectives, serves as a powerful anti-war statement, capturing the horror and suffering of innocent civilians. Less well-known but equally harrowing is the Charnel House, painted around 1944, often considered a spiritual successor to Guernica. While Picasso was not always overtly political in his early career, the devastation of the Spanish Civil War and later World War II deeply affected him. The Charnel House was inspired by real events, the brutal murder of a Republican family in their home during the war. The title itself refers to a vault or ossuary used to store human remains, emphasizing the gruesome reality of war's impact on ordinary people. At first, the painting might be hard to understand because of its abstract style. But when you look closer, you can see twisted, overlapping bodies lying on top of each other, their faces filled with pain. The use of only black, white, and gray makes the scene feel even more cold and tragic. Like Guernica, the Charnel House doesn't show one specific event, but instead represents the horrors of war in general. The broken, jumbled shapes reflect the confusion and suffering of people caught in violence, forcing the viewer to piece together what happened. Even today, Picasso's painting is a powerful reminder that war's true cost isn't about winning or losing, it's about the lives that are destroyed. The Driscoll Hotel Portrait. Nestled in Austin, Texas, the historic Driscoll Hotel is famed for its opulent decor and ghostly lore, but no story is more haunting than that of its infamous portrait of a young girl. Painted in the late 19th century, the artwork depicts 4-year-old Samantha Houston, daughter of U.S. Senator Temple Leah Houston, who tragically died in the hotel in 1886. Legend claims she was chasing a ball down the grand staircase when she slipped, tumbling to her death. Her spirit, however, is said to linger, not in the halls, but within the painting itself. Guests and staff have reported unsettling phenomena, the girl's eyes seemingly following viewers, her expression shifting from innocence to sorrow or even anger when observed too long. Some claim the portrait's background darkens inexplicably, as if absorbing the room's light. Paranormal investigators speculate the artist unintentionally captured Samantha's soul mid-trauma, binding her to the canvas. Others believe her spirit clings to the hotel, using the painting as a conduit. The Driscoll's staff have allegedly moved the portrait multiple times, only for it to reappear on the 4th-floor landing, the site of her fatal fall. Visitors who dare snap photos sometimes capture glowing orbs or shadowy distortions around the frame. Louis Wain, the eccentric British artist famed for popularizing anthropomorphic cats in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, is a figure shrouded in both whimsy and tragedy. His cheerful, wide-eyed feline illustrations, dressed in waistcoats, sipping tea, or playing instruments, charmed Victorian England. But Wayne's later work reveals a disturbing metamorphosis, one that mirrors his spiral into schizophrenia and raises unsettling questions about art, madness, and perception. Wayne's life unraveled after the death of his wife Emily from breast cancer in 1886. Already prone to erratic behavior, he grew increasingly reclusive and paranoid, eventually diagnosed with schizophrenia in his 50s. As his mental state fractured, so did his art. His once charming cats morphed into feverish, kaleidoscopic hallucinations, their fur exploding into fractal patterns, their eyes glowing with manic intensity, and their bodies dissolving into jagged, psychedelic abstractions. Art historians often present these works as a chronological map of his deteriorating mind, though some debate the exact timeline. What makes Wayne's story so haunting is the mystery around it. Did he paint these colorful, trippy cats as part of an artistic style, or were they a glimpse into his troubled mind? Some believe his later works, made while he was in a mental hospital, show his struggle to make sense of his fears, turning his beloved cats into frightening versions of his paranoia. Others think the bright, swirling patterns reflect the confusion and overwhelming feelings of his illness, pulling viewers into his world. Sadly, Wayne died broke in a psychiatric hospital in 1939, and some warn against romanticizing his struggles. Amedeo Modigliani's portrait of Jean Hébuterne is a haunting depiction of his lover and muse, but its beauty is overshadowed by the tragic story behind it. Modigliani, an Italian painter known for his elongated figures and melancholic portraits, met Jean Hébuterne in 1917. She was a young art student from a conservative bourgeois family, and despite fierce opposition from her parents, she fell deeply in love with Modigliani. Their relationship was passionate but tumultuous, marked by poverty, illness, and the artist's self-destructive tendencies. Modigliani, already suffering from tuberculosis, was also addicted to alcohol and drugs, further deteriorating his health. John became Modigliani's most frequent model, and Portrait of Jean Hébuterne, 1918, is one of the many paintings in which he immortalized her. In this particular piece, she is depicted with a long, graceful neck, soft, sorrowful eyes, and an expression of quiet resignation. The muted colors and gentle brushstrokes create a sense of intimacy, but there's an underlying sadness in her gaze, as if she's aware of the inevitable tragedy awaiting her. By 1919, Jean was pregnant with their second child, but Modigliani's health was rapidly failing. He had never sought proper medical treatment for his tuberculosis, and years of substance abuse had worsened his condition. In January 1920, at just 35 years old, he succumbed to tubercular meningitis. His death devastated Jean, who was only 21 years old at the time. Overcome with grief, she returned to her parents' home. Less than 2 days later, unable to bear the loss of the man she loved, Jean Hébuterne threw herself out of a fifth-floor window, herself and their unborn child. Jean's family, ashamed of her relationship with Modigliani, initially refused to bury her beside him. She was laid to rest separately, but nearly a decade later, she was finally moved to Père Lachaise Cemetery, where she now lies next to Modigliani. The inscription on her tomb reads, "Devoted companion to the extreme sacrifice." The painting captures the quiet sorrow that defined Jean's short life, making it not just a work of art, but a relic of one of the most tragic romances in art history. Edvard Munch's The Dead Mother is one of his most disturbing works, a deeply personal manifestation of childhood trauma and the lingering specter of death. The painting is rooted in Munch's own tragic past. His mother died of tuberculosis when he was just 5 years old, and his beloved sister Sophie succumbed to the same disease when he was 14. These devastating losses haunted him throughout his life, shaping his art into a vessel of grief, anxiety, and existential dread. In the painting, a pale, lifeless woman lies in bed, her face partially obscured by the pillow, while a child stands in the foreground with wide, hollow eyes and hands pressed against her ears. The most unsettling aspect of the image is the child's gaze. It appears both vacant and accusatory, staring directly at the viewer as if frozen in an eternal moment of horror. The room is shadowy, suffocating in its bleak atmosphere, with heavy curtains enclosing the scene like a funeral shroud. The mother's rigid body seems unnaturally still, while the child, though physically present, feels ghostly, almost unreal. The painting conveys not just the sorrow of loss, but the sheer terror of a child confronted with death. The child covering her ears suggests an attempt to shut out the unbearable reality, yet the scene remains inescapable. Some interpretations suggest that the child represents Munch himself, trapped in the psychological torment of his mother's death. Others see it as a haunting vision of grief's lasting grip, where even in death, the mother's presence dominates the room, leaving the living in a state of perpetual despair. Munch's fascination with illness and mortality was central to his work. His father, a deeply religious man, instilled in him a fear of divine punishment, making death not just a tragic event, but an ever-present specter looming over his life. His own struggles with mental illness, alcoholism, and anxiety further fueled his obsession with suffering, which he famously explored in The Scream and other works. The Dead Mother is perhaps one of his most unsettling pieces, because it captures the raw, unfiltered terror of loss through the eyes of a child who cannot yet comprehend death but feels its suffocating weight nonetheless. Thomas Eakins' The Gross Clinic is one of the most shocking and talked-about paintings in American art. It shows the harsh reality of surgery in the 1800s, a time when operations were done without modern tools or pain relief. Unlike older paintings that made medicine look clean and heroic, this one is raw and intense, filled with blood, pain, and the serious focus of doctors at work. The painting was so shocking at the time that it was rejected from the Philadelphia Centennial Exhibition for being too grotesque, with critics calling it butcher's work rather than art. The painting depicts the famed surgeon Dr. Samuel Gross performing a real-life operation on a young patient at Jefferson Medical College. The boy was undergoing a procedure to remove infected bone caused by osteomyelitis, a common but often fatal disease in an era before antibiotics. Eakins, known for his obsessive dedication to realism, meticulously observed actual surgeries to capture every detail: the glistening blood on the scalpel, the exposed flesh, and the tense focus of the doctors. One of the most disturbing aspects of the Gross Clinic is the stark contrast between the cold efficiency of the medical team and the raw human suffering of the boy and his mother. Dr. Gross, illuminated by a dramatic beam of light, stands in command, his blood-stained hand gesturing as he lectures to students in the background. Meanwhile, the mother cowers in the shadows, her face contorted in anguish. The division between scientific progress and personal horror is at the heart of the painting's unsettling power. Though the young patient in the painting did not survive the operation, Dr. Gross himself was considered a pioneer in medicine, known for his resistance to antiseptic techniques, which were just beginning to be introduced at the time. Ironically, his opposition to sterilization methods may have contributed to the high mortality rates of such surgeries. Eakins' decision to depict this moment so graphically made many uncomfortable, as it forced viewers to confront the brutal reality of medical procedures before the era of modern anesthesia and hygiene. The painting's rejection from the Centennial Exhibition was a devastating blow to Eakins, who believed he had created a masterpiece. It was instead relegated to a medical display, dismissed by art critics as too morbid. But over time, it was seen as an important and realistic look at both the struggles and progress of medicine. Today, it is considered one of the greatest American paintings ever made, though it is still just as unsettling as when it was first revealed. Egon Schiele's The Family is a powerful and heartbreaking painting about love, loss, and death. It was created in the final months of Schiele's life during the Spanish flu pandemic, a disease that would soon take him, his pregnant wife Edith, and their unborn child. In the painting, Schiele sits at the top with Edith in the center. Her expression seems distant, as if she is already fading away. Below her is a child, curled up but somehow separate from them. This child is symbolic, representing the baby they would never get to meet. The way Schiele arranged the figures is important. He sits above, both protective and distant. Edith is in the middle, the heart of the family, while the child at the bottom appears small and vulnerable. Even though they are physically close, there is a quiet feeling of separation, as if death has already started pulling them apart. Sheila's unique style makes the painting feel even more intense. The figures have long, stretched limbs and tense bodies, making them look fragile and uneasy. The dark, empty background surrounds them, creating a feeling of both closeness and loneliness. Sheila painted the family while the Spanish flu was spreading rapidly, killing millions. In October 1918, Edith became sick and died just days later. Sheila followed soon after, passing away 3 days later. Today, the family is seen as one of Sheila's most haunting works, not just because of how it looks, but because of the real tragedy behind it. It is a final, sorrowful reflection of an artist who seemed to sense that his time was running out. Portrait of a Madman by Théodore Géricault is part of a series commissioned by psychiatrist Dr. Étienne Jean Georget. This haunting work depicts asylum patients with stark realism, rejecting romanticization. Created during Géricault's own decline, battling depression after backlash from the raft of the Medusa and personal tragedies, the portraits reveal raw humanity, contrasting 19th century society's brutal treatment of mental illness. Géricault immersed himself in asylums, capturing patients' isolation and despair, mirroring his inner turmoil. Dr. Georget sought to link facial features to mental states, via physiognomy, a pseudoscience, but Géricault's artistry transcended clinical study, offering empathy in an era that stigmatized mental health as moral weakness. The artist died at 32 in 1824, ravaged by physical and mental illness. The burning of the Sanjo Palace is a chilling section of the Heiji Monogatari Emaki, an illustrated scroll narrating the violent Heiji rebellion of 1159. This political coup saw samurai loyal to Fujiwara no Nobuyori and Minamoto no Yoshitomo seize Kyoto and abduct Emperor Nijo. In a terrifying show of force, they torched the Sanjo Palace, reducing it to ashes while slaughtering noblemen, officials, and even defenseless civilians. The painting captures this massacre in haunting detail: men trampled underfoot, nobles executed in the streets, and women throwing themselves into wells to escape sexual violence. The chaotic, almost cinematic composition preserves a rare pre-modern depiction of war crimes, unfiltered and unapologetically brutal. Old Man's Death is a haunting painting by Hungarian artist Laszlo Mednyansky, who was active during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It portrays an elderly man on his deathbed, enveloped in darkness, with the faint glow of a candle illuminating his weary face. A shadowy figure, representing death itself, looms ominously over him, reinforcing the painting's unsettling tone. Mednyansky's signature blend of naturalism and symbolism enhances the melancholic atmosphere, making this piece one of his most striking works. Today, it is regarded as a masterpiece of Hungarian Art Nouveau. Roman Charity. At first glance, Roman Charity appears to be a scene of compassion and sacrifice, yet its unsettling nature lies in the unusual relationship it portrays. The painting, depicted by multiple artists throughout history, most notably by Peter Paul Rubens, Caravaggio, and Jean-Baptiste Greuze, illustrates an ancient Roman tale recorded by the historian Valerius Maximus. The story follows a man named Simon, who is sentenced to death by starvation in prison. His daughter, Pero, visits him daily and, in an act of extreme devotion, secretly breastfeeds him to keep him alive. When the jailers discover this shocking act, they are so moved by her selflessness that they grant Simon his freedom. The scene is meant to embody ultimate familial loyalty and self-sacrifice, but to modern audiences, it carries an unmistakable sense of unease. The stark contrast between Pero's nurturing role as a daughter and the unnatural act she performs creates an eerie tension, making the painting both emotionally powerful and deeply disturbing. While historically celebrated as a symbol of virtue, Roman Charity has also been interpreted as unsettling, even grotesque. The intimate and taboo nature of the act forces viewers to confront the extremes of human survival and devotion, making it one of the most controversial and haunting subjects in classical art. When Claude Monet's paintings were first shown in the early 1920s, many critics dismissed them, mocking his blurry and unusual style. Today, however, Monet is seen as one of the greatest artists in history, known for his unique use of color and light. But a surprising theory suggests that his famous style may not have been a deliberate artistic choice. It may have been caused by his failing eyesight. According to the British Journal of Medical Practice, researcher Anna Groiner studied how Monet's cataracts affected his vision and, in turn, his paintings. As his eyesight worsened, colors became less clear, and his paintings became hazier, with stronger reds and yellows. This wasn't necessarily an intentional shift. He may have simply been painting the way he saw the world. Monet was terrified of cataract surgery, especially since two other artists had undergone similar procedures and suffered poor results. Despite his fears, Monet finally agreed to the surgery in 1923. According to The Guardian, removing the lens of the eye, as this procedure does, can sometimes allow a person to see ultraviolet light. This could explain why his Water Lilies series, painted after the operation, had a much stronger blue tint. This theory changes how we see Monet's work, not just as an artistic experiment, but possibly as a reflection of how his world appeared to him in his later years. Paul Delaroche's The Execution of Lady Jane Grey. It captures the final moments of Lady Jane Grey, a young girl who was only 16 years old when she was executed in 1554. Despite being Queen of England for just 9 days, her life ended in tragedy, making her one of history's most sorrowful figures. Delaroche's painting doesn't just depict an execution. It immerses the viewer in a scene of innocence, helplessness, and doom. The painting shows Lady Jane in the Tower of London, moments before her beheading. She is dressed in a flowing white gown, symbolizing her purity and youth. Her eyes are blindfolded, and her hands reach out uncertainly, searching for the execution block. A man, possibly the executioner's assistant, gently guides her towards it. His posture suggests hesitation, as if he himself is uneasy about taking part in the death of someone so young. To the right, two of Jane's ladies-in-waiting are overcome with grief, one burying her face in her hands, while the other seems frozen in shock. The executioner, standing silently, holds the massive axe that will soon take Jane's life. The background is dark and shadowy, giving the scene a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Lady Jane Grey's story is one of betrayal and power struggles. She was the great niece of Henry VIII and had a claim to the English throne through her Protestant lineage. Dying, he and his advisors wanted to prevent his Catholic half-sister, Mary Tudor, from becoming queen. To achieve this, they declared Jane Grey the rightful ruler. However, Jane never wanted to be queen. She was a highly intelligent and deeply religious girl who was more interested in her studies than in politics. Unfortunately, she had no choice. She was placed on the throne by powerful noblemen who sought to control England through her. Her reign lasted just 9 days. The people of England overwhelmingly supported Mary Tudor, and Jane was quickly overthrown. Mary, now Queen Mary I, had to decide what to do with her young cousin. At first, she showed mercy and kept Jane imprisoned in the Tower of London. However, a Protestant rebellion soon broke out in Jane's name, even though she had nothing to do with it. This convinced Mary that as long as Jane lived, she would be a threat to the throne. In February 1554, Lady Jane Grey was sentenced to death. Delaroche's painting captures the emotional weight of this moment. Unlike other historical execution paintings, which often focus on grandeur or political drama, this one is deeply personal. Jane is not shown as a queen, but as a frightened, innocent girl who was caught in the ruthless world of politics. The soft light on her pale skin contrasts with the dark surroundings, emphasizing her vulnerability. The blindfold adds to the horror. She cannot even see what is happening, making her death feel even more cruel. When the execution of Lady Jane Grey was first displayed in 1834, it shocked audiences. Many believed it was one of the most realistic and emotional historical paintings ever made. However, the painting is not entirely accurate. For example, Jane was actually executed outdoors, not in a dark chamber, and she likely wasn't blindfolded. But Delaroche wasn't aiming for strict historical accuracy. He wanted to capture the tragedy and sorrow of Jane's fate. On April 20th, 1989, around 8 p.m., Peggy Bueller was driving her father through Circle, Montana, a small rural town. The tranquil evening took a dramatic turn when Peggy noticed a car ahead suddenly swerve into her lane, speeding directly toward her. Thinking fast, she veered onto the shoulder of the highway and narrowly avoided the oncoming Chevy Nova, which sped past her. The car behind Peggy wasn't so fortunate. The Nova collided head-on with another vehicle driven by Carol Heights, an off-duty police dispatcher. The violent crash left both vehicles mangled, but miraculously, Carol managed to escape her car with only minor injuries. Disoriented, she stumbled to the side of the road and sat in the grass, trying to process what had just happened. That's when she saw the driver of the Nova. A blonde woman climbed out of the wreckage, seemingly unharmed. She walked over to Carol, stopping silently in front of her. Carol later recalled, "She just stared at me. Never said anything, just stared." After a few moments, the woman turned away and walked into the darkness of the surrounding prairie, climbing over a small fence and vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Peggy had turned her car around to check on the crash victims. As she approached, she noticed a figure standing eerily still in a nearby field. "She stood there like a spectator," Peggy said, "not like it had happened to her." Moments later, the figure disappeared into the darkness. Another driver who witnessed the crash quickly sought help, driving to a nearby farmhouse to call the police. When authorities arrived, they began searching the area but found no trace of the mysterious woman. However, the wreckage left behind provided clues to her identity. Inside the Nova, police found personal items, including a suitcase packed with clothing, suggesting she was traveling. The driver was identified as 37-year-old Patricia Bernadette Meehan, a ranch hand from Bozeman, Montana, located about 400 miles from the crash site. Among Patricia's belongings, her family discovered an undeveloped roll of film. One photo stood out, a self-portrait of Patricia captured in a mirror, her expression blank and her eyes vacant. This haunting image is believed to be the last photo ever taken of her. When officers contacted Patricia's parents, they learned she had been acting unusually in the days leading up to the crash. The night before, Patricia had called home, asking if she could stay with them for a while. Her father, Thomas, agreed but noticed she sounded stressed and disoriented. Patricia mentioned she had a therapy appointment scheduled for April 21st. Thomas suggested she attend the session before making any decisions about traveling, hoping she could gather herself first. She never made it to that appointment. As search teams combed the area surrounding the crash site, they found footprints matching Patricia's shoes, leading about 3/4 of a mile into the prairie. But the trail abruptly ended, leaving searchers puzzled. Sniffer dogs picked up her scent but lost it in the field, suggesting she may have doubled back to the road and hitched a ride. Sheriff Robert Jensen commented on the strange circumstances. "If she were injured badly, we'd have found her in the grass by daylight. There's really nowhere to hide out here." Despite thorough searches of nearby coal mines, open shafts, and even aerial sweeps of the prairie, no trace of Patricia was found. Friends and family struggled to understand why Patricia had driven 5 hours to Circle, Montana. At 34, Patricia decided to drop out and move to Bozeman, where she pursued her dream of working with animals, especially horses. While Patricia appeared to enjoy her new life as a ranch hand, it wasn't without challenges. Financial stress and a gradual decline in her mental health led some to believe she was in the midst of a breakdown. Her mother, Dolly, later speculated that Patricia may have felt unfulfilled or disappointed with her life, possibly triggering a personal crisis. Weeks after the crash, reports of Patricia began surfacing hundreds of miles away. On May 4, 1989, a police officer in Luverne, Minnesota, spotted a blonde woman sitting alone in a Hardee's restaurant. She seemed out of place, sipping a glass of water. Hours later, she moved to a nearby diner where the officer attempted to speak with her. She gave conflicting answers about her identity, first claiming she was from Israel, then Colorado, before refusing to speak further. The officer later recognized her as Patricia Meehan, realizing the encounter had occurred 2 weeks after her disappearance and nearly 800 miles from Circle. 2 more sightings followed the next day. A waitress at a truck stop in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, reported a woman matching Patricia's description sitting alone and laughing to herself for nearly 12 hours. Later that evening, another waitress in Murdo, South Dakota, saw Patricia speaking with an unidentified man before they left separately. These sightings left Patricia's parents torn between relief and worry. "This is not like her," Dolly said. "We think she has amnesia. She's confused and scared. We don't think she knows who she is." Throughout May and June, the Mehans traveled across Montana and neighboring states, following up on tips and sightings. They stopped at diners and truck stops, showing Patricia's photo to anyone who would listen. Some claimed to have seen her, including at a horse auction in Billings, Montana, but these leads were never confirmed. The final verified sighting came on May 19th, at a diner near Patricia's home in Bozeman. A waitress described a disoriented woman asking to be served quickly before sitting at a table, talking to herself for over an hour. Despite this sighting, Patricia's trail once again went cold. By June, with funds running low, the Mehans were forced to return to Pennsylvania without answers. Patricia's case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries later that year, generating thousands of tips. However, none provided definitive leads. Nightclub fire. On the morning of January 27, 2013, followers of DJ Bellina's Facebook page saw what appeared to be a typical nightclub photo. The image showed the Kiss nightclub in Brazil, illuminated with purple lights, a live band performing on stage, and a crowd packed tightly together. At first glance, it was a scene of lively celebration. However, shortly after this photo was uploaded, an unthinkable tragedy unfolded. During the performance, stage pyrotechnics ignited the soundproofing foam in the ceiling, sparking a catastrophic fire. The nightclub was overcrowded, lacked adequate fire escapes, and safety measures were grossly insufficient. The chaos that ensued left hundreds injured and resulted in 242 fatalities, marking it as the second deadliest fire in Brazil's history. The aftermath remains a painful memory for survivors, families, and the community, with haunting images of people desperately trying to escape the inferno, as firefighters and Good Samaritans worked to rescue those trapped inside. Born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Scott grew up in a working-class family. His father, Frank, was a truck driver, and his mother, Patricia, was a homemaker. In 1968, the family relocated to Michigan. 2 years later, Scott's parents divorced, and he ended up living with his father, along with his 2 brothers and sister. At 17, Scott dropped out of high school but joined the Army, where he earned his GED and trained in satellite communications. After 3 years of service, he was honorably discharged as a specialist. Scott later worked in various technical communications roles before transitioning to bartending, a job that fit his love for the nightlife. The story takes place during the height of the 1990s daytime talk show era, where shock value often drove ratings. The Jenny Jones Show, a popular program at the time, thrived on sensational topics, from makeovers to controversial personal revelations. In March 1995, the show planned an episode on secret crushes, where participants would surprise their admirers on national television. Scott wrote to the show to confess his crush on a man named Jonathan Schmitz, a 24-year-old acquaintance he met through a mutual friend, Donna. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, the producers invited him to participate, teasing that the admirer could be either a man or a woman. Jonathan, assuming it might be his ex-fiancée, agreed to appear. During the taping, Scott revealed his feelings for Jonathan, describing fantasies and how he had been drawn to him since their first meeting. The audience reacted with laughter and shock. While Jonathan appeared to handle the revelation calmly on stage, he later confessed to feeling deeply humiliated and uncomfortable. After the show, the situation took a dark turn. Back home, Jonathan found a suggestive note from Scott, which reportedly pushed him over the edge. Consumed by anger, Jonathan withdrew money from the bank, purchased a shotgun, and drove to Scott's home. After confronting him about the note, Jonathan returned to his car, seemingly deliberating his next move. Moments later, he reapproached Scott's door and fatally shot him twice in the chest. Jonathan immediately called 911, tearfully confessing to the crime. During his trial, his defense team argued he had been provoked, claiming he suffered from mental health issues, including manic depression, and had been drinking and using drugs before the murder. They also invoked the controversial gay panic defense, arguing that Jonathan's reaction stemmed from fear and humiliation over Scott's homosexuality. Scott's family blamed the Jenny Jones show, alleging the producers had irresponsibly orchestrated the situation for entertainment. Initially, a civil jury awarded the family $25 million in damages, holding the show accountable. However, the verdict was overturned on appeal, absolving the show of legal responsibility. Jonathan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison. After serving 22 years, he was released on parole in 2017, sparking renewed outrage over the case. Some people on social media may appear ordinary, but beneath the surface, they may conceal dark secrets or dangerous tendencies. This was unsettlingly highlighted by the TikTok account Spirits and Such Consulting, which amassed around 20,000 followers. The account was run by a girl who appeared to be a typical teenager, sharing content about anime, dancing, and lighthearted jokes about her father. However, online investigators later discovered that the account was linked to Claire Miller, a young woman convicted of murdering her disabled sister in 2021. Prosecutors claimed that Miller had an obsession with homicide and was reportedly fearful of harming herself or others. Following the tragic incident, her family pleaded for leniency from the court, expressing hope that Claire could receive proper mental health treatment in a clinical environment. The TikTok videos were created before her arrest, with the last one uploaded just a day before the fatal incident. Claire Miller was ultimately convicted of third-degree murder and is now serving her sentence in prison. Samantha Koenig, an 18-year-old from Anchorage, Alaska, was a bright and ambitious young woman. Born on August 30th, 1993, she had a passion for animals and dreamed of becoming a doctor or a nurse, even considering joining the Navy. To support herself, Samantha worked part-time at a coffee stand in downtown Anchorage, a job she found both manageable and fulfilling, despite her boyfriend's concerns about her working late shifts alone. On the evening of February 1, 2012, Samantha's life took a horrifying turn. Just minutes before the coffee stand was set to close, a man in a ski mask approached and ordered a drink. After she prepared his Americano, he pointed a gun at her and demanded she turn off the lights. Samantha complied, and the man entered through the service window. Surveillance cameras captured the chilling events, but they couldn't prevent what came next. The man restrained Samantha and led her to his truck after she disclosed she didn't have a car, and her boyfriend would soon arrive to pick her up. Once in the truck, the man reassured her he only wanted a ransom and promised she would be freed if her family paid. Despite Samantha's attempts to reason with him, he remained unyielding. He then returned to the coffee stand to retrieve her phone, sending misleading messages to her boyfriend and boss to create the illusion that she had left town voluntarily. Afterward, he disabled the phone and drove her to a shed on his property. Samantha's family quickly realized something was wrong. Her boyfriend didn't believe the messages were from her, and when she failed to come home, her family reported her disappearance to the police. Investigators reviewed the coffee stand's surveillance footage, which confirmed her abduction, but the masked perpetrator left no identifying details. The FBI joined the case, and Samantha's family raised $41,000 as a reward for her safe return. Weeks later, Samantha's family received a chilling message directing them to a dog park, where they found a ransom note and a Polaroid of Samantha holding a February 13th newspaper. The kidnapper demanded $30,000 to be deposited into her bank account. Following his instructions, the family deposited the money in small increments, allowing investigators to track his ATM withdrawals. Despite his attempts to disguise himself and travel across multiple states, the FBI identified his vehicle, a white Ford Focus, through surveillance footage. On March 13, 2012, Texas Highway Patrol officers stopped a vehicle matching the description. Inside was Israel Keys, a 34-year-old construction worker. A search of his car revealed Samantha's phone, her boyfriend's bank card, and various tools for disguise. Keys, who had no prior criminal record, lived with his girlfriend and daughter, making his arrest even more shocking. Under interrogation, Keys confessed to the crime in chilling detail. He admitted to abducting Samantha with no initial plan to kill her. However, after securing her boyfriend's bank card, he returned to the shed, where he assaulted and murdered her. The photo and ransom note sent weeks later were part of an elaborate scheme. By then, Samantha had already been killed. Keyes staged the photo. He thawed Samantha's body with a hairdryer, sewed her eyes open, and applied makeup to make her appear alive for the ransom photo. After the murder, Keyes went on a pre-planned cruise with his family, leaving Samantha's body in the frozen shed. Upon returning, he dismembered her remains and disposed of them in a lake, using a chainsaw to cut through the ice. During his interrogation, Keyes confessed to being a serial killer with a long history of murders. Over 14 years, he claimed to have killed at least 11 people across the United States. He revealed chilling details of his methods. He would bury kill kits, containers filled with weapons, zip ties, and tools to dispose of bodies, in various locations around the country. These kits allowed him to strike randomly and evade detection for years. Keyes was methodical, choosing victims at random to avoid patterns that could lead to his capture. His known victims included Bill and Lorraine Currier, a couple from Vermont whom he kidnapped, tortured, and murdered in 2011. He also confessed to multiple bank robberies and arson, which he used to fund his crimes. Israel Keyes' reign of terror ended with his arrest, but he took many secrets to his grave. On December 2, 2012, while awaiting trial for Samantha's murder, Keyes committed suicide in his jail cell. Authorities found a blood-stained suicide note, but it contained no names or specific details about his other victims. They also discovered 11 skulls drawn in his blood, symbolizing his murders. Walrus attack. Jolly June, a visitor at the Shishako Wildlife Park in China, believed he had formed a unique bond with a walrus during his trip. He documented his experience on WeChat, expressing fascination with the animal's size and strength. Tragically, this fascination turned fatal when he made a critical mistake. While inside the walrus's enclosure, Jolly turned his back on the massive creature to take a selfie. In a sudden move, the walrus grabbed him and pulled him into the water. Zoo staff later suggested that the animal may have been acting playfully rather than out of aggression, but the situation quickly escalated. Both Jolly and a zookeeper who attempted to rescue him drowned during the struggle. On the evening of April 17, 2021, 40-year-old Erica Hernandez was captured on a Ring doorbell camera leaving her brother and sister-in-law's home in Houston, Texas. This footage would be the last known sighting of Erica alive before her mysterious disappearance. Earlier that day, Erica and her mother spent time preparing food, which she planned to share with friends and family. When most of her guests couldn't attend, Erica decided to deliver the meals herself to avoid wasting the food. Around 8:10 p.m., Erica arrived at her sister-in-law, Eldia Hernandez's house, with her 3 children, ages 3, 15, and 19, waiting in the car. She chatted with Eldia for about 5 minutes before leaving to drop her kids back home. Later that evening, at approximately 9:30 p.m., Erica visited her best friend Maggie to deliver more food. According to Maggie, Erica stayed until about 2:30 a.m. Concerned for her friend's safety, Maggie texted Erica to ensure she made it home safely. At 3:04 a.m., Erica replied, saying she was 5 minutes away. However, when Maggie followed up a few minutes later, she received no response. When Erica's family couldn't reach her the following day, they grew alarmed. Her loved ones insisted it was out of character for Erica to disappear, especially since she would never leave her children behind. Her kids were her world. The Houston Police Department, Texas EquuSearch, the FBI, and dozens of volunteers launched an intensive search for Erica and her vehicle. Search teams scoured the routes Erica might have taken, and local hospitals were contacted to check for unidentified patients matching her description. Despite these efforts, no leads emerged. Her family remained in disbelief, with Eldia expressing the collective heartbreak. This is not like her. This is not her routine. Almost a month after Erica disappeared, on May 11, 2021, her SUV was found submerged in a retention pond near Reflection Bay and North Clear Lake in Shadow Creek Ranch. The Galveston County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that the body inside the vehicle was Erica Hernandez. The cause of death was determined to be drowning, with the manner of death ruled accidental. Investigators revealed that FBI gathered data led them to the retention pond. Evidence at the scene suggested Erica's SUV struck a curb and plunged into the water. The vehicle was located at the bottom of the pond, submerged in 8 to 15 feet of water, with damage consistent with hitting the curb. Authorities believe the SUV had been in the pond since the night Erica went missing. Video footage and cell phone data helped reconstruct Erica's movements that night. After leaving Maggie's home around 2:30 a.m., Erica visited another friend, leaving their home at 4:05 a.m. At 4:24 a.m., surveillance footage captured Erica's vehicle turning onto Reflection Bay from Shadow Creek Parkway, the route that led to the retention pond. Investigators confirmed that Erica's travel times and locations aligned with her usual route home. No evidence of foul play was found. On July 6, 1988, one of the most devastating offshore oil disasters unfolded in the North Sea. The Piper Alpha platform, operated by Occidental Petroleum, was extracting oil and gas from the Piper oil field. It was a vast structure with multiple modules, including Module A for drilling operations and Module D, which housed the control room and living quarters. At the time of the incident, 226 crew members were aboard, working to extract 125,000 barrels of oil daily, though production had been reduced from the usual 360,000 barrels due to ongoing maintenance. Concerns had been raised by senior staff about the risks of continuing operations during the refurbishment, but Occidental assured them that safety precautions were sufficient. On the morning of the tragedy, routine maintenance was underway on a critical condensate pump located in Module C. Pump A was taken offline, and its essential safety valve was removed. A temporary seal was loosely installed in its place, but a critical miscommunication occurred, leaving the night shift unaware of this change. Disaster struck at 9:45 p.m. when Pump B malfunctioned, and workers unknowingly restarted Pump A without its safety valve. Pressurized gas escaped from the temporary seal, producing a deafening hiss before igniting into a catastrophic explosion that sent flames skyward. The blast penetrated fire-resistant barriers, triggering a chain reaction of ruptured pipelines and secondary explosions. In the control room, operator Jeff Ballin managed to activate the emergency shutdown, briefly halting production. However, the force of the explosion had already thrown workers in Module D from their beds. Critical safety systems failed, including the alarm and fire suppression system. As temperatures soared to 1,000 degrees Celsius, desperate workers resorted to using yogurt to soothe their burning skin. With the control room obliterated, survivors were left to make an impossible decision: remain in the fire-engulfed platform or leap into the frigid waters below. Training had warned against jumping due to the dangers of impact injuries and hypothermia, but many still chose to take the 175-foot plunge, while others stayed inside what they believed to be a fire-resistant shelter. Of the 87 who stayed behind, none survived. Despite the raging inferno, neighboring oil platforms Tartan and Claymore continued pumping fuel to Piper Alpha, exacerbating the situation. Operators were hesitant to halt production for fear of economic repercussions. Eventually, an anonymous worker took it upon themselves to cut the supply. Rescue efforts were severely hindered by the extreme heat and thick smoke. Helicopters and ships struggled to get close, and high-pressure water cannons couldn't be used at full force, as they might harm any survivors. As the night progressed, the structure's integrity deteriorated. At 11:45 p.m., major sections of the platform, including the drilling derrick and a crane, collapsed, and within an hour, the accommodation block housing 87 men disappeared beneath the waves. By the early hours of July 7th, most of the platform had been reduced to rubble, but the fires persisted for over 3 weeks. In late 1988, a dive team retrieved the accommodation block from the seabed. Haunting images captured the moment it was lifted from the water, containing the remains of the 87 men who had followed Occidental's safety protocols, only to meet a tragic end. Of the 226 workers present that night, only 61 made it out alive. Tragically, 2 rescue workers also perished. Many victims were killed instantly in the explosion, while others succumbed to fire, smoke inhalation, drowning, or exposure. 30 bodies were never found. When Charlie Carver's Facebook page announced his marriage to Kayla Brown, his girlfriend, it sparked more fear than joy among his family and friends. Just the day before, both Carver and Brown had mysteriously disappeared. Adding to the suspicion, Brown had left her dog behind, unattended, something entirely out of character. In the days following their disappearance, Carver's Facebook account began posting a series of unsettling updates. Among them were disturbing messages and links to news stories about the missing couple. These posts raised red flags and led authorities to investigate further. Using cell phone tracking, police traced their last known location to the property of real estate broker Todd Kohlhepp. Upon searching the property, they made a horrifying discovery. Kayla Brown was found alive, chained inside a metal crate. Tragically, Carver's body was also recovered at the site. Kohlhepp had abducted the couple, murdered Carver, and then used his Facebook account to post under his name. Gabby Petito, 22, and Brian Laundrie, 23, started dating in 2019, moved to Northport, Florida, and became engaged in 2020. Their dream was to travel cross-country and experience van life. In July 2021, they set off on their journey in a 2012 Ford Transit van, documenting their trip on social media with posts from national parks and landmarks across the U.S. Despite the romanticized portrayal online, tensions simmered beneath the surface. On August 12th, police in Moab, Utah, responded to a report of a domestic dispute. A witness claimed to have seen Gabby slap Brian, who then grabbed her face and pushed her. The couple admitted to struggling with mental health issues, and Gabby expressed fears of abandonment. The police separated them for the night, categorizing the incident as a mental health crisis rather than a criminal matter. Brian unexpectedly flew to Florida on August 17th, allegedly to help his father with a storage unit. Gabby stayed in a Utah hotel during this time. Brian returned to Utah on August 23rd, and the couple resumed their trip, reaching Wyoming's Grand Teton National Park. Gabby was last seen on August 24th, checking out of a hotel in Salt Lake City. Gabby's mother, Nicole Schmidt, last spoke to her via FaceTime on August 25th. Gabby's subsequent text messages raised suspicions, as her mother believed they may not have been sent by her. Gabby was reported missing on September 11th. Brian returned to Florida alone on September 1st, driving the couple's van. He hired an attorney and refused to cooperate with law enforcement. Authorities seized the van, which contained potential evidence. On September 14th, Brian's attorney released a statement expressing hope for Gabby's safe return, but offered no details about her whereabouts. Authorities began a search for Gabby in Grand Teton National Park, where she was last believed to have been. On September 19th, her remains were discovered in Wyoming. The coroner ruled her death a homicide. Meanwhile, Brian became the prime suspect, but disappeared shortly after being named a person of interest. His remains were eventually found in Florida's Carlton Reserve in October 2021, alongside personal items and a notebook. Gypsy Rose and Dee Dee Blanchard. Dee Dee Blanchard and her daughter Gypsy Rose appeared to lead a heartbreaking life that drew sympathy and support from the public. Dee Dee painted herself as a devoted mother, tirelessly caring for Gypsy, who reportedly suffered from a slew of severe medical conditions, including leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and developmental issues. The pair's joint Facebook account frequently displayed updates about Gypsy's health, often accompanied by pleas for donations to support their medical expenses and daily needs. Strangers and local communities rallied around them, offering financial aid, free housing, and gifts. However, the story behind the facade was far more sinister. Unbeknownst to the world, Gypsy was the victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a condition where a caregiver exaggerates or fabricates illnesses in another for attention or personal gain. Dee Dee had been subjecting Gypsy to unnecessary medical treatments, confining her to a wheelchair and convincing her she was gravely ill. From childhood, Gypsy was conditioned to believe she was sick, relying entirely on her mother. Dee Dee isolated her, forbidding her from speaking to others and controlling every aspect of her life. As Gypsy grew older, she began to suspect that her illnesses were fabricated. In secret, she sought solace online, where she connected with Nicholas Godejohn, a man she met on a Christian dating site. Their relationship quickly grew intense, and they began discussing ways for Gypsy to escape her mother's grasp. The pair eventually conspired to murder Dee Dee, as the only way Gypsy believed she could achieve freedom. In June 2015, Nicholas traveled to the Blanchard home in Missouri. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas fatally stabbed her, with Gypsy assisting in the aftermath. The two fled to Nicholas's home in Wisconsin. Hours later, Gypsy posted a chilling message on their shared Facebook account. "That is dead." This cryptic post alerted friends and neighbors, leading to a welfare check at the Blanchard home, where Dee Dee's body was discovered. Authorities quickly located and apprehended Gypsy and Nicholas. The shocking truth of Gypsy's life emerged during the investigation, revealing years of abuse and deceit by Dee Dee. It was discovered that Gypsy had no medical conditions, and she had been forced to live a false life for over 2 decades. Gypsy was ultimately sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in her mother's murder. Nicholas received a life sentence. Despite her incarceration, Gypsy has expressed feeling freer in prison than she ever did under Dee Dee's control. A terrible crime occurred on Halloween night in 1984. Usually Halloween brings harmless pranks and sometimes vandalism, but on this particular night, a pregnant woman was ripped to pieces by what her daughter described as a big bad wolf. This is the story of Doreen Burbert, and here's how it goes. Doreen was a kind and loving woman born in 1952 in Santa Rosa, California. She became a physical therapist who was known for her compassion and kindness. Her husband Charles said she could light up any room she entered. Together they had a happy life in the San Francisco Bay Area. Before meeting Charles, Doreen had been married to Michael Dennis. Mike had some personal struggles. He was born with hearing loss and a stutter that made him feel isolated and insecure. By the time he met Doreen in the early 1970s, he was depressed and had given up on life. But Doreen loved him unconditionally. They fell in love, got married in 1975, and had a son, Paul, the next year. For Mike, Paul was a sign of hope and belonging, but the pressures of being a parent made their marriage tough, and they divorced in 1977. Even though they were divorced, Mike was still a devoted father. Doreen moved on and married Charles Burbert in 1978. They had a daughter, Deanna, in 1979 and seemed to be doing great. But in 1980, tragedy struck when young Paul, who was under Doreen's care, accidentally drowned in their backyard pool. It was a terrible accident, but Mike was filled with anger and blamed Doreen for their son's death. His grief turned into bitterness, and he eventually filed a wrongful death lawsuit against her, which was later dismissed. But even though the lawsuit was dismissed, Mike's anger and grief never went away. He convinced himself that Doreen had intentionally let Paul die. In October 1984, Doreen, who was 8 months pregnant with her 3rd child, was looking forward to a peaceful Halloween with her family. She and Charles took turns trick-or-treating and handing out candy. But that peaceful evening turned into a nightmare when Mike, consumed by years of rage, arrived at their home wearing a wolf mask. When Charles stepped out to run an errand, Mike forced his way inside. What followed was an act of monstrous violence. Doreen was savagely attacked, her unborn child was cut from her womb, and her body was left in a grotesque display. 4-year-old Deanna, who was hiding behind a couch, witnessed the attack and later described the assailant as a big bad wolf. Charles returned to find the door ajar and the horrific scene inside. In a panic, he called the police, who soon suspected Mike because of his history with Doreen. Mike's behavior during questioning only raised more alarms. He claimed a hand injury was from carving a pumpkin, but his story unraveled when investigators discovered blood trails leading from Doreen's home to his house. Inside, they found blood-stained clothing, bloody bandages, and evidence of a hasty cleanup. The investigation revealed chilling details. A search of Mike's truck uncovered blood on the door handle, radio, and floorboards. A blood trail led from his garage to the crime scene. Witnesses reported seeing a man in a wolf costume near Doreen's home hours before the murder. Surveillance footage and alibis cleared Charles of suspicion, further implicating Mike. In Mike's garage, police found disturbing items. 2 handmade wooden caskets, matching the heights of Doreen and Charles, and hand-stitched body bags. Investigators also uncovered a receipt for an 18-inch machete purchased shortly before the murder, which matched the weapon used to kill Doreen. Most damning was a photograph from the previous Halloween showing Mike in a wolf costume identical to the mask found at the crime scene. The autopsy showed the horrific nature of the attack. Doreen had been brutally stabbed multiple times, including a broken skull and severed bones. Her unborn child had been deliberately taken away. Blood evidence proved Mike's involvement, with DNA matching both Doreen's and his found at the crime scene, in his home, and in his truck. On November 5, 1984, Mike Dennis was arrested and charged with the murders of Doreen and her unborn child. He later pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, saying he was grieving over Paul's death. However, the prosecution argued that the crime had been planned. In 1988, Mike was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. But his sentence was later changed to life in prison without parole because of California's ban on the death penalty. Doreen's family, including her daughter Deanna, struggled to recover from the trauma. At first, they supported the death penalty, but later they focused on forgiveness, hoping to find peace. This is a photo of a Slovakian woman named Marici. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary campsite. She's in Nepal, visiting Rambadur Bamjan, the man many believe to be the reincarnation of the Buddha. But behind this seemingly normal photo lies a harrowing story of captivity, unimaginable abuse, and an escape that brought her back from the brink of death. Rambadur Bamjan, better known as Buddha Boy, rose to instant fame in 2005 when he claimed to be the reincarnation of Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. But as his fame grew, so did the trail of accusations and darkness surrounding him. Born on April 6, 1990, under a full moon in rural Nepal, Bamjan's arrival into the world was heralded by his mother as extraordinary. She described his birth as accompanied by a shriek like thunder. Even as a child, he was different from others in his village. On May 16, 2005, at just 15 years old, Bamjan began meditating under a peepal tree, mirroring the story of the historical Buddha. He claimed he would remain there until he reached enlightenment. For 10 months he sat motionless, reportedly surviving without food or sleep. There's footage of him on YouTube, where he's just sitting under the tree for days without moving. That region is dominated by Buddhism, so news of this drew pilgrims from across Nepal and beyond. People were desperate to believe. George Saunders, a National Book Award-winning author, visited the Buddha Boy and described his experience in GQ, recounting a sense of divine presence. Documentaries like The Boy with Divine Powers sought to verify his claims, with skeptics questioning the possibility of surviving on prayer alone, while others saw an inexplicable miracle. By the end of 2005, Bamjan had become a global phenomenon, with thousands of devotees flocking to his jungle meditation site. Yet, even then, whispers of skepticism emerged. Some questioned whether the villagers were profiting from the attention. Others noted cracks in the myth, such as reports of him being caught eating or sleeping. Still, the faithful remained steadfast. On March 11, 2006, Bamjan vanished. His followers discovered his meditation site abandoned, the fence surrounding it cut. 8 days later, he reappeared, claiming that the environment had become too disturbed for his meditation. This pattern of retreating into secrecy and re-emerging would become a recurring theme. In December 2006, a herdsman spotted Bamjan in the jungle, carrying a sword. By July 2007, allegations surfaced of him attacking a shepherd with the weapon, nearly decapitating the man. Bamjan's followers dismissed the incident as self-defense, but doubts began to grow. Later that year, Bamjan emerged from a self-imposed underground meditation bunker to address thousands of followers. His speeches preached spirituality as the salvation for Nepal, but behind the scenes, darker events were unfolding. By 2010, the Buddha Boy's reputation had taken a sinister turn. Reports emerged of him beating 17 villagers with an axe handle. The victims, despite their injuries, refused to retaliate, citing their belief in his divine authority. Bamjan justified his actions, claiming he operated under divine law. In 2012, Nepalese authorities investigated reports that Bamjan was keeping 2 women chained to trees in the jungle. One was a local Nepalese woman, and the other was a 35-year-old Slovakian devotee named Marici. Both alleged severe abuse, including beatings and sexual assault. Marici's testimony painted a horrifying picture of months of captivity, during which she was tortured and sexually assaulted on Bomjon's orders. She was chained to a tree and starved, only to be given urine to drink. Marici's story shocked the international community, but local authorities took minimal action. Instead, Marici herself was fined for overstaying her visa. Even Bomjon's family was not immune to his growing tyranny. Concerns arose when Maya Devi, Buddha Boy's mother, grew worried about her 13-year-old daughter Ranjita, who had joined Ram Bahadur Bomjon's spiritual community. When Maya sent her sons to bring Ranjita home, they reported being held at the compound for 5 days before being released, though without their sister. Over the years, Bomjon's community became surrounded by troubling rumors. Some devotees and monks reportedly went missing, raising questions and concerns among locals. In 2018, Bomjon's elder sister, once one of his closest supporters, was found deceased, sparking further speculation about the events within the compound. Allegations of misconduct, including claims of inappropriate behavior, began surfacing, which cast doubt on the once revered spiritual figure. Currently, Ram Bahadur Bomjon, now in his 30s, is under investigation by Nepalese authorities. Once celebrated as a potential reincarnation of Buddha, he now faces serious accusations, including kidnapping and other acts of harm. Janet Mae Johnson's story, immortalized in the New York Times article Ghosts on the Glacier, is one of ambition, mystery, and tragedy. Born on November 30, 1936, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Janet's life was marked by resilience. Adopted by Victor and Mae Johnson, she grew up in a stable but conservative household. However, her life took a painful turn when she was 21. Her adoptive parents discovered that she was gay. In response, they sent her to a hospital to undergo conversion therapy, a discredited and harmful practice that aimed to change her sexual orientation. It was obviously unsuccessful, so they motivated her to move to Denver, Colorado, where she worked hard to build a successful life, earning a PhD in education and pursuing a fulfilling career as a librarian. However, Janet's true passion lay in mountaineering, a pursuit that would ultimately lead to her mysterious and untimely death. In 1973, Janet joined an expedition to Mount Aconcagua in Argentina, the highest peak in the Americas, organized by the Mazamas Climbing Club. Led by Kerry Roy Defoe Jr., a Portland attorney, the group included 7 other climbers from various backgrounds. While some members were seasoned climbers like Janet, others were less experienced, raising concerns about the group's overall preparedness. Despite this, the team set out with high hopes, assisted by a local guide, Miguel Alfonso. The climb began on January 20, 1973, with the group establishing 3 camps between the base camp and the summit. The expedition faced immediate challenges, with some members abandoning the climb early. By the time the group reached higher altitudes, only Janet, John Cooper, a NASA engineer, Arnold McMillan, a dairy farmer, and Bill Zeller, a police officer, remained. Janet's extensive experience made her a key figure in the final push toward the summit. At 21,000 feet, the climbers were forced to stop due to deteriorating conditions. They dug a hole in the snow to shelter overnight, intending to continue the ascent the next day. However, the altitude and extreme cold began to take a toll. John Cooper decided to turn back alone, but he never made it to safety. The remaining climbers pressed on, but soon noticed Janet had fallen behind. When they found her off the trail, she reportedly said, "Don't make me suffer, just let me lay here and die." The group's cohesion unraveled further as Arnold descended the mountain to seek help, accidentally sliding 1,000 feet but surviving with minor injuries. Bill Zeller stayed with Janet but eventually abandoned her, believing she would recover and catch up. Tragically, she never did. Bill later stumbled upon John Cooper's body, frozen and battered, before making his way back to base camp with Arnold. When they arrived, the rest of the team was shocked to learn that Janet and John had been left behind. An investigation in Argentina raised suspicions about the climbers' accounts. Janet's body was discovered in 1975, 65 feet from where John's body had been found. Both bodies bore injuries, and Janet's glasses were broken, with a large rock placed on her body. Theories ranged from accidental deaths to foul play, but no charges were ever filed. Later autopsies revealed that Janet died from a brain injury, while John succumbed to cranial contusions and hypothermia. Climbers in 2012 found Janet's camera and undeveloped film. The camera, a small but durable model, contained a reel of undeveloped film that had remarkably survived the harsh conditions of Mauna Concagua for nearly 4 decades. When the film was carefully developed by experts, the images captured the group's journey, starting with moments of camaraderie at the base camp and progressively documenting the climb as the conditions grew harsher. This is the final photo of her, showing Janet standing and smiling. The discovery of the camera reignited interest in Janet's story and the mysterious circumstances surrounding the expedition. Theories once again surfaced, ranging from the possibility of infighting among the climbers to accusations of negligence or foul play. Some questioned the group's decision-making and why Janet was left behind, particularly when she had been such an experienced and capable climber. On the morning of September 16, 2019, a 3-year-old boy wearing only a diaper was discovered curled up in a cardboard box on the porch of a home on Potomac Avenue in Buffalo, New York. Lois Asperger, the homeowner, had left the box out for stray cats. When she found the boy, he was wrapped in a blanket for warmth. Upon asking him where his mother was, the child replied that his car had been on fire. What began as a simple case of a found child soon unraveled into a horrifying series of events. Buffalo police immediately began searching for the boy's family. Missing person reports were checked, and neighbors were canvassed, but no one recognized the child or knew where he came from. Unable to locate his parents, authorities placed the toddler in the care of Erie County Child Protective Services. Police posted the boy's photo on Facebook, hoping a family member would come forward. Typically, parents or guardians respond quickly in such cases, but as the hours passed with no response, concern grew. Later that evening, around 6 p.m., police received a report of a burned-out car in a wooded area near an industrial park in the Black Rock neighborhood, about a mile from where the boy had been found. First responders arrived to find the fire had extinguished itself, but inside the car, they made a gruesome discovery. 2 sets of human remains, burned beyond recognition. Detectives searched the area and interviewed nearby construction workers, but no one had witnessed anything unusual. Security footage from a nearby storage facility provided the first major lead. In one video, recorded at 2:54 a.m., a man was seen walking along a dirt road toward the area where the car was found. Minutes later, at 3:01 a.m., a second video captured the same man accompanied by another man and a small boy, believed to be the child found on Asperger's porch, running away from the vehicle. In the background, a bright flash, likely the car igniting, could be seen. Enhanced footage revealed one man placing a piece of black clothing over his head and carrying 2 gas cans away from the scene. Meanwhile, a Florida woman contacted Buffalo police after seeing the boy's photo online. She recognized him as her nephew, Noelvin. The woman, worried after losing contact with her brother Miguel Valentin Colon and his partner Nicole Merced Plod, had begun searching social media for answers. Noelvin's grandparents traveled to Buffalo to see him, but the toddler said little about his parents. The family avoided pressing him for information. Authorities determined that Noelvin had traveled from Florida to Buffalo with his parents, 24-year-old Nicole Merced Plod and 31-year-old Miguel Valentin Colon, as well as a family friend, 29-year-old Roman N. Audrifid. The family was last seen alive on September 15, 2019. In November 2019, authorities identified the remains in the burned car as Merced Plod and Valentin Colon. Audrifid remained missing until his bladed and burned body was later discovered in a pit behind a house on Box Avenue. Police believe the trio was killed during a drug robbery. Investigators found that cocaine, cell phones, and a minivan were stolen during the crime. A search of the group's hotel room near Buffalo Niagara International Airport uncovered 4.4 pounds of cocaine in a cooler, along with an empty second cooler. Surveillance footage and witness tips led police to Jerry L. Cobb, 47, who who, along with 49-year-old DeAndre Wilson, was implicated in the murders. A third man, James Reed, 38, assisted in burning the bodies. Cobb, Wilson, and Reed faced charges of obstruction of justice, among others. The investigation revealed the involvement of 3 additional suspects: Jahan McDuffie, Destiny Bell, and Ashima Clark. All 6 were charged with crimes including narcotics conspiracy, drug distribution, maintaining drug premises, murder during a narcotics conspiracy, and obstructing justice. What began as the discovery of a vulnerable little boy on a stranger's porch ultimately revealed a web of violence and tragedy. Zainab Ansari was a 7-year-old girl from Kasur, Pakistan, whose murder in January 2018 shocked the nation and drew international attention. On January 4th, Zainab left her home to attend Quran lessons at a nearby house. Her parents were away on a pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia, and she was being cared for by relatives. When Zainab didn't return home, her family grew worried and began searching for her. They contacted the police and distributed flyers around the area, but no leads emerged in the initial hours. The case took a significant turn when CCTV footage surfaced showing Zainab walking hand in hand with an unidentified man. This was the last image of her alive. 5 days later, on January 9th, Zainab's body was found in a garbage dump on the outskirts of Kasur. An autopsy confirmed she had been assaulted and murdered. Her death sparked outrage across Pakistan, leading to protests and demands for justice. The people of Kasur, already shaken by reports of previous similar incidents in the area, accused authorities of negligence. The investigation quickly became a top priority. DNA evidence from the crime scene was linked to several other cases of assault and murder in the region, confirming that a serial offender was responsible. The breakthrough came when police arrested a 24-year-old man named Imran Ali, who lived in the same neighborhood as Zainab. His DNA matched samples from Zainab's case and at least 6 other victims, all young girls from the same area. This confirmed that Imran Ali was a serial offender who had been targeting children in Kasur over several years. His victims were between the ages of 5 and 9, and their cases shared a disturbing pattern. The girls would go missing, and their bodies would later be found, showing evidence of assault and strangulation. He was swiftly tried in an anti-terrorism court, where he was convicted of Zainab's murder and multiple other crimes. On October 17, 2018, he was executed in Lahore, bringing an end to the legal proceedings. This is Abdul Shakur Azedi, a 35-year-old pizza shop worker from Newcastle upon Tyne, who for a time became the UK's most wanted man. On January 31, 2024, at 7:25 p.m. on Lesser Avenue, a quiet residential street near Clapham Common in southwest London, raised voices echoed from inside a white Toyota parked outside the Bel Air Hotel. Inside the vehicle sat a 31-year-old woman, her 2 daughters, aged 8 and 3, and her former boyfriend, Azedi. Their relationship had ended, and although they were never married and the children were not his, Azedi struggled to accept the breakup. The woman had agreed to meet him that evening to talk things over, and Azedi had driven 280 miles from Newcastle, seemingly eager to discuss matters in person. However, he had other intentions: revenge. As the mother opened the door to leave, Azedi raised a bottle filled with corrosive alkaline and hurled it into her face, splattering her eldest daughter in the process. Screaming in agony, the mother and daughter fled the vehicle, clutching their burning faces. Azedi then reportedly took the youngest child, slammed her onto the ground, and attempted to run over the mother with his car. Her desperate screams drew the attention of several residents who rushed to help. Despite their efforts to stop him, Azedi managed to flee on foot after crashing his car into a stationary vehicle. The woman and her children were rushed to a nearby hospital. While the daughters escaped serious harm, their mother was left blind in her right eye. Friends described her as a devoted mother whose world revolved around her children. The attack sent shockwaves across the UK, with the public horrified by the cruelty involved. A nationwide manhunt was launched immediately. Authorities released Azedi's photos and offered a £20,000 reward for information leading to his capture. Originally from Afghanistan, Azedi had arrived in the UK in 2016 as an asylum seeker. He found work at a pizza and kebab takeaway, where colleagues described him as quiet, and unsettling. In 2018, he was convicted of sexual assault against a female friend, but received only a suspended sentence, remaining in the UK due to the unstable situation in his home country. Under mounting public pressure, police combed through hundreds of hours of CCTV footage to trace Ezzedi's movements. London, one of the most surveilled cities globally, with 67 cameras per 1,000 inhabitants, became a crucial asset in the investigation. Footage showed him shopping in Newcastle the day before the attack, driving to London, and being spotted across various locations, including Clapham and Streatham, before the attack. Post-incident, he was seen using his bank card to travel on the Underground, buying water at a Tesco Express, and walking with visible burns on his face. Despite numerous tips, Ezzedi remained at large. Authorities appealed to him directly, warning that his injuries could prove fatal without medical attention. Weeks passed with no sign of him, leading to speculation that he had fled the city or even the country. On February 9th, police released footage showing Ezzedi walking along Chelsea Bridge with a purposeful stride before returning and looking over the edge. After this moment, he vanished. Investigators believed he may have jumped into the Thames River, a treacherous body of water known for strong tides and hidden hazards. Several bodies were recovered during the search, none of them his. Finally, on February 22nd, a passing boat spotted a body near Tower Pier. Though initially unidentifiable due to bloating, it was later confirmed to be Ezzedi through his clothing and personal items. An autopsy ruled his cause of death as drowning. Whether Ezzedi planned to take his own life from the start or made a desperate decision in his final hours remains unknown. The Lady of the Lake. This is the photograph of Hallie Latham Illingworth and her story in 1937. Hallie was a waitress who lived in Port Angeles, Washington, with her husband, Monty Illingworth. Hallie had endured a troubled marriage marked by violence, but no one could have predicted the horrifying events that would follow. For 3 years, Hallie's whereabouts remained a mystery until a chilling discovery brought the truth to light. In the summer of 1940, 2 fishermen on Lake Crescent stumbled upon a horrible sight, a body floating to the surface, wrapped in blankets and tied with heavy rope. The victim had been strangled, but what made the case particularly gruesome was the body's condition. Instead of decomposing, the cold, mineral-rich waters of the lake had caused a rare process called saponification, turning the flesh into a soap-like substance. This led to dubbing the victim the Lady of the Lake. The body was eventually identified as Hallie Illingworth, thanks to a dental plate recognized by a South Dakota dentist. Investigators quickly zeroed in on her husband, Monty, who had claimed she had run off with another man while he moved to California with a new lover. Evidence mounted against him, ropes matching the kind Monty borrowed from a local store, and witness testimonies connecting the corpse's clothing to Hallie. Monty's trial in 1942 captivated the nation, even overshadowing World War II headlines. Despite his claims that the body wasn't Hallie's, the jury took just 4 hours to convict him of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, but was paroled after serving 9 years. The most likely scenario, according to criminologists, is that Monty and Hallie had a violent altercation that December night in 1937. Monty fatally beat and strangled her, then transported her body to Lake Crescent, where he wrapped her in blankets, secured her with rope and weights, and dropped her into the lake's depths. While rumors suggested Monty might have had help, no one else was ever charged. The Lady of the Lake remains one of the most chilling murder cases tied to the Olympic Peninsula. In January 1991, Gernot Reinstadler, a 21-year-old Austrian ski racer, was competing in the qualification rounds for the prestigious Lauberhorn downhill race in Wengen, Switzerland. On January 18th, Gernot launched himself down the icy track, pushing his limits on one of the sport's most challenging courses. As he approached a section known as the Ziel S, a notoriously tricky finish, he lost control at high speed. Careening into the safety net, Gernot's body struck the edge with devastating force. The impact was catastrophic. His pelvis was split in half, and the severe injuries ruptured major blood vessels. Despite immediate medical intervention, including a rushed helicopter evacuation and hours of surgery, the blood loss was too great. Gernot succumbed to his injuries later that evening. The entire video of his crash and last moments is available on YouTube if you want to look. Although just know there's a reason why I'm not showing it here. Also, this entry is here because of ASMR Arboretum's suggestion, so I know you're probably watching. Thank you for the suggestion, and take care. John Jones, a 26-year-old medical student, came from a family of avid spelunkers, a group with a passion for exploring underground caves. During the Thanksgiving holiday, John was back in Utah with his family. Eager to reconnect, they decided to engage in an activity they loved, spelunking. This time, the destination was Nutty Putty Cave, a well-known but treacherous cave system in the area. For John and his family, this was their first visit to this particular cave. On the evening of November 24, 2009, around 8 p.m., John, his younger brother Josh, 23 years old, and 9 other friends and family members entered the cave. Together, they explored a section known as the Big Slide, which was relatively easy to navigate. However, feeling confident in his abilities despite years away from spelunking, John decided to take on a more challenging part of the cave called the Birth Canal. He and Josh split from the group and used a map to locate what they believed was the entrance to this narrow passage. When they arrived at a small, waist-high hole in the cave wall, John, believing it was the right path, decided to squeeze through. Memories of cave exploring as a child fueled his confidence, but John underestimated the limitations of his adult body. He was now over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 200 pounds. Without hesitation, he went headfirst into the narrow passage. As John pressed deeper into the tunnel, the walls closed in tighter around him. His arms became pinned under his body, and he had to exhale fully to slide past an obstacle, a protruding lip of rock. Unfortunately, this move trapped him. When he tried to inhale, his chest expanded and became wedged against the rock. Worse still, the tunnel ahead of him ended abruptly. It was not the birth canal. He was trapped, nearly upside down, in a dead-end tunnel with no room to turn back. John called out to Josh, who tried to help but also got stuck. Realizing the severity of the situation, Josh managed to free himself and ran to get help. It took 3.5 hours for the first rescue worker, Susie Matola, to reach the scene. Susie tried to comfort John, but the sight of his position in the cave alarmed her. Rescuing him was going to be extremely difficult. John was nearly vertical, with his head lower than his feet, a dangerous position that causes blood to pool in the brain and makes it difficult for the heart to pump blood effectively. Time was running out. Rescue teams worked tirelessly to free John. They used ropes, pulleys, drills, and chisels to try to widen the passage and pull him out. Despite their best efforts, progress was minimal. John had been stuck for hours, and the trauma physician on site estimated he had only 8 to 10 hours to live due to the strain of being inverted. Rescue workers faced another complication. John's legs needed to bend to navigate the tunnel's twists on the way out. This would require breaking his legs, a move likely to send him into fatal shock. After 27 grueling hours, John became unresponsive. He was declared dead in the early hours of November 25, 2009. His body remains inside Nutty Putty Cave, which was permanently sealed with concrete shortly after the tragedy to prevent further accidents. John left behind his wife, Emily, their 1-year-old daughter, and an unborn child. Emily was carrying at the time. Here's the last photo of John during his exploration of Nutty Putty Cave, taken before he entered the fateful tunnel and lost his life. Amelia Schoberg appeared to be just an average teenager, capturing a quick selfie before heading off to spend the evening at a friend's house. What makes this seemingly mundane image unforgettable, however, is the tragic story that follows. It would be the last photo ever taken of her alive. On July 21, 2024, Amelia left her home, anticipating what she thought would be an ordinary night with friends. Her mother, Anna, remembers their earlier argument and how Amelia seemed uneasy about her plans. Later, while on the train, Amelia sent her mother a heartfelt text, apologizing for her behavior and expressing her love. "I'm sorry for being stressed earlier. I love you so much, Mom. You are my life." Those words would be among the last her mother would ever receive. For Amelia, this night wasn't just another sleepover. It was supposed to be her first party. After spending much of her childhood in foster care, she had recently reunited with her mother, and the two had been working on rebuilding their relationship. Anna shared how excited Amelia had been about decorating her room in their new home, planning each detail with care. Sadly, those dreams would never come to fruition. Unbeknownst to Amelia, the event she was heading to was a trap. The two girls who invited her had sinister intentions. Investigators later uncovered evidence showing that the pair had stolen duct tape and knives from local shops as part of their plan. Amelia was lured to an isolated industrial area near the train tracks in Linköping, Sweden. There, a confrontation broke out, possibly over a boy, though the exact cause remains unclear. What followed was horrifying. Amelia was restrained, attacked, and stabbed multiple times. When authorities discovered her body in the early hours of July 23rd, she had injuries to her neck and numerous bruises and cuts. Despite their attempts to save her, it was too late. The brutality of the attack wasn't the only shocking aspect. The two perpetrators recorded their actions, sharing the footage in a group chat and boasting about what they had done. This video is now a critical piece of evidence, though its existence is deeply disturbing. The suspects were swiftly apprehended. A 15-year-old girl was arrested on July 24th, followed by a 13-year-old accomplice the next day. Both admitted their involvement, with one claiming that things spiraled out of control. However, the stolen supplies and planned recording paint a different picture, one of premeditation. Further evidence included Amelia's bag, containing her bank cards and personal belongings, found discarded in water near the crime scene. 2 knives believed to have been used in the attack were also recovered. Amelia was a 14-year-old who simply wanted to trust and connect with her peers, excited about her first party, only to face a heartbreaking betrayal. Anna, her mother, has spoken openly about her grief, sharing how they were starting anew and building a life together. Now, instead of watching her daughter grow and thrive, Anna is left mourning a young life stolen far too soon. At 8:49 a.m. on April 16, 2014, a quiet disaster began to unravel aboard the Sewol ferry en route to Jeju Island, South Korea. The ship, carrying 476 passengers, including 325 high school students, began to list severely to one side. This wasn't an isolated mechanical failure. The ferry had undergone unauthorized renovations to increase passenger capacity, making it dangerously top-heavy. Corrupt regulators, bribed with lavish gifts, had approved its operation without conducting proper inspections. On that fateful morning, the ship had been overloaded with cargo, twice the legal limit, and much of it was improperly secured. As the ferry navigated strong currents, a sharp turn caused it to tilt. The unsecured cargo, including vehicles and containers, shifted abruptly, throwing the ship off balance. In the midst of this chaos, the captain issued an announcement instructing passengers to stay in their cabins. Trusting the captain's reassurances, most obeyed, unaware of the growing danger. For nearly an hour, no further instructions were given, leaving the students trapped in the lower decks, anxious and increasingly aware of their predicament. Calls for help began pouring into authorities, not from the crew, but from the students themselves. Despite their pleas, the response was delayed as the crew hesitated, paralyzed by fear. When the captain finally ordered an evacuation, it was too late. Water had already engulfed much of the ferry, blocking escape routes and trapping passengers. Survivors described scenes of panic as water rushed into hallways, sweeping away those attempting to climb to safety. Divers later recovered the bodies of students with broken fingers. Chilling evidence was found on the students' cell phones, videos and photos capturing their final moments as they waited in vain for instructions. Meanwhile, the captain abandoned ship shortly after issuing the evacuation order, leaving hundreds of passengers behind. In the end, 304 lives were lost, a tragedy made worse by the knowledge that nearly all could have been saved had evacuation begun immediately. The captain, whose gross negligence led to this catastrophe, was sentenced to life in prison. On a quiet December evening in Auckland, New Zealand, a CCTV camera recorded an unremarkable scene. A man in an elevator, calmly pushing a luggage trolley with a large suitcase balanced on top. At first glance, it seemed like any other moment on any other day. But this seemingly mundane image conceals a far darker truth. To understand the significance of that suitcase, we must go back to Grace Mullane, a 22-year-old from England. Recently graduated and eager to explore the world, Grace had meticulously planned her solo adventure. After traveling through South America, she arrived in New Zealand in November 2018. On December 1st, the night before her 22nd birthday, Grace made plans to meet a man she'd connected with on Tinder. His name was Jesse Kempson. She messaged a friend, mentioning how well they seemed to get along and assuring her that she would check in the next day. That evening, Grace and Jesse met at a bar in Auckland's city center. CCTV footage captured them chatting, laughing, and moving between venues. They left the Bluestone room around 9:30 p.m., heading to Jesse's hotel. Security footage shows them entering the City Life Hotel together, Jesse fumbling briefly with his keycard before leading Grace to his room, 3008. What happened behind those closed doors is known only through the evidence that surfaced later. Sometime that night, Jesse Kempson ended Grace's life. No emergency call was made, no attempt to explain or seek help. Instead, at 1:30 a.m., Kempson searched the internet for terms like hottest fire and way to carry ranges, a remote area outside Auckland. He even browsed adult content, all while Grace's lifeless body lay in the room. The next morning, Kempson's focus had shifted entirely. He sent messages to another woman on Tinder, trying to arrange a date for later that day. He then left the hotel, stopping at a nearby store to purchase cleaning supplies and a suitcase. Upon returning, his plan was already in motion. Later, CCTV footage showed him transporting 2 suitcases out of the hotel using a luggage trolley. In one of them was Grace's body, folded to fit inside. Her family, meanwhile, was growing increasingly concerned. December 2nd was Grace's birthday, and she hadn't responded to their messages. By December 5th, with no word from her, they reported her missing. Police began their investigation, initially treating it as a routine disappearance. But as they pieced together CCTV footage and rental car records, a grim story unfolded. On December 9th, they found Grace's body buried in the Waitakere Ranges. She had been wrapped in a blanket and concealed in the suitcase Kempson had purchased. A nearby shovel, believed to be used in digging her grave, was also recovered. Jesse Kempson was arrested on December 8th, the day before Grace's body was found. 2 days later, he was charged with her murder. In court, he appeared composed, even indifferent. His name was initially suppressed under New Zealand law, leaving the public in the dark about his identity. The trial began in November 2019, nearly a year later, and lasted 3 weeks. Kempson pleaded not guilty, claiming Grace's death was an accident during consensual activities. However, the evidence, including his internet searches, the purchase of cleaning supplies, and his casual attempts to move on immediately afterward, told a very different story. In February 2020, Kempson was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 17 years before parole eligibility. But the revelations didn't stop there. When the court lifted his name suppression later that year, the public learned of other crimes he had committed, including assaults on multiple women. One victim, another British tourist, came forward after recognizing him in the news. And so, we return to that haunting image. A man in an elevator, calmly pushing a luggage trolley with a suitcase on top. But now we know the truth. That suitcase held the body of Grace Mullane, a young woman whose bright future was cut short by someone she had trusted. At first glance, the photograph is serene. A woman walking barefoot along a sunlit beach, the ocean stretching endlessly behind her. The caption reads, "The time that is enjoyed is the true time lived." It's an image of carefree joy, the kind of picture you might scroll past on social media without a second thought. But this seemingly idyllic moment hides a chilling reality, a story of neglect, betrayal, and unimaginable loss. The woman in the photo is Crystal Candelario, a mother from Cleveland, Ohio. At home, her 16-month-old daughter, Jalen, was at a stage of life where she depended on constant care and attention. Jalen was just beginning to explore her world, forming words, and needing the nurturing only a caregiver could provide. But Crystal's ability or willingness to fulfill that role was often called into question by those around her. Neighbors later recounted incidents that painted a troubling picture. Once, Crystal left Jalen with a neighbor for what was supposed to be a weekend. That weekend stretched into 6 weeks, with Crystal ignoring calls and refusing to return for her child. In another incident, she reportedly left Jalen home alone for 2 days. Such behavior was not an anomaly, but a pattern. Then came June 2023, when Crystal embarked on a 10-day vacation to Puerto Rico and Detroit. She left Cleveland on June 6th, sharing snapshots of her trip online. Among them was the now infamous photo of her smiling on a beach, a moment she presented as tranquil and carefree. What the world didn't see was the grim reality back home. Crystal had left Jalen completely alone in their house, with no one to check on her, no food, and no water. For 10 days, Jalen was left to fend for herself. Neighbors later reported hearing her cries from inside the house, but the sounds eventually stopped. Some assumed Crystal was home, while others did nothing. By the time anyone realized what had happened, it was far too late. Crystal returned home on the morning of June 16, 2023, to a devastating scene. In the playpen where she had left her daughter, Jalen lay unresponsive. The playpen was soaked with urine and feces, the blankets around her soiled. Before calling emergency services, Crystal changed Jalen into a clean outfit, but it was already too late. Emergency responders pronounced the toddler dead at the scene. The medical examiner later determined that Jalen had died of starvation and dehydration. Her body bore no signs of physical trauma, but the toll of neglect was undeniable. In the 10 days she was left alone, Jalen had lost nearly a third of her body weight, weighing 7 pounds less than at her last doctor's visit just 2 months prior. Investigators quickly pieced together the events leading to Jalen's death. Doorbell camera footage revealed Jalen crying in the early days after Crystal left. Crystal, it was determined, had left only a few bottles of milk behind, knowing there was no one to care for her child. In February 2024, Crystal pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and child endangerment as part of a plea deal that spared her the death penalty. Additional charges, including felonious assault and other murder counts, were dropped. During sentencing, her attorney pointed to her history of mental health struggles, claiming she had stopped taking antidepressants earlier that year, which impaired her judgment. Her parents pleaded for leniency, saying they were unaware of the trip and believed Crystal had been caring for Jalen at home, but the court showed no mercy. On March 18, 2024, Judge Brendan Sheehan sentenced Crystal to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In his sentencing, he described her actions as the ultimate act of betrayal, pointing out the unimaginable suffering Jalen endured in her final days. Now, when we look at that serene photo of Crystal on the beach, it's impossible to see it the same way. The image represents the life Crystal wanted to project, carefree and unburdened. But behind that moment of manufactured peace was a tragic reality. A 16-month-old child, abandoned and left to die, terrified and alone. In 2005, Addie Hall and Zach Bowen's paths crossed while they were both bartending in New Orleans. Addie had a fiery personality and a tendency to test the people around her. She would often play the role of a mean girl as her way of flirting, pushing boundaries to see who could handle her volatile nature. Zach, as it turned out, had his own temperamental streak. Their similarities were undeniable, and though their relationship was tempestuous, there was an undeniable connection between them. Friends who observed their constant bickering were skeptical that their relationship would last. But when Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans, their bond deepened. As the storm approached, Zach and Addie decided to stay and weather it together. After the hurricane struck, they became local heroes of sorts. They cooked meals for their neighbors and set up a makeshift bar in the French Quarter, giving away drinks to lift spirits in the wake of the disaster. Their resilience and love in the face of chaos earned them a feature in the New York Times, and for a while, they were the celebrated king and queen of the French Quarter. But as life in New Orleans returned to normal, the magic of their bond began to fade. Struggling to make ends meet, the couple's relationship became increasingly strained. The passionate love that had blossomed during the hurricane's aftermath turned into a toxic cycle of vicious arguments. By October 2006, they decided to start fresh in a new apartment, hoping to rekindle their relationship. They found a place above the historic Voodoo spiritual temple on Rampart Street and moved in immediately. However, the move only amplified their issues. Shortly after settling in, Addie discovered that Zach had been unfaithful. Furious, she went to the landlord and demanded that Zach's name be removed from the lease. Zach found out before Addie could confront him directly, igniting a ferocious fight between the two. Days later, Zach showed up at work acting oddly. He wore a hat pulled low over his face and sunglasses, avoiding eye contact and deflecting questions from coworkers. Meanwhile, Addie stopped coming to work entirely. When questioned about her absence, Zach claimed they had fought and that Addie had left New Orleans to return to her hometown in North Carolina. While some found this explanation suspicious, they knew Addie to be unpredictable and didn't press further. On October 17, 2006, police received a call from a New Orleans hotel reporting what appeared to be a body on their parking garage roof. When officers arrived, they found a deceased man who had died from an apparent fall. Searching his pockets, they discovered a note addressed to the police. The note revealed a horrifying confession. The man, Zach Bowen, admitted to murdering his girlfriend, Addie Hall, and directed them to their apartment on Rampart Street. Police rushed to the address, bracing for the worst. Inside, the apartment was ice cold, with the air conditioning set to its lowest temperature. Spray-painted messages covered the walls, including phrases like, "I'm a total failure," and "Look in the oven," with arrows pointing toward the kitchen. Following the morbid instructions, officers opened the oven and discovered Addie's remains. In the apartment, they also found her journal, which Zach had used to write an 8-page confession detailing the murder. He described how he had strangled Addie during an argument and attempted to dismember and cook her body to make disposal easier. However, he ultimately couldn't go through with it, overwhelmed by guilt and horror at his actions. Zach's confession and the grim scene in the apartment revealed the depths of his mental unraveling. After killing Addie, he had spent days in the apartment with her remains, drinking heavily and spray-painting his tormented thoughts on the walls. Finally, unable to live with himself, he chose to end his life by jumping from the hotel. Saturation diving is one of the most extreme and demanding professions in the world, requiring divers to work on underwater structures at extraordinary depths for oil and gas companies. These highly trained specialists descend to depths where the pressure on their bodies is so immense that the gas they breathe becomes trapped inside their tissues. While this is harmless while they're under pressure, the problem arises when they ascend to the surface. As they rise, these trapped gases expand and must be released gradually through a process called decompression stops. If a diver ascends too quickly without allowing time for the gases to escape naturally, they can suffer from decompression sickness, or the bends, which can be fatal. The deeper a diver goes, the longer these decompression stops take. For example, at depths of 2,000 feet, it can take about 33 hours to safely return to the surface. Because this process is so time-consuming, oil and gas companies developed a solution: pressurized living chambers aboard ships and oil rigs where divers remain at pressure for the entirety of their multi-week shifts. This ensures that the gases in their bodies remain stable, eliminating the need for decompression after each dive. Divers live in these cramped chambers for weeks, traveling to and from the seafloor in a small, pressurized dive bell that connects to the chamber without depressurizing the entire system. At the end of their shifts, they undergo one long decompression period inside the chamber before being able to return to normal atmospheric pressure. In September 2012, a saturation diver named Chris Lemons experienced a life-threatening incident while working in the North Sea. At 32 years old, Chris, along with 11 other divers, had embarked on a 4-week saturation shift. On September 12th, Chris, along with 2 other divers, Dave and Duncan, was assigned routine maintenance on an oil platform located 330 feet below the surface. Despite the North Sea's notoriously harsh weather, they decided to proceed with the dive, even though conditions were especially rough that day. The process began with the divers putting on their specialized equipment and entering the dive bell through a tunnel from their pressurized chamber. The dive bell was then lowered into the ocean, guided by a dynamic positioning system, a high-tech navigation system that keeps the ship steady above the dive site, regardless of waves or wind. This system is crucial because the dive bell and the divers connected to it rely on the ship staying in place. Once the bell reached the target depth, Chris opened a hatch on the bottom, allowing access to the water while maintaining the internal pressure. Duncan stayed inside the bell to assist Chris and Dave, who exited to work on the oil platform. The divers were connected to the bell by umbilicals, long cables providing air, heat, electricity, and communication. These umbilicals are vital lifelines, ensuring the divers' survival and connection to the surface. After descending to the seafloor, the divers climbed the oil platform to their assigned work areas. About an hour into their task, disaster struck. The dynamic positioning system on the ship failed, and the backup system also malfunctioned. This caused the ship to drift in the rough seas, dragging the dive bell and the divers along with it. Recognizing the severity of the situation, the surface crew ordered Chris and Dave to immediately abandon their tasks and return to the bell. Both divers began climbing back to the bell, but their umbilicals were stretched taut as the ship drifted farther away. Dave managed to reach the bell, but Chris's umbilical became entangled around a pylon on the oil platform. Unable to free himself, Chris radioed Duncan for more slack, only to be told there was none left. As tension on his umbilical increased, it eventually snapped with a loud explosion, cutting off Chris's air supply, heat, communication, and light. He was thrown backward and plunged into the freezing, pitch-black water. Now relying on his emergency air canisters, which provided only 5 to 6 minutes of breathing time, Chris faced an almost certain death. Alone in the dark and with limited time, he began walking in a random direction, hoping to find the oil platform again. Miraculously, he stumbled upon it and climbed to the top, where he waited in vain for rescue. By this time, his air supply would have been completely exhausted, leaving him unconscious and presumed dead. Meanwhile, the ship's crew frantically tried to reposition the vessel above the dive site. A remote-controlled underwater vehicle was deployed to locate Chris. After several tense minutes, the vehicle's camera located him lying motionless atop the platform. By then, Chris had been without air for over 20 minutes, far beyond what anyone could survive. What happened next would defy all expectations. Duncan and Dave, who were still in the dive bell, received word from the surface team that Chris's body had been located. Though they believed he was almost certainly dead, they were ordered to retrieve him. With the ship finally repositioned, the dive bell was lowered back toward the oil platform. Dave suited up and exited the bell, navigating the wreckage of Chris's snapped umbilical and the surrounding debris. When he reached Chris's lifeless body, Dave carried him back to the bell. Inside, Duncan and Dave placed Chris on the floor, expecting to recover only his remains. His face was pale, and there were no signs of breathing or a pulse. As they prepared to begin CPR, a remarkable thing happened. Chris suddenly gasped for air and began coughing. He had survived over 30 minutes in freezing water with no oxygen, defying every expectation and the limits of human endurance. Chris's miraculous survival was later attributed to a combination of factors. The cold water of the North Sea had likely induced a hypothermic state, which slowed his metabolism and reduced his oxygen demand. This physiological reaction, coupled with an extraordinary amount of luck and his mental fortitude, enabled him to cling to life long enough for rescue. After being stabilized in the dive bell, Chris was returned to the ship's pressurized chamber, where he underwent the mandatory decompression process. Though he recovered fully and returned to diving shortly after the incident, the experience left him deeply reflective about the risks of his profession. This is a story about Miriam Rodriguez and her daughter Karen. It begins with a simple photo, Miriam and Karen sitting close together, staring at the camera. It was 4 a.m. on January 24, 2014, when Miriam Rodriguez's phone rang. Her eldest daughter, Azalea, was on the other end. The news she delivered would change their family forever. Just the day before, Karen, Miriam's 20-year-old daughter, was driving through San Fernando, Mexico, on her way to help at their family business, a cowboy boot shop called Rodeo Boots. But Karen never made it to the shop. Two vehicles had surrounded Karen's car. Armed men forced her out of the driver's seat and into their vehicle. Karen was taken to the Rodriguez family home, where the kidnappers tied her up and prepared to demand a ransom. This was not unusual in San Fernando, a region plagued by cartel violence. The Zetas cartel controlled the area, and kidnappings were a lucrative business for them. While Karen was being held captive, a family friend visited the Rodriguez home to work on a car parked outside. The kidnappers, startled by this unexpected interruption, panicked. They fled, taking both Karen and the friend with them. The Rodriguez family was left to scramble for answers. The kidnappers soon contacted the family, demanding a ransom. Miriam and her husband borrowed money from the bank to meet their demands. In San Fernando, it was so common that banks even offered specific loans for ransom situations. The money was dropped at the agreed location, but Karen never came home. Weeks turned into months without any word. Desperate for answers, Miriam managed to arrange a meeting with a man connected to the Zetas cartel. They met at a small restaurant. Miriam begged him to help bring Karen back. He claimed the cartel didn't have Karen, but offered to find out more for $2,000. Miriam agreed, but the money led nowhere. The calls from the kidnappers stopped altogether. Months later, they contacted the family one final time, demanding an additional $500. Miriam paid it, but once again, there was silence. Miriam knew in her heart what this meant. One day, Miriam turned to Azalea and said what no mother should ever have to admit: Karen wasn't coming back. But she also made a promise that would shape the rest of her life. She vowed to find the people who had taken her daughter. Miriam's search began with an unlikely lead: the name of the cartel member she had met months earlier. His name was enough for her to begin her investigation. She found him on Facebook and discovered he had connections to a young woman who worked at a local ice cream shop. Miriam parked outside the shop, watching until she saw him. She followed him home, uncovering his location. But Miriam wasn't ready to act yet. She needed more information. Disguising herself by dyeing her hair red and donning a government uniform, Miriam posed as a survey worker. She went door to door in his neighborhood, asking casual questions and gathering details about him and his associates. Once she had enough evidence, she went to the authorities. With a federal officer's help, they attempted to arrest the man. He escaped during the first raid, but Miriam persisted. Eventually, he was caught. His arrest led to more names and more leads. One of those names was an 18-year-old named Zapata Gonzalez. Despite his youth, he knew critical details about Karen's kidnapping. He revealed the location of a ranch where Karen had been held. When authorities searched the ranch, they uncovered some of Karen's belongings: a scarf, a cushion from her truck, and eventually, part of her remains. The ranch was a grim discovery, littered with the bodies of other victims. For Miriam, it was devastating confirmation of the brutality she was up against. Miriam's search continued. She remembered a strange encounter at a restaurant near the ranch with a woman named Elvia Ulabet Encore, someone Miriam had known for years. At the time, Elvia's behavior seemed odd, but Miriam hadn't thought much of it. Now, with the ranch and Karen's death weighing heavily on her mind, Miriam suspected Elvia knew more than she had let on. Miriam began investigating Elvia. She discovered that Elvia had been in a relationship with one of Karen's kidnappers. Further digging revealed that the ransom calls to the Rodriguez family had been made from Elvia's home. Armed with this evidence, Miriam took the information to the police. She waited outside the prison during visiting hours, watching until Elvia appeared. The police arrested her on the spot. The investigation confirmed that Elvia's home had been used as a base for the kidnapping operation. Miriam didn't stop there. Her search led her to others connected to the crime. One suspect, Enrique Flores, had started attending church regularly and seemed to have turned his life around. Miriam attended services, quietly watching until she was sure it was him. She passed the information to the police, who arrested him during a Sunday service. Another lead brought her to a man who had taken on a new identity as a street vendor selling flowers at the Texas border. When Miriam confronted him, he tried to run. She chased him across a crowded bridge, cornering him and holding him at gunpoint until the police arrived. By the end of her search, Miriam had helped bring 10 people connected to Karen's kidnapping to justice. But her fight didn't end with her daughter's case. Miriam founded a support group for families of the disappeared, known as the Vanished Collective of San Fernando. The group grew rapidly, with over 600 families joining the effort to find their loved ones. Miriam's determination inspired many, but it also made her a target. In early 2017, 29 inmates, including some of Karen's abductors, escaped from a penitentiary. Fearing for her safety, Miriam requested police protection, but the promise of patrols around her home went unfulfilled. On May 10, 2017, Mother's Day in Mexico, Miriam returned home on crutches, having recently broken her foot while chasing yet another suspect. As she approached her house, a white Nissan pulled up. Inside were some of the escaped inmates. They shot Miriam 12 times. Her husband found her moments later, her hand in her purse, where she always kept her pistol. Miriam Rodriguez was 57 years old. After her death, 2 of her killers were arrested, and another was killed in a shootout. Her son attempted to keep the collective she had founded alive, but without Miriam's relentless drive, it gradually dissolved. Miriam's work brought justice for her daughter and inspired countless others to fight for their loved ones. She was not a detective, a police officer, or a person in power. She was a mother who refused to let her daughter's story end in silence. At first glance, it seems like a sweet and innocent moment between a child and her baby brother. But something feels off. Something unsettling that you can't quite put into words. What could possibly be wrong with such a seemingly tender scene? This is the story of Lina Medina, a little girl from a remote village in Peru, whose life took an unimaginable turn. Born into a humble family, Lina spent her early years playing with other children, laughing, and exploring her tiny world with the kind of boundless curiosity only a child can have. But as her 5th birthday approached, something about Lina began to change. Her parents noticed her belly was swelling, growing in a way that was inexplicable for a girl so young. At first, they dismissed it as a strange growth spurt, or perhaps a sign of malnutrition. But as the weeks passed, her belly continued to expand and her parents grew increasingly alarmed. Lina no longer had the energy of a typical young girl. She seemed tired, fragile, and unwell. Her body was undergoing changes that defied explanation. Desperate for answers, her family sought medical help. When they reached a hospital in Pisco, the doctors were baffled. Lina was just a child, yet her symptoms pointed to something no one wanted to believe. At first, they suspected a tumor, a rare and potentially life-threatening growth. They ran tests, hoping to identify the issue and provide treatment. But the results shocked everyone. Lina wasn't sick. She was 7 months pregnant. A 5-year-old girl carrying a child? It was unprecedented, unthinkable. Lina's condition challenged everything the doctors thought they knew about human biology. As they delved deeper, they discovered that Lina had a rare condition called precocious puberty, which causes the body to begin developing into adulthood at an unusually young age. Lina had started menstruating at just 3 years old, which made it biologically possible for her to conceive, even at such a tender age. News of Lina's pregnancy spread rapidly. People across Peru, and soon the world, were captivated by the shocking and deeply unsettling case. Doctors, journalists, and curious onlookers descended on the village, eager to learn more. But for Lina and her family, the attention was a nightmare. They wanted nothing more than to protect their little girl. The doctors knew Lina's pregnancy posed a grave risk to her health. Her small body was not equipped to handle the strain of childbirth. After much deliberation, they decided the safest course of action was a cesarean section. And so on May 14, 1939, Lina Medina, at just 5 years old, gave birth to a healthy baby boy. He weighed 6 pounds and was named Gerardo, after the doctor who first diagnosed Lina's pregnancy. Though the delivery was successful, the challenges were far from over. To shield Lina and Gerardo from the prying eyes of the world, her family made a difficult decision. They raised Gerardo to believe Lina was his sister, not his mother. For years, this fiction protected them both, but the truth eventually came out, raising questions that had no easy answers. The media frenzy surrounding Lina's story persisted. She was dubbed the youngest mother in history, a title that brought with it a mix of pity, curiosity, and disbelief. Despite the efforts of Lena's family and the Peruvian government to shield her from becoming a spectacle, the weight of her story was impossible to escape. Gerardo grew up healthy and strong, living as normal a life as possible under such extraordinary circumstances. However, he passed away in 1979 at the age of 40 from bone marrow disease. Lena, on the other hand, chose a life of privacy, steering clear of the spotlight. She eventually married and had another son, determined to protect him from the attention that had once engulfed her. But even as Lena moved on, the world continued to grapple with the unanswered questions her story left behind. The most haunting of these was the identity of Gerardo's father. Lena never revealed who it was, perhaps because she didn't know or couldn't understand. She was just a child, too young to comprehend the events that had unfolded. Rumors swirled, some suggesting it was a family member, others speculating it was a stranger who had taken advantage of her. But with no evidence and no thorough investigation, the truth remains a mystery. On the night of February 9, 2004, a resident of Woodsville, New Hampshire, noticed a compact black car stuck in a snowbank near the road by her home. Concerned, she contacted the local sheriff's office to report the situation, prompting officers to be dispatched to the scene. Not long after, a school bus driver traveling along the same route spotted the stranded car and stopped to check on the driver. The young woman introduced herself as Maura Murray, a 21-year-old college student from Massachusetts. She appeared unhurt and reassured him that a tow truck was already on its way. Satisfied with her explanation, the bus driver left, though he felt uneasy about the interaction. Shortly after, he decided to inform the authorities, only to learn they were already en route. When an officer arrived, the black car was still there, but Maura was nowhere to be found. A brief search of the area turned up no clues about her whereabouts or any signs of foul play. Her family was contacted, but none of them had heard from her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Just a day prior, Maura had spent time with her father and exhibited no unusual behavior. On the morning of her disappearance, classes at her college were canceled due to a snowstorm. She emailed her professors and employer, stating that a family member had died and requesting a week off, though her relatives later clarified this wasn't true. After sending the emails, she withdrew $280 from an ATM, purchased alcohol from a liquor store, and visited the DMV to address an issue with previous damage to her car. Beyond these actions, what transpired before the crash remains a mystery. A search of her abandoned car revealed directions to a condominium complex in Burlington, Vermont. Phone records showed she had spoken with the property owner, but hadn't mentioned plans to anyone about traveling to Vermont. Back in her dorm, her belongings were found packed neatly, as if she had intended to leave. A note addressed to her boyfriend reflecting on their relationship troubles was also discovered, but wasn't explicitly a farewell letter. While most of her possessions were accounted for, her phone and bank cards were missing. Neither was ever used again after her disappearance. 6 days later, a massive search effort covered 20 square miles around the crash site using helicopters, scent dogs, and volunteers. Despite these efforts, no trace of Maura was found. Strangely, although snow covered the ground, there were no footprints near the car, and the dogs lost her scent a short distance away, as if she had vanished. The minutes between the bus driver leaving and the officer's arrival remained critical. In that narrow window, Maura disappeared without explanation. To this day, her fate remains a mystery, and her case unsolved. One of the final confirmed images of Maura shows her withdrawing money from an ATM just hours before driving to Woodsville, where her car was found abandoned and she disappeared. In the early 2000s, Armin Maiwis seemed like an upstanding citizen in his German community. He mowed neighbors' lawns, offered to fix friends' cars, and hosted elaborate dinner parties. However, beneath this seemingly wholesome persona lurked a deeply disturbed individual. In 2001, Maiwis posted an online ad seeking a young, physically fit man willing to be slaughtered and consumed. The bizarre request drew considerable attention, with many responding out of curiosity. Yet none followed through, until Bernd Jürgen Brandes, who had previously placed his own ad asking to be killed and eaten, came across Maiwa's post. the two connected, agreeing to fulfill each other's macabre desires. On March 9, 2001, Brandes traveled to Maiwa's home. The encounter was meticulously documented by Maiwas, who set up a video camera to capture Brandes' consent. As planned, Brandes lay in a bathtub, giving Maiwas the green light. Maiwas initially attempted to bite into him, but found it impossible. At Brandes' suggestion, Maiwas used a knife to remove a portion of his flesh. The pair tried cooking and eating it together, but they burned the meat, ultimately feeding it to Maiwas' dog. As Brandes began slipping in and out of consciousness due to significant blood loss, Maiwas paused to read a Star Trek book in another room. Returning later to find Brandes barely alive, Maiwas deliberated and prayed before finally ending his life. He then butchered Brandes' body, storing the meat in his freezer. Over the next 10 months, Maiwas consumed approximately 44 pounds of Brandes' remains. In December 2001, Maiwas posted another ad seeking a willing participant, which ultimately led to his arrest. Police, acting on a tip, discovered Brandes' remains behind pizza boxes in Maiwas' freezer. Despite presenting the video evidence of Brandes' clear consent, Maiwas was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This haunting case became infamous for its gruesome details, including the online photo Maiwas used to attract Brandes and the bathtub where the unthinkable act occurred. In 1999, Hisashi Uchi's life seemed ordinary and full. He was married, a proud father of a young son, and worked as a technician at the JCO Tokaimura power plant in Japan. JCO, the company operating the power plant, had for years been skirting official safety regulations to boost productivity. They had developed an unofficial protocol known as the Shadow Guide, which outlined shortcuts for handling radioactive materials. These shortcuts were perilous and blatantly violated nuclear safety standards. On September 30, 1999, Uchi and his colleagues were tasked with preparing fuel for the Joyo fast reactor. Using the Shadow Guide's methods, they bypassed safety procedures and employed equipment not designed to handle the quantities of radioactive material they were working with. Uchi's role was to hold a funnel over a large steel containment tank while a colleague poured a uranium solution into it. The tank, inadequate for such a purpose, was a ticking time bomb. As Uchi leaned over the tank, a catastrophic event known as criticality occurred. A loud bang echoed through the room, and a vivid blue light engulfed the space. The light was Cherenkov radiation, an ominous signal of an uncontrolled nuclear reaction. Uchi, closest to the tank, absorbed the brunt of the radiation, an astounding 17 sieverts. To put it in perspective, just 8 sieverts is considered a lethal dose. When rescuers arrived, they found Uchi vomiting uncontrollably, dizzy, and disoriented. Despite these symptoms, he bore no visible wounds or burns. He was immediately airlifted to a hospital, where doctors initially marveled at his apparent resilience. Aside from slight redness on his right arm, which had been closest to the tank, his condition seemed stable. He was even able to joke with staff about returning home soon. But Uchi was already a dead man walking, trapped in what is known as the walking ghost phase. The intense radiation had obliterated his chromosomes, the essential blueprint for cellular reproduction. While his body appeared functional, it was irreversibly dying from the inside out. His cells, unable to regenerate, were essentially ticking down to the end of their lifespan. Within weeks, Uchi's condition deteriorated drastically. His intestines began hemorrhaging, and his skin started sloughing off. Skin grafts failed to adhere to his body, forcing medical staff to wrap him in gauze like a mummy to contain his bodily fluids. By November, nearly 2 months after the accident, his pain became so unbearable that he was placed in a medically induced coma. Even in his comatose state, Uchi's body resisted death. His heart stopped 3 times, and each time, the medical team revived him, driven by the hope of learning more about radiation exposure to prevent future tragedies. However, these efforts came at an immense cost. When Uchi briefly regained consciousness, he begged the doctors to let him die, declaring, "I am not a guinea pig." Eventually, a do not resuscitate order was put in place, granting him a measure of peace in his final days. After 83 harrowing days of unimaginable suffering, Hisashi Uchi passed away. The image most associated with Uchi's story is deeply unsettling, showing him in the walking ghost phase, blissfully unaware of the fate awaiting him. While the more graphic photographs of his later condition are rarely shared, scattered across the North American continent are many ghost towns, places that once thrived with life and are now abandoned, left to decay. These towns often feature dilapidated churches, schools, and buildings. The reasons for their demise vary: new railroads or highways bypassing the area, depletion of natural resources, wars, natural disasters, or political upheaval. But one ghost town in North America stands out due to its uniquely dark and mysterious history. That town is Portlock, Alaska. Portlock, also known as Port Chatham, lies on the southwestern tip of the Kenai Peninsula, an area celebrated for its breathtaking beauty, but also known for its extreme remoteness. Accessible only by boat or bush plane, this isolated settlement was technically founded in 1787 by Captain Nathaniel Portlock of the Royal Navy. However, it wasn't until the early 1900s, when commercial fishermen established a cannery there, that it became a thriving town. By 1921, Portlock's fishing industry was booming. The U.S. government recognized its potential and even established a post office, predicting it would become a major commercial fishing hub. But everything changed in the 1930s. Reports began to spread across the Kenai Peninsula of something ominous happening in Portlock. Men from the town were disappearing at an alarming rate, and those who were found were often dead and mutilated, their bodies discovered in a nearby lagoon. At first, these deaths were attributed to bear attacks. But the native people of the Kenai Peninsula, upon hearing of the events, had a chilling explanation. They warned the townsfolk of the Nantina, a creature described as half man, half beast. Standing tall and covered in hair, the Nantina was said to inhabit the dense forests near the town. What started as folklore took on a more sinister tone as the disappearances and deaths continued. From 1930 to 1950, dozens of residents vanished into the surrounding wilderness or were found dead in gruesome conditions. One particularly harrowing incident occurred in 1943. A resident named John Meyer was attacked at his campsite. Something leapt onto his back, pummeling him relentlessly. His dog's barking eventually scared the assailant off, allowing John to stagger back into town. Before succumbing to his injuries, he described his attacker as a large, hairy, man-like figure. In another case, a group of hunters discovered massive 18-inch tracks in the forest. Following the tracks, they came upon a blood-soaked clearing that bore evidence of a ferocious struggle. Pieces of what appeared to be a bear or moose were strewn about. The tracks led up a nearby mountain, but the hunters dared not follow. Even the Alaskan newspapers began speculating about the town's grim fate, acknowledging that something beyond human understanding was at play. By 1949, after nearly 2 decades of disappearances and unexplained deaths, the people of Portlock decided they had endured enough. Practically overnight, the entire town evacuated, leaving their belongings behind. The postmaster was the last to leave, staying only long enough to officially close the post office. He later described his final days in the abandoned town as terrifying, filled with eerie noises and sightings of strange figures in the trees. Since then, Portlock has remained abandoned. Occasionally, fishermen or adventurers have stumbled upon the ghost town, but their experiences have often been unsettling. In the 1970s, a group of fishermen sought refuge there during a storm. After setting up camp, they witnessed something massive moving through the forest. Terrified, they packed up and left, preferring to face the storm rather than whatever lurked in the woods. Few modern photographs or videos exist of the site, but one eerie image captures a lone building standing amidst the ruins. This structure sits close to the forest where many disappeared and near the lagoon where the mutilated bodies were found. While skeptics might dismiss the Nantina as folklore, the undeniable fact remains: something was responsible for the deaths and disappearances in Portlock. Mike Moylan, a 45-year-old man from Florida, jolted awake with an excruciating headache. Gripping his head in pain, he squinted at the alarm clock across the room. 4:30 a.m., June 28, 2007. Dizzy, he tried to stand but had to sit back down before steadying himself. After taking a few deep breaths, he got up again, crossed his bedroom to the bathroom, and downed 3 painkillers from the medicine cabinet. Returning to bed, Mike noticed a dark spot on his pillow. Not wanting to wake his sleeping wife, April, he didn't turn on the lights. Running his hands over his head, he found blood near his right ear. He assumed April must have accidentally elbowed him in her sleep, causing the bleeding and the headache. Content with this explanation, he lay back down, waiting for the painkillers to take effect. Half an hour later, the pain had only intensified, and his ear was still bleeding. Alarmed, Mike considered the possibility of a ruptured aneurysm. Panicking, he woke April, urging her to drive him to the hospital immediately. Though groggy and confused, she eventually agreed. At the emergency room, doctors x-rayed Mike's head. When a nurse returned with the x-ray, she held it up to the light, pointing to an object in his skull. "It looks like you've been shot," she said. Stunned, Mike and April struggled to comprehend. Mike was rushed into surgery, where doctors successfully removed the bullet from his head. As Mike recovered in his hospital bed, police arrived to investigate. Initially, they suspected a stray bullet had entered the house and struck him. However, during questioning, April revealed she kept a pistol under her pillow, which she claimed might have fired accidentally. As police pressed her further, her story unraveled, and she confessed to attempting to kill Mike. She admitted her motive. She had recently ruined one of their successful businesses, and feared Mike discovering the truth. Mike, devastated by her betrayal, recalled noticing strange behavior from April that morning. She had taken an unusually long time to get dressed after he woke her, and had driven to the hospital at a suspiciously slow pace, seemingly stalling in hopes he wouldn't make it. April was charged with attempted murder, but served only a year in prison after accepting a plea deal. In 1992, Marvin Heemeyer, a 41-year-old repairman, purchased a plot of land in the small town of Granby, Colorado. He set up a muffler shop on the property and successfully ran his business there for about a decade. In the early 2000s, a cement company approached him with an offer to purchase a portion of his land for building a cement plant. Initially, Marvin was reluctant, but the company offered a substantial amount of money, and after lengthy negotiations, Marvin was ready to sell. However, just before the deal could be finalized, Granby's zoning commission informed the cement company that they didn't need Marvin's land to proceed with construction. They could build the plant adjacent to his property instead. The cement company quickly abandoned the deal, thrilled to avoid the purchase. Marvin, on the other hand, was enraged. Not only had he lost a potentially lucrative deal, but the construction of the plant next to his property also posed major disruptions. The neighboring land, which Marvin had used as a shortcut between his home and muffler shop, was now inaccessible. Marvin began petitioning the town to halt the construction, but every appeal was rejected. Within a year, the cement plant was built and operational, directly beside Marvin's property. The situation left Marvin feeling betrayed and embittered. Over the next few years, his frustrations grew as he clashed with town officials over zoning decisions, and he became convinced that the system was stacked against him. On the afternoon of June 4, 2004, the residents of Granby were startled by a thunderous noise reverberating through the town. When they rushed outside, they were met with a shocking sight: a massive, fully armored bulldozer rumbling down the streets. The vehicle was encased in steel plates over a foot thick in some areas, leaving no visible windows or openings. Inside, the driver had welded himself in and installed cameras on the exterior to navigate. The heavily modified bulldozer, later dubbed the Killdozer, was traveling at a slow but relentless pace of about 4 miles per hour, crushing everything in its path. Marvin Heemeyer was at the controls, seeking revenge against those he believed had wronged him. Over the course of 2 hours, he used the Killdozer to destroy 13 buildings, beginning with the cement plant that had fueled his grudge. He then targeted the town hall, a local bank, the police station, the local newspaper's office, a hardware store, and even the home of Granby's former mayor. Terrified residents fled for safety and frantically called 911. Police scrambled to stop the armored machine, but were helpless against its sheer power and impenetrable exterior. Even their largest vehicles were effortlessly pushed aside, and SWAT teams' high-caliber, armor-piercing rounds proved useless. The rampage only ended when the bulldozer became trapped in the basement of a building, its treads unable to gain traction. Moments later, the engine gave out, leaving the machine immobilized. It took authorities 7 hours to cut through the thick armor and access the inside of the bulldozer. There, they found Marvin, who had taken his own life. It was later revealed that Marvin had spent over a year and a half meticulously modifying the bulldozer into an unstoppable assault vehicle. He had planned the rampage as an act of vengeance against the town officials and institutions he held responsible for his grievances. Marvin was the sole fatality in the event, but his actions caused over $7 million in damages. This photograph, taken on August 22, 2015, captures a Hawker Hunter jet performing at the Shoreham Air Show in West Sussex, England. The aircraft, a relic of Britain's aviation history from the 1950s, was piloted by Andy Hill, an experienced aviator and former Royal Air Force Harrier pilot. Hill was performing an aerobatic maneuver, a loop, the kind that thrilled airshow spectators. However, as the jet reached the apex of the loop, it failed to gain sufficient altitude to complete the maneuver. Moments later, the jet crashed onto the busy A27 road, a major thoroughfare running near the airshow. The resulting impact caused a devastating explosion, with fire and debris engulfing vehicles and reducing the scene to chaos. 11 people were killed in the crash, all of whom had no connection to the airshow itself. Among the victims were football players Matt Grimstone and Jacob Schilt, who were on their way to a game, Mark Trussler, a motorcyclist, Maurice Abrahams, a wedding chauffeur, and other unsuspecting commuters simply going about their day. The aftermath was harrowing. Footage from the scene showed columns of black smoke rising from the highway, vehicles ablaze, and emergency responders working amidst the wreckage. The road remained closed for over a week as investigators examined the crash site. The disaster was one of the deadliest airshow accidents in British history and led to significant changes in airshow safety regulations, including restrictions on aerobatic maneuvers near populated areas and public roads. Andy Hill, the pilot, miraculously survived despite sustaining critical injuries. He was placed in a medically induced coma and later faced charges of manslaughter by gross negligence. Prosecutors argued that his flying was reckless and that he should have abandoned the maneuver when it became clear the jet lacked the speed and altitude to complete it. However, Hill maintained that he had no memory of the crash and suggested he might have experienced cognitive impairment during the flight. In 2019, after a highly publicized trial, he was acquitted of all charges, with the jury finding that his actions did not meet the threshold for gross negligence. This seemingly ordinary photograph of a jet mid-display belies the horror that unfolded seconds later. Argument. Captured in Tehran, Iran in 1978 by French-Iranian photographer Abbas, this powerful image freezes an emotionally charged moment during the Iranian Revolution. The photograph shows a grief-stricken rioter holding the shoes of his slain comrade, who had been shot dead when military forces opened fire on a crowd of demonstrators. The soldier, defensive and tense, argues that it was not his unit that carried out the shooting. This photograph is part of Abbas's renowned collection, Iran Diary, 1971-2002, a work that documents the tumultuous period leading up to and following the Iranian Revolution. The revolution was marked by widespread protests against the Shah's regime, fueled by dissatisfaction over political repression, economic disparity, and cultural identity struggles. As tensions escalated, violent clashes between the military and demonstrators became tragically common, leaving thousands dead or injured. Timothy Treadwell, famously known as the Grizzly Man, was a dedicated bear enthusiast whose admiration for these creatures drove his passion for environmentalism and documentary filmmaking. His primary focus was the grizzly bears of Katmai National Park in Alaska. Starting in the late 1980s, Treadwell would spend each summer camping in the park, capturing intimate footage of these magnificent animals. Treadwell would set up camp in an area he called the Grizzly Sanctuary, a lush green field near Hollow Bay where bears congregated in a relaxed and non-aggressive state. This allowed him to approach the bears closely and film them with remarkable proximity. Later in the summer, he moved to a more densely forested region called the Grizzly Maze near Kaflia Bay. Here, the terrain's thick vegetation enabled him to get even closer to the bears, often unnoticed. Treadwell's behavior raised significant concerns among Katmai's park rangers. They deemed his methods reckless, as he routinely entered the personal space of these powerful predators, ignoring the inherent risks. Despite their warnings, Treadwell believed his interactions were safe, claiming to understand and connect with the grizzlies on a deeper level. His emotional attachment to the bears was evident. He even interacted with bear cubs, which the parent bears surprisingly tolerated. Treadwell felt accepted by the grizzlies, likening himself to one of their own. Typically, Treadwell spent his summers alone in Alaska with just his camera. However, in October 2003, he decided to extend his stay by a week, a risky choice given that grizzlies become more aggressive in October as they prepare for hibernation. Treadwell also invited his girlfriend Amy Huguenard to join him. Despite objections from friends and family, Treadwell was confident, insisting they would be safe. They set up camp along a grizzly trail in the Grizzly Maze, unarmed and without bear spray. When their pilot arrived to pick them up a week later, he noticed their campsite was still intact, and neither Treadwell nor Amy was at the shoreline. As the pilot approached, he spotted a large grizzly bear pacing the campsite, seemingly guarding something. When the bear moved towards him aggressively, the pilot retreated to his plane and called for park rangers. Upon reaching the campsite, rangers discovered a horrific scene. Treadwell and Amy's remains were scattered around, clearly the result of a bear attack. Their deaths were brutal, but the discovery of a video camera inside the tent made the tragedy even more haunting. The camera contained a 6-minute audio recording of the attack. Although the screen was blank, the sounds were disturbingly clear. The recording began with Treadwell leaving the tent after hearing a bear outside. The bear attacked him almost immediately, and Treadwell screamed for Amy to help. His cries of "It's killing me" are heard in the tape as the bear had his head in its jaws. Amy, paralyzed with fear, screamed back instructions to play dead, but it was futile. The recording captured Treadwell's desperate pleas for Amy to flee, but she stayed frozen in terror. After dragging Treadwell away, the bear returned for Amy, and her screams filled the audio before abruptly ceasing. This chilling recording provided a harrowing account of their final moments. The last known photo of Treadwell and Amy, taken after Amy arrived in Alaska, shows them preparing to venture into the Grizzly Maze, a journey that would end in unimaginable tragedy. This photograph captures MotoGP rider Marco Simoncelli during what appeared to be just another race. It was taken on October 23, 2011, during the Malaysian Grand Prix at the Sepang International Circuit. However, the image belies the devastating events that would unfold mere moments later. In the second lap of the race, he lost control of his bike in turn 11. Unlike most crashes, where a rider slides off the track, his bike veered back into the racing line, directly into the paths of Colin Edwards and Valentino Rossi. The collision was catastrophic, with his helmet being dislodged on impact. The race was immediately red-flagged as emergency personnel rushed to the scene. He was quickly transported to the Trackside Medical Center, where medical staff performed CPR for 45 minutes. Despite their relentless efforts, at 16:56 local time, the 24-year-old rider was pronounced dead due to the severity of his injuries. Young Osama. This seemingly ordinary photograph captures a family on vacation in Sweden in 1971. Everyone appears relaxed and cheerful, enjoying their time together. However, second from the left in a brown shirt is a 14-year-old boy named Osama bin Laden. At the time, he was just one of 52 children in the wealthy and influential bin Laden family, who had made their fortune through construction in Saudi Arabia. No one could have foreseen the dark legacy that this teenager would leave behind. Osama bin Laden would grow up to become the founder of Al-Qaeda, an extremist militant organization responsible for some of the most infamous acts of terrorism in modern history, including the September 11 attacks in 2001. This photograph, taken in 2023, captures Samantha Miller and Eric Hutchinson radiating joy and love on the happiest day of their lives. dressed in their wedding attire, celebrating their union with family and friends. However, the pure happiness immortalized in this image was shattered only moments later. As the newlyweds departed their wedding venue in a golf cart decorated with flowers and lights, a drunk driver, Jamie Komorowski, collided with their vehicle at high speed. The crash occurred in Folly Beach, South Carolina, turning what should have been the beginning of a beautiful life together into an unimaginable tragedy. Samantha Miller, just 34 years old, died at the scene. Her husband, Eric Hutchinson, survived but sustained severe injuries, including a brain injury, broken bones, and multiple surgeries. The driver, later found to have a blood alcohol level 3 times the legal limit, faced charges of reckless vehicular homicide and DUI. I will not be sued. I have the voice of an angel. On November 17, 1955, Maria Callas, one of the most celebrated opera singers of the 20th century, gave a mesmerizing performance at Chicago's Civic Opera House. But the true drama unfolded not on stage, but in her dressing room, shortly after the performance. As Maria basked in her triumph, Marshal Stanley Pringle and Deputy Sheriff Dan Smith stormed in to serve her with a court summons for breach of contract. The lawsuit stemmed from a canceled performance, and the sudden confrontation left Callas enraged. "I will not be sued. I have the voice of an angel. No man can sue me," she shouted. A photographer captured the exact moment of her outrage. When the photo hit the press, it ignited public fascination, earning her the moniker, the Tigress. For Callas, however, the incident left a bitter taste, and she vowed never to perform in Chicago again. This photo captures a serene moment shared by Andrea Mazzetto and his partner during a hike in the picturesque hills of Rozzo, Italy. Smiling and carefree, the couple paused to document their adventure together. A selfie against a stunning natural backdrop. Tragically, this would become the final image of Andrea's life. Moments after this photo was taken, Andrea accidentally dropped his phone near the edge of a steep cliff. Determined to get it back, he went to the risky edge, but tragically lost his balance and fell over 600 feet to his death. The incident occurred on August 20th, 2022, leaving his partner and loved ones in shock and grief. Andrea, just 30 years old, was remembered as an adventurous individual who loved life. Rajiv Gandhi. This haunting photograph, taken moments before tragedy struck, captures the final moments of Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's life. Captured by an unnamed photographer on May 21, 1991, it was the last image taken of Gandhi before he was assassinated by a suicide bomber. The photo shows Gandhi, dressed in his signature white attire, greeting a woman who had approached him with a gesture of respect. However, the woman, who can be seen in the lower left of the image, adorned with orange flowers, was not there to offer a greeting, but to carry out a deadly act of violence. The woman, later identified as a member of the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, a militant group involved in the Sri Lankan Civil War, detonated a bomb hidden on her person as she embraced the Prime Minister. The explosion killed Gandhi instantly, along with dozens of others in the immediate vicinity. Tragically, the photographer who captured this moment was also among the victims of the bombing. The attack on Gandhi was part of a larger wave of violence carried out by the LTTE, who had targeted him due to his involvement in the Sri Lankan Civil War. Gandhi had previously sent Indian peacekeeping forces to Sri Lanka in the 1980s to assist the Sri Lankan government in its conflict with the Tamil Tigers, which ultimately led to significant loss of Tamil lives and angered the LTTE. This haunting photograph, taken by Fred Hansen on November 12, 1928, shows members of the SS Vestris crew moments before disaster struck. The image shows a chaotic scene aboard a ship, tilting heavily to one side, with people struggling to maintain their balance. Many appear to be wearing life vests and are holding on to each other or nearby objects, clearly aware of the danger, as the situation seems far from calm. The passenger ship, en route from New York to South America, had been battered by severe weather in the Atlantic, leaving it unstable and taking on water. Despite the worsening conditions, delays in issuing distress calls and organizing lifeboat evacuations contributed to the tragedy. As the ship listed heavily to one side, passengers and crew scrambled to abandon ship. However, chaos ensued, and many lifeboats were improperly launched or overturned in the rough seas. Of the 326 people aboard, 111 perished, including women and children. Investigations later revealed negligence in the ship's maintenance and the crew's response to the emergency. The tragedy led to reforms in maritime safety, including stricter inspections and better training for crew members. Atomic bomb detonation. Harold Edgerton, a pioneering physicist and photographer from MIT, forever changed the way we see the world through his invention of strobe light photography. Known for his iconic image of a bullet piercing an apple, Edgerton's innovations allowed for the capture of high-speed events with stunning clarity. His work eventually found its way into one of the most destructive and controversial arenas of the 20th century, atomic bomb testing. In 1947, Edgerton's research firm, Edgerton, Germeshausen and Greer, EG&G, was commissioned by the U.S. government to document atomic bomb tests in Nevada and the Pacific. The goal was to provide detailed visual analysis of nuclear explosions, an invaluable tool for military research and scientific understanding. Using his groundbreaking photographic techniques, Edgerton created some of the most striking and scientifically valuable images of atomic detonations. One of these images, captured on June 5, 1952, during the Operation Tumbler Snapper test series at the Nevada Proving Grounds, taken with a shutter speed of just 100 millionth of a second, the photograph freezes an atomic explosion at an almost inconceivable moment in time. The frame reveals the fireball, a blazing sphere of light and energy in its earliest and most intense moments. This photograph shows Brazilian priest Adelir Antonio de Carli preparing for his daring and unconventional journey in April 2008. Determined to break a world record, he planned to fly over 19 hours, suspended by 600 helium-filled balloons, combining his faith with a desire to raise awareness for a spiritual retreat. Father de Carli took off from the coastal city of Paranaguá, Brazil, equipped with a parachute, a GPS device, and a satellite phone. Initially, he appeared confident, even communicating with supporters from the air. However, as he drifted off course and over open ocean, he reported difficulties in navigating due to strong winds. Tragically, after losing contact, he disappeared, sparking a massive search and rescue operation. For weeks, speculation lingered that he might have survived a crash landing, clinging to the hope of his safe return. However, these hopes were extinguished when parts of his body were discovered washed ashore near Rio de Janeiro 2 months later. D-Day. On June 6, 1944, one of the most pivotal moments in World War II unfolded as Allied forces launched the largest seaborne invasion in history on the beaches of Normandy, France. This operation, known as D-Day, marked the beginning of the end for Nazi occupation in Western Europe. The harrowing events of that day were captured by renowned photographer Robert Capa, who was embedded with the troops. His images, though blurry and grainy, powerfully convey the chaos, terror, and sacrifice that defined the brutal landings. One of Capa's most iconic photographs from D-Day shows Private First Class Houston Riley, a 22-year-old soldier, caught in the midst of the battle. Riley had been struck by multiple bullets, but continued to press forward in the midst of the onslaught. As Capa's camera clicked, he witnessed the violence and horror of war up close. In a later recounting of the moment, Riley recalled his disbelief at seeing Capa on the beach. Capa, undeterred by the constant barrage of gunfire, spent about an hour and a half photographing the men around him as they fought for their lives. Many soldiers died within close proximity to him, but Capa continued his work, documenting the brutal reality of war as it unfolded before him. Despite the technical flaws, these photographs became some of the most iconic images of World War II, offering a raw, unfiltered glimpse into the inferno of the beach assault. This chilling photograph, taken by a passenger aboard Japan Airlines Flight 123 on August 12, 1985, captures what appeared to be an ordinary flight moment. Yet, unknown to those aboard, disaster was imminent. Just 12 minutes after takeoff from Tokyo's Haneda Airport, the Boeing 747 suffered a catastrophic structural failure caused by a faulty repair to its rear pressure bulkhead. To understand how this tragedy unfolded, we must go back to 1978. when the aircraft, a Boeing 747-146 SR, was involved in a significant incident during a domestic flight. While landing at Atami Airport, the plane suffered a severe tail strike due to an improper landing approach. Although none of the 394 passengers died, 25 were injured, and the aft pressure bulkhead, a critical component of the aircraft's pressurization system, sustained a significant crack. Japan Airlines lacked the expertise to repair such extensive damage and contracted Boeing to handle it. The repair process involved replacing a section of the bulkhead. Typically, overlapping sections are secured with 2 rows of rivets or a splice plate for additional support. However, a grave mistake occurred during the repair. Instead of properly installing a single splice plate, 2 separate plates were used, creating a flawed structure secured by only 1 row of rivets. To make matters worse, a seal concealed this error, allowing it to pass inspection unnoticed. Over the next 7 years, the aircraft endured over 12,000 pressurization cycles, causing the flawed bulkhead to slowly weaken. By August 12, 1985, undetected cracks had compromised the structure. Shortly after takeoff from Haneda Airport, the aft pressure bulkhead catastrophically failed, resulting in rapid cabin decompression. The explosion also tore off a large section of the aircraft's tail, including the vertical stabilizer and rudder, severing all 4 hydraulic systems and rendering the plane uncontrollable. The crew, unaware of the full extent of the damage, struggled to regain control. Without functional hydraulics, the aircraft entered an uncontrollable cycle of pitching and rolling motions. These erratic movements, compounded by oxygen deprivation in the depressurized cabin, made the situation even more harrowing for both passengers and crew. Despite their best efforts, the pilots were unable to stabilize the aircraft, which eventually collided with a mountain ridge, breaking apart and igniting on impact. The wreckage was located hours later, but rescue operations were delayed due to the challenging terrain and an assumption that there were no survivors. By the time help arrived, only 4 of the 524 on board were found alive. Survivors later described the harrowing aftermath, recalling the long night spent amidst the wreckage, haunted by the fading cries of others. Investigations revealed that many passengers had injuries that could have been survivable with earlier assistance. The disaster was traced back to the faulty repair, prompting changes in Boeing's maintenance practices. However, the tragedy dealt a severe blow to Japan Airlines, eroding public trust. Motel manager pouring acid in the water. One of the most harrowing and symbolic images of the civil rights movement was captured by photographer Horace Court on June 18, 1964. The photograph shows Jimmy Brock, the manager of the Monson Motor Lodge in St. Augustine, Florida, pouring muriatic acid into the motel's swimming pool. Below him, a group of white and black activists defy segregation by swimming together in the whites-only pool as part of a planned protest. This event occurred during a turbulent week in the civil rights movement. Just days earlier, Martin Luther King Jr. had been arrested at the very same motel for trespassing in its segregated restaurant. In response, civil rights activists staged a swim-in to challenge the discriminatory policies of the motel. White activists who rented rooms invited black participants as their guests to join them in the pool. The protest was met with hostility from Brock, who resorted to extreme measures to break up the demonstration. In a shocking act of aggression, he poured muriatic acid, commonly used for cleaning, into the pool in an attempt to intimidate the swimmers. Despite his actions, none of the protesters left the pool. The photograph became a stark representation of the violent backlash faced by activists fighting for equality during the 1960s. It vividly illustrates the lengths to which segregationists were willing to go to maintain racial divisions and the courage of those who stood up to these injustices. This incident, along with other protests in St. Augustine, played a pivotal role in pushing forward the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which was signed into law just weeks later. The law prohibited segregation in public accommodations, marking a significant step toward racial equality in the United States. Childhood friends. Captured by photographer Jacques Gourmelin, this powerful image from April 6, 1972, in Saint-Brieuc, Brittany, France, became an enduring symbol of the emotional and personal toll of civil unrest. The photo was taken during a strike by workers from the Joint Francais Company, protesting against labor conditions and wage disparities. As tensions escalated, the CRS, France's national riot police, were deployed to suppress the demonstrations. The photograph freezes an emotionally charged moment between two men on opposite sides of the conflict. On the left stands Guy Bermieux, a striking worker, and on the right, Jean-Yvan Antignac, a riot policeman. The men, locked in a tense confrontation, are more than adversaries in this volatile scene. They are childhood friends who unexpectedly recognized each other amid the chaos. According to Gourmelin, Bermieux approached Antignac with tears of rage, grabbing him by the collar and shouting, "Go ahead and hit me while you're at it." Overcome by the weight of the situation, Antignac remained motionless, visibly conflicted and unwilling to respond with force against someone he once considered a friend. This photograph resonates because it captures the deeply human cost of societal and political divides. This photo, posted on October 31st, 2015, shows Olga Shina's husband cradling their toddler as they prepare to board Metrojet Flight 9268 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. It was a moment of warmth and anticipation as the family was returning home to St. Petersburg, Russia, after a vacation. Sadly, this would be the last image of them alive. Shortly after takeoff, at 31,000 feet, the Airbus A321 disintegrated mid-air over the Sinai Peninsula. All 224 people aboard, including 25 children, were killed in what became the deadliest air disaster in Russian history. Investigators later determined that a bomb had been smuggled aboard the aircraft, hidden under a passenger seat in the rear cabin. This act of sabotage, targeting civilians, shocked the world and led to heightened scrutiny of airport security in the region. The Sinai branch of the Islamic State claimed responsibility, stating it was retaliation for Russian military intervention in Syria. Egyptian airport staff were suspected of involvement in the security breach, and subsequent investigations exposed lapses in safety protocols at Sharm el-Sheikh Airport. Deanna Wild. Deanna Wild, a 21-year-old who had recently separated from her husband, was living with two friends, Virginia and B.J. McGinnis, both 54 years old. On April 2, 1987, the trio decided to visit Big Sur, a scenic yet perilous stretch of California's central coastline. They stopped at a cliff overlooking the ocean to take pictures. Afterward, as they prepared to leave, Deanna wanted to take a closer look at the edge. Tragically, she lost her footing and fell 500 feet to her death. Her death was initially ruled accidental, and law enforcement relied solely on Virginia's photographs taken before the incident, instead of conducting a thorough investigation. Deanna's grieving mother couldn't afford a funeral, and sought help from a lawyer, Steve Keeney, who attended her church. While making calls on her behalf, Keeney learned more about Deanna's death and uncovered a suspicious detail. Virginia and BJ had taken out a life insurance policy on Deanna just one day before the fatal fall. This discovery prompted Keeney to investigate further. Keeney found that Virginia had a history marred by numerous accidental deaths and suspicious fires, from which she had profited by cashing in life insurance policies. This revelation cast serious doubt on the accidental nature of Deanna's death. However, since no evidence was gathered at the scene and the investigation had been minimal, there was little to support any foul play. Undeterred, Keeney spent 5 years meticulously building a case against Virginia and BJ, ultimately leading to their arrest. During their trial, the grim truth behind Deanna's death came to light. That day, the trio had enjoyed a picnic at Big Sur, during which BJ secretly slipped some of his prescription antidepressants into Deanna's drink. The drugs made her extremely drowsy, to the point that Virginia and BJ had to support her as they walked. Taking advantage of her impaired state, they suggested going to the cliff to take more photos. Once there, BJ propped up the dazed Deanna at the edge of the cliff, while Virginia snapped a photo of the two with the ocean behind them. Moments later, BJ turned Deanna toward the water and pushed her off the edge. Horrifically, Deanna regained consciousness mid-fall and managed to grab onto the cliff's ledge. She begged for help, clinging desperately to the rocks. Rather than assist her, Virginia and BJ picked up stones and bludgeoned her hands until she lost her grip and plummeted to her death. The photographs Virginia took during this sequence proved to be their undoing. They clearly showed Deanna's deteriorated condition, contrasting with earlier photos taken that day. Virginia kept these pictures as trophies of her crime. It was eventually discovered that Virginia was an uncaught serial killer who had murdered numerous people to collect life insurance payouts, including her own 3-year-old daughter. BJ passed away during the trial, but Virginia was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The final photographs of Deanna taken by Virginia became key evidence in exposing the horrifying truth behind her death. This photo captures Karl Wallenda, the legendary high-wire performer, just moments before his fatal fall on March 22, 1978, in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Wallenda, known for his incredible balance and courage, was attempting a daring high-wire walk between two buildings, 121 feet above the ground, with no safety net below, a hallmark of his performances. Despite his vast experience and previous successes in similar feats, this walk would end in tragedy. As Wallenda made his way across the wire, he lost his balance and fell to the pavement below. The height and the impact led to fatal injuries. The crowd, initially unaware of the severity of the situation, was left in shock and disbelief as emergency personnel arrived on the scene. Karl Wallenda's death marked the end of an era for the Flying Wallendas, a family of acrobats famous for their death-defying stunts. His fall was attributed to a combination of factors, including a strong gust of wind and his age. He was 73 at the time of the accident. This photograph, captured by David Monderer from the pedestrian walkway of the Manhattan Bridge on the morning of September 11, 2001, shows a peaceful and serene view of New York City, with the World Trade Center towers standing tall against a clear sky. The image, taken at approximately 8:30 a.m., represents a moment of ordinary life, completely unaware of the horror about to unfold. Just 16 minutes after this photo was taken, at 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked by terrorists, would slam into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, impacting between the 93rd and 99th floors. The explosion and ensuing fire were catastrophic, marking the beginning of one of the most devastating attacks in modern history. The collision ignited a sequence of tragic events, leading to the eventual collapse of both towers and the loss of nearly 3,000 lives. This image, taken from a vantage point of calm, was taken moments before a pivotal moment in history that changed the world forever. This photo captures Hendra Gunawan Sawal and his 3 friends aboard AirAsia Flight QZ8501 on December 28, 2014, just moments before the aircraft's tragic departure from Surabaya, Indonesia. The group, appearing relaxed and excited, was on their way to Singapore for a holiday, unaware of the danger that lay ahead. Just 40 minutes after takeoff, the Airbus A320 encountered severe weather conditions while flying over the Java Sea. The flight crew had requested to climb to a higher altitude to avoid the storm, but as they began the ascent, the aircraft experienced a catastrophic electrical failure. The plane's autopilot was disengaged, and the crew struggled to regain control in turbulent conditions. The loss of control led to a rapid descent, and at 6:24 a.m., the plane crashed into the Java Sea, claiming the lives of all 162 people aboard. Investigations revealed that a combination of technical failures, weather conditions, and pilot errors contributed to the disaster. This photograph, taken during a live television broadcast on August 26, 2015, shows Allison Parker, a young and talented journalist, in the middle of an interview for WDBJ-7 in Moneta, Virginia. Parker, along with her cameraman Adam Ward, was conducting a routine segment when their lives were abruptly cut short. Just moments after this photo was taken, a former co-worker of Parker's, Vester Lee Flanagan, approached the scene and opened fire on both Parker and Ward. The attack, which occurred live on air, was broadcasted to thousands of viewers, leaving the public in shock and horror. Flanagan, who had previously been fired from the station, filmed the shooting and later posted it on social media. He then fled the scene, leading to a nationwide manhunt. The tragic incident claimed the lives of both Parker and Ward, leaving behind a legacy of their work and dedication. Tereska's scrawls. Taken in 1948 by David Seymour, one of the founders of Magnum Photos and a prominent photojournalist of the 20th century, this haunting photograph speaks volumes without uttering a single word. The setting is a home for emotionally disturbed children in post-war Warsaw, a place where the scars of World War II lingered in the young lives it sheltered. On this particular day, the children were asked to draw their idea of home on the blackboard. While most children sketched houses and family scenes, Tereska's contribution was markedly different. Her chalk scrawls were chaotic, erratic lines that defied traditional interpretation. But perhaps the most striking element of the image is not the drawing itself, but Tereska's expression. Her piercing, haunted gaze tells a story of trauma that words cannot capture. Tereska had grown up in a concentration camp, a place where the concept of home was likely replaced with terror, loss, and unimaginable suffering. Her drawing, though indecipherable, seems to embody the chaos and pain etched into her memory. Seymour's work as a photojournalist often delved into themes of humanity and its fragility, and Tereska's scrawls remains one of his most enduring pieces. This photograph captures Marco Siffredi, the fearless French snowboarder, just before embarking on his historic attempt to descend Mount Everest in 2002. Known for his daring exploits, Siffredi was determined to conquer the world's highest peak on his snowboard, a feat that had never been successfully completed. On the morning of September 8, 2002, after summiting Everest without supplemental oxygen, Siffredi began his descent from the summit, poised to make history. He was attempting to ride down the face of the mountain, through the treacherous Lot's Face, a slope feared by even the most experienced climbers. Sadly, Siffredi never returned from his descent. His tracks were lost in a fierce storm, and he was never seen again. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of him was found. His disappearance remains one of the great mysteries of modern mountaineering. In the early 1950s, a young boy named Issei Sagawa experienced a chilling dream where he and his brother were being boiled alive as a meal. Upon waking, Sagawa found himself consumed by the thought of being on the opposite side of the pot, outside it, watching a human cook inside. This unsettling idea took root in his mind, growing into an obsession with consuming human flesh. By the time he reached first grade, he was already fantasizing about biting into his classmates' legs, his mouth watering at the mere sight of them. For the next 30 years, Sagawa managed to suppress these horrific urges. However, in 1981, while living in Tokyo, his dark desires became uncontrollable. One summer day, he spotted a woman on the street whom he felt an overwhelming urge to eat. Unable to resist, he followed her to her apartment, waited until she was inside, then climbed in through a window. Once inside, he realized he had no plan for what to do next. As he stood there, paralyzed with indecision, the woman woke up and screamed, prompting him to flee. Following this incident, Sagawa sought help from a psychiatrist, confessing that he had broken into the woman's home with the intent to eat her. The psychiatrist deemed Sagawa a high-risk threat to society, stating that he had already begun acting out his fantasies. However, Sagawa's wealthy and influential father intervened. Refusing to let his son face serious consequences, he used his power to bury the psychiatrist's findings and had Sagawa sent to Paris under the guise of furthering his education. In Paris, Sagawa enrolled at the Sorbonne University to study literature, but his cannibalistic urges resurfaced. Instead of seeking further psychiatric help, Sagawa began scouting for a victim. He fixated on finding a tall, beautiful Western woman, whom he believed could somehow transfer her strength and beauty to him through consumption. Eventually, he set his sights on Renee Hartevelt, a 25-year-old Dutch student attending the same university. Using money from his father, Sagawa hired Renee to tutor him, cultivating a friendship and gaining her trust. One evening, he invited her to his apartment. While Renee sat with her back turned, Sagawa retrieved a rifle and attempted to shoot her, but the gun jammed. Unaware of his intentions, Renee remained unharmed, and Sagawa decided to act as if nothing had happened. Still, he interpreted the failed attempt as a possible sign that he should abandon his plan. Yet, his obsession overpowered his doubts. The next evening, Sagawa invited Renee back to his apartment. This time, when he fired the rifle, it worked. For a fleeting moment, he considered calling for help, but he quickly dismissed the thought, convincing himself that he had waited too long for this opportunity. Attempting to bite into her immediately, Sagawa found it too difficult and unappealing. Undeterred, he left his apartment to purchase a knife, returned, and began methodically cutting into Renee's body, consuming her flesh over the next 2 days. Throughout the ordeal, he took photographs of himself engaging in the act. Once satiated, Sagawa stored parts of Renee's remains in his freezer, packed others into suitcases, and attempted to dispose of them in a nearby lake. However, the weight of the suitcases and his suspicious behavior attracted the attention of bystanders, leading to a police inquiry. When officers inspected the luggage, they discovered Renee's remains. Sagawa confessed on the spot, stating plainly that he had killed her to eat her flesh. Sagawa spent 2 years in a French prison awaiting trial. When his case finally went before a judge, the crime was deemed so grotesque that the judge ruled Sagawa insane and unfit to stand trial, ordering his indefinite commitment to a mental institution. Soon after, French authorities deported him to Japan, expecting him to remain institutionalized. However, due to sealed court records, Japanese officials were unable to access the details of his crime, leaving them without grounds to detain him. In 1986, Sagawa walked out of the mental institution a free man. Since his release, Sagawa has lived openly in Japan, profiting from his infamy. He has written books, appeared on television, and even been invited to serve as a food critic. Shockingly, he has expressed a desire to commit cannibalism again, stating that he cannot die without fulfilling his craving to consume another human. This is the reality of a man who blatantly killed and ate someone, openly admits to it, and continues to walk free, exploiting his notoriety to this day. Tadeusz Żydkiewicz holding a picture of himself. The image of Tadeusz Żydkiewicz holding a photo captures a deeply significant moment in medical history. The photo he holds was awarded the title of National Geographic's Best Picture of 1987. It portrays Dr. Zbigniew Religa, a pioneering Polish cardiac surgeon, sitting beside his patient, Żydkiewicz, after Poland's first successful heart transplant. The surgery had lasted a grueling 23 hours, and in the photo, Dr. Religa monitors Żydkiewicz's vitals, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and triumph. In the lower right corner of the frame, one of Religa's colleagues is seen collapsed in sleep, utterly spent after the marathon operation. At the time, heart transplant surgeries were fraught with peril and skepticism, especially in Poland, where access to advanced medical technology was limited under the communist regime. Despite these challenges, Religa undertook the procedure, knowing the odds were against him. His determination paid off, saving Żydkiewicz's life and pushing the boundaries of what was medically possible. The most striking detail of this story is that Żydkiewicz not only survived the surgery, but went on to outlive his surgeon, Dr. Religa, who passed away in 2009 due to lung cancer. In the chaos of World War I, a hero emerged from an unexpected place, a homing pigeon named Cherami. This brave bird played a critical role in saving the lives of nearly 200 soldiers in October 1918 during the infamous Lost Battalion incident in the Argonne Forest. Trapped behind enemy lines, with no means of communication, and under heavy fire, the 77th Division of the U.S. Army faced imminent annihilation. Their only hope was to send a desperate plea for help via carrier pigeon. Cherami carried the soldiers' message, which read, "We are along the road parallel to 276.4. Our own artillery is dropping a barrage directly on us. For heaven's sake, stop it." Despite being shot multiple times during the journey, losing an eye and part of her leg, Cherami persevered and completed her mission. She delivered the message to headquarters, allowing the artillery fire to cease and reinforcements to locate and rescue the trapped battalion. In recognition of her extraordinary courage, Cherami was treated as a war hero. She was fitted with a small wooden leg and awarded France's prestigious Croix de Guerre medal for her service. The name Cherami, meaning dear friend in French, was a token of gratitude from the soldiers she saved. Interestingly, despite being named with the masculine form of Ami, the pigeon was later discovered to be female. This photo captures a moment of domestic violence that speaks volumes about the darker realities of relationships often hidden from public view. Taken by renowned photographer Donna Ferrato in 1982, the image features a suburban couple, Elizabeth and Bengt, whom Ferrato had met during a project documenting the lives of wealthy singers. That night, in their seemingly idyllic home, an argument erupted between the couple. As Ferrato's camera clicked, the confrontation escalated, and Elizabeth was struck by her partner. When Ferrato attempted to publish the image, she encountered staunch resistance. Editors deemed the subject too controversial, refusing to highlight domestic abuse in their magazines. But Ferrato was undeterred. She believed it was imperative to expose the hidden epidemic of domestic violence. In 1991, she published Living with the Enemy, a groundbreaking book chronicling the lives of victims of domestic abuse. The book not only shed light on a topic that was often ignored or dismissed, but also galvanized public discourse around the issue. The youngest mother. In one of the most shocking cases in medical history, Lina Medina, a Peruvian girl born on September 23, 1933, became the youngest confirmed mother at the age of just 5. Lina's parents took her to the hospital, alarmed by her rapidly growing abdomen, suspecting a tumor. Instead, doctors discovered an unthinkable reality. Lina was 7 months pregnant. This extraordinary case was attributed to a rare condition called precocious puberty, which causes early onset of sexual and physical development. Lina had fully functional reproductive organs at an age when most children are only beginning to understand the world around them. On May 14, 1939, Lina gave birth via cesarean section due to her small pelvic structure. The baby boy, named Gerardo after one of the doctors who delivered him, was healthy and weighed 2.7 kilograms. The circumstances surrounding Lina's pregnancy remain a disturbing mystery. An Armenian man dances for his lost son. This poignant and unforgettable photograph, taken by Antoine Agougian in 1998, captures a profound moment of grief, resilience, and cultural identity. Agougian, a celebrated French photographer of Armenian descent, was visiting Aparan, a town near Armenia's capital Yerevan. On that day, a local dance troupe was performing outdoors, with the community gathered to watch. As he began photographing the performance, an elderly man approached him, his face streaked with tears. The man, Ishran, shared his story. His son, his pride and joy, had tragically died from electrocution. In a heart-wrenching twist, Ishran told Agougian that he resembled his lost son. Moved by the encounter, Agougian asked Ishran if he would dance for him. What followed was a performance as raw and emotional as it was symbolic. Ishran began to dance, his movements an expression of his anguish and love, his grief and defiance. The dance troupe paused to observe, their figures silhouetted against the rugged Armenian mountains, adding depth and context to the moment. This chilling dashcam footage captures the final moments of TransAsia Flight 235 as it plummets into the Keelung River in Taiwan on February 4, 2015. The footage, recorded by a vehicle on the ground, shows the aircraft struggling to stay airborne after losing engine power shortly after takeoff from Taipei Songshan Airport. The pilots were attempting to restart the failed engine, but they mistakenly shut down the working engine instead, exacerbating the situation. The aircraft, an ATR-72 turboprop, became uncontrollable and fell into the river, impacting a bridge and narrowly missing cars on the road below. Out of the 58 people on board, only 15 survived, with many sustaining severe injuries. The disaster prompted an investigation that revealed serious flaws in pilot training, particularly in handling engine failure scenarios. Behind the counter. Captured on May 28, 1963, this powerful photograph freezes a moment of defiance and degradation in the heart of the American civil rights movement. Taken by Fred Blackwell, a photographer for the Jackson Daily News, the image depicts a sit-in at a Woolworth's whites-only lunch counter in Jackson, Mississippi. Seated from left to right are John Salter, a sociology professor, and students Joan Trumpauer and Ann Moody, all from Tougaloo College, a historically black institution that served as a vital hub for civil rights activism in Mississippi. The trio, steadfast and resolute, represented a challenge to entrenched racial segregation in the South. As they silently demanded the basic human right to be served equally, they were met with a storm of hatred. An enraged white mob surrounded them, pouring ketchup, mustard, and sugar over their heads and bodies. The protesters endured slurs, physical intimidation, and attempts to provoke them into retaliation. Yet they remained stoic. Tougaloo College, where the three protesters were based, was instrumental in training and supporting activists during the civil rights era. It became a safe haven for organizing efforts, and its students and faculty frequently risked their lives to challenge systemic racism. The image, widely circulated after its publication, galvanized support for the civil rights movement by exposing the world to the ugliness of segregation. Soviet soldiers harassing a German woman. This harrowing photograph captures a deeply disturbing moment during the aftermath of World War II. Taken near the West Hall section of the Leipzig Hauptbahnhof railway terminus, it shows two Soviet soldiers openly harassing a German woman. While the image itself is deeply unsettling, the context surrounding it reveals an even graver reality. During the Soviet occupation of German territories at the end of the war, sexual violence became a widespread and devastating consequence of the conflict. Historians estimate that as many as 2 million German women were victims of rape, with some subjected to this brutal violence repeatedly, in instances as horrific as 60 to 70 times. These atrocities were not isolated or incidental. In many cases, they were committed as acts of dominance and revenge, an assertion of power over a defeated enemy. This photo, taken on November 28, 2016, shows the Chapecoense football team and crew smiling together before boarding Lamia Flight 2933. Spirits were high as the team, based in the small Brazilian city of Chapecó, was flying to Medellin, Colombia, to play in the Copa Sudamericana finals, a historic moment for the club. Tragically, the celebration was short-lived. During the flight, the Avro RJ-85 aircraft ran out of fuel just moments before reaching its destination. Investigations later revealed that the flight had departed with insufficient fuel reserves, and the crew failed to declare an emergency in time. The combination of fuel exhaustion and electrical failure caused the plane to crash into a mountainside near Medellin. Out of the 77 passengers and crew on board, 71 lost their lives, including most of the players, staff, and journalists accompanying the team. Miraculously, 6 people survived, including 3 players, who would later carry the memory of their fallen teammates forward. An injured young mill worker. This poignant photograph, taken in October 1912, shows 11-year-old Giles Edmund Newsom, a victim of the harsh realities of child labor in early 20th century America. Earlier that year, while working at the Sanders Spinning Mill in Bessemer City, North Carolina, Giles endured a devastating accident. A piece of machinery fell on his foot, smashing his toe and causing him to fall onto a spinning machine. The accident crushed and tore out 2 of his fingers, permanently disabling him. Giles and his younger brother had been working at the mill for several months before the incident, part of a widespread practice where impoverished families relied on the meager wages their children could earn. After the accident, the family dynamic took a troubling turn. Giles's father, learning that any compensation from the mill would go directly to his injured son rather than to the parents, sought a compromise, while the boy's mother blamed them for taking the jobs in the first place. His aunt expressed a bitter lament, stating, "Now he's just got to where he could be of some help to his ma, and then this happens, and he can't never work no more like he oughter." The last laugh. This unsettling photograph captures Richard Hickok and Perry Smith moments after hearing their death sentences for the brutal murder of the Clutter family in Holcomb, Kansas. In 1959, the 2 men meticulously planned to rob the Clutters, believing a rumor that the family kept a safe filled with cash in their home. However, their plan unraveled when they found no such fortune, only a meager $50. Frustrated and desperate, they murdered all 4 family members, including 2 children, in a crime that shocked the nation. What makes this image so haunting is Perry Smith's casual smile, as if oblivious to the gravity of his fate. Without context, the photograph could easily be mistaken for a mundane moment. But knowing the backstory, the smile becomes chilling. Their story gained even more notoriety through Truman Capote's seminal book, In Cold Blood, which meticulously chronicled the crime, the investigation, and the psychological complexities of the two killers. On July 30th, 2016, Janice Stewart was at her home in College Station, Texas, preparing for a wedding she was set to photograph the following week. Her daughter, 34-year-old Sunday Rowan, who lived in San Antonio, planned to join her as an assistant. That morning, Sunday shared photos with Janice via Snapchat, excitedly documenting a hot air balloon trip she was taking with her husband, Matt Rowan. The trip had been delayed for over a year due to bad weather, but on this clear day, it was finally happening. Sunday had given Matt the tickets as a birthday gift. Matt was a highly respected burn researcher and led clinical trials at Brooke Army Medical Center. Sunday worked at a children's clothing store and was dedicated to her young son from a previous relationship. Together, she and Matt enjoyed adventurous outings to escape their demanding schedules. The photos Sunday sent showed the balloon being prepared and captured happy moments of her and Matt enjoying the beautiful Texas countryside from the air. Tragically, these would be the last messages Janice received from her daughter. Later that morning, near Maxwell, Texas, a loud explosion startled local residents. Rancher Buddy Miller saw smoke rising in the distance and rushed to the scene. He found a fiery wreck at the base of a power line tower. First responders initially thought it was a tractor fire, but soon discovered the remains of a hot air balloon basket and human bodies. It was a devastating accident. The balloon's pilot, 49-year-old Skip Nichols, had decided to fly despite poor weather that grounded other operators. Investigation revealed he had drugs in his system, impairing his judgment. Flying through low clouds, he collided with high-voltage power lines. The wires severed the balloon's cables, and liquid propane ignited the basket, causing it to plummet over 100 feet to the ground. When Janice saw news reports of the crash, she immediately recognized the balloon from Sunday's photos. Although official confirmation hadn't yet arrived, she knew her daughter and son-in-law were among the victims. The crash claimed the lives of all 16 people on board, making it one of the deadliest hot air balloon accidents in U.S. history. Flight of refugees across wrecked bridge in Korea. Captured on December 4, 1950, by Associated Press photographer Max Desfour, this powerful and haunting image depicts the desperate flight of refugees fleeing the horrors of war during the Korean War. The scene takes place on a wrecked bridge spanning the Taedong River in North Korea, where a group of civilians, their lives shattered by the ongoing conflict, scramble to escape the advancing Chinese Communist troops. The refugees, overwhelmed by fear and the chaos of war, find themselves caught between the devastation of the conflict and the uncertain hope of survival. In the photograph, men, women, and children are packed tightly together, clutching whatever belongings they could carry as they rush toward the relative safety of South Korea. The urgency and peril of the moment are palpable in Desfour's photograph, which captures the raw human emotion of those desperate to escape the rapidly encroaching danger. Leap into freedom. Following World War II, Berlin was divided into 4 occupation zones controlled by the Allied powers. By the late 1940s, tensions between the Soviet-controlled East and the Western Allies escalated, creating stark contrasts in living conditions. East Berlin faced economic hardship, restricted freedoms, and oppressive surveillance, prompting about 2 million East Germans to flee to the West between 1949 and 1961. To curb the mass exodus, East German leader Walter Ulbricht ordered the construction of barriers in August 1961, the first iteration of what would become the Berlin Wall. In the early days of this division, 19-year-old border guard Hans Conrad Schumann found himself stationed at a barbed wire barricade. Disillusioned with the oppressive regime and enticed by the freedom promised by the West, Hans made a spontaneous and daring decision. As crowds in West Berlin shouted encouragement, Hans tossed aside his rifle and leapt over the barbed wire. Photographer Peter Liebing captured the precise moment of Hans's jump. Hans settled in West Germany, living a quiet life away from the spotlight. However, his symbolic act brought him unexpected fame, which he struggled to reconcile with his personal life. Haunted by feelings of isolation and the weight of being a symbol, Hans tragically ended his life in 1998. The photograph remains an enduring reminder of individual defiance against oppression and the human desire for liberty. SS Grand Camp. At first glance, the photo of the SS Grand Camp docked in Texas City appears unremarkable, a cargo ship being tended to on what seems like an ordinary day. But this image freezes a moment of calm before catastrophe. It is April 16, 1947, and a fire has broken out aboard the ship. The dock is bustling with members of the Texas City Volunteer Fire Department, who are working desperately to contain the flames. Unbeknownst to them, the SS Grand Camp is carrying over 2,300 tons of ammonium nitrate, a highly explosive substance commonly used as fertilizer. The heat from the fire is steadily destabilizing the volatile cargo, and within minutes of this photograph being taken, the ship will explode in a devastating blast. The detonation was so powerful that it destroyed much of the port and surrounding areas, creating a massive fireball visible for miles. The explosion shattered windows as far as 40 miles away and was registered on seismographs hundreds of miles from the site. Buildings were flattened, nearby ships were obliterated, and fires raged for days. The Texas City disaster claimed the lives of 468 people, including almost all the firefighters in the photo, and injured over 5,000 more. Hey everyone, welcome to the Ultimate Photos with Disturbing Backstories Iceberg. There are approximately around or over 1,000 photos in this video, and the majority of the photos are final photos or last photos taken seconds or minutes before something tragic takes place. But other than these, we also have normal-looking photos with disturbing backstories. And then some of these are also haunted objects, as well as places with really disturbing backstories. Places like abandoned parks, hospitals, and homes where murders took place. And finally, there's just one more category left, and that is paintings, with real-life disturbing backstories. These are from centuries ago when camera wasn't invented, and people just painted these moments instead of capturing them like we do nowadays. So without further ado, let's start the video. Enjoy. Cabin 28, California, USA. In 1981, a brutal quadruple murder occurred in this remote cabin. A mother, her son, and 2 teenagers were bound, beaten, and stabbed. The crime was never solved, and the cabin was later demolished. Glenna Susan Sharp, known as Sue, and her husband John Sharp lived in Connecticut with their children. In July 1979, Sue left home with her 5 kids, John, Sheila, Tina, Rick, and Greg, because her husband had treated her badly. They first moved to Quincy, California, where they stayed in a trailer that had once been occupied by Sue's brother, Don. Later that fall, Sue and the children moved into cabin number 28 at the Keddie Resort, a small community in rural Keddie, California. By April 1981, the children had grown older. Sue was 36, John 15, Sheila 14, Tina 12, Rick 10, and Greg 5. On April 11th, Sue, Sheila, and Greg drove from a nearby family's home to pick up Rick, who was trying out for baseball at Gansner Field in Quincy. On the way, they also picked up John and a 17-year-old named Dana Hall Wingate, who were hitchhiking. They all continued toward Keddie. Later that afternoon, John and Dana hitchhiked back to Quincy. That evening, Sue planned to stay at the cabin with Rick, Greg, and a young friend named Justin Smart. Tina was visiting neighbors in a nearby cabin, and Sheila had plans to spend the night with them as well. Around 9:30 p.m., Tina returned home. At the Sharp residence in cabin 28, Sue, Rick, Greg, Tina, and Justin were present, while Sheila was at the neighboring house. John and Dana had been seen in Quincy and were believed to have gotten a ride home between 10 and 11 p.m. At 7 a.m. on April 12th, Sheila returned from the neighboring house to get ready for church. When she entered the Sharp home, she discovered the bodies of Sue, John, and Dana lying in the living room. Terrified, Sheila ran back to the other house. Soon after, a neighbor named Jamie Siebold went to the Sharp residence and helped pull Rick, Greg, and Justin out of a bedroom window. The boys were unharmed. Jamie later said that he had briefly entered the house through the back door to check if anyone was still alive. When the police arrived around 8 a.m., they found that Tina was missing from the cabin. The bodies of Sue, John, and Dana had been murdered. Sue had been stabbed in the throat and chest, and her head was beaten with a piece of a pellet rifle. John's throat had been slashed and his head hit with a hammer, and Dana had been strangled and also hit on the head with a hammer. Their bodies were tied up with electrical cords and tape. There was blood spatter in the living room, but no sign of forced entry. The telephone cord was cut, the phone was off the hook, and the drapes were closed. The only things missing were a toolbox and Tina's jacket and shoes. During the investigation, police learned that Rick and Greg said they slept through the attack. Justin initially claimed he had dreamt about the murders, but later he insisted that he had seen everything while under hypnosis. According to his account, he woke up after hearing a noise in the living room and saw Sue with two strange men. John and Dana entered the house and argued with these men. In the ensuing fight, the attackers killed Sue, John, and Dana, and one of the men took Tina out through the back door. Neighbors later remembered odd details. The Seibolt family, who lived next door, said they saw a green van parked outside around 9 p.m. Another couple heard muffled screams around 1:15 a.m., but they did not call anyone. Meanwhile, Martin Smart, who lived in cabin 26 with his wife Marilyn and was Justin's father, mentioned that a claw hammer was missing from his home. The police became especially suspicious of Martin Smart, as he had given them many details that seemed designed to shift attention away from himself. Marilyn believed that Martin and his friend Beau, who had been living in the area for only a short time, were involved in the murders. Marilyn said that on the night of April 11th, she had left them at a local bar and later saw them burning something in a wood stove. Tina's case was even more mysterious. After the murders, a search for her began, but her remains were not found until over 3 years later, on April 22nd, 1984. They were discovered near Feather Falls, about 100 miles from Keddie, along with a few personal items. Later, on March 26, 2016, a hammer matching the description of the one Martin Smart had mentioned missing was found in a local pond. In 2018, police reported that DNA recovered from the tape used to bind the victims matched that of a living suspect. Many questions remain about this case. The investigation was messy and poorly organized. Evidence was mishandled. Some was stored in a turned-off freezer. Other items were never officially logged, and some evidence was contaminated. Martin Smart, who had a history as a drug dealer, left Keddie soon after the murders and moved to Nevada. He even sent a letter to Maryland in which he wrote, in a twisted manner, that he had bought her love with the lives of 4 people. Later, during a counseling session, Martin confessed that he had killed Sue and Tina, but claimed he was not involved with the deaths of the boys. The counselor, however, shared this confession with the police, who dismissed it as hearsay. Over the years, many aspects of the case have puzzled both investigators and the community. Some believe that Sue might have been trying to push Marilyn Smart to leave Martin, sparking a violent reaction from him. Others point out that the planning of the crime, the strange behavior of the neighbors, and the careful hiding of some evidence suggest that the killers were not random strangers, but people known to the victims. Despite all the evidence and the many theories, the murders in the Keddie case remain unsolved. Camp Scott, Oklahoma, USA, Girl Scout murders. In 1977, Camp Scott, a 400-acre overgrown Girl Scout campground near Locust Grove, Oklahoma, became the setting for one of the state's most chilling unsolved crimes. For nearly 50 years, the camp, organized into Native American-themed units with sturdy, canvas tents, had been a magical escape for many children. But that summer, it turned into a nightmare. On June 12, 1977, a group of young Girl Scouts, including 10-year-old Denise Milner, who had been anxious about the trip, and her companions Lori Farmer, 8, and Michelle Goose, 9, gathered in Tent 8. Their tent, located on the edge of the camp and partially hidden from counselors, sheltered them as a thunderstorm rolled in. Earlier, Michelle Hoffman, a hopeful camp counselor, had noticed Doris's reluctance and helped her join the group, easing her fears with camaraderie and camp songs. For months before the trip, Unsettling signs had plagued Camp Scott. Unexplained noises deep in the woods, vandalized tents, missing belongings, and sightings of a strangely polite man. A particularly chilling moment occurred during a cadet training weekend when an older camper found all the food stolen from her tent and a note. Pages ripped from a notebook with "kill" scrawled repeatedly and a message predicting the murder of 3 girls in Tent 1. Though dismissed as a prank by camp director Richard Day, the warning foreshadowed horrors to come. During the night of June 12th and 13, eerie sounds and fleeting shadows unsettled everyone. Counselors, including Carla Wilhite, were awakened by mysterious groans, the growling of the camp dog Sally, and glimpses of a man with a flashlight roaming the area. As the night wore on, a scream near Tent 8 briefly pierced the dark, only to be dismissed as a nightmare. At 6 a.m., Carla discovered the unthinkable. Denise's body, brutally beaten and bloodied, lay outside a tent. A frantic search revealed that Tent 8 was empty, and the other 2 girls had been found along a nearby trail, hidden in their sleeping bags after suffering severe beatings and sexual assault. Forensic evidence at the scene included a size 9.5 men's bloody footprint, a red flashlight with a smudged fingerprint, pieces of newspaper used to silence battery rattles, and other items like rope, duct tape, and a pair of women's glasses. In a nearby cave evidenced by scattered newspapers and a mocking message, "The killer was here. Bye-bye, fools," it appeared the murderer had used the hideout to plan his crime. As authorities scrambled for leads, a series of misfortunes struck. Tracking dogs brought from Pennsylvania, nicknamed the Wonder Dogs, met tragic ends, one dying from heat exhaustion and the other from a fatal road accident. Amid mounting pressure, suspicion quickly fell on Jean Leroy Hart, a 33-year-old prison escapee with a history of kidnapping and rape. Circumstantial evidence, including photographs linking him to a prison photo lab and his proximity to the camp, made him the prime suspect, despite warnings of racial profiling due to his Cherokee heritage. A massive volunteer search ensued near Camp Scott, but Jean eluded capture until April 6, 1978, when agents raided a broken-down shack in the Cookson Hills. Arrested while wearing distinctive women's eyeglasses, the same type reportedly handled during earlier assaults, Jean was soon thrust into a sensational trial in 1979. Despite physical evidence like a bloody shoe print and traces of hair and semen, the evidence was largely circumstantial. His defense argued mismatches in shoe size and questioned the reliability of the forensic samples, suggesting another perpetrator, like convicted rapist William Stevens, might be responsible. Ultimately, on March 20th, a jury unanimously acquitted Jean, leaving the families shattered and many locals convinced of his guilt. Jean, already serving time on other charges, returned to prison and soon died of a heart attack while jogging. In 1989, DNA tests on semen samples provided mixed results. Further testing in 2008 failed due to degradation. Renewed efforts by Sheriff Mike Reed and a cold case board assembled by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children led to new fundraising in 2017 for advanced DNA testing. By 2022, investigators claimed the evidence strongly suggested Jean's involvement, although officially, he remains unnamed. Hinterkaifeck Farm, Germany. In 1922, the quiet farming community of rural Germany was rocked by a brutal crime at a small homestead known as Hinterkaifeck. What began as a seemingly ordinary family farm quickly transformed into the center of a chilling mystery when 6 people were savagely murdered. Despite decades passing since that fateful event, investigators have never determined who was behind the massacre. Hinterkaifeck had been home to a peculiar family since 1886. The patriarch, Andreas Gruber, once served as a laborer before marrying the widow Cecilia Gruber, who later assumed the dual role of mother and co-owner of the property. Their union brought a daughter, Victoria, into the household in 1887. Victoria, who would later marry Carl Gabriel, is mostly remembered by her maiden name. After her husband's death in World War I, she was left to care for a newborn daughter, Cecilia Gabriel. The family's roster also included Josef Gruber, a child whose paternity was shrouded in controversy due to conflicting claims involving Victoria's neighbor, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, and a servant, Crescens Rieger. Neighbors described the family as hardworking yet reclusive. their only regular contact being with people from the small nearby town of Groburn. The farm itself was divided into distinct areas for living, livestock, and equipment, with an additional shed built later for housing a small engine used for tasks such as cutting hay. In the weeks preceding the murders, the atmosphere at Hinterkaifeck grew increasingly ominous. On the early morning of March 30th, Andreas discovered fresh footprints in the snow leading toward the small engine shed, though none could be traced back into the forest. Upon closer inspection, he found the shed's door had been torn open, and it appeared that an intruder had rummaged through the space without taking anything, disappearing without leaving any new tracks. Not long after, the family came across an inexplicable delivery, a magazine from Munich that none of them had subscribed to or purchased. Andreas initially suspected the mailman, but after questioning, it became clear that no one in the area expected such a delivery. Adding to the mystery, a neighbor later claimed to have seen Victoria engaged in a heated argument with an unknown man at a local cemetery, even alleging that she struck him, a detail that remains unverified. During this tense period, both Victoria and the family's maid reported unsettling noises coming from the attic at night. Although Andreas's inspection of the space turned up nothing unusual, the maid, who had recently given birth at the farm, was so unnerved by what she believed might be supernatural or intruder activity that she ultimately resigned from her position. Her chilling testimony recounted how, around midnight each night, her locked chamber door would mysteriously swing open without explanation. Following her departure, a new maid, Maria Baumgartner, began working at Hinterkaifeck on March 31st. This was the last time anyone outside the family saw Maria or the Grubers alive. Her sister, who had accompanied her, later remarked on the eerie solitude that pervaded the farm. The precise sequence of events during the night of March 31st and the following morning remains largely unknown. However, what is clear is that by April 1st, the disappearance of 7-year-old Cecilia Gabriel from school raised initial suspicions. Although her chronic absenteeism had been noted before, neighbors started to notice an abnormal silence at the farm. Michael Pell, one of the few locals familiar with the family, remarked on the unusual quiet around the house. Even the family dog was uncharacteristically silent. A turning point came when Albert Hoffner, a repairman previously commissioned to fix the farm's engine shed, decided to check on the property. He recalled being unable to enter through the garden door due to it being locked, and after circling to the rear, he peered through a kitchen window without spotting anyone. The persistent mooing of the cows, however, was his only indication that something was amiss. After waiting in vain for an hour, Hoffner proceeded to repair the engine shed, later reporting that no family member had emerged throughout his lengthy work session. News of the deserted farm soon spread, prompting Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the same neighbor with controversial ties to the family, to lead a search party with a few locals. Their investigation led them through locked doors and into the barn, where a horrifying discovery was made. Michael Pell recalled pulling a human foot from a pile of hay, later identifying it as belonging to Andreas Gruber. As the search continued, the bodies of Andreas, Victoria, both children named Cecilia, and even Joseph Gruber were found in various states of concealment. In one particularly disturbing account, a neighbor described finding a child in a stroller with a crushed head. Maria Baumgartner, the new maid, was also discovered lifeless, hidden under a blanket in her room. Authorities soon arrived from nearby towns, and forensic examinations revealed that most victims had suffered multiple heavy blows to the head with a blunt instrument, most likely a farm tool. One victim, Cecilia, exhibited a peculiar combination of injuries, including a deep cut to her throat, along with evidence that she had attempted to cover her wound. This led investigators to estimate that she was the last victim, dying a few hours after the initial attacks. Early on, a pickaxe found propped against a stable wall was considered the murder weapon, but it did not match the injuries observed. It wasn't until about a year later that a gardening hoe discovered in the attic was identified as the likely instrument responsible for the devastating head wounds. Investigators theorized that the attackers might have entered through the machine shed and then lured family members into the barn, one by one. a notion supported by the cramped design of the passage between the barn and stable, which could only allow single-file entry. Their careful removal of the bodies suggested that the culprits had lingered at the scene long after committing the crime, even attempting to hide the evidence by rearranging the victims' positions. In the nearly century-old case, speculation has swirled around numerous potential suspects, although much of the evidence is based on hearsay and unreliable eyewitness accounts. One far-fetched theory suggested that Carl Gabriel, Victoria's deceased husband, who had supposedly died in World War I, might have somehow survived and returned to enact revenge after discovering his wife's infidelity. However, official investigations confirmed his death, dismissing the notion as pure fantasy. More compelling suspicions have centered on Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the neighbor with a dubious connection to the family, especially regarding the uncertain paternity of Josef Gruber. Schlittenbauer was the first to report the grisly discovery, and his conduct at the scene further raised doubts. Notably, he managed to unlock the front door using a key, an odd detail given that Andreas had lost his own key prior to the murders. Moreover, Schlittenbauer's decision to disturb the crime scene by moving the bodies led some to suspect that he possessed too much insider knowledge. Another figure in the investigation was Anton Bichler, a local factory worker who had once proposed to the family's servant, Crescence Rieger. According to her account, Bichler's persistent advances and subsequent angry outbursts, including a declaration that the entire family should be killed, cast him as a potential culprit. Along with another man, Georg Siegel, Bichler was mentioned as a suspect due to his familiarity with the farm and the fact that even the family dog never reacted aggressively to him. Although Bichler was briefly detained in 1922, no charges were ever filed. Luby's Cafeteria, Texas, USA, mass shooting site. In 1991, George Henrard carried out the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. at the time when he drove his Ford Ranger through Luby's Cafeteria in Killeen, Texas, killing 23 and injuring 27 before taking his own life. The restaurant was eventually demolished. Born on October 15, 1956, in Ayer, Pennsylvania, George grew up under the strict discipline of his Swiss immigrant father, whose harsh punishments, like unevenly chopped hair, left him introverted. In high school, he found escape in rock and roll and marijuana before enlisting in the Navy, serving on vessels such as the USS Mississippi and USS Dixie. His seafaring career continued with the Military Sealift Command and the U.S. Merchant Marine, although in 1982 he assaulted a black crew member and later, after smoking marijuana on duty, had his mariner's license permanently revoked. George's behavior grew increasingly erratic. While working out of San Pedro, he earned a reputation for racist views and isolation. He saved enough to buy a customized 1987 Ford Ranger and even a Cadillac for his mother. Yet his travels, motivated by a disturbing fixation on non-white prostitutes, revealed his deep-seated prejudices. After losing his maritime career, George's life unraveled further. In February 1991, following the final denial of his appeal to reinstate his license, he began frequenting a local gun house in Henderson, Nevada, where he purchased a Glock 17 and later a Ruger P89. His increasingly erratic conduct included setting up a drum kit in remote canyons near Lake Mead, drinking heavily, and firing at empty cans. A traffic stop revealed his loaded firearms, and during questioning, he muttered that females were out to get him, a reference to his bizarre belief in a nationwide conspiracy by white women sabotaging his life. George repeatedly tried to file a civil rights complaint with the FBI, insisting that a secret group of white women had ruined his dating life by spreading rumors, following him, and sabotaging his employment. Lacking any evidence or names, his claims were dismissed. In an odd twist, he sent a rambling 5-page letter filled with personal boasts, threats, and his conspiracy theories to a wrong address near a Belton mansion. The letter, misaddressed due to his jumbled recollection of names, caused confusion among the recipients, including Jane Bugg and her daughters, leading to police involvement when George later called to set the mix-up right. On National Bosses Day, October 16, 1991, shortly after sending a letter to his sister with personal financial details and bitter musings about local injustices, George unleashed his fury. At 12:39 p.m., he smashed through the dining room window of Luby's cafeteria. Amid shattered glass and overturned furniture, he fired his pistols, targeting customers indiscriminately, though witnesses noted a disturbing focus on women. Despite patrons barricading themselves and desperate attempts to escape, the chaos claimed the lives of 23 people, including victims like Tom Simmons, Patricia Carney, and John Romero Jr., and left 27 injured. In the ensuing shootout, police quickly surrounded the building. After several exchanges of gunfire and when his Glock was nearly empty, George defiantly declared he'd kill more before turning the weapon on himself. His final act, committed the day after his 35th birthday and a day before the second anniversary of his license revocation, ended his violent spree. Investigators pieced together a portrait of a deeply disturbed man. Personal notes and recordings revealed his long-standing misogyny, isolation, and belief in a conspiracy by white women to ruin his life. The town of Texarkana, Texas, Arkansas, USA. In 1946, a serial killer terrorized the town, brutally murdering couples parked in secluded areas. Some of the abandoned crime scenes still exist. In 1946, in the small town of Texarkana, straddling the border of Texas and Arkansas, a young couple was enjoying an evening together after a movie. They drove to a nearby lover's lane, a place not too far from houses where they hoped to share a quiet, intimate moment. Jimmy Hollis was driving, and his girlfriend Mary Jean sat beside him. Although the lane was dimly lit and only about 91 meters from the nearest homes, Jimmy began to feel uneasy as the night deepened. At approximately 11:45 p.m., there was a sudden knock on Jimmy's driver's side window. A man, holding a flashlight, stood outside, obscured by a makeshift mask that looked like a pillowcase with holes cut for his eyes. At first, Jimmy assumed it was a prank, a case of mistaken identity, and told the stranger he had the wrong car. However, the situation quickly turned dangerous. The masked man warned Jimmy that he would kill him if he did not obey his orders. Under threat, both Jimmy and Mary Jean were forced to exit the vehicle. The attacker first ordered Jimmy to remove his pants. When he complied, the man brandished a gun and fired 2 shots into Jimmy's head. The sound was so violent that Mary Jean, who believed Jimmy had been shot, later realized that what she had heard was the sickening sound of his skull fracturing. As Jimmy collapsed, Mary Jean desperately tried to prevent further harm by opening his wallet to show there was no money, hoping this might appease the assailant. But instead, the man struck her down too. Then he ordered her to get up and start running. Confused and terrified, Mary Jean tried to escape by running toward a nearby ditch. The attacker, however, shouted for her to run down the road instead. Desperate, she turned and sprinted along the road until she spotted a parked car. Believing it might offer shelter or help, she raced toward it, only to find it empty. This delay allowed the man to catch up with her. When she explained that she was obeying his command, he accused her of lying and tackled her, then brutally assaulted her with the barrel of his gun. In the ensuing chaos, Mary Jean managed to get back on her feet and run again. She found herself far from the safety of the houses, about 800 meters away, but she kept running, fueled by fear and desperation. Finally, she reached a house and pounded on its door, pleading with the occupants to call the police. By the time local law enforcement arrived, about 30 minutes later, the mysterious man in the pillowcase had vanished into the night. Jimmy and Mary Jean were taken to the hospital, where they gave their accounts. Their descriptions, however, conflicted. Mary Jean recalled that during her assault, she had seen the attacker as a light-skinned African American, while Jimmy insisted the man had been a tanned white male in his 30s. This contradiction left the police uncertain about his true identity. Just a month later, on March 24, 1946, another tragedy struck. The bodies of Richard L. Griffith, aged 29, and his 17-year-old girlfriend, Polly Ann Moore, who had been together for only 6 weeks, were discovered inside Richard's car on Lover's Lane. A passing motorist had initially thought they were merely sleeping, but soon realized something was horribly wrong. Both had been shot in the back of the head, and bloodstains outside the vehicle suggested they had been killed before being arranged to appear as if they were asleep. Rumors of a sexual assault circulated briefly, but later investigations ruled those out. The violence escalated further on April 14th, when the bodies of 17-year-old Paul Martin and 15-year-old Betty Jo Bucher were found. Paul was discovered early in the morning, and it took several hours before Betty Jo's body was located hidden under a tree far from the car. Both victims had been shot with the same caliber weapon used in the previous attack. Their injuries told a grim story. Paul had multiple wounds, including shots to his nose, back, ribs, and neck, while Betty Jo had been shot in the face and chest. Strangely, Paul's body was found over a mile from his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered even further away. On May 3rd, the final attack occurred on a farm roughly 10 miles from Texarkana. Unlike the earlier assaults that took place in cars at lovers' lanes, this attack happened inside a home. Virgil Starks was sitting by a window reading a newspaper when he was shot twice in the back of the head through the glass. The sound of shattering glass alerted his wife, Keddie Starks, who rushed to see what had happened. She witnessed Virgil attempt to rise, only to collapse again as he died. Desperate, Keddie tried to call the police, but as she reached for the phone, she was shot in the face. Bleeding and disoriented, she stumbled toward another room, searching for a firearm, but before she could arm herself, she heard footsteps outside. In a final bid for survival, Keddie ran across the street to a neighbor's house and managed to say, "Virgil's dead," before collapsing. Her neighbor, alarmed by the unfolding tragedy, grabbed his rifle and fired warning shots into the air to alert others. Soon, another neighbor joined him, and together, they helped get Keddie to the hospital. The string of violent attacks plunged Texarkana into widespread panic. Shops quickly ran out of guns and ammunition, and residents became fearful of venturing out after dark. Teenagers, too, began setting up traps in an attempt to lure or catch the mysterious attacker, dubbed the Phantom Killer. Police, desperate for leads, sometimes worked with these vigilant locals, asking them to park their cars and wait to see if the killer would approach, or even setting up decoys. However, these efforts only added to the chaos. In one instance, vigilante teenagers nearly shot an Arkansas state trooper who had stopped to inquire about their suspicious behavior. On another occasion, police were forced to shoot the tires off a car trailing a bus, only to discover that a high school student was inside. Despite the frantic search and mounting fear, the identity of the Phantom Killer remained elusive. At one point, investigators suspected a local car thief named U.L. Swinney. He was arrested in July of that year, and during a lengthy interrogation, his wife, U.L., provided a detailed account implicating him. However, her story kept changing, and eventually she retracted her confession entirely. Although some of her details, like the location where some victims' personal belongings had been discarded, were verified, the evidence against Swinney was largely circumstantial. Charged with other crimes such as car theft and counterfeiting, he was never formally tried for the murders. Many in the community still believe that he may have been the Phantom Killer, or perhaps that he was part of a broader conspiracy, but the truth has never been confirmed. The LaLaurie Mansion, New Orleans, USA, torture and murder site. Madame LaLaurie was a sadistic socialite who tortured and murdered her slaves in horrific ways. After her secret was exposed in 1834, she fled, and her mansion was abandoned multiple times due to paranormal activity. Madame LaLaurie, born Marie Delphine McAfee on March 19, 1787, into a prominent Creole family of New Orleans, became a central figure in the social elite before her dark legacy emerged. Though little is known of her early childhood, her family's status assured her a life of comfort. At the tender age of 13, she married Don Ramon, a high-ranking Spanish royal officer, and in 1804, she traveled to Spain with him. However, that first marriage soon fell apart. By June 1808, she remarried a prominent banker, merchant, and lawyer named John Blanc, who even purchased a home at 409 Royal Street for her. This grand residence, later known as Villa Blanca, became the stage for a seemingly comfortable life in which she bore 4 children and attended exclusive cocktail parties, private balls, and lavish gatherings that defined New Orleans high society. But behind the glittering facade, LaLaurie was constructing something far more sinister. In 1831, she acquired a property at 1140 Wall Street and took charge of it in her own name. On that land, she built a 2-story mansion and an annex specifically designed for slaves. Over time, LaLaurie earned a terrible reputation for the way she treated her slaves. Rumors began to circulate that many had died at her hands in a secret, ominous room atop the mansion. Accounts from the time tell of slaves who were mutilated, butchered, and even subjected to cruel experiments. British social theorist Harriet Martineau described LaLaurie's slaves as haggard and wretched, though some records also claim that she was, at times, solicitous about their health. In fact, court records even indicate that she once freed 2 slaves. Yet other, more disturbing stories emerged. One infamous account tells of a 12-year-old slave girl named Leah, who was brushing LaLaurie's hair when the mistress became so enraged that she grabbed a whip and chased the terrified girl to the roof of the mansion. The girl, in her desperation, either leaped or was pushed off. Her body was later rumored to have been dumped in the well on the property. This incident led to an investigation, forcing LaLaurie to forfeit 9 slaves as punishment. Instead of learning from this, however, she later chained the cook to the kitchen stove. At one point, even her own daughters tried to intervene and free the slaves, but when they did, LaLaurie severely beat them. The true horror of LaLaurie's cruelty was revealed during a fire on April 10, 1834, which engulfed much of her mansion. Fire marshals discovered that the blaze had forced an evacuation, and in the chaos they found the cook, a 70-year-old woman still tied to the stove, miraculously surviving the inferno. The cook later claimed that she had started the fire in a desperate bid to end her own suffering, fearful of further punishment at LaLaurie's hands. When bystanders attempted to enter the slave quarters to rescue those held captive, they found the doors locked. In desperation, they forced their way in, only to be confronted by a scene of unspeakable brutality. 7 slaves, horribly mutilated, were discovered. Some were suspended by the neck, their limbs stretched and torn. Others, including slave women in iron collars and an elderly woman with a grievous head wound, were left in conditions that reeked of death. There were even lurid accounts, later dismissed as exaggerations, of male slaves who had had their eyes gouged out, fingernails ripped from their fingers, their skin removed, and their flesh carved with deep gouges. Although these extreme descriptions come from sources such as Jean Delavin's Ghost Stories of Old New Orleans, which drew on old newspaper interviews and local lore, they remain controversial and largely unsourced by contemporary records. Adding another layer of mystery is the suggestion that LaLaurie's own cruelty may have been partly fueled by her family background. Some historians speculate that her male relatives, including her father, were known to have mistresses and secret liaisons with black women, a fact that might have twisted her views on race and power. When news of LaLaurie's atrocities finally broke, the public reacted with shock and horror. A mob rushed to her mansion and nearly razed it to the ground, but instead of being captured by the furious citizens, LaLaurie managed to escape. According to some accounts, she fled with her husband to Paris, where she purportedly lived the rest of her days free from punishment. Other legends suggest that she was killed during a hunting trip when a wild boar attacked her, or that she returned to New Orleans incognito, abandoning her former life of opulence. A solemn plaque discovered in the late 1930s in a New Orleans cemetery, however, states that Madame LaLaurie died in Paris on December 7, 1842. The Bloody Bender's Cabin, Kansas, USA, serial killer family. The Bender family ran an inn in the 1870s, where they murdered at least a dozen travelers by smashing their heads with hammers and dumping the bodies in a nearby field. When authorities got close, the Benders vanished, and their house was left to rot. In the 1870s, Osage Township in Kansas was a quiet settlement along the Great Otage Trail, a well-traveled Native American route through the Midwest. Travelers passing through could stop at the Wayside Inn, a modest establishment run by the Bender family. Yet guests soon discovered that the inn held dark secrets far beyond a simple lodging. Like much of the 19th century Midwest, Osage Township's history was deeply shaped by the relocation of Native American peoples. After the American Civil War ended in 1865, government removed Native Americans from Lebec County, Kansas. relocating them to a new reservation in Oklahoma. The vacated land was then offered to homesteaders. By 1870, much of the area that would become Osage Township was acquired by 5 families of spiritualists, inspired by the religious fervor of America's Third Great Awakening. One of these families was led by John Bender Sr., who arrived in the township with his son John Jr. and his alleged wife Aloe Vera, along with her daughter Kate. John Bender Sr. was about 60 years old, while Aloe Vera was in her early 40s. However, local residents speculated that Aloe Vera might have actually been his sister. John Jr. was 25 and Kate was 23. The family, commonly believed to have come from Germany or the Low Countries, presented an air of mystery. John Bender Sr. struggled with English, while Aloe Vera, who preferred to be known as Mar, claimed difficulty communicating, despite clearly understanding more than she let on. In contrast, John Jr. and Kate were fluent, often speaking on behalf of their parents. Determined to build a new life, the Benders set about making their home in Osage Township as comfortable as possible. By the end of 1871, they had constructed a cabin and a barn, established a large vegetable garden, and planted trees to form an orchard on a fenced piece of land. The small cabin was divided in half. One side served as their modest dwelling, while the other was converted into a general store and an inn, the Wayside Inn. Although the accommodations were bare and the inn offered only poor lodging for 1 or 2 travelers sharing a room, it was dry and provided much-needed shelter for those passing along the Great Otage Trail. Among the locals, the Bender family quickly acquired a reputation for being odd. John Jr. was known for his bouts of aimless laughter, while Kate claimed to be a healer who could communicate with the dead, regularly conducting seances and giving lectures on spiritualism. As word spread that she advocated free love, her notoriety grew. Consequently, the Wayside Inn became a well-known stop for men seeking rest during their travels. Travelers, however, were not the only ones who suffered at the inn. In early summer 1871, the body of a gentleman named Mr. Jones was discovered in Drum Creek, not far from the inn. There was no clear indication of who had committed the crime, although suspicion briefly fell on the owner of Drum Creek due to his proximity to the scene. A few months later, 2 more bodies were found on the prairie near Osage Township. These victims had their throats slit and had been struck with a blunt object, the same fate that Mr. Jones had met. As the reputation of Drum Creek grew as a place where travelers might encounter horse thieves or other villains, reports of missing people became so widespread that many began to avoid the area entirely. Vigilance committees formed. However, instead of maintaining peace, these groups often arrested innocent men, only to have them later released by the authorities. Investigators eventually discovered that both of the later victims had stayed at the Wayside Inn. It appeared that the murders were carried out in a systematic fashion. Kate, the self-proclaimed healer, was an outgoing and attractive woman who charmed male guests into sitting in a small room adjacent to a canvas wall that separated the inn from the rest of the property. While these visitors were distracted, either John Bender Sr. or his son would emerge from behind the canvas and attack the unsuspecting guest with a heavy blunt instrument, probably a sledgehammer. Then, either Kate or her mother, who sometimes assisted, would follow up to ensure that the victim was dead. Wealthier travelers, especially those who arrived with horses or were known to be carrying money, were particularly targeted. After the brutal murders, the victims' bodies were thrown through a trapdoor into a cellar for temporary storage before being disposed of. Some bodies were later found scattered across the prairie or along Drum Creek. Throughout 1872 and 1873, the Benders began to bury their victims in their orchard. Several further murders occurred during this period. For instance, a man named Ben Brown from Howard County, Kansas, who was carrying a large sum of money, was killed and buried in the orchard. In December 1872, a gentleman named George Launcher visited the inn with his infant daughter. Launcher was relocating from Independence, Kansas, with plans to settle in Iowa, and he was carrying approximately $1,900 in cash. However, neither he nor his daughter ever made it to Iowa. They were both buried in the Benders' orchard, and shockingly, it was later discovered that the infant daughter had been buried alive. Around the same time, a man named Johnny Boyle was killed, likely over a dispute involving his horse and saddle, and his body was discarded down a bend. The murders continued into 1873, and by that time, at least a dozen travelers had been killed. In the spring of 1873, Dr. William Henry York, a friend of George Launcher, who had been murdered along with his daughter in December 1872, decided to search for his missing friend by following the same trail the Launchers had taken. Dr. York passed through Osage Township in mid-March 1873, but was never seen again. His disappearance spurred a full-scale search across the region, led by his prominent brothers, including Colonel Alexander York, a Civil War veteran, lawyer, and member of the Kansas State Senate. Colonel York arrived at the Wayside Inn on March 28, 1873, where the Benders admitted that Dr. York had stayed with them for a few nights, but left the very next day. They speculated that he might have been attacked on the trail, a possibility that Colonel York considered seriously. As suspicions about the Bender family grew, local residents began to report strange encounters. Colonel York returned to the Bender establishment and confronted the family with the accusations. The Benders denied everything, and in a heated exchange, Olivera Bender became so enraged that she called the accuser a witch and ordered Colonel York and his men to leave her house. In doing so, she inadvertently revealed that she spoke much better English than she had previously let on. Although Colonel York's men were convinced of the family's guilt and wanted to arrest them and search their property, the colonel insisted that concrete evidence was needed before any action could be taken. Before departing, Kate requested that the colonel return alone the following Friday night, claiming that her clairvoyant abilities would help locate his missing brother. In the meantime, neighboring communities began to hold Osage Township responsible for the increasing number of disappearances. To restore order, Colonel York convened a public meeting at the local schoolhouse, which was attended by 75 residents, including John Bender Jr. At the meeting, it was agreed that a search warrant would be obtained to inspect every homestead between Big Hill Creek and Dumb Creek, covering all of Osage Township. 3 days later, a local farmer named Billy Tall, while driving his cattle past the property, noticed that the inn was abandoned and that the farm animals had not been fed. He reported this to the town trustee, who then called for volunteers to help search the Bender property. Due to inclement weather, the search did not commence immediately. When the search party, led by Colonel York, eventually reached the property, they found that the Benders had fled in a hurry. However, a thorough inspection of the cabin revealed blood residue in the cellar and freshly dug holes in the orchard. Colonel York ordered his men to dig further, and they soon uncovered what appeared to be a graveyard of the Benders' previous guests. Among the findings were the body of Colonel York's brother, several hammers including a sledgehammer, and additional evidence that would later upend the family's story. It turned out that the Benders were not who they claimed to be. A prayer book and other documents revealed that John Bender was actually named John Flickinger. His son's real name was John Gebhardt, and Olivera Bender's true name was Almira McGriffiths. Their daughter Kate was actually named Eliza. Despite these revelations, the family had managed to escape a few days later. Their wagon was found outside Thayer, about 12 miles from the Wayside Inn. Subsequent investigations showed that the younger members of the family had headed southwest by train and other transport methods to Texas and possibly New Mexico, while John Bender Sr. and Almira appeared to have taken a different route, heading toward Missouri. Within weeks, Colonel York and the governor of Kansas offered cash rewards of $1,000 and $2,000 respectively for their capture, but eventually the trail went cold. In Kansas, many people still wonder what became of the infamous family. Occasionally, vigilante possess formed based on rumored sightings, but these groups often returned with only innocent victims, either mistaken for the Benders or, in some instances, killed under the false belief that they were part of the missing family. One member of the family, known as John Gebhardt, or John Bender Jr., disappeared into outlaw territory in West Texas and was never officially seen again. It remains unclear whether Eliza, Kate, was with him or if she later reunited with her mother in Michigan, where Mary Bender is said to have fled. Rumors about their background persisted for many years. In 1889, a mother and daughter arrested for larceny in Michigan were accused of being Almira Bender and Kate Bender. Although some locals who remembered the early 1870s believed the pair were indeed Almira and Kate, the evidence was too vague to positively identify them, and the judge discharged both. In effect, the Bloody Benders escaped justice for the numerous murders committed in Osage Township, during which more than a dozen victims were killed. A cursed mansion where a father allegedly tied his daughter to a chair in the sun, leading to her death. Multiple mysterious deaths have occurred here, and visitors report an overwhelming sense of dread near the house. The house is located in an area built over Native American burial sites and former slave burial grounds. Savannah's historic foundations have long been associated with local legends and accounts of curses, which some say contribute to the unusual events reported in the city. In 1868, a Civil War veteran named Benjamin Wilson purchased property in the Calhoun Square area of Savannah on Abercorn Street and built an elaborate house. Shortly after moving in, his wife died from yellow fever. Following her death, Benjamin Wilson entered a period of deep grief. He became an abusive and strict father to his daughters. In one episode, disapproving of his daughter's frequent play with children from a nearby public school, the Massey Common School, which was the first public school in Georgia, he punished her severely. Wilson placed his daughter in a chair that was positioned in a bedroom window overlooking the school. He tied her wrists and ankles to the chair and forced her to sit there for several days in the intense heat. The punishment ultimately led to her death. Overcome with grief and guilt later, Benjamin Wilson returned to the room where his daughter had been confined. He sat in the same chair and shortly afterward shot himself in the head. In the 1960s, a new family acquired the house. While they lived there, they also rented out rooms. At Christmas that year, this family invited friends who brought their 2 children. After the guests left, the owners later discovered that someone had broken into the house during that period. 3 of the children had been killed, and their bodies were arranged in a triangular formation. The 4th child was found hidden in a closet. The surviving child eventually grew up to become the owner of the house. Local legends also report that a student from the Savannah College of Art and Design disappeared from the property. Some accounts suggest that he may have fallen through a portal in one of the house's walls. Today, the house remains privately owned and is known solely by its street address. Although it is not open to the public, it is frequently mentioned on ghost tours in Savannah. Skeleton Cave, Arizona, USA. A tragic site where Apache women and children were slaughtered by Spanish soldiers in the 1800s. This cave is hidden among the rocks above the Salt River, between Canyon Lake and Apache Lake. In Arizona's past, there were many dark and terrible moments, and this massacre stands out as one of the worst. In December 1872, Lieutenant Colonel George Crook of the U.S. 5th Cavalry was leading a campaign in the area. He believed that an Apache chief, known for opposing the reservation, was hiding in Skeleton Cave with his warriors. Acting on this mistaken information, Crook sent Captain James Burns to the cave after learning its location from someone named Humuthia. On a cold morning, December 28, 1872, a company of 130 soldiers, led by Captain William H. Brown and guided by an Apache scout named Nanajay, marched toward the cave. As they approached, the soldiers fired at a small group of Native Americans gathered around a fire outside the cave, killing at least 6 people. Soon after, the warriors inside the cave began to shout and throw arrows at the soldiers, who stayed safe behind the rocks. According to Captain John Bork, the Native Americans, called the Yavapai, reacted with both anger and defiance. Captain Brown ordered his men to fire rapidly, aiming at the roof of the cave, so that the bullets would bounce down on the people hiding there. This plan worked very well. The ricocheting bullets hit many of the people inside. During the chaos, a 4-year-old boy ran to the cave's mouth, standing there in shock with his thumb in his mouth. Captain Bork later said that bullets flew past his head, knocking him down, but an Apache scout named Nantajay quickly pulled him to safety. The soldiers even paused for a moment, cheering, before they resumed their intense firing. The attack finally ended when a group of soldiers from Troop G of the 5th Cavalry appeared on a ledge above the cave. They began throwing rocks and shooting at the Native Americans hiding below. The survivors' screams slowly faded to silence. When the soldiers entered the cave, they found that all the men had been killed, while the surviving women and children were captured and taken to Fort Grant. After the battle, the soldiers put away their weapons and left the dead where they lay. The fighting had lasted for about 4 hours. For more than 50 years, the skeletons inside the cave were left unburied, giving the cave its name, Skeleton Cave, and the place was known for the smell and sight of decaying bones. Many years later, a visitor testified that even after 61 years, the bleached bones of the dead could still be seen inside and around the cave. One young survivor, an infant who had almost drowned under his deceased mother, later grew up to become a well-known doctor and a leader of the Yavapai people. He was raised by a wealthy man from the East who paid for his schooling after he was adopted by a Maricopa woman. This man, who was Captain Burns's cousin, became known as Dr. Carlos Montezuma, a name he later used in public. The exact number of Native Americans killed or captured at Skeleton Cave is still disputed today. In an application for the National Register of Historic Places, figures were given that counted 54 dead and 20 captured during Crook's winter campaign of 1872 to 1873. The Weirth 11 Forest Massacre, Belgium. The U.S. Army's 333rd Field Artillery Group arrived in Belgium in October 1944 after fighting in Normandy and Brittany. They were assigned to a quiet sector of the front near the village of Schönberg, close to St. Vith, in an area of low mountains and forests known as the Ardennes. Their primary mission was to provide fire support for the U.S. 106th Infantry Division, which was tasked with guarding the frontier with Germany. At that time, the 333rd was a racially segregated unit. Its commanding officer and battery commanders were white, while the junior officers, NCOs, and enlisted men were African American. Although the U.S. Army remained legally segregated until 1948, and in practice until 1953, the contributions of these soldiers have often been written out of history. Originally activated as a so-called colored unit in August 1942 and reorganized in March 1943 as the 333rd Field Artillery Group, this unit would soon face one of the most racially charged challenges of the war. The African American soldiers of the 333rd found themselves pitted against Germany's most racially obsessed military force, the Waffen-SS. Their artillerymen became the victims of Germany's last major offensive in the West, the Ardennes Offensive. Adolf Hitler had planned to unleash his panzer and infantry forces through the dense forests of Belgium and Luxembourg, racing to seize the Meuse River and capture the Allied supply port at Antwerp. His objective was clear. Recapturing Antwerp would completely disrupt supplies on the Western Front and isolate the U.S. and British armies from one another, potentially forcing a negotiated peace in the West, while allowing him to concentrate on the massive Soviet threat in the East. Although the German High Command considered the plan overly ambitious due to severe shortages of manpower and fuel, as well as a loss of air superiority in the West, the failed assassination attempt on Hitler in July 1944 left few generals willing to oppose his orders. The entire plan depended on foul weather to conceal the movement of German columns from Allied air power and on rapid armored thrusts to reach the Meuse River before the Allies could mount an effective counterattack. On the morning of December 16, 1944, the German attack finally broke out. The positions held by the 333rd were located roughly 11 miles behind the U.S. front line, a line that was quickly pierced in several places as German infantry stormed across rivers to assault widely scattered U.S. forward outposts. German artillery pounded the Schönberg area, and in the ensuing chaos, the surprised American forces soon found themselves facing powerful German tank columns that bypassed the remaining surrounded infantry units at the front, advancing west with Volksgrenadiers close behind. That same afternoon, the 333rd was ordered to withdraw westward to avoid a direct assault. By the morning of December 17th, German panzers and infantry had captured nearby Schönberg and the bridge connecting the village to St. Vith. Those who survived were captured and marched down the German column. Yet not all of the 333rd artillerymen were willing to surrender. A small group consisting of 11 men managed to escape into the woods during the confusion of a U.S. air attack. Determined, they fought their way across the countryside, hoping to reach friendly U.S. lines. By the afternoon, the exhausted, cold, wet, and hungry American soldiers found themselves approaching the hamlet of Wereth, a small community of just 9 houses. This turned out to be a grave miscalculation. Like many border communities along the Belgian-German frontier, Wereth had once been part of Germany, and many of its inhabitants were of German ancestry. Some villagers in Wereth had even welcomed the German army in 1940 and had sons serving in the Wehrmacht in 1944. The 11 American soldiers took a chance and banged on the door of the first. The owner, Matthias Langer, a man of German descent who was also a Belgian patriot, welcomed the weary, desperate soldiers into his home. The unofficial leader of the group, Technical Sergeant James Aubrey Stewart, spoke with Mr. Langer, requesting assistance to warm up, dry off, and eat before they attempted to rejoin U.S. lines. Although the young GIs offered any French and Belgian francs they had on hand, Mr. Langer, eager to help, provided them shelter without demanding payment. However, not all of Langer's neighbors shared his patriotic spirit. The 11 soldiers, in their desperation, inadvertently found themselves in the path of the main German spearheads, which were rapidly advancing toward the Meuse River. Technical Sergeant Stewart and his men had briefly enjoyed Mr. Langer's hospitality. Yet unknown to them, or to Mr. Langer, a neighbor from Wereth, a loyal German with a son serving in the German army, made contact with elements of Kampfgruppe Hansen shortly thereafter. A Schwimmwagen jeep soon approached the Langer residence, carrying 4 heavily armed SS Panzer Grenadiers. Realizing that further resistance was futile, Technical Sergeant Stewart and his 11 men surrendered. They had only 2 rifles and a few bullets between them, and they were determined not to endanger the Langer family, which included several young children. Stewart and his men were forced to sit in the road under guard until sunset while the SS interrogated the Langer family. Around 7 p.m. on December 17, the Langers last saw the American soldiers being herded off along a dark road. Evidence discovered in February 1945 revealed that Stewart and the 10 other soldiers were forced into a field approximately 900 yards from Wereth. Examination of the remains showed that these 11 African-American soldiers had been brutally murdered, unlike the 85 American soldiers who had been gunned down at Malmedy on the same day. The soldiers at Wereth had suffered not only fatal gunshot wounds, but also extreme torture. They were severely beaten with rifle butts, sustained multiple broken bones, were run over by a jeep, and were bayoneted in the eyes. Some were also shot. Their bodies were left in the field and eventually covered by falling snow. Unlike the Malmedy massacre, which U.S. authorities later used to galvanize their troops, the Wereth massacre was declared top secret, and its full truth was buried even after it became known in February 1945. It was not until 2004 that a memorial to the Wereth 11 was dedicated on the Langer property, finally bringing this dark chapter into public consciousness. Brian Kohberger's selfie. On November 13, 2022, a horrific crime shocked Moscow, Idaho. 4 University of Idaho students, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were brutally murdered in an off-campus house. The attacker, armed with a knife, entered the home between 3 and 5 a.m. while the victims slept. 2 surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, were unharmed despite being present during the attack. The 3-story house on King Road was known as a student gathering spot. Madison and Kaylee occupied the 3rd floor, Xana and Ethan the 2nd, and Dylan and Bethany the 1st. After a night out, the victims returned home by 2 a.m. Around 4 a.m., a food delivery arrived for Xana. Shortly after, Dylan heard noises, including crying and a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'll help you." She later glimpsed a masked figure in black leaving the house. Dylan described the intruder as a man about 5'10" with an athletic build and bushy eyebrows, wearing a black balaclava mask that covered his entire face except his eyes. The bodies were discovered hours later at noon. Brian Kohberger, 28, a criminology PhD student at nearby Washington State University, was arrested weeks later. Originally from Pennsylvania, he earned degrees in psychology and criminal justice, studying under experts in serial killers. Colleagues described him as intelligent but socially awkward, with a history of condescension toward women. His research focused on criminal behavior, including surveys asking offenders about their emotions during crimes. Prosecutors later revealed a chilling 12-page essay Kohberger wrote during his time at DeSales University titled Crime Scene Scenario Final. The paper, described as a how-to for handling a crime scene, detailed forensic strategies for a hypothetical stabbing, including photographing defensive wounds, analyzing hesitation marks, and avoiding evidence contamination. Prosecutors argue this essay demonstrates his obsession with murder and knowledge of police procedures. Investigators found Kohberger had stalked the King Road house at least 12 times prior to the murders, often late at night. He drove a white Hyundai Elantra, lacking a front license plate as registered in Pennsylvania. 10 months before the murders, he purchased a black balaclava mask from a Dick's Sporting Goods in Pittsburgh, a mask prosecutors say was identical to the one described by Dylan. On the night of the crime, his phone was turned off during the attack but tracked traveling between Pullman, Washington and Moscow, Idaho. Security footage captured his car near the house during the murders. Kohberger allegedly entered through a sliding door, attacking the victims with a knife. A leather sheath, later found on Maddie's bed, contained DNA matching Kohberger's. The next morning, he returned to the area, possibly monitoring police activity. He resumed classes but grew withdrawn. A selfie taken 6 hours after the murders, showing Kohberger's distinctively bushy eyebrows, was cited by prosecutors as corroborating Dylan's eyewitness account. Police identified the Hyundai Elantra via surveillance. Washington State University linked the car to Kohberger. DNA from the sheath was matched to trash at his Pennsylvania home. On December 30th, FBI agents arrested him there. He was found sealing trash in plastic bags, possibly to hide evidence. Items seized included black clothing, a gun, and a knife. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary. His trial, initially set for June 2023, is now scheduled for August 2025 after delays. Prosecutors cite cell data, DNA, and eyewitness accounts, including Dylan's sketch of the balaclava mask and her description of the intruder's eyebrows. They argue Kohberger's academic background encouraged him to try to commit the perfect crime, pointing to his criminology essay and mask purchase as evidence of premeditation. Motive remains unclear, though speculation includes obsession with one victim or a desire to test his knowledge of criminal investigations. The King Road house was donated to the university and demolished. Kohberger, a vegan, remains jailed in Idaho, closely following case updates. His defense claims innocence, but evidence against him is substantial. Key mysteries include why the survivors were spared and how Kohberger selected his victims. Despite his criminology expertise, critical errors, leaving the sheath, using his car, and failing to obscure his eyebrows, led to his capture. This photo captures what appears to be an ordinary summer day in America, showing a man casually enjoying time with neighborhood children. However, there's a chilling twist. The man pictured is Ted Bundy, one of history's most notorious serial killers. Behind this normal-looking photo lies the dark reality of a criminal responsible for the deaths of over 30 victims. Ali Naderi went missing on August 23, 2020, in British Columbia, Canada. On that day, Naderi was hiking Eagle Mountain, a favorite destination thanks to its easily accessible location near the Vancouver suburbs. The area offers a variety of trails for hiking, mountain biking, and even horseback riding. Although it remains wild, Eagle Mountain is relatively less isolated compared to deeper wilderness spots. The 52-year-old Naderi had frequented Eagle Mountain so often that reports suggested he might have hiked there almost daily, meaning he knew the area and its terrain well. However, on August 23, 2020, something went terribly wrong when Naderi ventured into the woods and never returned to his vehicle. His car, parked at the trailhead near some homes, caught the attention of a neighbor on the night he vanished, leading to a quick missing persons report, a critical early development in the case. The search received another boost on the second day when investigators recovered a photo taken on the day he disappeared. Captured by a motion-activated trail camera, the image showed Naderi hiking along the familiar trail, much like he had done countless times before. It remains unclear who owned the camera or why it was installed along the trail, but the photograph was pivotal to the investigation. It placed Naderi at a precise location at a specific time, allowing authorities to narrow down the search area. Yet rather than serving as the breakthrough that would reunite his family with him, the photo eventually morphed into a disturbing snapshot of what was likely his final day. The search lasted a full week, with hundreds of volunteers deploying drones, dogs, helicopters, and other resources. They reportedly scoured approximately 48,000 square meters of trail, and the search was eventually suspended. A man hiking a familiar, well-trafficked area, with photographic evidence confirming his presence at a known time during a mild summer, yet he simply vanished. Foul play was not seriously suspected, and no clear theories have emerged about what happened after that fateful photo was taken. Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès was born on January 9, 1961, in Versailles, France, into an aristocratic family with roots stretching back to the pre-revolutionary era. His father, Bernard de Ligonnès, was an engineer educated at the prestigious École Centrale Paris, while his mother, Geneviève, was a devout Catholic whose rigid religious practices dominated Xavier's upbringing. The family's lineage included military officers, a viceroy, bishops, and knights of the Legion of Honor, a heritage that instilled in Xavier a deep sense of entitlement and social status. Despite their wealth, his childhood was austere and regimented. He attended daily mass at 6 a.m., memorized Latin prayers, and participated in catechism classes, though he later confessed these rituals felt hollow, fostering resentment rather than faith. A defining trauma occurred when Xavier was 10 years old. His father, Bernard, a charismatic but unreliable figure described as a playboy, abandoned the family and moved to Africa, leaving only sporadic letters as contact. This abandonment destabilized Xavier, exacerbating his emotional detachment and fueling a lifelong struggle with identity. Despite this upheaval, he completed his education, earning a bachelor's degree in industrial technology and sustainable development at 20. However, his professional life floundered. He worked as a salesman and launched a series of vague, unsuccessful businesses, including Cellule, a company targeting traveling salespeople and restaurant clients. Financial instability plagued him, and by his 40s, he was drowning in over 150,000 euros of debt. In the 1980s, Xavier met Agnès Hervieux, a single mother raising a son, Arthur, from a previous relationship. The couple married in 1991, and Xavier adopted Arthur, an unusual choice in their conservative Catholic circles. They later had 3 biological children, Thomas, Anne, and Benoit. To outsiders, the family appeared idyllic, a middle-class household in Nantes with 2 Labrador dogs. Privately, however, the marriage strained under Xavier's controlling behavior. In 2004, Agnès anonymously confided on a French forum about her fear of her husband's authoritarianism, writing, "The father is the head. He gives an order. We execute it without questioning." The family's financial collapse accelerated in early 2011 after Bernard's death. Xavier, hoping to inherit wealth to resolve his debts, discovered there was no money left. Desperate and humiliated, he began planning a horrific escape. In March 2011, he inherited his father's .22 caliber rifle, practiced shooting at a range, and purchased a silencer, cement, lime, and digging tools. On the night of April 4, he drugged Agnès, 21, Benoit, 18, Arthur, and the family dogs with sleeping pills, then shot each twice in the head. He buried their bodies under the terrace in the backyard, covering them with lime to hasten decomposition, and placing religious icons on their shrouds. The next day, Xavier lured Thomas, 25, their eldest, home by fabricating a story about Agnes being injured in a cycling accident. That evening, the pair dined at La Table de la Bergerie, an upscale restaurant in Nantes, where witnesses noted Thomas appeared ill and the meal was eerily silent. After returning home, Xavier murdered Thomas and buried him with the others. To conceal the crime, Xavier spun elaborate lies. He told friends the family had entered the U.S. Witness Protection Program due to his work as a DEA informant, and informed schools they had moved to Australia. On April 11th, neighbors grew suspicious after finding a note on the door instructing, "Return all mail to sender," and reported the family's absence. Police discovered the bodies on April 21st, but Xavier had already vanished. In his final days, he methodically erased traces of his life. He closed bank accounts, settled bills, and visited nostalgic locations. On April 12th, he checked into a luxury hotel in southern France, dined alone on expensive wine, and withdrew cash in Lassay-sur-Quan, a town tied to his past. The last confirmed sighting was on April 15, 2011, when he left a budget hotel in Roquebrune-sur-Argens carrying a large bag, likely containing the murder weapon. The final known images of Xavier were captured during these fleeting moments, snapshots of a man who had just brutally murdered his entire family. An international arrest warrant was swiftly issued, and Xavier's photograph flooded media outlets worldwide, turning him into one of Europe's most recognizable fugitives. Despite one of France's largest manhunts, involving hundreds of officers, search dogs, and Interpol alerts, Xavier disappeared without a trace. Over the years, false leads emerged. A 2015 letter claiming "I am still alive," sent to a journalist, a 2018 raid on a monastery after a Xavier look-alike monk was reported, and a 2019 false arrest of a man in Scotland. None yielded breakthroughs. Some theorize Xavier committed suicide in southern France's remote wilderness, citing emails he sent in 2010 referencing collective suicide and self-immolation. Others believe his meticulous planning, destroying documents, withdrawing cash, hints at a new identity abroad. A fringe theory, fueled by Xavier's own lies, suggests he entered witness protection, though the DEA denies any involvement. As of 2024, Xavier remains on France's most wanted list. At first glance, the image of Araki eating donuts seems completely harmless. A simple photo of the famous manga artist Hoichi Araki, best known for creating JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, enjoying two large donuts. Yet some people find the picture strangely unsettling. A rumor began that just looking at the image could infect your computer with a virus that might randomly trigger a jump scare later in the day. Because jump scares can be very startling, many people chose to avoid the photo altogether. But where did this odd story come from? And why was this picture linked to such a bizarre idea? A team of online researchers decided to investigate the history of both the picture and the rumor. They discovered that the Araki donut photo had been shared online for quite some time, with posts going back to around 2014. However, the photo itself actually comes from an even older source. On October 5, 2012, Hoichi Araki released a special magazine called JoJo Manun to celebrate the 25th anniversary of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The magazine featured exclusive artwork, interviews, and articles. One article described a visit Araki made to a flea market in Brooklyn during his trip to New York City. Among several pictures of the market was a memorable image of Araki eating two large donuts, likely bought from a nearby stand. The picture was taken with a high-quality magazine camera, making it very clear and detailed for its time. When the image was scanned and uploaded online, its file size often reached 3 to 4 megabytes in PNG format. While the picture looks ordinary, its unusual clarity and the fact that it shows something as mundane as eating donuts made some people suspicious. They wondered why anyone would take such a high-resolution photo of a simple act like eating donuts. This suspicion mixed with real online security worries at that time. In the early 2010s, image-based malware was a serious concern. Hackers could hide harmful code inside images using tricks like steganography or the magic PNG thumbnail exploit. If an image was opened in a web browser, it could secretly download malware or viruses. Because of these fears, some users, especially those not well versed in computer security, became paranoid that the clear donut photo might be one of these traps. Moreover, the visible pixelation artifacts from the magazine print made the image look a bit like the kind of pixelated images sometimes used to set up jump scares. As with many online urban legends, people began to exaggerate the original story. Some even called the picture the Donut Man and compared it to other strange image legends. This mix of computer fears and online horror stories created what some researchers call the creepypasta effect, an urban legend that grows and changes over time, becoming more dramatic and disconnected from its original idea. Vishnu Viswanath and Meenakshi Murthy were a young married couple originally from India. By 2018, they had relocated to the United States for work, travel, and to capture the country's breathtaking landscapes. Naturally, that meant visiting numerous national parks and taking a lot of photos. In March 2018, they visited the Grand Canyon in Arizona and shared a photo on Instagram. Part of the caption read, "A lot of us, including yours truly, are fans of daredevil stunts like standing at the edge of cliffs and skyscrapers. But did you know that wind gusts can be fatal? Is our life worth one photo?" That Instagram post didn't raise many eyebrows at first, but it would later prove tragically ironic. In October 2018, the couple headed to Yosemite National Park in California and made a short trek to a popular spot known as Taft Point. Taft Point features a ledge where hikers can get perilously close, with no railing at all, and countless online photos showcase its sheer drop. Although these images are undeniably scenic, they also highlight a dangerously risky spot. When Viswanath and Murthy arrived at Taft Point, they weren't alone. The area was bustling with around a dozen other hikers. One young couple at the overlook distinctly remembered Murthy, both for her striking bright pink hair and because she was dangerously close to the cliff's edge. Sean Madison recalled, "She gave me the willies, there weren't any railings, and I wasn't about to get that close to the edge." After snapping a few selfies, Madison and his girlfriend left for their car while Viswanath and Murthy stayed behind. Eventually, the couple set up a camera on a tripod in an attempt to capture a photo from the cliff's edge. The following morning, hikers found a chilling scene at Taft Point, a tripod and camera left near the edge with no one in sight. Authorities were notified, and it wasn't long before the bodies of Viswanath and Murthy were recovered at the bottom of the cliff. It appears they had fallen off while trying to take that photo, a tragic end coming just a few months after their Grand Canyon Instagram warning. Further investigation revealed that both Viswanath and Murthy had alcohol in their systems at the time of their deaths. Although the precise level of intoxication was never determined, and there were no reports of them acting belligerently on the trail, it seems they had only had a small amount to drink. Nonetheless, mixing cliff selfies with even a little alcohol proved fatal. There's one more disturbingly eerie twist. After learning about the couple's fate, Sean Madison and his girlfriend reviewed the photos they'd taken that day at Taft Point. In a chilling coincidence, they found that they had inadvertently captured images with Murthy in the background, her vivid pink hair unmistakable. Those photos turned out to be her last. This photo depicts a 1910 prison baseball team with an eerie twist. The incarcerated players weren't just competing for sport, they were fighting to stay alive. The men's executions were postponed indefinitely, but only as long as they kept winning games. The Nessie wormhole film is one of the most enigmatic pieces of footage in the realm of cryptozoology. Captured by John Eric Beckord, a polarizing figure in both cryptozoology and paranormal studies, the film purportedly shows a shape-shifting creature at Loch Ness, hinting that the famed monster might be capable of moving through wormholes. Although Beckord made these extraordinary claims, the original film has been missing for decades, with only a handful of still images surfacing over time. Beckord reportedly presented this footage at the 1987 International Society of Cryptozoology Conference in Edinburgh, where it sparked debate. Observers noted that the film depicted a white, amorphous shape that did not resemble any typical reptilian creature. However, some notable cryptozoologists at the conference, including Dr. Carl Schuker and Professor Henry Bauer, claimed they never saw the film. Efforts to trace the film led Beckord through a series of dead ends. He attempted to contact a woman named Christine, or Chris Pitts, allegedly his fiancée, but no records linked anyone by that name to his narrative. The breakthrough came when he reached out to his sister, Pamela Beckord Forbes, who then connected him with Dr. Molly Squire, a longtime collaborator in his research. Dr. Squire confirmed that the film still exists and is stored along with Beckord's other materials at the Willow Creek China Flat Museum in California. Although it hasn't been digitized for public viewing yet, there are plans to do so. Dr. Squire clarified some common misconceptions about the footage. She described it as a grainy, long shot taken from a distance, showing an elongated form